Super Devouring System Chapter 3640 to Chapter 3721. Out of the 40 million weeping soul beasts, nearly 100,000 of them had perished on the spot after that attack. Their spiritual bodies had directly dissipated. The casualty ratio was 2 in 1,000. It didn't sound like a lot, but it was definitely unbearable for Xianxia. It had to be noted that the weeping soul beasts weren't like the golden slimes, who had a nest that could produce new members incessantly. They were basically like the void soldier ladles. Also, the weeping soul beasts were obviously more fragile and vulnerable than the void soldier ladles. The former was a crystal creature with a tough body, while the weeping soul beasts were like ghosts. They didn't have a physical body at all, they were just pure mental consciousnesses. They were spirits. They were sentient beings. After only one attack, almost 100,000 weeping soul beasts' bodies of consciousness were destroyed because of overexertion. All the other weeping soul beasts are exhausted. They won't be able to launch a second attack until they recover. The entire weeping soul beast population will have to rest for at least a few days before they recover. As he muttered to himself, Xianxia's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This time, he finally realized where the greatest flaw of a starry sky-killing weapon like Xianxia was. During the first battle between the vanguard fleets of the two camps at the frontier of the demon space zone, the Star Lord of the Demons launched a powerful attack under the leadership of tens of millions of experts. Some of the experts who were guarding the beehive nodes were killed, but Xianxia hadn't realized how horrifying the casualties were. Then, in the space zone of the Heavenly Fate City, some of the void soldier ladles that had been modified also died of exhaustion after the first attack. Xianxia hadn't realized it back then, either. But after the same problem happened twice, if it still didn't cause some kind of alarm and alertness when it appeared for the third time, then this kind of hindsight and sluggishness on the level of consciousness would really make one speechless. At this moment, Xianxia was deeply aware of the importance of the controllability of the Warhorn's power. Otherwise, every time it was activated, it would be an all-out attack that didn't care about the consequences. After a few more rounds, not to mention the soldier ladle or the weeping soul beast race, even he himself would feel heartache. However, it wasn't the time to delve into the matter. The situation on the battlefield didn't allow Xianxia to do so. While he was frowning and pondering, almost half of the 500,000 battleships, fortresses in the fan-shaped area where the Weeping Soul warship was facing had performed space jumps and escaped from the fan-shaped area covered by the enormous mouth of the Weeping Soul warship at their fastest speed. In the district. Although most of the experts of the races of the second universe had perished, at least some of them, those above the 13th level of the Genesis, were still alive. They were the ones who had activated the space jump ability to move the warships to the enemy's camp. As for the other half, more than 200,000 battleships of various types, they were still floating in place, motionless. Obviously, all the elites of the second universe in these battleships had all died. Even if there were a few survivors, it was not enough to activate the space jumping ability of the battleships and control them quickly. And escape. At this time, in this half of the warships, there were a few experts rushing out of the warships, crossing the void with their bodies, and escaping to the rear. More than 200,000 warships, which were seriously lacking in operators, could only be helplessly abandoned on the battlefield, like a ghost city. They emitted a strong aura of despair, floating in the void of the galaxy. At this moment, a voice that was not loud, but its pressure was terrifying, sounded. It was like a soft voice, but it could be heard clearly in every corner of the boundless void of the battlefield. This kind of great killing weapon is too harmful to the harmony of the heavens. It must not be allowed to exist. No matter who you are, either destroy it on the spot, or let this old man do it personally. Star-Lord Old Monster. The Star-Lord Old Monster was going to make a move. Previously, in the first battle between the vanguard fleets of the two camps at the front of the demon territory, tens of millions of demon powerhouses activated the Spirit War Kara and roared out 3 void turbulence vortexes in the void of the battlefield. 6 of the 20 supreme beings of the second universe fell. All of them were caught off guard and were sucked into the void. In the space turbulence vortexes, they were exiled, no different from dying. However, even at that time, the Star-Lord Old Monsters of the 9 great races, including the blood-fled dragon clan, had never really made a move. Although there was a giant energy palm that came across the sky, they were scared away in the end and did not really fight to the death. At this moment, the Weeping Soul War Kara attacked with all its strength. Although no 15th Realm Supreme Beings of the universe were killed, the number of bottom-level powerhouses of the second universe who died because of this attack was too large, almost hundreds of millions. Under such circumstances, the Star-Lord old monsters of the 9 great races, including the Blood Flood Dragon clan, finally could not sit still. It was impossible for them to sit still and do nothing. At this moment, they spoke, their tone was cold and firm. It was obvious that they were determined to kill the Weeping Soul War Kara and even the void of the battlefield ahead of them. The 3 War Karas in the air were all destroyed. Ruthless rumble, an earth-shattering roar resounded. From a major fortress of the enemy camp, a 7-colored light blasted out. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the void battlefield. It shook its body and turned into a huge mottled python. The Star-Lord aura spreading out of its body seemed to be able to crush the void. As soon as it appeared, 2 scorching lights burst out of the colorful python's eyes. It turned into a ray of light and rushed over. However, after the 2 dreamlike rainbow-colored light beams shot out from the huge colorful python's eyes, their speed was extremely fast. There were even strange sizzling sounds coming from the void space. It was as if boiling oil had been splashed onto an ice field, and it was rapidly melting. Hew! Hew! They darted over at an extremely high speed and locked onto the Weeping Soul War Kara and the Time Kara. These 2 beautiful pillars of light were the bloodline abilities of the colored python race, named Furious Python Blazing Rainbow. Although they looked ordinary, they even had a kind of gorgeous, devilish beauty. However, their power and lethality were extremely terrifying. During the battle in the Heavenly Battle Star Zone of the Third Universe, the young heavenly talents of the Second Universe had rushed into the Xianxia cauldron. One of them was the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa. At that time, a young genius from a top-tier family in the human race's science and technology camp was fighting fiercely. Unintentionally, he dashed to the front of the 2 7-colored light beams that were shot out by Medusa's Furious Boa Rainbow bloodline ability. Although Medusa was the little princess of the colored python clan and had a strong ancestral bloodline in her body, she was still a young descendant of the colored python clan. Her cultivation wasn't very strong, at least far from being on par with the Star-Lord of the colored python clan who had transformed into a 10,000 feet long colored python. Even so, Xian was still shocked and fearful when she used this strange bloodline ability in the Xianxia cauldron that could instantly petrify a starry sky master and completely lose all vitality. Now, this ability was being used by a Star-Lord of the colored python clan whose strength was far greater than Medusa's. There was no doubt about its power. Xian, who was sitting in the Weeping Soul Battle Tower, felt his heart tremble and immediately became nervous. He naturally had methods to deal with the Star-Lord, but now, since the Tianji clan didn't reveal the secret of his identity, Xian couldn't use those methods easily. Otherwise, wouldn't it be equivalent to exposing his identity? He was helping the demon clan against the allied forces of the Second Universe. His identity as Young Master Linghu, Young Master Yuming, or Prince Xian was not suitable. It was the same for his identity as the young master of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Therefore, Xian couldn't use any of the methods related to these identities. The only thing he could rely on and use were the 3 battle towers. Perhaps he could go back and make some plans for the 106 nine-eyed golden crystals. Then, he could devour another one and obtain a new Desolate Era ability. But now, Xian could only rely on the 3 battle towers in the face of the colored python clan's Star-Lord. The colored python clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe in terms of overall strength. Although it wasn't as strong as the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyan Rock clan, or the Battle Lion clan, it was still very famous. The bloodline ancestor of the colored python clan was said to be a 9-colored fiendish python. That 9-colored fiendish python existed in the beginning of ancient times. It was said that its bloodline originated from the primordial supreme dragon python that disappeared in the late ancient times. Xian had seen a terrifyingly huge mottled python in the image imprint of the great ancient battle in the Heaven Falling Bough inheritance. It was indeed a supreme primordial existence, like the golden divine dragon and the primordial Xianxia, but it belonged to the enemy camp. Therefore, Xian didn't have a good impression of the colored python clan. Since that was the case, Xian naturally didn't feel any pressure when using the most powerful Time War. Even if he killed the python in one fell swoop, it wouldn't matter. In any case, even if his identity was exposed in the future, Xian wouldn't care if this debt was placed on his head. He and Kai Python clan. In fact, other than the Battle of Time, he didn't seem to have any other means to use under the circumstances where he couldn't reveal any of his identities. The Void Battle of Time was far from enough to force back the Star Lord. Even the mighty experts of the universe were caught off guard in the first battle and were pulled into the void turbulence vortex that suddenly appeared. That was why they died. Just the power of the Void Battle of Time alone didn't seem to be able to kill the mighty experts of the universe. Annihilation. The Weeping Soul Battle of Time was the same. It had been used just now and couldn't fight again for a while. And its power didn't seem to be suitable. Killing the mighty experts of the universe and severely injuring the Star Lord was still a little far away for the current Weeping Soul Battle of Time. Perhaps in the future, when the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts living in the thousands of beehive nodes of the Battle of Time were stronger, they would be able to display such power. But now, under the circumstances of an indiscriminate area of effect attack, it could only instantly destroy the souls of experts below the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. If he wanted to deal with the Universe Masters and Star Lords, he would have to use the War of Time. This was the only hope Xian had. Just as the two pillars of petrification energy were about to hit him, he immediately teleported from the Weeping Soul War Talisman to the Flowing Time Talisman. The 3 War Talismans had already been refined by him, and there was a small fixed teleportation formation between them. Xian could reach them with a thought. As Xian's figure appeared at the core of the Time War Cry, he looked up and saw the Cosmos Slime crouching on the ground. Xian immediately gave the order to attack with all his might. This golden-purple slime king had a massive body, reaching a length of 10 meters. Although its cultivation far surpassed Xian's, all of this was still given to it by Xian. Moreover, it clearly wanted more, longing for a second drop of all evil origin elixir. Therefore, it did not hesitate in the slightest when it heard Xian's command and immediately took action. With this very slight buzzing sound, a circle of invisible ripples spread out from his body in an instant, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive node, and along the pipes connected to the outer wall, it was instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the Battle of Time. At this moment, the tens of millions of golden slime in all of the beehive nodes trembled. The long golden thread under their abdomens shone brilliantly, and then their entire bodies shone with golden light. This golden light was actually the biological frequency of the golden slime. If there was only one of them, it would not be enough to cause much trouble. However, when there were many golden slime, layers of golden screens stacked on top of each other and gathered together. In the end, the faint golden light turned into a rich golden color, charging into the walls of the beehive as if it had a mind of its own. It then followed the pipes on the outer walls and traced back to the 4 walls of the beehive nodes. From all directions, it surged toward the core beehive node where Xian and the Cosmos Slime were. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Moreover, it happened inside the War of Time. Tens of millions of golden slime's bodies shone with golden light. Outside the War of Time, there was not a single trace of it. Only in the end, when the dense golden light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes and entered the core beehive node, did the core beehive node, located in the center of the 9th ring of the giant war drum, suddenly lit up. In an instant, the core beehive node, which was 3,000 meters in diameter, completely turned into a golden world. At the same time that it suddenly lit up, waves of golden ripples spread out along the war drum like tides. In front of the huge drum mouth, they evolved into a golden fan-shaped ripple and quickly spread out. It expanded forward and pushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the front edge of the golden fan touched the 2 huge pillars of petrification divine ability light. Whoosh! The universe was heartless and treated everything as dogs. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died, and the moon waxed and waned. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, and the cycle of life, death, and reincarnation all had their own eternal laws. The laws in the universe were different from those in the narrow, independent planets. They were more transcendent and complicated. The experts of the star state would only be qualified to touch the laws of the universe when they reached the 15th level of the star state. As for those who became star lords, they would only have a superficial understanding of the laws of the universe that they had studied. Every Star Lord had a different understanding of the laws of the universe. None of them had ever studied all the laws of the universe. They would usually pick the easier ones and spend their entire life studying them. The laws of time were one of the most mysterious laws of the universe. Few experts of the star state could touch them. However, this did not mean that no one could recognize the power displayed by the starry sky time laws. Even if one had never eaten pork, they would still have seen pigs run. It was precisely because of this that the moment the fan-shaped golden tide of power that leaked out from the ninth core beehive node of the mouth of the Raven of Time appeared, a wave of astonished cries rang out in the surrounding void like a tide. Almost all the experts of the universe and the Star Lords were horrified. They were completely shocked by the ruthless aura of the erosion of time that they had captured. This was especially so for the 100,000 feet long rainbow python that was directly facing the fan-shaped golden tide of power. As it cried out in alarm, its figure rapidly retreated as if it was avoiding a ghost, fearing that it would be too late. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than the power of time? In the blink of an eye, the golden fan-shaped energy that had eroded the two pillars of petrification power completely enveloped the space where the python was. A mysterious power immediately spread out, causing the rapidly retreating figure of the python to come to a halt, as though it had been sealed. It couldn't move at all in that area of the void. Almost at the same time, the huge body of the colorful python suddenly darkened rapidly. In less than half a breath, the colorful python scales that covered the entire surface of the huge body were lifted up one by one and flew out of the body. They quickly turned into gray specks of dust and completely dissipated. It looked as if the colorful serpent was shedding its skin in the void. After the members of the colorful serpent evolved into the Star Lord state, their true bodies would only shed their skin once every 10,000 years. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, but the Star Lord colorful serpent's aura didn't increase at all. It was as if it had lost 10,000 years of vitality for nothing. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to immediately die on the spot, and it didn't even weaken his cultivation and strength in the slightest, this was merely the first wave of the tide of time. Just this wave of time, in less than a breath, had washed away tens of thousands of years of time. It wasn't just the colorful serpent, a lot of space warships in the fan-shaped area were affected too. Of the 200,000 warships, fortresses that the coalition army of the Second Universe had abandoned after the Weeping Soul Battle Llama's attack, almost half of them were in the golden fan-shaped area, behind the colorful serpent. Now, as the first wave of the tide of time washed over them, the more than 100,000 warships of various types instantly dimmed and became dilapidated at a rate visible to the naked eye. The Star Lords were able to withstand the passage of 10,000 years, but it was completely different for the cold, lifeless warships. Some of the warships had already started to disintegrate in the later part of the tide of time. Rumble. Boom. Soon, there was an earth-shattering roar, but there was no explosion that soared into the sky. A large number of battleships turned gray and eventually shattered. The dragon bones collapsed and completely turned into a pile of broken alloy garbage, floating in the void, turning into a shadow, causing the entire battleship to turn into a shadow, causing the entire battleship to turn into dust. The enormous body of the colorful serpent was no longer colorful, it looked lonely and old. Without the slightest pause, at the same time that the first wave of time had not gone far away, at the source of the entire golden fan-shaped area, a second wave of golden ripples visible to the naked eye had already ruthlessly whistled out from the mouth of the horn, screech. Seeing that the second golden tide of time was approaching, the colorful serpent, who couldn't move at all, was appalled. Its huge eyes were filled with fear, and it let out a panicked roar. 10,000 years in one tide. As a Star Lord, the maximum lifespan of the colorful serpent was only 20 to 30,000 years. If the tide of time passed a few more times, it would completely age in the golden ripples. Tens of thousands of years would pass in the blink of an eye, and it would eventually decay due to old age. It would die. Before its roar died away, the second tide of time had already arrived. Visible golden ripples washed over the colorful serpent's body. Its roar instantly weakened and then disappeared. After the first tide of time, the colorful serpent seemed to have been washed clean. Its entire body was no longer mottled, and it was completely gray. However, its cultivation aura wasn't affected, and it was still powerful. Now, as the second tide of time invisibly washed over it, the dull body finally began to decline. On the surface of the dull body, the flesh and blood began to wither. In the end, countless pieces of flesh and blood were peeled off from the body like colorful python scales under the first tide of time. When they left, they turned into dust and scattered into ashes. In less than an instant, the flesh and blood of the python had been completely obliterated, and a large amount of bones and internal organs were revealed. Even though it hadn't been completely obliterated by the corrosion of the second tide of time, its aura had weakened to the extreme. If one suddenly glanced at it, it would seem like an aged giant that had experienced the decay of time. It was like a python that had one foot in the grave and was on its last breath. At that moment, the second tide of time had completely disappeared. The countless alloy cosmic garbage floating in the void behind the colorful serpent disappeared under the erosion of the invisible power of time of the first tide, turning into ashes. More than half of the more than 200,000 battleships, fortresses of various types had been completely annihilated and disappeared in only 2 waves of time tides. The remaining 100,000 battleships were spared because the void of the universe where they were floating happened to be on both sides of the huge fan-shaped area, so they were not destroyed by the 2 waves of time tides. They were enveloped by the tides and weren't eroded by the invisible power of time. Time had tides, and each tide lasted 10,000 years. It was a horrifying scene. In this vast void shrouded by the golden fan, 20,000 years of time had passed in the blink of an eye. The hundreds of thousands of warships, fortresses abandoned by the coalition army of the second universe were eroded by the merciless power of time and disintegrated in the blink of an eye. In the end, even the countless alloy remnants that were floating in midair after the 100,000 warships were dismantled were obliterated. The terrifying Star Lord of the colorful Python clan, on the other hand, had been in the prime of his life. He could have lived for more than 20,000 years as a Star Lord. But now, in the short span of 2 breaths, 20,000 years had passed by in the blink of an eye. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to advance from the 16th realm, the Star Lord realm, to the 17th, or even the 18th, the Master realm. After 20,000 years, by then, his lifespan would have increased too. If he were a realm lord, his lifespan would have been 100,000 years. He would have been able to survive such a terrifying tide of time. But now, 20,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. To this 100,000 feet long python, it had endured 20,000 years of merciless erosion in less than 2 breaths of time. However, it had passed through these 20,000 years in vain, and its cultivation base had not increased in the slightest. Hence, the calamity of the tide of time this time. Therefore, this tide of time was destined to fail, because the last wave, which was also the third wave of the golden tide, was already rumbling towards them without stopping at all. Faced with the coming tide of time, the colorful Python clan, who was already at the end of its life, didn't even have the ability to roar at the sky like it did before the second tide of time arrived. It was dying, and could only wait to die. However, in its huge but already muddy eyes, there was clearly a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment. This third tide of time was not complete. Even he could clearly feel that perhaps its power could not reach the level of 10,000 years per tide. At most, it could only bring about the instantaneous passage of 7 to 8,000 years. This was a fact. It was related to the tens of millions of golden slimes that served as the energy source of the time warp, as well as the purple gold slime that controlled the time warp in the core of the beehive node. Even if they gave it their all, they would only be able to form 3 tides of time at most. Moreover, the third tide of time was incomplete and had yet to be completely formed. On the other hand, if all the golden slimes were to improve by a level, the purple gold slime king would be able to reach the Star Lord state or even the Region Lord state from the current Cosmos state. In that case, the full power of this war of time would be even more powerful. Each tide of time was equivalent to 10,000 years. 6 or 7 tides of time could be unleashed consecutively. Or perhaps the power of each tide represented more than 10,000 years of merciless passing. All of these were possible, and now, there were exactly 3 waves of this tide. The final wave was still incomplete. However, it was meaningless. In fact, it was precisely because of this that the unwillingness in the python's heart grew even stronger and stronger. It was because it had less than 10,000 years left in its life. Too much of its vitality had been lost under the erosion of the previous 2 tides of time. His remaining lifespan could only last for another 5 to 6,000 years at most. Even if the power of this tide of time was incomplete and couldn't reach the last tide of time of 10,000 years, it would still be able to kill it. After 3 breaths of time had passed, the third tide of time had finally arrived. Visible golden ripples turned into merciless ripples of time that spread out from the narrow corner of the enormous fan that enveloped that corner of the void. Soon, it covered the entire body of the python. Its enormous body had already been reduced to bones and scales, with less than 40% of its flesh and blood remaining. Its entire body was like a ragged bag full of scars. Through the decaying flesh and blood wounds, one could clearly see that a lot of its internal organs had also withered. At that moment, with the arrival of the third tide of time, the merciless erosion of time reappeared. The python's entire body was visibly gray. Before the tide of time completely washed over it, there was no more flesh and blood left on its body. Even its internal organs fell out from its bones. They fell out of the gaps between its joints and turned into ashes after leaving the body. In just half a breath's time, all that could be seen in the void was an incomparably huge white skeleton. The colorful serpent, which had been a terrifying Star Lord, had completely perished. However, that wasn't the end of it. Even though the third wave of the tide of time wasn't complete, it still hadn't completely faded away. Even though the python had perished, the golden ripples of time were still like ripples that mercilessly washed over the white skeleton that lay across space. In the blink of an eye, the enormous skeleton of the python had turned into countless white powders, as if it had been completely weathered, scattering into the void and disappearing in the end. This scene didn't stop there. As the final bit of the third tide of time's merciless corrosive force gradually came to an end, the corrosion of the 30,000-meter-long skeleton started from the enormous white skull of the python and extended all the way to its tail. The process also lasted less than half a breath. When it finally came to an abrupt end, the golden ripples that were like tides in the enormous fan had completely disappeared. Only less than a third of the massive colorful python's skeletal structure remained in midair. Just like that, it abruptly floated in the void without making a single sound. At first glance, it was clearly a skeleton that was so old that it didn't even have the slightest trace of decay left. Whoever had left it behind had been dead for at least 10,000 years. Even its remains had been completely eroded by the cosmic rays and the merciless passage of time. All of this took a long time to describe. In the void of the golden fan-shaped region that had just disappeared, nearly 30,000 years of merciless time had eerily passed by just a moment ago. But in truth, for all the powerful individuals in the universe who had witnessed everything in the space around the golden fan-shaped region, only 3 breaths had passed since the battle began. 3 seconds. More than 100,000 warships of various types had been annihilated. 3 seconds. An old monster of the colorful Python clan who was a Star Lord had perished. Amongst the 3 great war drums, the power of the Time War drum was indeed the most terrifying. With a single strike, even the Star Lord old monster couldn't withstand it and directly fell. In the end, only a small piece of bone was left behind in the terrifying bloodline true body. Even Xianxia was extremely satisfied with such an effect. That was because the Star Lord's body was extremely strong. If it had been another Star Lord, they might have died even faster and more miserably. It was quite possible that not even a hair would have been left behind. The only thing that he regretted was the hundreds of thousands of warships, fortresses that had been buried with him. Previously, the army of the Second Universe had left almost 250,000 warships behind when they hurriedly retreated after the War Claw's all-out attack. However, only 112,000 of them were left at the moment. The rest had all been turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace under the merciless erosion of the golden ripples of time in the fan-shaped area. That's too wasteful. At the same time that Xianxia was extremely satisfied, his heart also faintly throbbed in pain. Even if the demon cultivator didn't want them, he could think of a way to keep them and hand them over to Triumph City in the future. Even though Triumph City was now like a paradise, undisturbed by anyone and enjoying the peace of the Death Star field, it was quietly developing at a rapid pace. Even though there were countless stars in the entire star field that could be used as stars to mine resources, they had to refine these resources into starship alloys, and then turn these starship alloys into more than 100,000 warships of various types also required energy and time. However, just now, Xianxia had turned more than 100,000 warships into bubbles in less than 3 breaths. If Naples were there, he would probably beat his chest and stamp his feet, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Xian secretly reminded himself that he had to take some time to study the controllability of the 3 war claws. Otherwise, if he used such a full-strength attack every time, not only would the kinetic force suffer too many casualties, but the range of the target could also be controlled. Even the range and target of the power couldn't be precisely controlled. Either it didn't make a move, but once it did, it would directly envelop a large fan-shaped area and crush everything indiscriminately. This made people speechless. With that in mind, Xian immediately extended his mental power after the colored Python clan Star Lord Old Monster had perished. He checked the state of the time warp's thousands of beehive nodes. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but once he did, he was so shocked that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Previously, when the Weeping Soul Battle Arrow had attacked with all its might, less than 100,000 of the 40 million Weeping Soul beasts had perished. But even so, Xian's heart ached. But now, after the Time Warcry's attack, nearly 5 million of the 50 million golden slimes in the thousands of beehive nodes had perished. The casualty ratio had reached 10%, which was 100% of the Weeping Soul Battle llamas. This was 50 times the casualty ratio of the Weeping Soul Battle llamas. Moreover, the remaining 40 million golden slimes were all extremely dispirited at this moment. Clearly, like the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle army, they needed to rest for a period of time before they could fight again. Fortunately, the golden slimes were different from the Weeping Soul beasts, which couldn't be replenished. The Weeping Soul beasts still had a slime mother nest that could continuously produce new members. The 5 million golden slimes lost in this battle could be replenished from the mother nest soon. But a casualty ratio of 10% was indeed too high. Even if the mother nest could withstand it, how could Xian not feel pained? It seemed that this problem was very serious. When he returned, he had to take some time to study it properly. He had to make sure that the power and range of the 3 battle armies' attacks were completely controllable, otherwise, if he had to bear such a huge casualty after using it once, Xian felt that even if his nerves were strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand it if he used it a few more times. He would definitely suffer from a heartache. Previously, Xian felt that it was a little strange that a Star-Lord Old Monster had been so easily killed by him. If he said that he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity, that would definitely be a lie. But now, when he thought about how 5 million golden slimes had been buried with that old guy, the faint pity in his heart instantly disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, he was gnashing his teeth. That old guy had really profited too much. He had actually taken 5 million golden slimes to be buried with him. Xian simply wished that he could pull him back and ruthlessly torture him again. After sighing for a while, his attention quickly returned to the void battlefield in front of him. At this time, after a short period of deathly silence caused by the shock in the hearts of the 3 great forces around the battlefield, it had long since become a boiling cauldron of voices again. Countless shocked cries rose and fell one after another, resounding without end. The 2 defense lines inside and outside the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor behind the 3 battle army were fine, but the coalition army of the slaves of the First Universe behind the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, and the coalition army of the Second Universe, which only had 500,000 warships left, were all exclaiming and roaring furiously. Too many people were talking. Who? Damn it. Who are you exactly? How dare you slay a Star-Lord elder of my colored Python clan? My clan will not rest until you're dead. Who? Oh my god. Was all of this real? A Star-Lord has completely perished? It's so horrifying. It's only been 3 seconds, and before everybody realized it, a Star-Lord colorful python has been completely obliterated, leaving only a small piece of bone behind. Is this the power of the laws of time? It's so horrifying. It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. These 3 weapons of mass destruction are simply nightmares. One of them can trigger a spiritual storm, shatter the void of the universe, and create a turbulent void vortex. The other one can unleash a roar that doesn't deal any physical damage, but can instantly annihilate countless experts of the Second Universe who are below the Genesis state. The last one is even more unbelievable. It can even trigger the horrifying power of the laws of time in the universe and create a tide of time. Even a Star-Lord couldn't resist it and perished after only 3 seconds. With these 3 starry sky great killing weapons, who can destroy the devil race? Right, there's a more critical question. Does it have anything to do with the Heavenly Legacy clan? Are those 3 weapons of mass destruction the work of the demons, or is the Heavenly Legacy clan involved in it? If it's the latter, doesn't it mean that the Heavenly Legacy clan's technology has reached the level of the laws of time in the universe? That's so shocking. It's the real black technology of space. The 3 weapons of mass destruction had intimidated everyone present, since there was the battle of time that targeted existences like the great powers of the universe and the old monsters of the Star-Lord realm. There was also the Weeping Soul battle of time that targeted the general level of starry sky experts below the 13th great realm, the Genesis realm. It was definitely significant, whether it was the Heavenly Legacy race or the demon race that controlled the 3 terrifying battle garrisons had become the question that the leaders of all the races in the camp were most concerned about. Moreover, the question was extremely sensitive. It had a significant and far-reaching impact on the overall situation of the first universe and even the overall situation of the 3 universes. Yi Xian had also thought of this question. In fact, he was considering it at the moment. After the Star-Lord of the Colored Python race died, the coalition army of the second universe in the Void battlefield had stopped fighting. The coalition army still had more than 500,000 battleships, fortresses, and even 8 Star-Lords. However, the Weeping Soul War and the Battle of Time had been too intimidating. They didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Only the heavens knew if these 2 terrifying weapons of mass destruction had the ability to unleash another attack of the same level. If the answer was yes, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? No matter if they sent out a large number of battleships or Star-Lords, the end result would be miserable. Even if the 2 battle garrisons only had the power to launch one attack and couldn't launch the same attack again in a short time, there were still 3 battle garrisons in the void. The last one hadn't been used yet. Of course, the battle garrisons in the void couldn't be used even if they wanted to. Yi Xian only used it to make up the numbers. 3 battle garrisons were always more intimidating than 2. However, apart from him, even the leaders of the demon race didn't know about this. Therefore, the deterrence of the 3 battle garrisons was still there. The coalition army of the second universe could only gather the last 500,000 battleships and retreat first. Before the main force of the second universe arrived or found a way to deal with the 3 weapons of mass destruction, the second wave of attacks could only be delayed indefinitely. They didn't even have time to send the experts of their race to take away the last remaining 100,000 battleships, fortresses in the void battlefield. If the 3 battle garrisons launched another attack during this process, wouldn't it be the same as sending countless people to their deaths for nothing? In a short time, the remaining 500,000 battleships, fortresses of the coalition army of the second universe had retreated to tens of millions of miles away. This distance was beyond the range of the main cannons of the fortresses. Even if the Star-Lords suddenly launched a sneak attack, they couldn't arrive instantly at such a long distance. In other words, the threat of the second universe coalition army of the second universe, Yi Xian's gaze swept across the space in front of him and fell into deep thought when it landed on the 110,000 or so battleships. According to his temper, Yi Xian would definitely not let go of the 110,000 battleships, fortresses. He would definitely find a way to collect them all and hand them over to Naples. Presumably, the overall strength of Triumph City would increase by a large margin. However, this matter could only be thought about. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was really inconvenient for him to do so. Besides, there were more than 100,000 battleships spread out in the void. Although Yi Xian could collect them into his undying world, it would definitely take a lot of effort. His cultivation was still too weak. With a wave of his hand, he couldn't collect thousands of battleships at the same time. If he took out the Shinnon cauldron and sent the experts of the demon race into the space inside the cauldron one by one, it would save a lot of effort. However, that was obviously even more impossible. He would directly expose his identity. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian could only give up helplessly. The demon race was now facing enemies from the front and back. It was time for them to need a large number of battleships. As an ally, Yi Xian was really embarrassed to take away more than 100,000 battleships urgently needed at this juncture. What's more, they had given him a void battleship for free before. Thinking like this, Xian quickly completely gave up the idea of taking more than 100,000 battleships. After pondering for a while, he changed his appearance into a middle-aged man with a curly beard in his 30s. Then, he stepped out of the time battleship and appeared in the void of the outside world. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of eyes gathered at the same time. At this moment, he was being watched by thousands of people at the same time. Whether it was the Second Universe's Coalition Army, the First Universe's Coalition Army, or even the demon race's royal families Mo Qigong, Mo Wendian, Grandpa Mo, and others, they were all nervous about what kind of existence the expert who brought these 3 battleships was. At this moment, when someone walked out of the time battleship, all the experts' heartstrings instantly tightened. Immediately after, an extremely unfamiliar face that no one had ever seen before appeared in their line of sight. The upper echelons of the major forces were subconsciously stunned at the same time, and then all kinds of different thoughts surged in their minds. Especially the demon race's royal family's upper echelons Mo Qigong, Mo Wendian, and Grandpa Mo. After being stunned for a moment, their originally tense heartstrings instantly relaxed by more than half. This was because this unfamiliar starry sky expert was clearly made of flesh and blood, and his cultivation was also at the first level of the void realm. Since he was made of flesh and blood, then it was absolutely impossible for him to be a certain upper echelon of the Tianji clan. Moreover, Prince Xian's cultivation was at the 7th level of the mystic light realm, which was the 11th level of the void realm. The difference between him and this unfamiliar expert who was at the first level of the void realm was not big. There was only a difference of 3 small levels. With that kid's monstrous talent, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to advance 3 small stages in such a freakish manner after more than half of the time had passed. It was not like it had never happened before. Furthermore, the time battleship was in his hands, so his identity was basically confirmed. There was a 99% chance that he was Prince Xian. At this moment, after stepping out of the time battleship and arriving in the void outside, Xian immediately waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 great killing weapons in the void in front of him were all stored in the undying world within his body. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the few upper echelons of the demon race who knew his identity and the secret alliance between him and the demon race immediately lit up. Because this meant that it was very likely that there were no other experts in the 3 battleships, for example, the Tianji clan. In other words, although the origin of the other 2 battleships was mysterious and puzzling, at least one thing could be confirmed, and that was that this matter had nothing to do with the Tianji clan. Although the Tianji clan had the ability to build these 2 battleships in just half a month, Prince Xian clearly did not. Through other channels, he could have done this. This was enough. My royal brother, Mo Yifeng. In just 7 short words, not only did they determine Xian's new identity and make him a member of the royal family of the demon cultivator race, they even helped him choose a name. Mo Qifeng, on the other hand, complemented each other with the might of the 3 great battles he had just unleashed, suppressing the entire void. Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly in his heart. Mo Wendian was obviously trying to tie his new identity to the demon race. Even if Xian's true identity was revealed in the future, he would be branded with a close relationship with the demon race to a certain extent. Although this was more or less selfish, Xian didn't care. After all, his identity as Prince Xian was also fake. Wasn't he still tied to the same chariot as the immortal dynasty on the surface? To be honest, if the immortal dynasty and the demon race were to be compared, Xian actually received more benefits from the demon race than the immortal dynasty, if it wasn't for the Black Mosquito tribe's sage trial, which allowed Xian to enter the demon race's forbidden area, which was the desolate ancient cage mystery realm. Xian basically wouldn't exist today. Even if he had other opportunities, the height of his growth and the various foundations in his hands would definitely be far inferior to what he had now. From this point of view, now that he was following the demon emperor Mo Wendian's intentions and tying this new identity to the demon race's chariot, it was actually just returning the favor. Besides, the situation in the first universe was chaotic now. As long as the Tianji clan didn't reveal the secret of his true identity, Xian wouldn't easily return to Triumph City in the Death Star field, so as to avoid bringing back the chaos and trouble outside. Then, in the situation where the identities of young Master Ling Hu, young Master Yu Ming, and Baofeng Sha couldn't be used temporarily, Yi Xian would rather stay here as a member of the demon race's royal family than casually change his identity. This way, it would be more convenient for him to carry out the follow-up arrangements and deal with some matters. Thinking like this, Yi Xian immediately smiled faintly. He did not say anything else, but across the void, he cupped his fists towards Mo Wentian and the other high-level members of the demon royal family who were standing in the void outside the atmosphere of the demon imperial star. This was clearly a tacit agreement. It meant that Yi Xian had acknowledged the words of the Devil King Mo Wentian, and acknowledged the identity of the upper echelon of the Devil People imperial family, Mo Jinfeng. The few upper echelons of the Devil Dwellers all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian raised his head and laughed again. He waved at Yi Xian from afar and called out intimately, "Brother, you've worked hard. Come quickly." Then he waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Check the order, immediately lead a fleet to bring back all the spoils of war. In this battle, Brother Jinfeng has made a great contribution. Pass down the order. Tonight, I will reward the entire clan. The entire Devil Imperial City will celebrate all night." Soon, a fleet sailed out from the inner defense line of the Devil Emperor 3 stars and rushed to the void battlefield ahead. This fleet had a large number of Devil Dweller experts. They would enter the more than 100,000 ghost ships that were quietly hovering in the void battlefield and drive them back to the Devil Emperor 3 stars. Then, after cleaning up the corpses of the experts of the second universe who had already died, these more than 100,000 battleships would become the battleships of the Devil Dweller race. The Devil Dweller experts would enter and gallop on the star battlefield. Of course, before officially entering the battle, these more than 100,000 battleships of various types would obviously undergo a certain degree of modification. At least the center of the star brain needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, once the signal-receiving function of the external star network was turned on, it was very likely that it would be remotely controlled by the allied forces of the second universe. Invasion and control. At the same time, when Yi Xian heard the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian mention Chanas, his face was obviously slightly stunned. Then, as if thinking of something, he subconsciously looked at the Expeller, the flagship fortress of the Heavenly Fate clan's vanguard fleet, which had retreated to the outer defense line of the Devil Emperor 3 stars. Not only did Sha Baofeng surrender to the Devil Dweller race, but even Chanas had returned to the Devil Imperial City. Calculating the time, although his injuries were basically healed, after all, it was the wrath of a Star Lord. No matter how fast he recovered in half a month, it was impossible for him to be able to enter the battlefield so quickly, right? Yi Xian felt that there was something fishy about this matter, but he couldn't figure it out at all. At the moment, he could only secretly pay attention to it and put it aside for the time being. Then, his figure soared forward and crossed the void. Soon, he arrived at the void outside the atmosphere of the Devil Imperial planet and landed in front of the upper echelons of the Devil Dweller royal family. Except for the dozens of Devil Dweller royal uncles that he had just rescued from the imperial prison of the Heavenly Fate Inner City, Mo Qigong, Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, and the others, the upper echelons of the Devil Dweller royal family standing behind were all confused. They didn't know about the secret alliance between the Devil Dweller race and Prince Xian, so it was naturally impossible for them to guess the true identity of this Mo Jinfeng standing in front of them. Unfortunately, there was no such person in the Devil Dweller royal family, and at this time, they couldn't ask, which was really difficult for them. Their minds were full of water on one side and flour on the other. Just a little bit of thinking, and their minds were immediately filled with paste. With the arrival of Yi Xian, the gazes of great-grandfather Mo Qigong, Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, and the others all gathered. Although they didn't say anything, the exchange of glances was enough. They smiled faintly and nodded to each other as a greeting. Find a place to deal with the corpses of the second universe's experts in the Devil Imperial planet later. I have some use for them, Yi Xian nodded. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, then continued, the valley from last time is good. It's quiet enough, and it's hidden enough. These words were said in a low voice. Only great-grandfather Mo Qigong, and the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian could hear them. The latter didn't think much and immediately nodded in agreement. The reason why Yi Xian needed the corpses of the second universe's experts was to let his battle weapon, the withered demon blood blade, have a feast of flesh and blood. This would be very beneficial to the withered demon blood blade that had fallen into a deep sleep and was in the process of evolving. Although they were all experts of the second universe's various races below the Genesis realm, their cultivation wasn't very strong, and before their souls were extinguished and they died, they didn't activate their bloodline true bodies, so the amount of chi and blood in the corpses was limited. But after all, there was enough of them. What? The younger brother of the Devil Emperor, Mo Jinfeng? Who has heard of this person? The demon race is indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 slave races in the first universe. The water is too deep. I didn't expect such a monstrous member of the royal family to be hidden in the race. He has been hidden away to study the great killing weapon of war. Even at the end of the first battle in the Starry Sky battle in the frontier of the demon race, when the first great killing weapon was born, this Mo Jinfeng was not exposed. Until now, the 3 great battle weapons of the demon race have moved out in full force and ruthlessly defeated the coalition army of the second universe. Only then did he finally reveal his level. This is really King good at enduring. Move out in full force? I'm afraid not, right? Who can guarantee that the demon race really only has 3 battle weapons? When only 1 battle weapon appeared before, I'm afraid no one thought that the demon race actually has 3 of such terrifying starry sky killing weapons, right? Yes, they can take out 3, why can't they take out more? We are in big trouble. This is a supreme killing weapon that can even kill the Star-Lord old monster. If there are 8 or 10 of them, even though the first universe is big, except for the Tianji clan, which clan can suppress the demon race? And all of this is done by Mo Jinfeng. I didn't expect that after Sha Baofeng of the Tianji clan, the demon race actually has a peerless monstrous talent who can compete with Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Young Master Ling Hu, and Young Master Yu Ming. His name is Mo Jinfeng, and his momentum is inexplicable. Yes, he can create such a great killing weapon like the Starry Sky battle weapon, and casually take out 3 of them. The power is completely different. Each has its own focus, but they are all terrifying. With such talent, this Mo Jinfeng can definitely be the 6th supreme monstrous talent in this world. The demon race is about to rise. As Demon Emperor Mo Wentian's words of my royal brother Mo Jinfeng spread out, Yi Xian did not deny it, but acquiesced. He smiled and cupped his hands to Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and other senior members of the demon race across the void. The coalition army of the first universe was in an uproar again. At this moment, in the enormous coalition army that had more than 1 million warships, fortresses, the leaders of the fleets of the slave clans all felt their hearts sink to rock bottom. Regardless of whether or not the demon humans race had truly colluded with the Tianji race, the appearance of these 3 star wars was enough to show the terrifying strength of the demon humans race. Although the alliance army of the slave races in the first universe was very powerful and had millions of battleships, in the face of the 3 terrifying space battles, the higher-ups of the fleet commanders of the slave races all felt a chill in their hearts without exception. They felt powerless to resist. Compared to the second universe's alliance army, which took the initiative to start this plane-level star war and joined forces to invade, the first universe's alliance army formed a huge alliance army of 1 million battleships to jointly suppress the demon race. However, in fact, this alliance army didn't have much cohesion at all. Although it didn't become a mob, it wasn't much better. If the demon race was weak, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, once the demon race showed that they could threaten the entire alliance army, even if they only had the overall strength to injure both sides, the possibility of this so-called alliance army quickly collapsing from the inside was at least more than 70%. And now, even the cohesive force of the second universe's various races had been scared off by the demon race's appearance in the 3 starry skies. How much trouble could this subjugation force of the first universe's various races, which was no better than a motley crew, cause, not only did Yi Xian, Grandpa Mo, Elder Mo, Demon King Mo Wendian, and the other higher-ups of the royal family of the demon race knew this, but so did the commanders of the fleets of the slave races in the first universe. When Yi Xian leaped up and headed toward the Demon King Mo Wendian and the others, at the same time, in the inner defense line of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, the receiving fleet led by the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Chanas, also sailed out and rushed to the void battlefield ahead. Thousands of miles away from the demonic Emperor 3 stars in the void, within the millions of slaves of the first universe who were watching the battle from afar, the commanders and higher-ups of the fleets of various races were all ready to make a move. All of them wanted to leave. It was just that no clan had the nerve to be the first to leave. For a while, the first fleet that took the lead to leave had not appeared yet. However, when Xian and the other higher-ups of the royal family of the demon race all turned their heads and looked at them, their eyes were filled with strong hostility. The commanders of the fleets of the various clans suddenly trembled, and an extremely bad premonition arose in their hearts, although they were more than 1,000 miles away from the 3 stars of the demon emperor. For Imogen Feng, who was in the 12th realm of the void realm, it was just a short distance that he could cover with a few teleportations at most. They were not afraid of the starship army of the demon race. After all, the allied fleets of the slave races had more than 1 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types in total. But for the 3 space battleships in the hands of Imogen Feng, the commanders of the slave races, without exception, were all very afraid of them. Once that guy performed the void teleportation, came close to them in the blink of an eye, and then launched the 3 powerful battleships at the same time. Something big was definitely going to happen. As a matter of fact, he did not need to go through so much trouble at all, because it had been proven that once the 3 space battleships were activated, the fan-shaped area in front of the enormous mouth of the 300,000 meters wide within the range of the power of the battleships could cover almost 1,000 miles at most. In other words, Imogen Feng, the royal brother of the demon race, did not need to perform the void teleportation at all. He could launch the 3 space battleships from 1,000 miles away and immediately crush them as soon as possible. If he performed the void teleportation once to advance 200 or 300 kilometers in order to ensure the lethality, and then launched the battleships to launch the bombardment, it would be even more perfect. With the scale of 1 million battleships of the Allied army, it was impossible for them to evacuate completely in an instant. If the 3 space battleships were launched at the same time, at least half of the Allied army of 1 million battleships would be lost here. The casualties would be heavy, and rivers of blood would be shed. The 3 known universes all had vast territories. Even in the 3rd universe, which was occupied by the human race, there were other non-human races living there. However, they were all weak and dependent on the human race. They kept a low profile, so they rarely showed themselves. The 1st and 2nd universes had many races. The overlord of the 1st universe was the Heavenly Legacy race, and it was said that there were tens of thousands of slaves under its command. This was naturally an exaggeration, but in fact, in the 1st universe, there were more than 1,000 races. Because all the races in the 1st universe were under the command of the Heavenly Legacy race, they were mercilessly enslaved by the Heavenly Legacy race. Therefore, even though there were more than 1,000 races in the 1st universe, there was no so-called top 10 like the races in the 2nd universe's federation. However, among the servant clans of the 1st universe, there was a publicly recognized saying that they were in the top 3. That was to say, among the slave races, the overall strength of the race was ranked in the top 3. Of course, this was talking about the overall strength of the race, not the individual combat strength or bloodline talent of the race. The entire 1st universe was ruled by the Heavenly Legacy race. They were the overlords. The other races, even if their individual talent and combat strength were very strong, could only keep a low profile. Among the slave races in the 1st universe, among the 3 races that were recognized as the top 3, other than the demon race known as the Heavenly Legacy Scouts, the other 2 races were the Space Rats and the Hell Ants. These 2 clans didn't sound like they were worth mentioning. They were either rats or ants, but in fact, the continuation of their clans had quite a history. It was said that the bloodline of the Space Rat originated from the Void Rat of the Primordial Era. Just by hearing this name, one could basically guess the power of its bloodline talent. That's right. The Void Rats were born with a certain amount of space law in the universe. Their bodies were the most perfect treasures to break through realms. Not only could they perfectly hide their bodies in the void of the universe, but neither secret realms nor barriers in some small independent spaces could block their bodies. As for the so-called sealing array, it was even more of a joke. This was definitely far more terrifying than the sealing power of the barrier-breaking boots. There was even a saying that when the void rats grew to a certain extent, they could even ignore the planar barriers between the planes of the greater universe. This was terrifying. It meant that planar space travel no longer required wormholes to be carried out. This kind of technology was something that even the Heaven's Legacy race would not be able to do. Until now, he had never mastered it. However, Xianxia's devouring system's ability to jump interplanar coordinates seemed to be similar to this, or even more powerful. From this perspective, Xing Bo, the human technological pioneer who created the devouring system, was simply an unparalleled genius. The more Xian learned about the system, the more respect he had for it. This was because he increasingly realized how terrifying and incomprehensible the devouring system was. The blood descendant of Space Rat, was one of the top 3 slave races in the second universe. It was not because Space Rat was strong, but because of other reasons. On one hand, this was because this race was simply too powerful in terms of reproduction, and on the other hand, the Heaven's Legacy race valued this race far more than the other slave races. Although the Space Rats only had a small amount of extremely thin Space Rat bloodline, the Heaven's Legacy race had never stopped researching this race's bloodline talents. It was said that the Heaven's Legacy race had successfully cultivated a Space Rat with a highly atavistic bloodline nearly 10,000 years ago. Although it could not be called a Space Rat yet, it was not too far away. Later on, it was through in-depth research on this quasi-void rat that the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race were inspired and finally invented the space folding technology. Besides the Space Rat, the Hell Ant also had a great background. It was said that the bloodline source of the Hell discussion was the Nether Ant from the Primordial Era. The Nether Ant was the same as the Void Rat. They belonged to a mysterious race from the Primordial Era and had long gone extinct in the current world. It was said that the real underworld ants were completely immortal and indestructible. Of course, this was a relative statement, referring to the fact that conventional methods and means could no longer threaten their existence. However, all things in the world had their mutual promotion and suppression. Since the underworld ants had already disappeared from the world, there was no trace of them. It was suspected that it had long gone extinct. Then, in the Primordial Era, there must have been a creature that was its natural enemy. The Nether Ant was said to live in the legendary Nether Prison. Its entire body was covered in black flames. As for the Hell Ant, although it was not like the source of its bloodline, its entire body was steaming with terrifying black underworld flames. However, the Hell Ant's body was able to secrete a black liquid. This liquid was incomparably cold and had no temperature. However, even the hardest void indestructible metal could not withstand this liquid. The corrosion of the Hell Ant's liquid. After a long time, it would definitely be corroded and penetrated. From this point of view, Xian's indestructible glass armor could not withstand the bites of the Hell Ant. It should be known that even the void-swallowing beast, which was known as the Void Soldier Ladle, could not bite through the void indestructible gold. However, if Xian's indestructible glass armor, which was mixed with a piece of void indestructible gold, encountered a large group of Hell Ants, the result would most likely be a group of ants devouring an elephant after a long time. In the end, it would still be a tragedy. The reason why the Hell Ant could become one of the top 3 slave races in the second universe was similar to the Space Rat. This race's reproduction ability was also terrifying and their numbers were too large. In the western territory of the second universe, there was a vast void called the Hell Ant Star Field. That was the ancestral land of the Hell Ant race. The entire Hell Ant Star Field was almost 3 times the size of the Demon Domain. Every star in it was inhabited by a large number of Hell Ants. This kind of life form had very low requirements for survival environment. Even if it was not a life planet, but an abandoned mineral star, they could still go to heaven and earth. Another reason why they could become one of the top 3 races was similar to the Space Rat. Their bloodline talent was extremely valued by the Tianji clan. The Hell Ant's body secreted a black liquid with terrifying corrosive power, the Hell Ant liquid. For the Tianji clan, it was a rare material that was indispensable in industrial construction because it could be used to decompose almost any hard metal. In addition, this Hell Ant liquid also had various other magical uses, including a very wonderful tempering effect on the bodies of the Tianji clan members. In fact, even in the 2 camps of the human clan in the third universe, the Hell Ant liquid secreted by the Hell Ant was a sacred body tempering product that was hard to find even with 10,000 gold. This was especially true for the Starry Sky Masters who walked the path of body tempering, as well as those top families who studied gene cultivation fluid. Boom. As Xian's figure flashed, he directly performed void teleportation. His figure crossed 200 to 300 kilometers of the universe and appeared in the distant starry sky only 700 to 800 kilometers away from the First Universe's alliance army. The fleet commanders of the First Universe's slave clans, who were preparing to flee in a hurry, were shocked on the spot. They were scared out of their wits. Soon, Xian's warning was heard. He said that if any battleship performed a space jump to leave, he wouldn't mind immediately ordering the 3 space warships to shoot at the same time. The fleet commanders of the slave clans were stunned on the spot. Previously, only the Weeping Soul warship and the Time warship had killed tens of millions of experts of the Second Universe, as well as a Star-Lord Old Monster of the colorful Python clan. If the 3 warships really fired at the same time and attacked together, it was estimated that even if their million-strong army was not wiped out, at least 70% of them would be killed or injured. Moreover, although the slave clans had basically sent out a fleet to suppress the demon race, the commanders of each fleet were almighty figures of the universe. It wasn't that they didn't have existences at the level of the Star-Lord, but they wouldn't easily send them out. Facing the Time warship that could kill even the Star-Lord Old Monsters in seconds, these universe realm commanders of the various clans simply didn't have any confidence. Helplessly, the commanders of the slave clans immediately ordered all the battleships of the fleet under them to stop accumulating energy. Under such circumstances, they couldn't directly perform a space jump without a care. That way, at most, only the small group of battleships with the fastest jumping ability could survive. The rest would all be wiped out. However, this didn't mean that the slave clans really intended to give in. For the time being, they ordered all the fleets under them to stop jumping and accumulating energy. In their opinion, this was just a delaying tactic, or a deliberate move to confuse the enemy. The moment the order was issued, the fleet commanders of the various slave clans had already started a secret discussion through the internal encrypted frequency band. They all looked extremely angry and murderous, too arrogant. So what if he's the royal brother of the demon race? How dare he stop our million-strong army alone? He's just an ant with a cultivation base of only the 12th realm of the void. Who gave him such guts? How dare he shout at us, a group of mighty figures of the universe? A mighty figure of the 9-winged heavenly silkworm clan roared endlessly, seemingly furious. He seemed to have forgotten that not long ago, even a Star-Lord Old Monster of the colorful Python clan couldn't last more than 3 breaths in the hands of the ant he was talking about. What can we do? Everyone saw the terrifying power of the 3 warships in his hands. Even Star-Lord Old Monsters couldn't withstand them. Are we supposed to attack him? That's the rhythm of the universe. A mighty figure of the universe of a weaker race replied. As soon as he finished speaking, this statement received a response. Another similarly weak race, the supreme commander of its fleet, strongly supported. Now it seems that the demon race should not have colluded with the Heaven's legacy race. They have such a terrifying killing weapon in their hands, why would they need to collude with the Heaven's legacy race? In my opinion, the reason why Yi Luo's vanguard fleet appeared outside the defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars is most likely because they were detained. That's right. In the face of the 3 warships, Yi Luo's vanguard fleet only has a little more than 10,000 warships of various types. They can't raise a storm at all and can only admit defeat. Therefore, we can basically rule out the possibility of the demon race colluding with the Tianji clan. From the looks of it, our allied army's so-called crusade doesn't live up to its name. Another supreme commander of the universe spoke up. The first half of his sentence seemed to be in support of the side that had admitted defeat, but halfway through, his tone changed and he began to sneer. But the more it's like this, the more we can't let it go. Do you want to see a second heavenly legacy race appear in the first universe? The demon race. They want to take advantage of this opportunity to rise fully. Today, they brought out the long-hidden warships of the universe in a high-profile manner. This is irrefutable evidence. That's right. The Tianji clan's momentum is gone. As long as we and the other slave races unite and resist together, they won't be able to do anything in a short time. It's impossible to let the first universe return to the situation where the Tianji clan dominated alone. 10,000 years of enslavement, the slave races. They have long been alert and united against a common enemy. But the demon race is different. They were the same as us before, a slave race of the Xianxia clan. From a certain point of view, all the other races don't have a strong sense of hatred for the demon race like the Xianxia clan. This is extremely dangerous. They have a chance to break through in one go. They will eventually replace the Xianxia clan and become the second supreme overlord of the first universe. At that time, what awaits us is still the same fate of being mercilessly enslaved as in the past. We will never compromise. We will never accept enslavement again. The first universe is the first universe of all races. The situation of all races worshipping one side in the past tens of thousands of years will never happen again. The races of the first universe should blossom everywhere and achieve unity. That's right. Any race that has ambitions and wants to destroy the unity of the first universe should be firmly resisted by us. The demon race is not allowed, even if they have the 3 great war machines in their hands. Seconded. Seconded. If that's the case, then to fight or to make peace, let's raise our hands to vote. Soon, the results of the vote were out. More than 70% of the races decided to resist, and even the countermeasures had been put out. The only reason why the demon race's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, was so tyrannical and arrogant was because of the terrifying power of the 3 great war machines in his hands. However, his own cultivation base was not strong. He was only at the first level of the Void Realm. As long as he could take advantage of the fact that he was unprepared to strike and kill him, the threat of the 3 great war machines would naturally disappear. He should not be able to make a timely and effective response in a short period of time. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to snatch the 3 great war machines in one go. Even if we can't use it, we can't destroy it. We can't let it fall into the hands of the demon race. And as long as there was no threat of these 3 great war machines, with the current scale of 1 million battleships of the allied forces of the various races, the demon race only had less than 500,000 troops, and they could be suppressed in just one battle. In this way, the ambitious demon race, this big tumor, would be completely eradicated. Yes. Mo Jiufeng was standing alone in the void hundreds of kilometers away. Behind him, Grandpa Mo, who had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Lord state, had returned to the demonic Emperor planet and disappeared. There was no need for him to take action in such a situation. Yi Xian had level 8 mental power. He was completely confident in dealing with the coalition army of the slaves of the first universe. Grandpa Mo and the other senior members of the royal family had also considered the possibility of the enemy sending a universe grand expert to assassinate him, but they weren't worried either. The most terrifying thing about Prince Xian wasn't the 3 space fortresses, but his own strength and methods. It wasn't as if no one had ever killed a universe realm expert or even a Star Lord. Since he dared to step forward so boldly, the others had nothing to worry about. Being overly nervous was a sign of distrust towards allies, which was a taboo. Therefore, apart from Grandpa Mo, all the other Star Lords, including Mo Wendian, hid themselves and retreated to the demonic Emperor planet. In the void behind them, only Mo Qigong and a few other upper echelons of the demon royal family were mobilizing their battleships and were about to arrive. They were arranged behind Yi Xian and the 3 battleships. Their purpose was only to strengthen their momentum. However, in the eyes of the supreme commander of the various races of the first universe's coalition army, it was obviously another matter. In their opinion, this was the negligence of the demon race. They actually left the demon race's royal brother, who was only a rank 1 void space, alone in the void at the front of the battlefield. All of them. All the Star Lords left. Some of the universe grand experts were even infuriated, thinking that it was an insult to them. The demons were too arrogant, they had completely ignored the coalition army of millions of other races. However, there were also some people who were secretly delighted. They urged the space rats and the hell ants to immediately take action. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other side was unguarded to launch a thunderous attack. They wanted to kill Mo Jiufeng as soon as possible. As for the 3 starry skies, they would seize them if they could. If they couldn't, they would destroy them on the spot. To avoid future troubles, the assassination was immediately launched. The commander of the Hell Ants, Mighty Ant God, did not immediately rush to the battlefield. Instead, after concealing himself, he stepped out of the flagship fortress and hid nearby, not daring to get too close. Even the supreme expert of the universe would more or less cause some spatial fluctuations when they teleported through the void. The experts of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, could already keenly capture this kind of weak fluctuating aura. Even if Mo Jiefeng couldn't avoid the close-range killing blow represented by teleportation in time, this place was too close to the Demon Emperor 3 stars, and still within the range of the Star Master's senses. Once Grandpa Mo and the other Star Lords sensed the space waves, they could arrive instantly and take action. Not only would the assassination fail, but it would also be tragic. Therefore, Mighty Ant had no choice but to hide in the void near the front of his own fleet. He was on full alert. If Mao Jin, the supreme expert of the space rats, succeeded in the assassination, he would not need to do anything. But if he failed, all he had to do was look at the situation and decide whether to try again and immediately rush over to give him the final blow. At the same time, the supreme expert of the space rats, Mao Jin, also concealed himself and left the flagship fortress of his fleet and entered the void. Although he was not a real void rat and had the terrifying ability to completely ignore the barriers of space and perfectly integrate himself into the void, he still had some of the void rat's inherited bloodline in his body, even though his cultivation was only at the 15th realm, the universe realm. However, so long as he utilized the energy within his body, activated his bloodline ability, and fused into space, then even a terrifying existence at the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm would absolutely be unable to capture the slightest spatial fluctuation that was related to his movements. Reality was indeed so. A few hundred kilometers away, Mao Jin's figure completely merged into the void and left no traces behind. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast, and in a short few breaths of time, he had already approached Yixian's side. Swish, there were no spatial fluctuations, and only a cold light flashed. A dark and cold light flashed from the void to the right of Yixian's figure and slashed towards his neck. This was clearly an attack that intended to behead him, and it was absolutely a strike of lightning. Even though Yixian had expected that his opponent would very likely use such a method to open up the situation and resolve the predicament, and he had even planned a method to deal with it in his heart, the assassination of the space rats was too sudden. This ghastly cold light had already arrived at the side of his neck, and Yixian's body even instinctively reacted to it, causing the hair on his back to stand on end, yet he still didn't sense any spatial fluctuation. Space rat? He really lives up to his reputation. A flash of inspiration flashed through Yixian's mind, and he immediately guessed the identity of his opponent. Just as he spoke, the space between his eyebrows suddenly burned, and an invisible beam of light shot out. In an instant, he saw a human-shaped Mao Jin in the void beside him. When the two parties' eyes met, the Mao Jin's sneaky eyes instantly widened, and the attack he was raising his claws towards Yixian's throat paused slightly. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible? You can actually see me?" This was naturally the power of Yixian's demon soul eye to see the source of the power. However, just seeing the other party was obviously useless. Although the demon soul eye was mysterious, and it was even said that when it reached a certain level, the light it emitted would have a mysterious soul-sucking effect. However, Yixian's demon soul eye had only evolved to the intermediate level, so the power it displayed was basically useless. It could only be considered a supportive effect, and it didn't have any killing power. However, almost at the same time that Mao Jin let out a soft cry, the spiritual source core in Yixian's mind that was suspended in his sea of consciousness started to operate at full speed. Spiritual reversal. At this moment, Yixian's eyes flickered, and he didn't hesitate to activate the spiritual power that had just been upgraded to the intermediate level not long ago. Soon, as the spiritual source core in his mind started to operate crazily, a majestic and mighty spiritual power instantly burst out. Level 8 spiritual power poured out like a tide without any form or substance, but it instantly spread out on the cold light that was slashing towards his neck. This cold light was the space rat's left claw, but at this moment, it was completely covered by this invisible spiritual power. In an instant, it affected the trajectory of its force field, forming a mysterious reversal effect. Poof, the cold light that was about to touch Yixian's neck suddenly retracted, and in the blink of an eye, it completely reversed and attacked Mao Jin, who was still crying out involuntarily. With a plop, his head was cut off, and it rolled into the void. After all, Yixian was an almighty figure. In this kind of close-range battle, It was true that he couldn't casually kill him with one strike. However, if he made a move, it would be a different story. Yi Xian was now the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, so he could use all kinds of mental power skills, secret arts, and divine abilities without any pressure. Even the mental lightning art that had been exposed in front of others was fine. There was no need to worry about exposing his identity. Back when he used the identity of young master Ling Hu to use the mental lightning art, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Do Fu, Yu Ling Long, and the others in the farmer god cauldron, Gong Wuxin and the others suspected that the ability he used had something to do with the demon race's mental power. For warriors, there was simply no trace to follow. But after all, suspicions were only suspicions. Without conclusive evidence, those fellows feared young master Ling Hu and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Otherwise, if young master Ling Hu didn't fall, they would be doomed. And now, this was the devil domain. Although there weren't many devil cultivator experts who knew the spiritual lightning technique, and it could even be said that there were very few of them, it wasn't that there weren't any. As the devil emperor's younger brother, it was natural for Yi Xian to be able to use the spiritual lightning technique. As for the spiritual reversal, it was a kind of magical technique that belonged to the category of spiritual power. When it was used, it would only release a layer of spiritual light. Its power and profound meaning were not concrete, so it was very strange and unfathomable. Even though they were on the Demon Emperor planet, Grand Elder Mo and the other demon race's star lords had been paying close attention to the battlefield. When they saw Yi Xian use such a terrifying and unstoppable mental power ability, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they shook their heads and sighed. They stood up. They only knew that it was a mental power ability, but they didn't know its specific information, not even its name. There was no need to mention the experts of the other slave races other than the demon race. To them, this was simply unimaginable. The rat feather brocade was clearly about to succeed in its assassination. Not only did it silently close in for an attack, but the sharp claws that suddenly extended out from the void had already touched the target's neck. It only needed a light swipe, and a large head would fall into the void in an instant. Who would have thought that the final result would be so strange and shocking? The head did roll, but it wasn't the demon's younger brother Mo Jinfeng's head. It was the Space Rat clan's almighty Rat Mao Jin's head. The old man seemed to have lost his mind. He was clearly about to succeed, but at the last critical moment, he took the initiative to reveal his figure. He even exclaimed softly. At the same time, he instantly retracted the sharp claws that he had stretched out. He circled his neck and directly cut off his own head. Come, this was King like seeing a ghost. A space rat Mao Jin's head, who was most proficient in stealth assassination, went to assassinate a void realm demon ant, and in the end, not only failed, but also lost his life. The crux of the matter was that it wasn't the other party who made the move. It was him who cut off his own head. Boom. The hell of the hell ant gods, head of the hell ant races, almighty god of the hell ant races of the hell. His figure appeared in an instant. His face was aghast as he exclaimed, "What kind of technique is this?" Lu Mao 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 Jin cut his. This kid is strange. At the same time, the power in his body surged crazily, activating his bloodline talent. In the blink of an eye, a huge black hell ant over 100 feet in size appeared in the void. The ant god decided to take action, but he didn't plan to get close. Lu Mao Jin's death was too unjust. The other party clearly had a terrifying and strange technique, which was close to evil. No wonder he was so arrogant, daring to face 1,000,000 soldiers alone. This was the rhythm of not being afraid of assassination at all. Getting close was death. He decided to try one last time. From hundreds of miles away, he would release a large amount of hell ant liquid in his body, forming a hell liquid demon rain. At that time, as long as one drop could touch the other's body, it would be able to severely injure him, and he would not be able to avoid the following drops of hell ant liquid rain. The final result would be that his entire body would be corroded, melt, and then die. If this method couldn't do anything to the other party, it meant that today's matter couldn't be done. The ant god would retreat immediately. The hell ant fleet that he brought this time would leave if they could. If they couldn't, the worst-case scenario was that they would all be wiped out. He would teleport away first. The strange death of Lu Mao Jin was too shocking for him. An unprecedented sense of crisis shrouded his body and mind. He didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Whoosh! 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 Countless faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. From the huge black hell ant's body, countless drops of black liquid shot out. Each drop was the size of a longan fruit. They were round and full, and their surface was suffused with a cold light. They covered the sky and earth, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a black rain. In less than half a breath, they had traversed hundreds of miles of the void and were falling towards the location of Xianxia. A large area of the void with a radius of 1,000 feet was completely covered. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis rose in Xianxia's heart. He had never come into contact with the hell ant before, so he didn't know anything about this race. Even if he casually looked up the basic information of the slave races of the second universe in the data library of the Devouring system, he only knew that there was a race. This race existed. As for what this huge hell ant suddenly shot out like rain of liquid, Xianxia had no idea. However, his intuition told him that he had to dodge. If he didn't, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. However, the other party was, after all, a mighty figure of the universe. At this moment, the speed of this black liquid rain was too fast. Hundreds of thousands of drops of black liquid only covered a radius of 1,000 feet in the void. The density was too high. Even if Xianxia used the void teleportation, it was too late. Just as he was about to wave his hand to summon a few defensive magic treasures to stall for a while and immediately activate the void teleportation ability, the 3 weeping soul battle towers behind him suddenly trembled violently at this moment. At the same time, there were countless weeping soul beast screams, which resounded in the weeping soul battle towers. It was chaotic, and it was extremely anxious. It seemed that it was extremely excited. Before Xianxia could react to what had happened, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered hell ant liquid. Effect: body tempering sacred item. Based on the host's current cultivation, it must be refined and mixed before use. At the same time, this item solidifies the weeping soul beast's soul. It has a special effect on the spiritual soul. It can promote its evolution and rapidly increase its life level. Grade: secretion from the body of the hell ant of the universe, middle level hell ant liquid. Quantity: 355,748 drops. Do you want to collect it immediately? Nanny, there was such a good thing, no wonder the weeping soul beast palpitated like this. This thing was equivalent to the effect of the primary life crystal on the evil slime. It could actually rapidly increase its life level and solidify its spiritual soul. Since it was a good item, Xianxia naturally wouldn't let it go. Although he only had a superficial understanding of the hellish ant liquid, with a brief explanation of the Devouring system's notification, he more or less understood what it was. Generally speaking, heavenly treasures that were beneficial for body refinement were usually overbearing and powerful. This hellish ant liquid was probably the same. Since Xianxia needed to be refined and mixed before he could use it with his current cultivation, it meant that it had a very strong corrosive effect. Once it came into contact with the body, it would definitely cause unimaginable damage. This should be the goal of the other party. And now, in a situation where he couldn't avoid it, the only thing Xianxia could do was defend. But unless he used a primordial treasure like the Shinnon cauldron, normal defensive armors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even Xianxia's indestructible glass armor was extremely dangerous. After all, it was only a quasi-starry sky treasure. And this black rain formed by hundreds of thousands of drops of hellish ant liquid was not only shot by the almighty Qian, but also had a very strong corrosive effect on its own. According to Xianxia's estimation, it would require at least an ancient treasure to withstand the combination of the powerful penetrating force and the corrosive effect. Even if the quasi-starry sky treasure indestructible glass armor could withstand it, the probability of it being destroyed on the spot was more than 80%. However, Xianxia clearly had another choice. That was to neither dodge nor defend. He would just swallow it. Of course, he wouldn't swallow it himself. He would let the weeping soul beast do it. The system's notification had made it very clear. With Xianxia's cultivation, although he couldn't directly swallow the mid-grade hellish ant liquid secreted by the Qianquan hell ant, the weeping soul beast had no problem at all. The mutual promotion and suppression of all things in the world was originally very mysterious. Xiao. Just as the black rain of ant liquid was about to envelop his head and fall rapidly, it was less than 100 meters away from Yixian. Just as it was about to completely envelop him in the next moment, Yixian suddenly waved his hand and directly sent 10 bees through the miniature teleportation formation of the Weeping Soul Warlord behind him. All the Weeping Soul beasts in the nest were transferred to his surroundings. Screech! Screech! Ruthless! An earth-shattering and excited howl instantly sounded out. In this instant, Yixian's surroundings burst out in a chaotic manner. One by one, the Weeping Soul beast, which was in a spiritual state and had an appearance similar to a monkey beast, only had a single horn on its head, and as soon as it appeared, it unhesitatingly charged towards the top of its head. The ant liquid rain was shooting towards them. Within each beehive node, there were close to 40,000 Weeping Soul beasts. With 1,000 beehive nodes, there were close to 40 million Weeping Soul beasts. These were all the Weeping Soul beasts that Yixian had. He couldn't take out even one more. At this moment, all of the Weeping Soul beasts in the 10 beehive nodes had been instantly teleported over by him. Nearly 400,000 of them charged towards the sky above Yixian in the blink of an eye. The notification from the Devouring system had clearly stated that the ant liquid rain that was raining down from above was formed by a total of 350,000 drops of hellish ant liquid. In this way, nearly 400,000 Weeping Soul beasts wouldn't be able to get a single drop. At least 30 to 40,000 of them would miss. In other words, Yixian's crisis was instantly resolved. In fact, it was impossible for Yixian to give all of the hellish ant liquid to these Weeping Soul beasts. Didn't the Devouring system say that this kind of thing was also beneficial to him? It was just that it needed to be condensed and mixed before it could be used. Who knew if that 1,000 feet tall Xianxia hell ant still had any left in its body? He had seen with his own eyes the scene of Yixian instantly killing a Xianxia supreme expert. Under such circumstances, since he had unwillingly decided to try one last time, how could the other party not use all of its strength in this wave of ant liquid rain? In all likelihood, it had already used up all of the stock secreted by its body. And this kind of thing, even in the body of a Xianxia supreme expert level hell ant, who knew how many years it had been stored, there would only be about 300,000 drops. It could be seen that its formation was not very easy. Of course, to the hell ant, this kind of hell ant liquid was only a means of attack. It was just a special item exchanged with other races. Since it was not easy to form secretion, it would be useless even if Yixian captured this Xianxia hell ant alive. If it did not have any left in its body, wouldn't he just go straight to the hell ant's ancestral nest to get more? It was precisely with this in mind that Yixian began to collect the 400,000 Weeping Soul beasts in the 10 beehive nodes after waving his hand. Originally, the 300,000 drops of hell ant liquid formed a large amount of ant liquid rain that covered a radius of 100 meters. This kind of thing could not be touched and had to be carefully collected. Once there was a large amount, and the speed at which it shot over was also very fast, Yixian did not dare to rashly try. But it was different now. In the blink of an eye, half of the 400,000 Weeping Soul beasts that had rushed out immediately grabbed a drop of hell ant liquid that had yet to fall and opened their mouths to swallow it. The originally densely packed hell ant liquid rain in the sky instantly thinned out. Even with Yixian's Void Realm cultivation, it was not difficult for him to collect it. In the blink of an eye, a large canopy of spiritual power surged out from his body and directly enveloped the tens of thousands of drops of hell ant liquid above his head. Then, with a thought, he collected all of them into the Shen-Nong cauldron in his undying world. In total, there was only a little more than 50,000 drops. Just as all of this was completed, Yixian once again heard the incomparably anxious howls of the Weeping Soul beasts. Looking up, high up in the sky, the figures of the Weeping Soul beasts were all flying around. However, there was not a single drop of the Longan-sized black hell ant liquid to be seen. Of the 350,000 drops of hell ant liquid, only 50,000 had been collected by Yixian. How could the remaining 300,000 drops be enough for 400,000 Weeping Soul beasts? The anxious and ruthless howls that entered his ears were precisely the sounds emitted by the almost 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts that were a step too slow and weren't able to seize a drop of hellish ant elixir to swallow. Obviously, they revealed dense resentment and extreme unwillingness. Very quickly, the 300,000 weeping soul beasts that were lucky enough to swallow a drop of hell ant liquid all landed contentedly and floated around Xian. They sat cross-legged and closed their eyes slightly, as if they wanted to refine the hell ant liquid on the spot. Xian waved his hand and sent them back to the weeping soul battle army. However, there were still 70 to 80,000 weeping soul beasts that were restless above his head. They were howling madly, as if they would not leave until they were given a drop today. Pfft. Hearing Xian's words and looking at his face that was obviously stiff because of embarrassment, the mighty figure of the Hell Ant clan was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Not enough to share, let's have another wave, shall we? This was simply a slap in the face. The all-out attack of the mighty figure of the universe at all costs was actually a veritable gift in the eyes of others. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was not full yet and felt that it was not enough. The mighty ant god had a feeling that his entire body and mind were completely destroyed from the inside out in an instant. This kid was too monstrous. As expected of one of the 6 great monstrous geniuses who could be on par with Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Feng Baofeng, and the others. Previously, his method of instantly killing a mighty figure of the Space Rat clan was already extremely strange. Until now, no one knew how he did it. Now, it was even more abnormal. He actually used the Hell Ant liquid secreted by the Hell Ant clan as dog food to feed his pets. One had to know that although this kind of Hell Ant liquid could be considered a rare medicinal resource, every year, the Hell Ant clan had to provide a large amount of Hell Ant liquid to the Tianji clan. The clan would also collect some every year and privately trade with other clans, especially the experts of the Third Universe's human clan. They would exchange the black market for other cultivation resources that they needed. However, even the body refiners of the Tianji race and the human race had to refine the hellish ant elixir before they could use it. God knows where this guy in front of him got a group of monkeys with horns on their heads. They were so terrifying that they could directly throw the Hell Ant liquid into their mouths and swallow it as if it was jelly beans. The tens of thousands of single-horned monkeys that didn't get a share were about to make a scene. What was even more infuriating was that this demon's royal brother, Mo Jiefeng, was simply a rascal. He was too shameless. Was the Hell Ant liquid really a cabbage on the street that could be easily obtained? Even he, the Hellish Ant clan's universe expert, had only accumulated over 300,000 drops in his body over the years. In order to ensure that the attack just now was successful, he had already used up all the Hellish Ant liquid that was secreted and accumulated in his body. Now, he was about to condense a drop. It would take at least 1 day. He actually dared to open his mouth and ask for another wave of ant liquid rain. Even if he were to squeeze him dry, it would be impossible for him to do so. This is too much. Too shameless. You're not just a monster, you're a perverted bastard. At this moment, the mighty ant god had already removed his bloodline true body state and returned to being a black ant that was around 3 meters tall. After roaring at Xian in anger, he didn't hesitate any longer and didn't have any intention of staying. His figure flashed and he was already far away. This fellow was too monstrous. Not only was the supreme expert of the Space Mouse clan, who was known as an assassin of kings, he was instantly killed in less than half a breath of time after successfully getting close to him. He had used all his strength and disregarded all costs to launch a long-range attack, but in the end, it had actually been reduced to delivering food to him. Since he couldn't kill them at close range and couldn't attack them from afar, was there any need for him to stay here? He didn't even dare to return to the flagship fortress of the Hell Ant clan's huge fleet. His figure directly passed by and headed for the depths of the first universe behind the million-strong fleet. In any case, he had to leave this place first. Otherwise, if the other party really activated the 3 starry skies in a fit of anger, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. As for the Hell Ant clan's fleet, the mighty ant god had already issued an order through the unique biological frequency of the Hell Ant clan when he left, allowing his adjutant to take command. He didn't say anything else, but as long as there was a chance, they were to immediately evacuate. All of this happened too quickly. After the old man roared at Xian, he turned around and left. Whether it was Xian or the high-ranking commanders of the fleets of the Second Universe's million-strong fleet, none of them had expected him to be so decisive. After all, he was a supreme expert of the universe, and he was determined to escape as soon as possible. Leaving, he actually disappeared in the blink of an eye and quickly left. By the time Yixian reacted, the old man's back was already nowhere to be seen. He had already used the void teleportation, and no one knew how far he had escaped to the universe's void. A supreme expert of the universe, and also a supreme expert of the Hell Ant clan, one of the top 3 slave clans in the first universe, actually fled in fear in the face of a mere 12th realm void realm imperial powerhouse of the Demon Dweller clan? This was really too unbelievable. In the million-strong fleet of the slave clans, there was a huge uproar in an instant, resounding through the void. What the hell happened? What happened to the promised assassination? How could it end like this? The 2 supreme experts of the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan joined forces to assassinate a demon ant of the 12th realm void realm, first level void realm, and in the end, one died and the other fled. Is this a joke? Something seems to be wrong. The Demon Dweller royal brother Mo Jinfeng is not as simple as we thought. In addition to the 3 starry skies, his own means and strength are obviously not ordinary. Not only does he raise a group of blood-red fierce apes with long horns on their heads, he can even eat the Hell Ant liquid like candy. The battle is even more extraordinary. That's right, even the supreme expert of the Space Rat clan couldn't assassinate him. He had successfully approached him, but in the end, he was still strangely killed in an instant. How can this be broken? No wonder he is so rampant, he is too confident. What should we do? In such a short period of time, one of the 2 supreme beings of the universe had fallen and the other had fled. They didn't even understand how all of this had happened. Everything was strange and inconceivable. Although the entire huge fleet of slave clans, as well as millions of battleships, and many supreme experts of the universe, in the void hundreds of miles away, although the Demon Dweller royal brother Mo Jinfeng was only one person, there were 3 behind him. Even the old monster of the Star Lord could be killed in an instant, and tens of millions of starry sky powerhouses could be killed in an instant. And the great battle of the starry skies. However, the opponents' means were strange. Even the joint assassination of the 2 supreme experts of the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan failed, and in the end, they were defeated and fled. Such an unbearable situation made the countless experts of the first universe's slave clans in the entire million-strong army feel a strong sense of powerlessness from the bottom of their hearts. Even the fleet commanders of the various clans, the supreme experts of the universe, at this moment, besides feeling sullen, there was only endless unwillingness and helplessness in their hearts. The guy in front of them was too monstrous, and he couldn't be judged by common sense at all. In the case of the other party having 3 starry skies as a deterrent, even if they were supreme experts of the universe, they were powerless now. Facing this situation, at this moment, they were like sitting on a carpet of needles. It was just increasing the humiliation. Take half, leave half. Wouldn't the army of 1,000,000 battleships only be able to take away about 500,000? This was simply a robbery. As a result, the demon race would gain another 500,000 battleships, fortresses, and their combat strength would soar by a large margin. However, the entire million-man alliance army was, after all, a joint effort of the fleets of the first universe's servant races. If the number of 500,000 battleships was divided among the various races, it was not completely unacceptable. At least it was better than being completely wiped out, right? Although the 3 starry sky battles were launched at the same time, it was impossible for this army of 1,000,000 battleships to be completely destroyed. At most, 70 to 80% of the battleships would be destroyed, and the experts on the battleships would die. It was even very likely that the other side was just bluffing. The 3 starry skies that were lying across the void at this moment, silently watching the battle like a tiger watching its prey, might not be able to be activated at all in a short period of time. This was also possible, however, no one dared to gamble on luck in this kind of life and death matter. If the gamble was wrong, the consequences would be unbearable. On the contrary, if they accepted the shameless request of the other party, they would at most throw away half of the battleships. At least the personnel would be unharmed, and all the servant races would be the same. After returning to their respective races, they could barely explain it. After thinking it through, most of the races were basically tempted. Even the Space Rat and the Hell Ant, which were ranked in the top 3 among the servant races, had fled from the 2 supreme commanders of the subjugation fleet. Their actions were far inferior to the Space Rat and the Hell Ant. Even if today's matter was spread out, it would not be shameful for the servant race. Soon, some of the smaller clans began to take action. In the various battleships, fortresses, a large number of servant race experts began to rush out and rush to the other battleships of their race. Since they had already accepted their fate, there was no need for them to do anything in this matter. The races that decided to admit defeat were very honest. If they had brought 10,000 battleships, then the target they had now was about 5,000 battleships. There were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and no one would do anything funny. Hands and feet, so as not to let people talk. If that shameless Mo Jinfeng suddenly changed his mind, or found an excuse to ask for more, then it would be too late for regrets. At first, only the fleets of a few races moved, but soon, the fleets of the other races could no longer sit still. They were afraid of comparisons. Why should others bear the pain of giving up some warships and leave this place safely while they had to stay here and fight head-on? They had arrived. In the end, he would most likely die, right? This thought spread imperceptibly, and before long, the entire army of 1,000,000 was bustling with excitement as they set off their aerial warships. This scene was simply incomparably joyous. Behind Yi Xian's figure in the void, the Devil Emperor 3 stars, as well as the countless demon experts in the void, were completely dazzled. Even Grand Elder Mo, Demon Emperor Mo Wendian, and the others, who had been paying close attention to the situation on the Devil Royal planet, were shocked. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would face an army of 1,000,000 by himself and end up like this? This was simply unreal, like a child's play. However, even if it was a child's play, it was based on the foundation of absolute strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian had 3 terrifying attacks behind him that had shocked the entire audience, if it wasn't for the fact that he had been secretly assassinated by the Void Rat and the Hell Ant, the result of him being able to kill one of them and escape the other with his weakness. Then, everything in front of his eyes, obviously, it was absolutely impossible to happen. Thinking of this, even Grand Elder Mo, Demon Emperor Mo Wendian, and the other higher-ups of the Devil Royal family couldn't help but be convinced. After coming back to their senses, they could only shake their heads and smile bitterly, and had no words. In the army of the various races that were busy setting up their warships, including the fleet of the Hell Ant clan. This time, the Hell Ant clan dispatched nearly 100,000 warships of various types. After all, they were the top 3 powerful clans in the second universe. As long as they could suppress the devil race, in the first universe in the future, when the Tianji clan was weak and no longer domineering and expanding, they would only be the Hell Ant clan. The Ant clan and the Space Rat clan were the 2 dominant clans. Therefore, the Hell Ant clan couldn't be like some small clans, only sending out tens of thousands or even thousands of warships. However, this also meant that their losses this time would be extremely great. Nearly 100,000 warships of various types, half of which would be left behind, would be the loss of 50,000 warships. Even so, the deputy commander of the Hell Ant clan, who had just taken over the command of the fleet from the mighty Ant God, gritted his teeth and admitted it. He suppressed his anger and gave the order, allowing the entire Hell Ant clan's warships to move. Half of the warships were used to pay the ransom fee. Unfortunately, he was obviously a little too optimistic. This was because the Hell Ant clan had just sold out the 50,000 warships that were used as ransom money when Yi Xian, who was standing in the void hundreds of miles away, spoke again. His light words almost made the commander of the Hell Ant clan's fleet, who had just taken over, spurt blood on the spot. The Hell Ant clan, just stop wasting your time. Your situation is special. Half of the warships aren't enough. Who told you to have the Hell Ant liquid? Leave all the Hell Ant liquid behind and line up one by one. Whoever dares to hide even a drop, will be suppressed on the spot. Upon hearing these words, nearly 10 million experts of the Hell Ant clan's 100,000 warships were all dumbfounded. They stood in the void in a daze, and the wind was chaotic. On the other hand, the experts of the other slave clans' fleets were tossing and turning even more merrily. The scene was so fiery that it was out of control. This was because they all saw the signs. Not only was Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the Demon King clan, comparable to young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the others in terms of talent, but he was also shameless. He seemed to be even more shameless. The Hell Ant clan had finally brought out 50,000 warships of various types with great difficulty, but he made nearly 10 million experts of the Hell Ant clan turn cold and completely dumbfounded. This was clearly intentional. If you wanted to say something, you should have said it earlier. You were too good at picking the right time. This was clearly intentional. This kind of shameless existence, before he changed his mind, it was best to immediately hand in the task and leave. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more bad it would be. With this thought in mind, except for the Hell Ant clan, the nearly 900,000 warships of the other clans finally left 450,000 warships of various types, fortresses, and strongholds. The rest finally received Xianxia's permission. Seeing him nod his head, they all left as if they were fleeing, as if they were avoiding ghosts. After a short while, out of the 550,000 battleships, only 50,000 battleships still had experts left. Those were the 10 million experts of the Hell Ant race. Although they all wanted to leave, the great demon king of chaos of the demon race did not nod his head, even though he was the vice commander of the fleet. The hellish ant fluid was a biological fluid that was naturally secreted by the hellish ants. Its effects were self-explanatory. It could be used as a medicine and was one of the hellish ants' killing methods. Every hellish ant could secrete the hellish ant fluid. Of course, there was a difference in quality, or in terms of the strength and weakness of the power. The hellish ant fluid secreted by the mighty ant was only of the mid-level quality. It was not hard to imagine how precious the advanced hellish ant fluid was. It could only be secreted by hellish ants that were at least star lords. As for the hellish ant fluid, it was considered a treasure by the hellish ants. As for the regular hellish ants, even if they were in the cosmic state, the 14th level, the hellish ant fluid they secreted was of the elementary quality. The hellish ant fluid secreted by the hellish ants below the cosmic state was of the elementary quality, but each drop of hellish ant fluid took a long time to condense. The higher the level of the hellish ant fluid, the faster the hellish ant fluid would be formed. The cosmic state experts, like the cosmic state experts, could produce 1 drop of hellish ant fluid a year. The hellish ants in the black hole state would usually take years to do so, but basically, there would be hellish ant liquid in every hell ant's body. Even if they needed cultivation resources, they would take it out and exchange it for what they needed in the black market. There would still be some left. After all, this was a killing method that was unique to their race. Naturally, they would keep some. Moreover, this hellish ant army before his eyes consisted of close to 10 million hellish ant clan experts. When the hellish ant liquid within the bodies of all the hellish ants was added together, it was absolutely an astronomical figure. Xian couldn't really check if there was any hellish ant fluid left in their bodies. He simply took action at random at the beginning. Once he found that someone was hiding some hellish ant fluid, he would immediately kill them on the spot. After all, they were all aliens, so he didn't have to do anything. There was no pressure at all. All the hellish ants behaved after a few times. Xian checked every now and then, but he didn't find anything wrong. In the end, the 10 million hellish ants left hundreds of millions of drops of hellish ant fluid and left on the 50,000 warships. This time, Xian's harvest was great. He had obtained an astonishing amount of hell ant elixir, but they were all elementary grade hell ant elixir. He didn't plan to use it himself and was prepared to leave it all for the Weeping Soul Beast. There were only about 40 million Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll. The hellish ant elixir obtained this time was enough for each Weeping Soul Beast to get close to 10 drops. Even if it was only of the primary grade, according to Xian's estimation, with enough of it, it should be able to raise the life level of the entire Weeping Soul Beast population. This was a complete leap forward. This king really admires you. You are indeed the true colors of the Demon King. Wherever you go, you are always so stunning. As the allied fleet of the First Universe's slave races left, Demon Imperial Uncle Emochi Gong appeared. Behind him was a huge fleet carrying demon elites. They were here to receive the battleships. As there were no outsiders around, Emochi Gong spoke more casually. As he spoke, he rolled his eyes. This time even he was impressed. Who would have thought that Xian could rob an allied fleet of 1 million battleships all by himself? However, thinking about it, this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. Previously, in the Dark Turtle Star field of the Second Universe, He had also robbed the fleets of almost half of the top forces of the three universes by himself. He had even made the Een demon race suffer, causing them to exist in name only. Apart from him, no one else could do such a thing. A monster was a monster. His valiant life didn't need to be explained. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the large group of demon elites came to receive the battleships. Yi Xian and Emochi Gong didn't stay for long. They waved their hands and stored the 3 battle scrolls into their undying worlds. They immediately returned to the Demon Emperor planet. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the remote valley where the Void Battle Scrolls had been modified. At this time, there were already some battleships sailing in from the void outside the Demon Emperor planet's atmosphere. They were filled with the corpses of the Weeping Soul Battle Scrolls of the Second Universe's experts. There were tens of millions of them. According to Yi Xian's request, these corpses would all be piled up in an open space in the valley. However, this obviously required time. Yi Xian didn't have the time to wait. After bidding farewell to Emochi Gong, he entered the depths of the valley and waved his hand to summon the Weeping Soul Battle Scrolls. In the thousands of beehive nodes of the Battle Scrolls, the total number of Weeping Soul Beasts was close to 40 million. However, only about 300,000 Weeping Soul Beasts were lucky enough to be devoured by the medium-grade Hellish Ant liquid. It wasn't even 1%. Most of the Weeping Soul Beasts were crying out anxiously. The situation was quite strange. Obviously, something abnormal must have happened in the Battle Scrolls. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. If there was no accident, it was most likely that the 300,000 Weeping Soul Beasts that had devoured the medium-grade Hellish Ant liquid had improved their life level after refining it. Yi Xian suddenly became excited. His mental energy extended and entered the Weeping Soul battle cry. Very quickly, he discovered an abnormal scene. Just as he had guessed, there was indeed a change in the 300,000 lucky Weeping Soul Beasts. Originally, all the Weeping Soul Beasts were in the energy form of the spiritual body. Their whole body was light red, and they had a curved horn on their head. In addition, the shape of the entire spiritual body was similar to that of a monkey beast. But now, most of the Weeping Soul Beasts were still the same. Only the 300,000 Weeping Soul Beasts had changed. Although the shape of their bodies was still the same, they looked like a monkey beast with a curved horn on their head. However, their originally light red spiritual bodies had all turned light green. They were clearly no longer in the energy form of spiritual bodies. Instead, they were like real monkey beasts with real flesh and blood. In terms of cultivation level, the 300,000 Weeping Soul Beasts had physical bodies. No, perhaps they should be called Weeping Soul Green Apes now. These Weeping Soul Green Apes had the cultivation level of a black hole realm, which was a huge improvement. It should be noted that when Yi Xian captured these Weeping Soul Beasts from the Black Mosquito tribe's underground Weeping Soul cave on planet Black Mountain, Yi Xian's cultivation level was very low. Even so, he still captured tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts. From this, one could see how strong these Weeping Soul Beasts were. Now, the 300,000 Weeping Soul Green Apes had the cultivation level of a black hole realm after their life level improved. Even Yi Xian was surprised. It was clear that the Hellish Ant liquid's effect on the Weeping Soul Beast's life level improvement was very obvious. Tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts, hundreds of millions of drops of Hellish Ant elixir. This time, Yi Xian decided to use it all up. In any case, if he needed it in the future and didn't have it on hand, he could just make a trip to the Hellish Ant race's ancestral home. The Een demon race had been wiped out by Yi Xian. Just extorting some Hellish Ant elixir from the Hellish Ant race was a piece of cake for him. All of the Hellish Ant elixir had been stored in the Shinnon cauldron by Yi Xian. At this moment, he took it all out and sprinkled it on the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul War Kara. Screech! 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 Within the beehive nodes of the War Karas, ear-piercing screeches were instantly heard. They were filled with endless excitement and joy. The tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts had all gone crazy. If the hundreds of millions of drops of Hellish Ant elixir were divided according to the number of Weeping Soul Beasts' heads, each Weeping Soul Beast would get 8 or 9 drops. However, Yi Xian had thrown it all in, so the distribution would definitely be uneven. Some Weeping Soul Beasts might get more, while others would get less. But at least one thing could be guaranteed. Even the most unlucky and weak weeping soul beast wouldn't dare to say that it got too much, but it would definitely get 2 or 3 drops. That was enough. The reason Xian did this was to create a form of competition among the weeping soul beasts. The stronger weeping soul beasts would be able to get more hellish ant elixir. This way, they might be able to create 1 or 2 cosmic realm weeping soul beasts like the Time War Kara. Even if they were only cosmic realm or Genesis realm, it was still possible, with 1 or 2 weeping soul beasts that far surpassed other beasts of the same species. It would be more convenient for Xian to control the weeping soul battle armor in the future. He wouldn't have to do everything himself every time and would have to rely on himself to achieve it through the weeping soul blood crystal. One had to know that there were 2 8-star king ladles in the Void War Kara, and a cosmic realm purple gold slime in the Time War Kara. The management of those 2 war Karas was already half done. Only this weeping soul war Kara didn't have a powerful king. For Xian, it was not very convenient. After a few 100 million drops of infernal ant liquid were thrown into the weeping soul war talisman, Xian immediately kept it in his undying world. This time, the tens of millions of weeping soul beasts in the war drum had obtained a total of several 100 million drops of ant liquid. The more they obtained, the more likely they obtained dozens or hundreds of drops, while the less likely they obtained at least a few drops. After devouring and refining the ant liquid, they would use it to increase their life force. This would definitely take time. Xian wasn't in a hurry. He decided to use this time to test the effects of the hellish ant elixir. After all, he was itching to test the strength of those fellows who obtained a drop of the intermediate hellish ant elixir. Even though this thing was particularly effective on the weeping soul beast, which was an energy form of spirit body, it would most likely be quite effective on humans and other flesh and blood life forms. Otherwise, the secretion of the hellish ant elixir in the first universe wouldn't be so popular in the 3 universes. It could only be obtained in some very famous black markets. Since it was for his own use, Xian naturally wouldn't use the beginner hellish ant elixir. In fact, he didn't have any left. Just now, he had thrown out all the hundreds of millions of drops. He didn't leave a single drop behind. However, in the Shen known cauldron in his undying world, there were still more than 50,000 drops of intermediate hellish ant elixir. They were secreted and condensed by the hellish ants of the universe realm. It was just that this thing couldn't be swallowed directly. Otherwise, it would probably corrode the stomach and intestines. Even Starry Sky experts wouldn't be able to withstand it. When the Starry Sky experts of the 3 universes used the hellish ant elixir, they basically added it as a special medicinal ingredient. After that, they would refine it into elixirs or gene cultivation fluid. Swallowing it this way would greatly increase the efficacy of the elixir and gene cultivation fluid. Other than that, there were also some body-tempering cultivators who had special methods to neutralize the adverse effects of the hellish ant elixir. Finally, they would swallow it directly. This way, the effects would be better, but the risks would be greater. Xian would take care of both methods. Now, he had already refined the level 13 elixir for the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. Although the level 13 crimson elixir was successfully concocted, Xian couldn't confirm whether the reason why he was able to successfully concoct the level 13 elixir the previous time was because of the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. The probability of a coincidence was very small. It was more likely that the success of the previous concoction was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. If that was really the case, then to Xian, this was great news. This way, when he was concocting the level 14 elixir, level 15 elixir and other higher level gene fluids in the future, he could add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste to try again when he encountered a bottleneck. And now, there was another special substance that would definitely greatly increase the efficacy of the gene fluids. After adding it, the success rate would definitely increase as well. That was the hellish ant elixir. Later, when concocting the level 14 and level 15 elixir for the cosmic realm, Xian could add both the 9-colored meat paste and a certain amount of hellish ant elixir at the same time. If so, he was very confident that he would be able to concoct the 2 types of gene fluids in a short time. By then, he would be able to ensure that he would advance to the 15th realm and become a universe realm expert. As for the Star-Lord state, the 16th realm after the universe realm, Xian wasn't sure if he could reach it by swallowing the gene fluids. That was because the main purpose of the gene fluids was to tap the potential of the body and break the shackles of the human body, so as to improve the physical strength of the Star Lord state experts. However, apart from the physical strength of the Star Lord state experts, they also had to understand the laws of the universe. According to Xian's estimation, the normal concoction of gene fluids would probably be ineffective if he wanted to reach the Star Lord state that way. It was very likely that he would have to rely on the Xianxia cauldron to refine the real medicine with the orange flames of the Xianxia cauldron or even higher levels. That would be the case, not the gene fluids. However, that was a matter for the future. Xian could prepare all kinds of materials and even use them to refine the Xianxia cauldron's flames of a higher level. For the moment, however, his top priority was to use the orange flames of the Xianxia cauldron to refine the side effects of the hellish ant elixir. Then, he would try to temper his body with that special resource. After putting away the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman, Xian immediately took out the Farmer God Cauldron. If this cauldron was kept in his undying world, Xian would not be able to enter with his body. He would either have to enter with his avatar or only his consciousness. Although he used the orange flames of the central domain volcano in the cauldron to condense the hell ant liquid, Xian decided to go in and take a look after considering that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still inside. Once the Farmer God Cauldron was taken out, it would take the form of a terrifying cauldron as large as a star. Even the powerful beings of the universe and even the old monsters of the Star Lords would not be able to move it away or take it away. However, Xian had already completely refined it, so it could be as big or as small as he wanted. At this time, the Farmer God Cauldron was taken out and fell on the ground deep in the valley. It was about the size of a 10,000-meter-long castle. The mouth of the cauldron was filled with 9-colored fog. At a glance, it was as if an alchemy master was refining medicine here. Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and immediately plunged into the mouth of the cauldron full of fog. His other purpose of entering this time was to ask the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru if they had returned to the third universe. This was the Demon Emperor planet, not too far away from the natural wormhole that led to the third universe. Xian could take the time to go there and send them to the third universe. He could send them there. Then, he would let them pass through the wormhole and return to the third universe. He felt that it was not a problem to always carry the 3 girls around in his body. Furthermore, none of the 3 girls were easy to deal with. It was really worrying. In fact, his premonition was right. The 3 girls had been causing a lot of trouble in the Farmer God Cauldron recently. When Xian entered the Farmer God Cauldron, he was almost stunned by what he saw. The other areas in the space inside the cauldron were fine. As usual, all kinds of strange fruits and spirit herbs in the dense forest seemed to have been looted. Some of the spirit fruits that were about to ripen were obviously much less. On some branches, only a few green fruits were hanging alone, but fortunately, there were no more. He was rejected. However, it was completely different in the Central District's volcanic area. It was as if it had been attacked by bandits. On the slopes around the huge circular mountain pass, there were all kinds of bones that had been thrown away. Each of them looked as if they had been licked by dogs. They were so clean that not a single piece of meat could be seen. These bones were of varying sizes. Most of them were dense white bones, but occasionally, there would be a few golden bones mixed in. These were clearly the precious bones that Xian had thrown away after roasting the corpses of the primordial creatures that he had obtained from the core of the source of all evil. Xian even saw a giant leg bone that was about 100 meters long. It was completely golden in color, and it was slanted on the northern slope of the central region volcano. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this 100-meter-long golden bone looked familiar. He suspected that it was the sole leg of that realm lord-level golden crow. Last time, Xian had only roasted its head. The rest of its body, along with the remains of all the primordial creatures that he had taken out from the core of the source of all evil, as well as the huge bloodline true bodies that he had obtained from killing the prodigies of the second universe, they were all hidden together in a sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano, but right now, looking at the bones on the slopes around the volcano in the central region, Xian had properly stored them. He planned to occasionally have a meal in the future, or take some of the gene liquids to refine the great medicines of heaven and earth. At least 20% of them had been destroyed. Could it have been a thief? But that wasn't right. The farmer god cauldron was in Xian's body, and it had been refined by him. Other than him, no one could open this sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano. After all, this cauldron was a primordial treasure. It could be used to refine medicines, and also as a storage treasure. All the ingredients stored in the cauldron could be perfectly preserved without exception. They wouldn't rot for tens of thousands of years, and they would be fresh when taken out at any time. Therefore, Xian stored some special materials and resources in the farmer god cauldron. With a thought, he could open a sealed cave at the bottom of the central region volcano. For example, the last undying imperishable pearl, or the tens of thousands of drops of medium-grade hellish ant liquid that had just been collected. Xian stored them here, but they were stored separately, each occupying their own sealed cave. These sealed caves used to store important resources. Other than Xian, no one could open them. Even for the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, Xian, in order to make it easier for them to rest in the farmer god cauldron, he had given them partial authority. They could only enter and exit the central region volcano at will, and at the same time, control the orange flames in case of any emergency. Other than that, they could also roast some of the spirit birds and spirit beasts captured in the mountains around the volcano. However, even they were absolutely unable to open the mountain cage and the storage cave at the bottom of the volcano, especially the latter. However, the scene in front of them was real. Someone had indeed opened the storage cave, and they had even taken out some of Xian's corpses and treasures. Even the corpse of the huge one-legged golden crow had half a leg cut off. Xian's expression immediately changed. His first thought was that something had happened. The mountain cage at the bottom of the central region volcano still imprisoned nearly 20 young geniuses of the various races in the second universe. Some of them had just been thrown in not long ago. They were locked up alive, and the remains of the bloodline true bodies of the fallen were thrown in. They were stored in the storage cave. Could it be that Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the others still had some hidden methods that allowed them to escape from the mountain cage? If that was the case, the three purplish warbler girls were in danger. Thinking of this, Xian immediately became anxious. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed from the top of the central region volcano and fell rapidly. Without waiting for his figure to land at the bottom of the volcano, a bright yellow flame appeared in Xian's line of sight. The aura was too familiar. It was the Shenong's strange flame that he ignited with his heart fire. Before, it was only orange, but now, it seemed to have been upgraded. There was an additional bright yellow color, and it had become a dual-colored strange flame. At this moment, this palm-sized dual-colored strange flame was located at the east side of the bottom of the central region volcano. It seemed to be still drilling underground. It had already gone a certain distance. On the ground at the bottom of the volcano, there was a large hole about 30 meters in diameter. It was this dual-colored flame that had melted into the ground. At the edge of the big hole, 3 figures were lying on the ground. They were the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. At this moment, they were obviously completely unaware that a figure was rapidly descending above their heads. They were still calling out softly with excitement. No one knew what they had seen. However, their little faces were all flushed with excitement. Little yellow feather, work harder. Just a little bit more and you'll be able to dig through it. Damned broken rock, every time I dig through it, it automatically heals back up in less than half a day. Wait until I finish eating and digesting it, I'll have to dig again. Bang, bang. A heavy sound rang out, and the vast land at the bottom of the volcano in the central district shook slightly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xian felt his vision go black, and he fell from the sky on the spot, smashing hard on the ground. At this moment, he understood everything. Little yellow feather, dragging out the fat leg of the golden crow, enough to eat for 2 or 3 days. Just these words alone were enough to explain the problem. After all this time, all of this was originally done by the newly advanced dual-colored flame in conjunction with the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. The rock at the bottom of the volcano in the central district was actually the body of the Shenong cauldron. Even the Star-Lord old monsters could not melt it or destroy it. Besides Xian, the owner of the treasure cauldron, only the Shenong flame inside the Shenong cauldron could melt a path. However, this cauldron was an ancient treasure after all. Even if a path was melted open, and some remains of the treasure could be dragged out, the path that was melted open would quickly close up on its own. From the looks of it, it was really hard for the three girls and the thief Little Yellow Feather. They had to dig for a meal. It was really tiring, but they never got tired of it. Thinking of this, Xian, who had just climbed up from the ground, immediately had a black face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You three girls, I was worried that something had happened to you and came down in a panic. I didn't expect to run into you and catch you red-handed at the scene of the crime." Hearing the noise, the three girls trembled and subconsciously shrank their necks. When they turned around, there was clearly a trace of embarrassment and panic on their faces. One had to know that they'd never been afraid of Xian. They'd only been able to act like tyrants in front of Xian, but now, they were acting like this. This was the scene of a thief with a guilty conscience. However, before the three girls could explain a few words, incomparably terrified howls came from the cages and the mountain walls in the distance, revealing a bone-chilling and miserable feeling. "Young Master Linghu, Lord Linghu, I beg you, please be merciful and let us go. We really can't live like this anymore." "Yes, yes, yes. Lord Shah, no, 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 Grandpa Shah, even if you don't let go, can't you just end it quickly? You should just slap him to death. He's always suffering like this. If he's not being roasted by fire every day, his flesh will be cut off and his limbs will be amputated. When will this end?" "That's nothing. Master Linghu, you can do whatever you want to us, but can you not force us to eat our own flesh?" "Not only that, but they also said that if we didn't eat it, we wouldn't have a long-term meal ticket if we died. They directly set us on fire and forced us to eat each other's meat. This was simply too tragic. Ah. We were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. Can you stop tormenting us like this? At most, we can just surrender. We can even swear a Dao oath to become their slaves. As long as we can get rid of these three demonesses, everything will be fine." "That's right. It's too terrifying. These days, I've been struggling in the infernal purgatory. I can't die even if I want to. Woo, I don't want to see a female human cultivator ever again in my life. There's nothing more terrifying than this." As these pleading words sounded, Xian subconsciously turned his head and looked around. His gaze slowly swept across the 20 or so cages around him. First, he opened his mouth with a dull expression, and then his face slowly turned green. Miserable, it was really too miserable. How long had it been since he last saw them, including Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, Jin Haoyan, Lang Ganglai, and the other young masters of the top 10 clans of the Second Universe. There were nearly 20 young people of the Second Universe imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano. All of them had changed so much that Xian almost couldn't recognize them. Everyone's body was covered with scars. Some were even missing an arm or a leg. At first glance, it was obvious that they were new injuries. If they weren't new injuries, with their cultivation and strength, they would have healed long ago. Their broken limbs could grow back, and the scars on their bodies would disappear as their injuries healed. There was no doubt that all of this was done by the three girls of the purplish warbler and that unreliable Little Yellow Hair. It was estimated that sometimes when they couldn't take out the remains of the treasure from Xian's storage cave, the three girls would directly cut Jiao Tian and the others with knives or something for the sake of their appetite. Anyway, they weren't humans. They just changed into human appearances. Their bloodline true bodies were ferocious star beasts. Naturally, they didn't feel any psychological pressure. It wasn't that Xian didn't do this. Before Jiao Tian and the others were imprisoned here, Xian had once roasted their beef and meat. But that was only once, after all. How could he be like these three girls, cutting people's bodies all day long? Not only did they not give them meat, nor did they heal their wounds, they even instigated Little Yellow Hair to burn people. Could they be any more ferocious? Thinking of this, Xian shuddered, and a look of sympathy appeared on his face. No wonder these guys would rather swear a Dao oath to be slaves and servants. They would even rather be slapped to death by Xian. At least they would die cleanly and wouldn't have to suffer. They were really bullied by these three girls so miserably that they had nothing left to live for. In the end, the three girls with a guilty conscience promised that they wouldn't do anything to Jiao Tian and the others, and these guys all swore Dao oaths one after another. From now on, they would regard Xian as their master, slaves, and servants. If they had any disloyalty, they would be struck by lightning, However, Yi Xian didn't immediately release them from the cage. After all, they were all riddled with scars. This was miserable enough. As long as the three girls didn't torment them, they would recover after a period of time. If they were released now, they might provoke the three girls in a moment of grief and indignation, and there would be trouble again. After that, Yi Xian moved the underground cave a bit further down and placed restrictions on it. This time, apart from him, even the Xianxia heavenly flame inside the cauldron couldn't sneak in. Only then did he feel completely relieved. What made him speechless was that Yi Xian found out that the reason the Xianxia heavenly flame was able to evolve from a one-colored flame to a two-colored flame in such a short period of time was because the three girls didn't have any rest. If they weren't using it to roast this and that, they would be roasting this and that every day. This was because they used it too often, and each time they used it, it would last for a long time. Apart from this unexpected gain, the cultivation of the three girls had also increased by more than a major realm due to the large amount of treasured blood and flesh they had consumed. Now, they were all mid-stage mystic light realm experts at the 11th major realm. Wow, intermediate hellish ant liquid? Everyone has 10 drops? This thing has always been priceless in the third universe. It is very difficult to get. Even the beginner hellish ant liquid is extremely rare. Where did you get it? Great, this thing has the best effect the first time you use it. At least you can advance from the middle stage of the mystic light realm to the late stage. Big bad guy, it seems that this giant cauldron of yours is really a good place. How long have we stayed in it? If we cultivate outside for 100 years, we may not be able to get such a harvest. I have decided to settle here for a long time in the future. Who is in a hurry? Suddenly seeing 10 drops of the legendary hellish ant liquid appear in front of them, not only were they the extremely rare intermediate hellish ant liquids, but they had also been condensed and could be directly swallowed. The three girls cheered and jumped for joy. In the blink of an eye, they completely forgot the embarrassment just now. They even said on the spot that they wanted to settle down in the Xianxia cauldron. This clearly showed that they had tasted the sweetness and didn't plan to leave. In an instant, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the other young geniuses of the second universe, who were in the prison of the surrounding mountain walls in the distance, were scared to death. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't have time to tangle with these three crazy girls. He put away the rest of the hellish ant liquid that had just been condensed, and then his figure flickered and left the Xianxia cauldron. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the depths of the valley on the Demon Emperor planet. After putting the Xianxia cauldron into his body, Yi Xian immediately set up a restriction in a cave on the side of the valley. He stepped in, entered the depths of the cave, and sat down cross-legged. Soon, a total of 20 drops of hellish ant liquid that had been condensed by the dual-colored flame appeared on Yi Xian's body. They were suspended in the void one by one. The size of the drops before they were condensed had shrunk to the size of peanuts. Some of the dross and impurities, as well as some that had a bad effect on tempering the body, were removed. The substance had been completely melted away. Its quality was definitely far better than the effect of some Starry Sky Master's secret method. After all, the one-color orange-red flame of the Xianxia cauldron was already quite extraordinary. Now the Xianxia strange flame had been upgraded to a dual-colored flame. Whether it was refining medicine or roasting food, its effect of removing the impurities had been greatly improved. The increase in speed. Unrefined middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid was already extremely rare. This middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid that had been refined by Xianxia's dual-colored flame was even rarer. Even though Yi Xian had already entered the void realm and had a total of 20 drops of earth rare-grade middle-grade Hell's Ant liquid, it was impossible for it to be just this. It was as simple as raising the cultivation level of one's physical body by one small level. With a thought, Yi Xian swallowed the 20 peanut-sized drops of precious intermediate infernal ant liquid in one gulp. They instantly melted and turned into a scorching energy that spread throughout his entire body, his internal organs, and his limbs. An intense piercing pain quickly came over him. It was far more intense than the tempering that Yi Xian's body had endured when he had consumed the gene cultivation fluid. He could even clearly hear the faint sound of his flesh and blood cells tearing apart. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of some mysterious chains rattling within his body. This was a sign that the shackles of his physical body's potential were being shaken. Very quickly, as the powerful effects of the 20 drops of rare-grade intermediate hellish ant liquid gradually became apparent, Xian's entire body turned fiery red, and his 1.08 billion pores all gushed out with a multicolored light. A faint layer of dense mist rose from the top of his head, and it was as if he was sitting cross-legged in a cloud. It was extremely magical. His body glowed, and auspicious light shot into the sky. This scene was like a miracle. Currently, Xian's entire body and mind were experiencing an unprecedented baptism. At first, there was still intense pain, but in the end, his consciousness entered an extremely mysterious state. He couldn't feel any pain at all. Even his physical body seemed to no longer exist. His entire body and mind seemed to have sunk into a kind of nothingness. It was as if he had ascended. After an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light shot out from his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Then, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the cultivation level of your physical body. Current realm, level 2 void realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the cultivation level of your physical body. Current realm, level 3 void realm. As expected, the 20 drops of middle-grade hell's ant liquid was just a tempering baptism from the body to the heart. It allowed him, who was already at the 12th realm, to rise by 2 small realms in one go. Currently, Xian was already at the peak of the initial stage of the 12th realm. In the future, with another small breakthrough, he would step into the middle stage of the void realm. When he stood up in satisfaction, Xian realized that there was a thin layer of scab on the surface of his body. This was a sign that the impurities in his body were being discharged. This was very common in the initial stage of body refinement, and one had to go through this process. However, Xian was a void realm expert now, and it was actually still discharged. This phenomenon was very rare. This also showed the miraculous effect of the 20 drops of middle-grade hell's ant liquid. Unfortunately, this type of substance was usually the most effective the first time it was used. The second time it was used, the effect would be greatly reduced, unless its quality was improved. With Xian's current ability, no matter how hard he tried to refine the middle-grade hell's ant liquid, he would not be able to refine it to the highest quality of the middle-grade hell's ant liquid. Thus, he could only give up on it for now. Perhaps in the future, when his Shinong exceptional flame was improved to become a tricolor flame or even a multicolored flame, he would be able to refine the hell's ant liquid again and display even more extraordinary effects. However, that was a matter for the future. At least for now, Xian would not be able to continue consuming the hell's ant liquid and obtain similar miraculous effects in his physical body. However, he was not in a hurry. After reaching the 12th realm, the void realm, it was already a pleasant surprise to be able to increase his strength by 2 small realms in one go. Xian was very satisfied and did not expect too much. After slightly adjusting his state of mind, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then, he waved his hand and took out the weeping soul battle talon in his undying world. Even his own body refinement had ended. Presumably, the weeping soul beasts that had only obtained some low-grade hell's ant liquid should have also ended their life level advancement this time. Xian could not wait to see the results. In his expectations, the tens of millions of weeping soul beasts had all obtained the hell's ant liquid that was greatly beneficial to their life level advancement. Then, if there were no accidents, the overall strength of this entire group should be able to increase by several 100,000. If not, the overall strength of this group should be able to increase. The investment of hundreds of millions of drops of hellish ant liquid was definitely a huge investment, even though all the hellish ant liquid was only at the elementary level. In fact, even the entire hellish ant tribe wouldn't be able to gather hundreds of millions of drops of intermediate hellish ant liquid. Only the almighty hellish ants could secrete and condense this liquid, and there was only 1 drop per year. Hundreds of millions of drops was simply unimaginable. Although it was a pity to use up such a huge amount of elementary hellish ant liquid in one go, the effects were absolutely amazing. At the very least, Xian felt that it was worth it, and the harvest was a pleasant surprise. All the Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Army had now achieved a great leap in life level. Previously, there were only 300,000 Weeping Soul beasts that had evolved from energy spirits to physical bodies and reached the Black Hole realm. However, almost 40 million weeping soul beasts were no longer energy spirits. All of them had physical bodies and were completely green. They had evolved from weeping soul beasts to weeping soul green apes. Although their cultivation base was uneven, with some of them having reached the black hole realm while others had not, overall, the life level of this race had indeed achieved an overall great leap forward. About 1/10 of the 40 million weeping soul beasts had reached the black hole realm, which was about 4 million. The remaining 30 million were all at the 5th major realm, the star realm, and the 6th major realm, the nebula realm. A small number of them were at the 7th major realm, the galaxy realm. As for the 300,000 weeping soul beasts that had achieved a great leap in life level, they could no longer be called weeping soul green apes. They were evolving into weeping soul purple apes. Spots of purple patterns appeared on their green fur, and their cultivation levels had also risen from the 8th major realm, the black hole realm. They had risen to the 9th major realm, the origin realm, that was 300,000 origin weeping soul violet apes we were talking about. A single one of them would not be able to cause much of a stir. However, if there were 300,000 of them and they all swarmed out, just this group of weeping soul violet apes alone would be extremely frightening. It was obvious that these 300,000 weeping soul violet apes would become small and medium-level existences in the entire weeping soul beast race in the future. Xianxia scattered them into the thousands of beehive nodes of the weeping soul battle law, and each beehive node had around 300 of them. Besides that, amongst these 300,000 weeping soul violet apes, there were 3 that had an exceptionally outstanding degree of evolution. Their entire bodies were covered in green fur, yet now, they were completely purple. Occasionally, 1 or 2 strands of mixed fur could be found, but they were all golden in color. They had already completed the evolution process of the weeping soul violet ape and were currently evolving into the weeping soul golden ape. As for the strength of his cultivation, it was the 12th realm, the void realm. From the surface, his strength was already comparable to that of Xianxia. Of course, when it came to overall combat strength, they were clearly unable to compare to Xianxia. They were far inferior and could only be suppressed. Moreover, Xianxia didn't even need to expend any effort to accomplish this. These 3 weeping soul beasts that were evolving into the weeping soul golden ape could be said to be the leaders of the entire weeping soul beast tribe, but they could not be considered the kings. Perhaps one day, when they completed the evolution process of the weeping soul golden ape, their life level would leap to the level of being the kings of the entire tribe. This point could basically be confirmed. In the future, the king of the entire weeping soul beast tribe would definitely be born from these 3 weeping soul golden apes. However, he did not care about this problem right now. What he was most interested in now was the power of the weeping soul battle army. The tens of millions of weeping soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes of the battle army had all received a large leap in life level. From the previous energy spirit form, they had evolved into the current weeping soul green apes with physical bodies of flesh and blood. There were also 300,000 more weeping soul violet apes at the level of the weeping soul violet apes, as well as 3 weeping soul golden apes at the level of the general. When all of this was put together, it was certain that the overall power of the weeping soul battle army would rise to an even more terrifying level. Before this, when the weeping soul battle army attacked with all its strength, all enemies below the 13th great realm of the Genesis realm in the vast fan-shaped area in front of the enormous trumpet mouth would be instantly killed, their souls extinguished. Then now, while he did not dare to say that he could instantly kill a large number of great universe experts of the 15th great realm, and Xianxia did not even dare to think about the cosmic light realm experts of the 14th great realm, but if nothing unexpected happened, the Genesis realm experts of the 13th great realm would not be able to escape this calamity. This was the Genesis realm. Even Xianxia's cultivation level had not reached this level, but the weeping soul battle army could kill a large number of them. Just the thought of it was terrifying. In addition, if he could find some time in the near future to figure out an effective method to precisely control the power of the 3 battle armies, then when the time came, he could lock onto a small area or launch a precise attack on an extremely small individual. Even if it was a great universe expert or a star master, the current weeping soul battle army might not necessarily be unable to kill them. With regards to this, Xianxia was already very much looking forward to this. He really wanted to see just how terrifying the weeping soul battle army's overall power would be after its overall power increased. Unfortunately, this matter could not be tested. On one hand, the killing power was too shocking, and he was afraid of accidentally injuring the demon experts on the Demon Emperor planet. On the other hand, Xian had not yet figured out how to precisely control the power of the three battle armies to launch an effective attack. Every time he attacked with all his strength, the consumption was too great. The tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts inside the Weeping Soul battle army had finally recovered due to the leap in life level, regaining the ability to fight at any time. Xian really did not dare to recklessly test its power. If it caused all of the Weeping Soul green apes to fall into a weakened state again, then he would really be speechless. With great difficulty, Xian suppressed the impulse in his heart. After adjusting his mood, he waved his hand and put the Weeping Soul battle army into the undying world in his body. Then, his figure flashed and he arrived at the periphery of the valley. At this time, it was already 2 days later. In the vast open space outside the valley, there was a huge mountain of corpses, all of which were the corpses of the experts of the various races of the second universe. The first attack of the Weeping Soul battle army had destroyed their souls. Now, there were at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of corpses of the experts of the various races of the second universe, all piled up together. Fortunately, all of them died because of the destruction of their souls, so there were no wounds. Otherwise, the entire valley would have become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In fact, Xian also knew in his heart that although this huge mountain of corpses was thousands of feet high, if there were no accidents, in less than half a day, all the corpses would turn into withered bones. Whether the withered demon blood blade could be upgraded this time, from a quasi-starry sky treasure to a true starry sky treasure in one fell swoop. Once it was promoted to a true starry sky treasure, the results would be out soon. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the wind and clouds swirled. The 100-meter-long, blood-black, incomparably ferocious withered demon blood blade ruthlessly slashed down on the giant mountain of corpses that was thousands of feet tall. Screech! Screech! A mournful screech rang out in an instant. The entire sky above the valley was instantly covered by dark clouds, as if the end of the world had arrived. It was unknown if the withered demon blood blade was rapidly absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the countless corpses in the huge mountain of corpses, causing a heavenly phenomenon to occur due to the great damage to the heavens. Or was it the final roar of the remaining souls of the corpses that had been destroyed by the Weeping Soul War Warrior's full-strength attack, due to unwillingness and fear? At this moment, the entire valley was like hell on earth. Black winds blew, and ear-piercing howls filled the air. The daytime blue sky turned into an endless night. Even Xian could only vaguely see that the huge mountain of corpses that was thousands of feet tall was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The countless corpses of the experts of the second universe that had been piled up were rapidly withering. Although these corpses had all died, their bodies were still warm. There were still some remnant souls in their bodies, and the essence of their flesh and blood had not dissipated. Now, all of this had turned into the flesh and blood of the withered demon blood blade. As these corpses rapidly withered, the boundless essence of chi and blood was absorbed by the withered demon blood blade. Although a portion of it was lost, even if only a small portion of it remained in the body of the blood blade, it was still a terrifying amount. Walala, chi. As this huge mountain of corpses continued to shrink, the remains of the withered corpses began to crack. Under the layers of pressure, some of them even turned into powder and completely disappeared. The black clouds that shrouded the sky above the valley grew thicker and thicker. Faintly, there seemed to be faint muffled sounds of thunder resounding. Xian frowned. Could it be that a lightning tribulation would descend? This was very likely. Even though the current universe void of the three major planes was not like the legendary primordial era, where the will of the heavenly Tao could manifest and descend in a concrete form. Instead, there was only the starry sky law of the universe that had operated since ancient times. But after all, this matter had greatly harmed the harmony of heaven and earth. It was not completely incomprehensible for it to cause the chi of heaven and earth to sense and lock onto it, followed by the descent of lightning punishment. Just as Xian was feeling bewildered, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host. The withered demon blood blade has leveled up. Current grade, starry sky treasure. Current quality, flawless imitation. Current attribute, withered blade spirit in the process of awakening. Yi Xian clenched his fists in excitement. Starry Sky treasure grade, sure enough, his battle weapon had finally leveled up. From now on, it was no longer a quasi-starry sky treasure, but a true starry sky treasure. For this artifact to reach the level of a starry sky supreme treasure, it was extremely rare. It was said that when a weapon reached this level, it would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its power would increase exponentially. However, now wasn't the time to verify it, because the warning sign in Yi Xian's heart was already extremely strong. This feeling was very similar to the time when he was in the Death Star field of the Third Universe. He had a hunch that if he allowed all this to continue, once the withered blade spirit in the battle weapon was completely awakened, then the lightning tribulation would definitely descend. Yi Xian was not afraid of the lightning tribulation. It was just some lightning tribulation. He had the Rai Di seal, which was an innate treasure of the thunder origin nurtured by heaven and earth. The thunder origin was revered by the emperor. With the Rai Di seal protecting him, Yi Xian would not be harmed even if he walked in the sea of lightning tribulation. He was worried that he would attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye again. Now that the primeval heaven's eye was seriously injured, it was hiding in some distant unknown void, but this did not mean that it was not paying attention to the other planes of the universe. The dark furnace in the depths of the core of the origin of all evil in the first universe was proof of this. It was very likely that the heavenly Tao's eye had set up this place before it left the first universe and went into hiding to heal its injuries. After all, the chains of the dark furnace that transported the all-evil origin liquid to the other end were basically all-powerful existences of the opposing camp. That was to say, although the green eye of the heavenly Tao in the untainted era was not in the first universe, in fact, it had been paying attention to this place all the time. Once there was anything abnormal that was enough to alarm it, the green eye of the heavenly Tao in the untainted era might send a projection to this place. Last time, Yi Xian had relied on the headless infant corpse to sever its connection to him. This time, he definitely could not attract that fellow's attention again. Otherwise, apart from himself, the entire demon race would probably suffer together with him. He immediately made the decision to stop everything. With a wave of his hand, the withered demon blood blade lying across the enormous mountain of corpses was absorbed into the undying world within Yi Xian's body. With the obstruction of the undying world, the heavenly secrets of the outside world could no longer be sensed. The dense dark clouds in the sky above the valley quickly dispersed. At this point, Yi Xian finally heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the blade spirit, the withered demon blood blade, had not completely awakened, the grade of the withered demon blood blade had been successfully upgraded. It was now a true starry sky treasure, so his efforts had not been in vain. Moreover, he had interrupted everything at the crucial moment before the withered demon blood blade awoke. Perhaps it would become a trump card in the future. At a specific location, at a specific time, Yi Xian could bring out the withered demon blood blade again and continue everything that had been interrupted. When the withered demon blood blade finally awakened, it would attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye, and a terrifying lightning tribulation would descend. Of course, when that time comes, Yi Xian would have to grasp the opportunity well. The moment the withered demon blood blade awoke, he would have to quickly escape and leave the lightning tribulation to his target. When the time comes, he would definitely be able to teach the other party a lesson. After all, from the looks of the lightning tribulation that was still brewing, once it was fully formed, its power would definitely be extraordinary. This also made Yi Xian realize how extraordinary the withered demon blood blade was. The introduction of the true withered demon blood blade was still fresh in Yi Xian's ears. It was said that before the heavens and earth were separated, there was a great demon that lost its memory. The evil in its heart was no longer there, and it hid in the depths of the void, living in chaos all day long. One day, the evil completely awakened, and the great demon was born. It turned into a withered blade that emitted a pitch-black light. It killed countless living beings, and the souls of the dead were extinguished. It was the withered demon blade, although the blade in Yi Xian's hand was a high-quality imitation, and although the blade spirit was named the withered demon blood blade, in reality, it was not the one from the primordial era. However, it more or less possessed the power of the true withered demon blade. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the lightning tribulation. In the end, the withered demon blood blade, which had been upgraded to a starry sky treasure and was about to awaken the withered demon blade, was put away by Yi Xian in the undying world in time before the lightning tribulation descended. It blocked the senses of the outside world and resolved an extremely troublesome crisis. Only when the thick tribulation clouds in the sky of the valley dispersed did Yixian's heart completely relax. He turned his head and found that the mountain of corpses, which was originally hundreds of feet tall, had now become like a small hill. At most, it was about 100 meters tall. There were hundreds of millions of fresh corpses of the powerhouses of various races in the second universe. Now, there were only less than 10 million corpses left. At most, there were only a few million corpses left. The rest were either pieces of withered bones or simply crushed into powder due to the weight of the dried corpse mountain peak. Because a thick layer of it fell. Yixian's face was filled with shock. These were the fresh corpses of hundreds of millions of starry sky experts. The blood and flesh essence in their bodies were preserved to a high degree. He didn't expect that in the end, there would still be less than 10% left. He estimated that in the end, all of these millions of corpses would turn into withered bones. It would only make the withered demon blade completely recover. This reminded him. Although the withered demon blade seemed to be on the verge of fully recovering, this small last step was not something that could be achieved with the blood and flesh essence and blood power of a small number of experts' corpses. If Yixian really wanted to use this as a method in the future, he would have to at least confirm that there were around 10 million corpses of experts on the scene before he made a move. Otherwise, if he was just a little bit off and couldn't completely recover the withered demon blade in the battle weapon, he would fail to trigger the lightning tribulation. He was so depressed that he was speechless. The last few million corpses of the experts of the various races in the second universe had died in an instant. Before they died, they did not activate their bloodline true bodies. Now, they were all in human form. Even if they were all races similar to starry sky beasts, under the psychological effect, Yixian was not interested in roasting them. He decided to give up on the roasted food. Although it was piled up here, the demon race would naturally deal with it later. In fact, even if they did not pay attention to it, it would slowly decay. This valley was not the space inside the Shenong cauldron, so Yixian did not pay too much attention to it. He did not stop, immediately soared, and rushed towards the demon imperial city. Go. Midway, he met Imperial Uncle Emochi Gong, who had rushed over. Seeing that Yixian had advanced from the first level of the Void Realm to the third level of the Void Realm in just 2 short days, he was immediately dumbstruck. In the end, he seemed to recall Yixian's past evildoers. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "I knew it was you who caused trouble." The entire northern region valley and a large area nearby are covered with tribulation clouds. It seems that the movement is not small. Everyone in the demon imperial city is panicking, thinking that something is going to happen. Such a great calamity has appeared. This kind of thunder tribulation is very rare in this world. You brat, you really know how to cause trouble. In this regard, Yixian shrugged his shoulders and did not explain further. With Emochi Gong's knowledge, even if he did not say anything, he could basically guess most of it. He definitely did not do anything good. Most likely, it was some evil deed that harmed the harmony of the heavens, which led to such a strange phenomenon. And what about the corpses of the experts of the various races in the second universe? Brat, you better take it easy. Although this old man does not know what you are doing, since you almost attracted the thunder tribulation, it means that this method harms the harmony of the heavens. If it accumulates, the karma will be too deep. Don't be too eager for quick success. It was obvious that Emochi Gong had linked Yixian's cultivation to the hundreds of millions of corpses of experts from the various races of the second universe in just 2 days. He probably thought that Yixian was cultivating some kind of evil technique. However, Yixian did not intend to explain. Similarly, Emochi Gong did not intend to dwell on this matter. A smart person would be able to understand in 1 sentence. Otherwise, it would be useless to say more. He believed that Yixian was a smart person and should know his limits. Therefore, after casually mentioning this, Emochi Gong suddenly changed the topic. His expression became serious as he brought up the matter at hand. The reason this old man rushed over is mainly because of another matter. Tianji City disappeared. What? At first, Yixian did not understand. He thought that he had misheard. Tianji City was such a huge city. Other than the core of Tianji City, There was also a very wide defensive circle in the void and an even wider outer industrial circle. How could it disappear just like that? These words were too unreliable. Basically, no one would believe them after hearing them. Don't look at me like that, I don't want to believe it either, because this isn't good news. Seeing Yi Xian blankly staring at him, Mo Qigong sighed and helplessly continued, the Heavenly Legacy race isn't that kind of cowardly race. On the contrary, they were able to dominate the first universe precisely because of their ambition, belligerence, and desire to conquer. Not to mention the current first universe. Although the situation in the universe has changed, the overall strength of the Tianji race has not been affected. The situation has not reached the point where they can move the entire race, far from it. But this is the truth. This matter has been confirmed by more than one race. Some of the slave races around Tianji Star region have also discovered this situation. In just a few days, the entire Tianji Star region has been emptied of people. Not to mention the core of Tianji City and the inner defensive circle, even the outer industrial circle has not seen a single warship. There is not a single warship in sight. The industrial planets seem to have been plowed through. All the industrial facilities have been dismantled and taken away. They have countless intelligent robots and a large amount of starry sky machinery. It is not difficult for them to do this in just a few days. This news has just been revealed. The entire first universe is in an uproar. Now, all the major slave races are in danger. This is because everyone knows that this is definitely not because the Tianji race is weak, but because they are brewing some kind of even more worrisome method and conspiracy. Perhaps it will not be long, or perhaps it will take a little longer, but there is one thing that is without a doubt. No matter when the disappeared Tianji city reappears, they will basically unify the first universe again. They will even extend their reach to a wider area and a longer distance. Based on Diyi's usual style, any major action of the Tianji race will definitely have a deep meaning and strategic significance. They will not make a move, but once they do, they will rarely fail. Mo Qigong's words caused Yi Xian to fall into deep thought, his heart heavy. He felt a strong sense of danger, just as Mo Qigong had said. With Yi Xian's understanding of the Tianji clan, the disappearance of the entire Tianji city was definitely not a good thing for the slave races of the first universe, or even the entire three universes. Everything seemed to be calm, but this was the illusion before the storm. Once the Tianji clan reappeared, the three universes would most likely be plunged into a reign of terror. The curtains of the real crisis were gradually opening. It had to be said that the Tianji clan's move was beyond everyone's expectations. It was too cunning, too ruthless, and too vicious. Tianji city was so huge. Even if they had countless AI robots and a large amount of space-grade machinery, it was impossible for the entire clan to completely migrate in just a few days. It was impossible for them not to encounter other space-grade fleets during the migration, even if it was just one fleet. A commercial fleet. But until now, when the news of Tianji city's disappearance spread, no one had heard of any fleet of any power that had encountered any abnormalities while traveling through space. This could only mean one thing: all the fleets they had unfortunately encountered during the migration had been mercilessly annihilated. Such a ruthless method was enough to show that they were planning something big this time. Of course, not long after, based on the star field distribution of all the fleets that had gone missing in the first universe, it was possible to roughly deduce the direction of the Tianji clan's migration. However, Yi Xian could think of this. It was impossible for the other party to not be on guard. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have sent some fleets to the distant regions outside of the migration star road to hunt and annihilate the innocent fleets that were sailing in the starry sky. In this way, it was basically impossible to use this method to deduce the Tianji clan's movement. There's one thing we can be sure of. Seeing that Yi Xian had fallen into deep thought, the demon-human imperial uncle, Mo Qigong, pondered for a moment before continuing. The destination of the Tianji clan's migration is definitely not the main space of the first universe. Otherwise, even if they shrink their defensive line and live in a remote corner of the star domain, they will be discovered sooner or later. If my guess is correct, the Heaven's Legacy race should have already left the first universe, but they definitely wouldn't have gone to the second universe or the human race's third universe. Instead, they must have used some undiscovered wormhole to enter a safe, or at least a relatively stable, new universe. A universe. Ever since they dominated the first universe, the Tianji clan has always had a large number of mysterious fleets active outside the Tianji city. You also know that they are different from the humans of the third universe and the Federation of the second universe. The Tianji clan has a unique advantage, and that is that they have the most advanced and powerful AI robot manufacturing ability in the three universes. Previously, the fleet you led consisted of more than 10,000 warships of various types. Of the Vanguard fleet, only you and Yi Luo are members of the Heaven's Legacy race. The rest are all intelligent robots. In this situation, any member of the Tianji clan can lead a large fleet at any time, or go to an unknown universe to explore. After tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid no one would believe that the Tianji clan hasn't discovered some undiscovered wormholes, as well as the unknown universes connected to these wormholes. You mean, the Celestials' legacy race disappeared this time because they used some unknown wormhole to enter an unknown part of the universe that they controlled? Without waiting for Emochi Gong to finish speaking, Yi Xian frowned, and his heart became even heavier. If nothing unexpected happens, then this should be the truth. From the looks of it, it's basically impossible to find traces of him. This is too passive, the location of the three great universes. The three universes of the three universes are all worried. Under these circumstances, the situation will quickly descend into total chaos, and everyone will be in danger. What plans does the demon-human clan have? This move of the Tianji clan is very vicious. Emochi Gong nodded and said worriedly, originally, after the chaos in the Tianji city not long ago, the imperial prison was emptied, and all the slaves of the first universe who were held hostage by the Tianji clan escaped and returned to their respective races. If there are no surprises, the final alliance of all the races will be formed sooner or later to fight against the Tianji clan. In addition, the alliance of the second universe's races is approaching. The pressure that the entire Tianji clan is facing is unprecedented. If they don't handle it well, they will completely collapse, and there will be no chance to turn this situation around, but no one expected that they would take drastic measures in the end. They didn't care about anything else and directly moved the entire Tianji city out of the first universe. This is clearly retreating in order to advance, and they threw the mess of the first universe to the secretly delighted slave races of the first universe. As a result, the original situation was that the slave races of the first universe and the alliance of the second universe would simultaneously pressure the Tianji clan, and it was very likely that they would even join forces. But now, everything has changed. The Tianji clan has removed themselves from the situation, and the situation has become a conflict between the alliance of the second universe and the slave races of the first universe. After all, the reason why the races of the second universe suddenly invaded the first universe is suspicious. Although we can't be sure yet, there is one thing that is without a doubt. They are definitely not targeting the Tianji clan, but an important reason related to the first universe. Under these circumstances, after the disappearance of the Tianji clan, the races of the first universe have no choice. They must resist, or else they will lose the land where their race lives. At this point, Emochi Gong sighed again. If there are no surprises, the slave races of the first universe will soon take action. As for the alliance of the second universe, according to our race's information from a reliable source, the races of the second universe federation have already gathered at the end of the universe wormhole. This enormous main fleet is terrifying in scale, and there are nearly 10 million battleships of all kinds. And this is the military strength that the Tianji clan gathered before they disappeared. Obviously, as the news of the Tianji clan's disappearance spreads, the races of the Second Universe Federation will immediately take action. I'm afraid that before long, a super fleet with more than 10 million battleships will arrive and descend upon the Demonkin Star Zone. You're willing to evacuate? Give up on the demonic imperial planet? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard Emochi Gong's words. He immediately thought of the desolate ancient cage. Even he couldn't accept that place falling into the hands of the Federation of the Second Universe, let alone the demons who regarded it as a holy land. What can we do if we don't evacuate? How many people do we have in the entire demon race? This time, it's a super allied army with tens of millions of battleships. Emochi Gong smiled bitterly. Even if we count the spoils of war this time and the 8 demon tribes all retreating to the demonic imperial planet, we can only gather about 3 million battleships at most. It's nothing compared to the super allied army of the second universe that's about to press on. It's on the same level. Of course, we can also unite with the other slave races of the first universe. This is also the reason why the few Star Lords in our race didn't immediately give the order to evacuate. They're now communicating with the other slave races, but the results are hard to predict. You know, for the other servant races of the first universe who have just suffered a big loss in the demon domain, although they don't want to see the alliance army of the second universe run amok in the first universe unscrupulously, they also don't want to see the demon race replace the previous Tianji. You know, for the other servant races of the first universe who have just suffered a big loss in the demon domain, although they don't want to see the demon race run amok in the first universe unscrupulously, they also don't want to see the demon race replace the previous Tianji. The demon race will have the time and space to continue to grow, and eventually become the new overlord of the first universe. Therefore, on this matter, if nothing unexpected happens, the response of the slave races of the first universe can already be imagined. They won't immediately reject the alliance, but they won't immediately take action either. The biggest possibility is that on the surface, they'll be perfunctory with the demon race, but they'll secretly unite with each other in private. Until the super-allied army from the second universe annihilates the demon race, they'll appear and show their strength. At that time, there should be a huge allied army of battleships that isn't much inferior to the enemy's. The final result is very likely that the allied army of the two dimensions will start a peace talk. But by then, the demon race will have been destroyed. Towards the end, Mo Qigong's tone was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. At this point, they had finally arrived at the demon imperial city. The two did not continue their conversation. Yi Xian followed Mo Qigong into the inner city of the demon emperor and went straight to the imperial palace. As soon as they entered the palace, they heard some heated discussions. Mo Qigong and more than 10 demon emperors were all present. There were also some Yi Xian that they did not see. Among the upper echelons of the Devil Royal family, the Star Lord Old Monster who had previously presided over the spirit battle was also present. Apart from them, there were 3 other Star Lord elders that Yi Xian had never seen before. They were probably the elders of the demon race. However, Yi Xian believed that the Cosmos Realm and Star Lord experts in the royal palace weren't all the royal family had. They were such a powerful race. There had to be something else that had yet to be revealed. After all, even though the demon race was facing a life and death crisis, nothing had happened yet. There was still the possibility of changes. No matter how powerful the demon race was, it was impossible for them to use all of their trump cards at this time. Compared to the 20 Cosmos State and Star Lord elders of the Devil Royal family, Mo Wendian, the reigning demon emperor, was simply an insignificant character in the palace. He wasn't even seated at the head of the table. It was obvious that the nature of the meeting was only for the royal family. The so-called honor of the Devil Emperor was nothing in this place. That was why the 3 Star Lords of the Devil Royal family, whom Yi Xian had never seen before, all frowned when Mo Qigong led Yi Xian into the palace. They seemed displeased. They obviously knew about Yi Xian. Perhaps they more or less agreed with his current alliance with the demon race, but that didn't mean that they could accept Yi Xian's participation in the secret meeting between the upper echelons of the demon race. This was no different from letting an outsider interfere in the core affairs of the demon race. Yi Xian and Mo Qigong had just arrived, so they were completely unaware of the discussion between the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator. However, Mo Qigong immediately looked towards the demon emperor, Mo Wendian. The latter's face was filled with worry as he sighed without leaving a trace. This action didn't escape Yi Xian's attention. He knew what was going on. It seemed that even though the final result hadn't been decided yet, the general trend was probably not good. It should be the 3 Star Lords that he had never seen before who insisted on evacuating. All 3 of them were at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Lord state. Mo Wendian was the same. Under such circumstances, even if Grandpa Mo and a dozen other emperors of the Devil Royal family insisted on retreating, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything. After all, Grandpa Mo was the only peak Star Lord on their side. They were obviously weaker. Although the coalition army of the second universe is strong and claims to have 10 million warships, we don't seem to be that weak. Seeing that everyone's gazes were on him, Yi Xian remained fearless and spoke confidently, no matter what, the Demon Emperor's 3 stars and 8 great tribes can gather a few million battleships. In addition to the 4 great battles in the starry sky, This kind of deterrence is still very impressive. For Star Wars? Grandpa Mo's eyes glittered when he heard Yi Xian's words. He seemed excited. You have one more battle talisman? Yi Xian also knew that the devil cultivator didn't have any more war scrolls in his hands. Therefore, in Grandpa Mo's opinion, since he said that there were 4 war scrolls in the sky, then there must be one more in his hands. How could the battle talisman, which had been hidden by Yi Xian and hadn't been exposed in the previous battles, be weak? It had to be the strongest battle talisman. Thinking of this and recalling the terrifying power of the Weeping Soul War Talisman and the Time Talisman that Yi Xian had used before, not only Grand Elder Mo, but even the 3-star Lord demons that Yi Xian had never seen before couldn't help but feel excited. That's right. I still have one more battle talisman. I'll return the one you gave me before. It only took me a few days to modify it. I don't think it'll take much time to turn it back into a mental battle talisman, right? Yi Xian didn't reveal the truth. He simply told them that he would return the void battle talisman and let the devils turn it back into a mental battle talisman. Of course, before that, he would use the newly activated forging system of the system to duplicate the same void battle talisman in half a day. At that time, once the transformation of the spirit battle talisman was completed, their camp would have 4 battle talismans. Although only the spirit battle talisman and the weeping soul battle talisman could be used, that was enough. This kind of starry sky-killing talisman was mainly used as a deterrent. Turn the void battle armor back into a spirit battle armor? Hearing Yi Xian's words, all the Imperial Demon Clan higher-ups in the hall were stunned at the same time. Even Yi Xian's Imperial uncle Mo Qigong was the same. He subconsciously muttered and asked Yi Xian, in that case, how are you going to deal with the tens of millions of void soldier ladles? The void battle armor was originally tailored for them. There aren't many species like this that are born with a unique biological frequency and have a strong reproductive ability like the mosquito beasts. There are even fewer species that can be controlled. Isn't it a pity? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Mo Qigong's words reminded Yi Xian, making his heart tremble and his eyes brighten. How could he forget about the mosquito beasts? Yi Xian immediately recalled the scene in the top control room of the Black Wind when he, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and the others attacked the Black Wind's leader, Ba Chai. At that time, the extreme speed displayed by Li Mosquito left a deep impression on Yi Xian. When the mosquito beasts flapped their wings, there would be a low buzzing sound with a very high frequency. This might be like the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladles, turning into some kind of kinetic energy to drive the void battle armor. If so, wouldn't Yi Xian immediately have another battle armor in his hands? Although the tens of millions of mosquito beasts that the Mad Ant Emperor gave him to take out of the Ant Beast Star were left in the 2 scout fortresses of the Black Mosquito Ship and the Black Wind, Yi Xian was now in Triumph City. But if necessary, Yi Xian could use the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability to directly cross the universe from the Demon Emperor Star to the Death Star Vortex in the 3rd universe, and then go to Triumph City in the Death Star field to take back the tens of millions of mosquito beasts and let them live in the mosquito beasts. In the new battle armor that was tailor-made for him. In fact, there were more convenient channels. After all, 10 million mosquito beasts was too little. Yi Xian could go to the Mosquito Beast planet again and borrow more of them from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. It just so happened that he had not been there for a long time. He could use this opportunity to investigate the background of the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Furthermore, he could let the Mosquito Beast Prince, Xue Ben, meet with him and his son once. Thinking of this, his mind suddenly moved again, and his heart became somewhat hesitant. Previously, when he handed over the Void Battle Talisman to the forging system and gave it an order to start a personalized search, the results came out very quickly. There were only 2 personalized suggestions from the system, which were the Weeping Soul Talisman and the Time Talisman. No other results were mentioned. It had to be known that this sort of automatic search was carried out through the Devouring system. What it meant was that it would search through all the resources and conditions in Yi Xian's body. The Mosquito Beast Emperor, Xue Ben, had always been in that beast bracelet. Yi Xian was not wearing it on his wrist, but was kept in the undying world within his body. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the system not to detect its existence. But in reality, the results did not mention anything about it. Could it be that the innate ability of the mosquito race was not suitable for the customization of the battle talisman, which meant that it could not be used as a special energy source for the battle talisman? If that was the case, then this idea that suddenly popped up in his head could only fall through. Yi Xian's consciousness immediately entered the undying world, but the strange thing was that he could not detect the aura of Prince Xueben at all. Only when his consciousness entered the beast bracelet did he discover that there was a huge blood cocoon inside. It should be in the process of leveling up and evolving its life level. During this process, its aura did not leak out at all. Perhaps this was the reason why the system did not capture its existence when it carried out the conditional search, which was why the Mosquito clan was not listed in the results. Yi Xian did not disturb Xueben, and his consciousness immediately retreated. He decided that before the tens of millions of allied troops from the first universe arrived, he would make a trip to the Mosquito Beast Star. The demon race could also use this time to modify the Void Battle Talisman, changing it into something that was suitable for demon race experts. A form that was driven by divine power. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it was done in a flash. When Yi Xian's consciousness retreated from the undying world in his body, Mo Qigong and the rest of the demon race experts' gazes were still on Yi Xian. From their point of view, Yi Xian had only heard the question and pondered for a moment, but they did not know that in just a few breaths of time, Yi Xian had already grasped the Void Battle Talisman in his hands. There was going to be another battle talisman. Don't worry, I still have a spare Void Battle Talisman, so after returning the original one to you, I still have 3 battle talismans. One of them is the Void Battle Talisman, and the Soldier Jiao race is still settled in it. After saying that, Yi Xian paused for a moment, then threw out another heavy bomb. He shrugged his shoulders and said, actually, I should have a total of 4 warlocks in my hands. However, one of them is currently lacking in terms of kinetic energy, so when the 10 million allied troops of the first universe arrive, before that, I have to make a trip to the Black Mosquito tribe's Mosquito Beast Star. What? For battle talismans? This time, even the Demon King Mo Wentian was shocked. Then, he regained his senses and understood why Yi Xian was going to the Mosquito Beast Star. His face was filled with astonishment. Mo Qigong's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed softly, you mean, there is another battle talisman that you plan to use tens of millions of mosquito beasts to drive? This is obviously a good idea. There are countless ferocious mosquito beasts on the Mosquito Beast Star, and this race's reproduction ability is also super abnormal. They will have a large nest in a lifetime. However, other than you, I'm afraid no one else can do this. The ferocious mosquitoes are naturally unruly, not to mention tens of millions of mosquito beasts. Even if there are hundreds of them, it will not be easy to subdue them all. In reality, it is basically impossible to capture a large number of ferocious mosquito beasts from the Mosquito Beast Star at one time. The Mad Mosquito Emperor is not to be trifled with. The Black Mosquito tribe's low-level demon race experts can enter and capture 1 or 2 mosquito beasts as pet beasts, but he will not care at all. However, if the cultivation of the demon race experts who enter the Mosquito Beast Star is too high, that old fellow will obviously not sit idly by. Even if the Star Master Old Monster goes, I'm afraid he will not be able to return. Other than you, there should be no one who can bring out tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts from the Mosquito Beast Star. Mo Qigong's words did not make it clear, but they had already pointed out that Yi Xian's relationship with the Mad Mosquito Emperor was not ordinary. At this moment, all the upper echelons of the demon race in the main hall had strange expressions on their faces, including Grand Master Mo and the other Star Master's old monsters. This was clearly because they were afraid of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and indeed did not dare to enter the Mosquito Beast Star. Looking at the expressions of the upper echelons of the demon race when they mentioned the Mosquito Beast planet, Yi Xian immediately understood. His face was full of displeasure as he sighed, this old fellow is really a good-for-nothing. He can lie so smoothly with his eyes open. The key is that I really believed him back then. From his tone, it was obvious that his relationship with the Mad Mosquito Emperor was not ordinary. At least, none of the upper echelons of the demon race present dared to say that to him, including Grandpa Mo and the other Star Lord old monsters. If you're going to the Mosquito Beast planet, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to accompany you, lest it causes a misunderstanding. Seeing that Yi Xian was going to the Mosquito Beast planet, Mo Qigong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. we actually don't know anything about the enmity between the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the demon race. There are some records in the clan book that only say that the Mad Mosquito Emperor is closely related to the demon race, and that it started when the first demon emperor was still alive. In the beginning, the clan book only warned all the upper echelons of the demon race not to approach the Mosquito Beast planet easily. There was no mention of anything else. Did he already have a feud with the devilish race during the reign of the first Elder Devil Sovereign? Doesn't that mean he has lived for tens of thousands of years? Looks like that old thing's concealment of his cultivation is not small at all. Xian suddenly understood and gritted his teeth in anger, to think that I asked him why he didn't care about the lives of the entire Mosquito Beast race. He used the excuse of pretending to be crazy to avoid disaster to brush it off. I was really wronged. This time, when I return to the Mosquito Beast planet, I must settle the old score. After saying that, Xian turned to look at Grandpa Mo and continued, as an ally, this is my suggestion. Use millions of battleships and 5 starry skies to fight head-on with the so-called 10 million allied army from the second universe. Although this level of strength is still not a match for them, it is definitely enough to hurt them. All of this is impossible for the commander of the enemy fleet to not consider. Don't forget, the races of the second universe have suddenly invaded the first universe. Clearly, they have other important goals. Do they want to fight with us at the edge of the first universe? So, their purpose is not to exterminate the demon race, but to pass through here and enter the depths of the first universe as soon as possible to reach their true destination. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as the demon race's attitude is tough enough and they defend with all their might, they will most likely be the first to propose negotiations, hee. At this point, the corners of Xian's mouth quickly curled up into a rather playful and strange smile. In short, we still have a bit of the initiative. If they are really in a hurry to pass through and don't want to be entangled here, we might be able to take the opportunity to extort some tolls or something. Who knows? As soon as these words were spoken, all the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family in the hall opened their mouths wide in shock. They stared at Xian in a daze, their faces completely dumbfounded. This fellow was too daring. Tens of millions of troops were pressing against the border, and the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family were still discussing whether to fight or avoid. Yet, he was actually thinking about extorting money from them and extorting money from them. The leaping of his thoughts was too terrifying, and the hole in his brain was too big. For a moment, even Mo Qigong was speechless. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know how to respond to his words. Don't look at me like that. I'm just saying it casually. Fortunately, Xian also realized how shocking his words were. He smiled awkwardly and then bid farewell to the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family. He said that he would return to the northern region valley immediately. After leaving the void battle law behind, he immediately set off for the Mosquito Beast Star. After he left, the entire royal palace fell into silence. Everyone was deep in thought. After all, although Xian came and left quickly, the shock he brought to them was not small. On one hand, his suggestion was indeed feasible. Millions of demon cultivator battleships, plus 4, no, 5, in the space war, the demon cultivator race would definitely have the strength to fight. Even if the first universe's alliance army really had more than 10 million battleships, they obviously had other goals in coming to the first universe. It was impossible for them to fight to the death with the demon cultivator race here. As long as the demon cultivator race showed strength that could hurt them, then everything could sit down and talk. They didn't dare to say that they would be like Xian, where the entire race would block the road and rob them in the void and take money from them. However, as long as the demon cultivator race made their stance clear, it was completely possible for them to temporarily extricate themselves from this matter. On the other hand, the reason why the demon cultivator royal family experts were muttering to themselves was because of Xian's background. This brat is really a devil incarnate. No wonder he can turn the 3 Great Plains into such a scene. Now it seems that the identity of Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty is really nothing to him. He doesn't care about it at all. After a while, Mo Qigong shook his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder this brat didn't care at all after he was exiled to the third universe's Death Star field by the Immortal Dynasty. He's been wandering around outside and doesn't seem to want to return to the Immortal Star to compete with his brothers for the throne in the future. Just his close relationship with the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Slayer is enough for him to ignore all of this. There must be a reason why these two old monsters can maintain such a close relationship with him. It's getting harder and harder to see through him. There must be someone behind him. There's an even bigger backer behind him. Is it the mysterious power that helped him build 4 battleships in such a short time? It's really puzzling. In today's 3 great universes, other than the Tianji clan, I really can't think of any other race or power that has this kind of ability. At the end of his sentence, Emo Qigong was already smiling bitterly. The expressions of the other demon cultivator royal family upper echelons also became more and more strange. Even the few star lords that Yi Xian had never seen before suddenly changed their minds at this moment. Previously, they had thought that the secret alliance between the entire demon cultivator race and Prince Xian was more or less lowering their status. Now, it seemed that it was very likely that they had taken advantage of it. At the same time, Yi Xian returned to the northern region of the Demon Emperor planet and cleared out the tens of millions of Void soldiers in the Void War. Then, he sacrificed the war and left it in the valley of the northern region. Immediately, he soared up and left the Demon Emperor planet. He took out a hole in the void and sped toward the Black Mosquito tribe. In the direction of the Black Mosquito tribe, he sped away. When he was preparing for the trial of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and needed to capture a pet beast, it was the first time. Then, before he left the first universe to return to the third universe of the human race, Yi Xian came the second time. With the Dongshu shuttle's current speed, Yi Xian only took a day to reach the Black Mosquito star zone after jumping through wormholes again and again. Not long after, in the void of the galaxy in front of him, an incomparably huge, pitch-black star entered his sight. It was the Mosquito Star. The Mosquito Star also had an atmosphere, but it was black, condensed by a kind of mating gas emitted from the mosquito beasts' bodies. Outside this black atmosphere, there used to be 2 demon scout fleets of the Black Mosquito Star all year round, but now they could not be seen. The 8 major tribes should have already received the conscription. They were gathering towards the Demon Emperor Star. In the past, once some black mosquito demon beasts that had developed intelligence wanted to escape the atmosphere and leave this environment, they would be captured and even killed on the spot. And as long as they were demons, they could enter the Mosquito Star to hunt at will. After all, there were too many black mosquito demon beasts, so there were no restrictions. Of course, after entering, they were responsible for their own life and death. The sea of mosquito beasts was a huge threat, and very few demons entered alone to hunt. At that time, Yi Xian's impression of the Mosquito Star was that the Black Mosquito tribe had completely regarded it as a planet to rear pigs and dogs. But now it seemed that this was all because the Mad Mosquito Emperor did not care. After all, the mosquito beast's reproductive ability was too strong. If he really took care of every mosquito, this planet would have been overcrowded. The old man was clearly pushing the boat along with the current. Perhaps he had another purpose at the same time, which was to let his tribesmen go out more often. In his eyes, this might be a special form of training. Soon, Yi Xian put away the Dongshu shuttle and stepped into the Mosquito Star's atmosphere. Everything was the same as the previous 2 times. What he saw was a tide of mosquito beasts. In all directions, endless mosquito beasts turned into black waves. These mosquito beasts flapping their wings in the air were basically the kind that had not developed intelligence, and those that had developed intelligence already had the consciousness to hide themselves. They could only be found on the land below. And the deeper they went into the land, the stronger the mosquito beasts they encountered. Even for those flying in the air, the higher they flew, the weaker they were in the periphery. The lower they flew, the more they entered the inner periphery of the planet. The strength of the mosquito beasts also increased exponentially. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he did not have the Li Mosquito or the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben by his side, facing these low-level mosquito beasts that had yet to develop intelligence, the pressure he emitted was enough to deter them from approaching. After Yi Xian passed through the black atmosphere and entered the mosquito beast planet, all the mosquito beasts immediately retreated and made a path for him. It was also at this moment that a throbbing sound came from Yi Xian's body, causing him to stop in his tracks. After sending his consciousness in to investigate, Yi Xian quickly withdrew. With a thought, the beast ring appeared in his hand. The throbbing sound was coming from within the beast ring. It was very obvious that the mosquito Prince Shueben's breakthrough was about to end. After breaking out of the cocoon, his life force level would increase, and his cultivation would definitely increase. It was just unknown if his innate bloodthirst would improve because of this. Very soon, as a red light flashed, the mosquito Prince Shueben charged out of the beast ring and appeared in the space in front of Xian. At the same time, countless mosquito beasts in the space in the distance buzzed at the same time. They felt the pressure of the royal bloodline, and they were bowing in unison. What surprised Xian was that after Shueben finished his metamorphosis, his body was actually the same as before. There were no changes at all. He still had the body of a mosquito and the head of a human. Even the crazed bloodlust in his eyes was the same as before. It seemed that his bloodthirst had not been cured yet. However, in terms of cultivation, there was a huge increase. Shueben used to be at the early stage of the origin realm, but now he was at the early stage of the mystic light realm. After one metamorphosis, his cultivation actually went from the 9th level of the starry sky realm to the 11th level of the starry sky realm. Even Xian could not help but sigh in amazement when he advanced 2 levels in succession. However, metamorphosis for mosquito beasts was not something that happened often. Some mosquito beasts might not even encounter such a metamorphosis in their entire lives. When he thought of this, Xian felt more at ease. As Xian's pet, even if Shueben's cultivation was stronger than Xian's, he could not possibly turn on him. Furthermore, Xian was now a void realm expert in the 12th level of the starry sky realm. Just on the surface, he could suppress Shueben. Therefore, even if Shueben's insanity was still the same, as soon as he came out of seclusion. After that, although Shueben did not speak, he still appeared behind Xian as usual. He slightly flapped his wings and floated behind Xian, quietly waiting for his orders. The master and servant did not stop. They immediately flew down to the mosquito beast planet below. Soon, they arrived at the dense forest where they had met the mad mosquito emperor. In their line of sight, the huge ancient tree that covered the sky and the sun could be seen, and the figures of high-level mosquito beasts could be seen everywhere. Not only were these high-level mosquito beasts powerful in cultivation, but they had also developed intelligence. Even their bodies were no longer completely in the form of mosquitoes. Some had grown human limbs, while others, like the mosquito beast Prince Shueben, had human heads. This scene was very strange, even frightening, but Xian had long been used to it. Moreover, even these high-level mosquito beasts were just subordinates to Shueben behind him. When they saw Xian and Shueben appear, they immediately cheered in unison and flapped their wings. As for coming, they gathered to worship. However, the mad mosquito emperor that Xian wanted to see the most at this moment did not appear. This made him frown, and his heart was even more unhappy. Previously, he had been suppressing a stomach full of evil fire on the way here, and he had long felt like he had to vent it out. Although the mosquito beast Prince Shueben had a human head, he could not directly communicate with Xian through words. Instead, he communicated with each other through spiritual power. Seeing that the mad mosquito emperor did not appear, Prince Shueben immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the towering tree. After a while, he returned and brought back news to Xian that the mad mosquito emperor was in seclusion. Like Prince Shueben, he had entered the state of metamorphosis. After Shueben entered the cave inside the giant tree, he did not see him. There was only a huge blood-colored mosquito cocoon. Xian was immediately stunned. Wasn't it said that the metamorphosis of the mosquito beast race could only be encountered but not sought, and that it would only happen when the opportunity came? Why did the mad mosquito emperor encounter such a thing when Prince Shueben had just metamorphosed? Wasn't it a bit too much of a coincidence that the father and son were so lucky at the same time and had such an opportunity? On purpose. The old fellow definitely did it on purpose. Most likely, he knew that the previous matter had been exposed. This time, when they met again, he would definitely be questioned, so he simply found an excuse to hide. Although Xian suspected that the mad mosquito emperor was deliberately avoiding him, and that the old man must have hidden too much of his cultivation base, he could easily enter the realm of pupation at any time. Perhaps as soon as Xian and Prince Shueben left, he would immediately break free from this state. Come out on the spot. But even if everything was true, the other party was determined to avoid meeting him. No matter how unhappy Xian was, it was useless. He couldn't keep wasting time here, right? Helplessly, he could only put this matter aside for the time being. When he had the chance, he would come back to reason with the mad mosquito emperor. After this experience, Yi Xian also secretly decided that he would never come here so openly again, lest the old man notice and immediately turn into another one. The huge blood pupa dodged. After being depressed for a while, Yi Xian frankly told Prince Xueben about the need for tens of millions of fierce mosquito beasts. The latter did not hesitate and immediately let out a sharp howl toward the sky. Soon, a high-frequency buzzing sound came from the surrounding void. A large number of high-grade mosquito beasts rushed over from all directions of the continent. In the blink of an eye, huge black clouds appeared in the surrounding low skies. These black clouds were formed by a large number of high-grade mosquito beasts. They gathered together and were following Prince Xueben's call, rolling over. Previously, after leaving the Demon Emperor planet, Yi Xian had immediately issued an order to the system to activate the forging system and build 2 more Starry Sky Battle Towers. One was a Void Battle Tower, which was prepared for the Soldier Ladle clan, exactly the same as the previous one. The other was custom-made. In terms of the driving force of the battle tower, Yi Xian's custom-made request was suitable for the fierce Mosquito Beast clan. Although the Mosquito Beast Emperor was still in a state of pupation at that time, Yi Xian could not provide a mosquito beast to the forging system for various tests, but the various characteristics of the fierce Mosquito Beast clan were in the database of the Devouring system, and it was extremely detailed. After all, Yi Xian had been in contact with this clan for a long time. The Devouring system had already tested it clearly. He had finished building these 2 battle garrisons while he was on his way to the Mosquito Beast planet. The tens of millions of void soldiers that he had moved out of the valley in the northern region of the Devil Emperor Star had already entered the newly built Void Battle Tower. Only the Blood Mosquito Battle Tower that he had prepared for the ferocious mosquito beasts was still empty. However, this time, Yi Xian had expended a huge amount of resources. Including the 3 great galactic battleships, Yi Xian now had 4 great galactic battleships. However, nearly half of the huge amount of resources collected by his undying world had been used up, which made his heart ache. The shape of the Blood Mosquito War Chariot was basically the same as the other 3 war chariots, except for its color. The Void Battle Talisman was grayish-black, the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman was blood-red, and the Time Battle Talisman was the Metal of Age. The color of the Blood Mosquito Battle Cloak was a dark red color that leaned towards black. It was like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. Other than that, the reason why it was basically the same as the other 3 war chariots was because there were some slight differences. The entire Blood Mosquito War Chariot was indeed the same as the other 3 war chariots. However, the core node of the 9th ring, which was the smallest inside the mouth of the war chariot, was different from the rest of the beehive nodes. The front half of this core node was densely packed with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At first glance, this core node looked like a huge alloy porcupine. Yi Xian had done some calculations out of curiosity. Although only the side of the core node facing the mouth of the war chariot was filled with alloy spikes, the number of them was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed, numbering more than 10 million of them. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking. They were several times harder than the dragon bone material of the main body of the Starry Sky Fortress. They must have been mixed with some kind of special mineral or crystal. Every single one of them was 100 zhang long. If they were thrown out like a spear, under a certain speed they would be able to pierce through battleships, even fortresses, and Starry Sky Fortresses. It was simply child's play. These nearly 10 million huge alloy spikes were clearly tailor-made by the forging system according to the characteristics of the mosquito race. Of the 4 war chariots, the Void War Chariot had the power of the void. The Weeping Soul War Chariot had the power to weep souls. As for the Time Chariot, it was even more terrifying. It could release the tide of time that was related to the universe's time laws. The power of these 3 war chariots was invisible. The Void War Chariot only had a void ripple, while the Weeping Soul War Chariot only had a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The Tide of Time Chariot's Tide of Time was actually a kind of invisible law power. Only when it erupted, a slightly blazing golden light would flash and disappear. According to Yi Xian's estimation, This newly created blood mosquito war chariot's attack should be related to the nearly 10 million densely packed alloy spikes. If that was really the case, this blood mosquito war chariot would be the only one among the 4 war chariots that had a physical attack mode. Yi Xian was already looking forward to it. Just thinking about the tens of millions of alloy spikes instantly shot out like a rain of arrows, piercing through the countless large and small battleships and fortresses in the fan-shaped void in front of him. The magnificent scene of the stronghold immediately made him feel extremely grateful. He couldn't wait to try it out and see how powerful it was. How powerful it was, soon, as Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the dark red blood mosquito war chariot, a large number of high-level mosquito beasts gathered from all directions also rushed toward the thousands of beehive nodes of the blood mosquito war chariot under the command of the mosquito prince Shui Ben. 40,000 ferocious mosquito beasts entered each of the thousands of beehive nodes. There were a total of 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts, and their cultivation levels were not weak either. Basically, they were all at the black hole realm or above. This greatly surprised Yi Xian. Although he had seen a large number of intelligent ferocious mosquitoes on the mosquito continent the last 2 times he had been here, there hadn't been many black hole realm mosquitoes. Most of them were at the planet or star realm. He hadn't expected that 40 million black hole realm mosquitoes would be gathered so easily. From this, it could be seen that the Mad Mosquito King had indeed concealed his strength. Not only had he concealed his own cultivation level, but he had also concealed a large portion of the overall strength of this mosquito planet. He had even said that he would let Yi Xian take away 10 million ferocious mosquito beasts and let his race flourish outside when they found a suitable planet in the future. This was to prevent the entire race from being completely wiped out if anything happened to the mosquito planet. Now, it seemed like all that was bullshit. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's anger suddenly flared up again, and he gritted his teeth. Although 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts was a large number, these untamable mosquitoes were extremely sensitive to the suppression of the mosquito beast Emperor Shui Ben's bloodline. All of them were very obedient. After Shui Ben gave the order, they immediately turned around and charged toward the thousands of honeycomb nodes of the blood mosquito battle army. Very quickly, the number was enough. At this moment, there was a large empty space in the air around them. After all, 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts was not a small number. However, compared to the total number of mosquitoes on the entire mosquito beast planet, it was not much of a difference. Therefore, the Mad Mosquito Emperor who avoided meeting Yi Xian would not have any objections when he took these 40 million high-grade mosquitoes away. He had even given his only bloodline descendant to Yi Xian to be taken out for training. Why would he care about a mere 40 million ordinary mosquitoes? Now, Yi Xian also realized that the old man had not given him the 10 million mosquitoes to guard against the mosquito beast planet at all. If that happened, the entire race would be wiped out. He was trying to get close to Yi Xian and get closer to him. Giving the mosquito beast Emperor Shui Ben to Yi Xian to be his beast pet was also based on the same motive. This made Yi Xian think of the wretched mosquito butcher. That old man was even more direct. He was even more mysterious than the Mad Mosquito Emperor, but he did not hesitate to lower himself and go to great lengths to hide in the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito ship first, waiting to meet Yi Xian in the future. All of this has nothing to do with me. It's all because of the headless infant corpse. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but be a little absent-minded. He muttered to himself, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. Because even he felt that this statement was a little far-fetched. Was it really because of the headless infant corpse? Or was it just because of the existence of the headless infant corpse? If that was really the case, then, why did the headless infant corpse choose him as its host? Old Devil Wen Xing had said before that he had also entered the mysterious corpse pool in the desolate ancient cage. In addition, the entire royal family, as well as some of the nobles and their descendants, had all entered the desolate ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Imperial City. Some had even entered more than once. Every 100 years, he could revisit his old haunts. However, the headless infant corpse hadn't done anything. It hadn't chosen them until Qin Lai had appeared. Then it had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and attached itself to Qin Lai. Then it had walked out of the desolate ancient cage with Qin Lai. Even now, it hadn't left. It was still hibernating in Qin Lai's body. If all of this could be explained as a coincidence, then it would be too far-fetched. Vaguely, Yi Xian felt that there must be something special about him that caused all of this to happen, including the attachment of the headless corpse. Unfortunately, he had asked this question to the wretched mosquito slayer and the headless infant corpse. He had even planned to ask the mad mosquito empress this time around to see her and see if she had anything to say. However, these efforts were all to no avail. The mad mosquito emperor shamelessly found an excuse to avoid meeting him. Perhaps there was a reason for this. He was worried that Yi Shiwen would ask him about this matter. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to think more about it because it was destined to be troublesome. He would think about it when he had the chance in the future. At this time, as the 40 million fierce mosquito beasts entered the blood mosquito battle armor, the mosquito prince Shui Ben also stepped forward and entered the core beehive node of the 9th layer of the battle armor. The purpose of coming to the mosquito star had been successfully achieved. Yi Xian didn't stay for long. He waved his hand and put the blood mosquito battle armor into his body. Then he left the mosquito star and rushed out of the black atmosphere of the star. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and quickly returned to the demon imperial star. Another day passed. At the edge of the demon emperor space zone up ahead, a long line of defense in the void came into view. Almost 5 million warships, fortresses, and fortresses of various styles were densely arranged in the void. They were roughly divided into 5 camps. Each camp had about 1 million warships. In the 2 days that he had been away, the main forces of the 8 great tribes of the devil race had all been summoned. Right now, the 4 camps on the left and right of the 5 million battleships were formed by the main forces of the 2 devil race armies. Each camp represented the total forces of the 2 demon race tribes. The 1 million warships in the middle camp were gathered by the demon imperial star. In the previous battle, the demon imperial star had seized and extorted more than 600,000 warships, fortresses, and fortresses. These warships had all completed the necessary modifications and were now sent to the battlefield. The other 400,000 warships were the demon imperial star's own forces. Tens of thousands of them, including the warships of the vanguard fleet of the Heavenly Fate clan under Yi Luo's command, were also incorporated into the central camp. The 5 camps of millions of warships stretched to the end of the line of sight in the void, blocking the starry sky channel that led to the depths of the first universe. And in the void tens of millions of miles behind this camp of warships, the 3 stars of the demon imperial star formed the second and last line of defense. There were also millions of warships there. If the front camp failed, the last million warships in front of the 3 stars of the demon imperial star would become the last pillar of support for Yi Xian and the entire demon race. At that time, they could either fight to the end of the line and kill all the demon race, or use these millions of warships to take the tribesmen of the 3 stars of the demon imperial star and flee as far away as possible. Of course, Yi Xian would not allow this to happen. With the 5 million warships in the front line of defense and the 5 starry sky battleships, Yi Xian was more than 90% sure that the entire demon race could survive this crisis safely. Moreover, they had to gain something. After all, they had to pay a toll for the passage of millions of troops. On this side, the demon race was mobilized to prepare for war. The main forces of the 8 outer Pan tribes were all transferred to the front line of the demon imperial star area, forming 5 camps of millions of warships. The defense line cut off the main starry sky channel that led to the depths of the first universe. And on the other side, in the front line of the demon imperial star area, around the large wormhole that connected to the first universe, there were also a large number of, a sea of warships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds gathered. Almost every moment, there were warships rushing out of the wormhole, and then they immediately reorganized and gathered according to their respective races. This time, the races of the second universe were also determined. They gathered a total of more than 10 million troops, reaching more than 12 million. Now, more than half of them had gathered. The total number of warships, fortresses, and fortresses that crowded the space around this huge wormhole had reached more than 8 million. This time, the army of tens of millions of clans in the second universe was led by the Blood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, Battle Lion clan, Inji clan, Barbarian Bull clan, Golden Eagle clan, Colorful Python clan, Greedy Wolf clan, and Tree Spirit clan. In addition, there were a large number of other clans that weren't ranked in the top 10, although the commander of the main fleet of the second universe's various clans was still a mighty figure of the universe, and some clans would occasionally dispatch Star Lords, the difference between the two clans was far too great. However, the importance of the main fleet was far greater than that of the vanguard fleet. This could be seen from the fact that the vanguard fleet only had 1 million soldiers, while the main fleet had 12 million warships and fortresses of various types. So, besides the mighty figures of the universe who were in charge of commanding the various clans' fleets and the Star Lords of some clans, there were even two terrifying existences who'd surpassed the Star Lord realm and reached the Region Lord realm in the entire main fleet of the second universe's allied forces. They were from the Blood Wyrm clan and the Colored Python clan. The Region Lord of the Blood Wyrm clan was called Jiao Kong, and he was a top-notch elder of the clan who hadn't shown himself for many years. His seniority in the clan was even higher than the Blood Wyrm clan's patriarch. The reason the Blood Wyrm clan had dispatched a Region Lord realm expert was naturally not because of the demon race. Jiao Kong's target was the source of all evil. The ultimate goal of the allied forces of the second universe's invasion of the first universe was to occupy the source of all evil and take control of it. On the one hand, they were looking for the culprit who'd caused the Blood Wyrm clan's bloodline progenitor, the nine-headed Blood Wyrm clan's bloodline progenitor, and even the only descendant within the blood red egg had been affected. Back to the Black Hand. On the other hand, they wanted to take control of the entire source of all evil and completely put an end to such incidents. After all, those bloodline progenitors who were hiding in the depths of the various clans' ancestral lands or recuperating in independent voids were the primordial era experts and paragons of the Heavenly Dao's Green Eye clan. They were rather reliant on the supply of 1 or 2 drops of origin elixir of all evil every year. In order to ensure that this supply wouldn't be interrupted and that similar incidents wouldn't occur again, it was completely understandable that the Blood Wyrm clan, which was leading the planar war, had dispatched a Region Lord realm expert. As for the reason why the Colored Python race's domain Lord Old Monster had followed the main fleet to the first universe, apart from the source of all evil Star Domain, part of the reason was because the race had lost a Star Lord Old Monster. Moreover, it was a Void Realm early-stage Void Realm expert from the Demon race. They were killed by using a new type of starry sky-killing tool. This was a great humiliation to the Colored Python clan. Although this was a planar war in space, the higher-ups of the various races in the second universe had never thought that a Star Lord would die in this war before the death of this Star Lord Old Monster of the colorful Python clan. In their opinion, at most, only a few supreme beings of the 15th Great Realm had fallen. But in reality, not only was the entire vanguard fleet of the various races in the second universe almost crippled, they had no choice but to retreat to the void near the wormhole and wait for the arrival of the main fleet. Moreover, under the premise that 7 or 8 supreme beings of the universe had fallen, they had lost a Star Lord Old Monster in the end. The Colored Python clan couldn't afford to lose face like this, and neither could the various races in the second universe. The Region Lord Old Monster of the Colored Python clan, Du Zhiding, had come with the main fleet to regain his face and capture Mo Jiufeng, who had recently appeared among the demon race and was known as one of the 6 peerless geniuses of the current era. He might even kill him on the spot. 2 days later, this large planar wormhole that had battleships rushing out almost every moment for the past few days finally quieted down. The 10 million troops of the various races in the second universe had gathered. Ever since the Star Lord Old Monster of the Colored Python clan had died, the entire fleet had retreated. The hundreds of thousands of vanguard fleets that had been holed up here were also scattered and incorporated into the fleets of their respective races. The total number of all types of battleships in the entire army had reached more than 12 million. After some reorganization, they set off at the same time and advanced mightily, gradually approaching the demonic Emperor Star region. Behind the entire enormous fleet, 3 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that had activated concealment formations were following them from afar. The 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the Federation had sent out an observation team composed of several high-level officials. After the previous battle had temporarily ended, they hadn't returned. They had been observing the situation from afar in the void of the wormhole area. Now, the observation team sent by the 3 major forces was still hidden in the dark. On one hand, it was more convenient to carry out the operation. On the other hand, it was also to avoid misunderstandings among the various races in the second universe. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the 10,000 Luo Federation, the leader of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, was in charge. His deputy, the first deputy leader of the Overwatch Council, Hongdu Lifeng, was also in charge. The immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology Camp was represented by the resident elder Long Ziwen, as well as some high-level officials of the royal family, including the second prince, Long Xiao, also known as Long Shuming, and the royal uncle, Long Tianba, who had always supported Long Xiao. There were also several high-level officials of the three empires and their guards. As for the human cultivator camp, it was a deputy leader of the Diju Palace, named Gong Xingtian. The last disciple of the leader of the Diju Palace, Gong Wuxin, was also in charge. In addition, there were also some powerful cultivators from small sections. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the science and technology camp of the human race, old ghost Zhan Tu was no longer there. No one knew where he had gone. This time, he and his old friend, the eyebrowless ancestor, plotted against Yixian. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. The eyebrowless ancestor died, and Zhan Tu was cheated of a large amount of resources and treasures. It was a great loss. It was a heavy loss. Although nobody knew about it, he was too ashamed to stay. At the same time, at the edge of the Demon Emperor space zone, which was tens of millions of kilometers away, Yi Xian, Mo Wendian, Mo Qigong, and the other high-level officials of the royal family had set off from the Demon Emperor planet and were hurrying toward the front line of the Demon Emperor space zone, which was more than 30 million kilometers away. A stealth array had been activated in front of the Demon Emperor planet. The mental battlements that had been modified a day earlier were also hurrying toward the first line of defense. Tens of millions of demon experts were gathered in the battlements. Basically, the entire Demon Emperor planet was empty. After all, the experts of the 8 tribes had to stay in the millions of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. Therefore, they had to recruit experts from the Demon Emperor planet as the driving force. Yes. As for the leader of the royal family of the demons who was in the core node of the mental battlements, it was Grandpa Mo, who was at the peak of the 9th rank. He was much stronger than the beginning Star Lord who had been there last time. Therefore, if the mental battlements had a chance to roar again, they would definitely be more powerful than before. The higher-ups of the Imperial Demon Clan had been paying close attention to the gathering of the enemy troops at the large wormhole at the front line of the Demon Domain. Because of this, Yi Xian and the higher-ups of the Imperial Demon Clan had set off towards the front line of the Demon Domain when they received the news that the main force of the allied army of the Second Universe had finished gathering and was advancing towards the front line of the Demon Domain. Since they were waiting at ease for the exhausted soldiers, there was no need for them to wait at the front line of the battlefield until the very last moment before the battle began. This kind of relaxed attitude was good for stabilizing the morale of the soldiers. When the demon expedition arrived at the front line of the battlefield, Yi Xian gave another dose of reassurance to all the demon clan experts in the front line of the demon domain. With a wave of his hand, the 4 battle garrisons that he kept in his undying world appeared at the same time. At the same time, he activated the concealment array formation and arrived at the front line of the battlefield. The spiritual battle garrisons that had been in place for half a day also removed the concealment array formation and appeared in the void. In an instant, 5 battle garrisons appeared in the sky. Each of them was a huge monster, and they were facing the front line of the demon domain with a diameter of 300,000 meters. This scene was very shocking. The demon clan experts in the front line behind the 5 battle garrisons instantly felt as if they had eaten a pill of reassurance. The uneasiness and fear in their hearts dissipated by more than half in the blink of an eye. After all, the power of these space garrisons was obvious to all the forces in the 3 universes in the previous 2 battles. Even in the previous battle, the demon clan only used 3 battle garrisons. But now, they had 5. How could it not be shocking? This was tantamount to confirming a guess, which was that the demon race did not only have 3 starry sky battle towers in their hands. Even the 5 starry sky battle towers that they had summoned now might not necessarily be the limit. When this scene fell into the eyes of the commanders of the various fleets of the second universe in the opposite camp thousands of miles away, it immediately caused an uproar. Even in the 3 observation fortresses behind the main fleet of the second universe's coalition army that had activated the concealment array, the Imperial Elder Long Ziwen, the Deputy Palace Master of Dijue Palace, Gong Xingtian, and the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, were all shocked. Fear appeared on their faces. After all, the scene of the Battle of Time instantly killing a Star Lord was too shocking. Now, all the top forces in the three universes were worried about the war between the demons and the demons. They had no choice but to take it seriously and be wary of it. Medusa, the new young master of the Green Rock clan, Peng Jingxiao, and the new young master of the Blood Wyrm clan, Jiao Badian, all had strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned 5 battle garrisons, which were the star lords of their clans. They had to treat him with caution, as he was no longer an existence they could face directly. Of course, Medusa didn't know that Mo Shoufeng, the royal brother of the demon clan, was actually the young master of Linghu clan who had made her suffer a great loss in the Shinnon Cauldron. Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian also didn't know that Mo Shoufeng was Sha Baofeng, who had defeated them in the first battle against the Vanguard fleet and killed and captured more than 20 young talents of the various races of the second universe. Otherwise, their feelings at this moment would be countless times more bitter and complicated. The commander-in-chief of the entire second universe's coalition army was Jiao Kong, the elder of the Blood Wyrm clan, and the deputy commander-in-chief was Du Zhiding from the Colored Python clan. 2 old monsters at the domain lord level had extremely terrifying cultivation bases. However, they weren't the ones who spoke at this moment. After all, their levels were too high, they couldn't jump out at the beginning. That would be beneath their dignity. Through the sound transmission system, the voice of a Star Lord of the Blood Wyrm clan's flagship fortress slowly echoed in the void. Demonic Chi cultivators, are you seeking your own destruction? I am Jiao Hongtao, the elder of the Blood Wyrm clan of the Second Universe. On behalf of the coalition army of the Second Universe, I order you to surrender within 30 minutes and hand over Mo Shoufeng, the royal brother of the demons. Otherwise, our army will immediately launch a barrage of attacks to wipe you out. Think carefully about where you're going. Don't make a mistake. His words were extremely arrogant and domineering. After all, the demons had an army of 5 million, and there were 5 space fortresses in front of the defense line. Even though the coalition army of the Second Universe had the advantage in terms of numbers, they had more than 12 million warships of various types, which was twice the total number of demons. More than twice the number of demons. However, the difference in overall strength between the two sides was not so great that a single volley of attacks from them would be enough to completely annihilate the entire demonic race. He was clearly bluffing. The senior members of the royal family of the demons were so infuriated that their noses were almost crooked. However, Yi Xian grinned as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he was standing on the Battle of Time at the center of the 5 space fortresses with his hands behind his back, gazing coldly at the army of millions in the distance. He was as calm as ever, as if he didn't consider the enemy a threat at all. The battle was mainly about deterrence. They had to rely on the terrifying power of the 5 space fortresses to intimidate the enemy and force them to propose negotiations first. It would be ideal if the 5 million warships behind the 5 space fortresses weren't used. Of the 5 space fortresses, Yi Xian controlled 4 by himself. Therefore, the senior members of the royal family of the demons didn't send anyone to the front line to talk to the enemy. Instead, they left everything to Yi Xian to decide. After all, Yi Xian was also a demon on the surface, and a senior member of the royal family of the demons. He was qualified to do so. From that perspective, Yi Xian's influence was equal to that of the general commander of the 5 million demons on the front line. He was also a dictator who could decide everything on his side with one word. That was why Jiao Hongtao, the Star Lord of the Blood Dragons, didn't discuss it with Mo Wentian and the other senior members of the royal family of the demons in the fortress behind him. He simply responded immediately. Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you want to scare us? Alright then, let's just scare them a little. It's not like they're scared of anything. Who's afraid of who? Oh, you're an elder of the Bloodloch clan? No wonder you're so arrogant. 10 million warships can annihilate 5 million soldiers in an instant. Do you think your 10 million warships are all space battles? There's no need for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. You want to fire the cannons, right? Don't wait, we can start right now. It's your business if you want to. It's just an army of 10 million, we've seen it before. But don't worry, the 5 million battleships behind me will definitely not fire a single shot. With these 5 battleships firing in unison, as soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the surrounding void was in an uproar, whether it was the demon camp behind Yi Xian or the alliance of the second universe's various races thousands of miles away. Everyone was stunned by his arrogance and domineering aura. 5 million battleships versus 12 million battleships. In such a weak situation, and not just a little bit weaker, he actually dared to make such bold claims. The demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 peerless monsters in this world. Not to mention anything else, just this courage and domineering aura were enough to match his name. Mo Jinfeng, even though he was in a disadvantageous position, he was still as elegant as ever. At the same time, this also seemed to reflect his strong self-confidence from a side perspective. This kind of self-confidence was obviously based on the 5 starry sky war chariots under his feet. Originally, even within the Devil Cultivator camp, some of the Devil Cultivator experts had doubts about the actual battle strength of the 5 great war drums. After all, when the Spirit War drums were activated last time, some of them had participated in it. After the war drums were activated, the Devil Cultivator experts in the thousands of Devil Beehive nodes would, after a period of weakness, they still had some understanding of this shortcoming. If the Spirit War chariot was like this, then the other 4 war chariots were most likely the same. Therefore, some people guessed that the 5 war chariots that the demon race had summoned this time might just be a bluff. They didn't dare to say that all 5 war chariots didn't have the power to launch a single attack. At the very least, the possibility of them firing at the same time wasn't high. But now, this demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, who had suddenly appeared not long ago, actually made such bold claims in public. The content and attitude had long exceeded the scope of a strong momentum. It was simply a deliberate provocation. If the 5 war chariots were really fake, where did they get such confidence and courage? Thinking like this, almost all the demon experts in the demon race's 5 million army behind them were in high spirits. Their estimates and expectations for the outcome of this battle suddenly soared by a large margin. As for the allied forces of the second universe, most of them were angry roars and curses. Especially in the direction of the Blood Dragon clan's fleet, there was a hubbub of voices. The dignified Blood Dragon clan, the leader of the top 10 clans of the second universe, was actually called a blood loach. It was a blatant contempt and humiliation. Even so, the elder of the Blood Dragon clan who had shouted earlier still didn't immediately order an attack. There was still an old monster of the domain lord behind him, so he didn't have the authority to do so. In fact, he was also afraid of the 5 war chariots in front of him. The fleet commanders of the other clans in the allied forces were basically the same. Previously, the blood-colored starry sky war chariot had caused the allied forces' vanguard fleet to lose hundreds of thousands of battleships. All the experts of the 13 realms and below, in an instant, all of them were instantly annihilated. Not even a complete corpse was left. As is. If the 5 war chariots were to be launched at the same time, then they might not be able to completely annihilate the allied forces formed by the various clans of the second universe, but they would at least be able to injure them severely and cause them to suffer unbearable losses. Of course, they were still doubtful about the strength of the 5 war chariots. That Star-Lord Realm Elder of the Blood Dragon clan had been so arrogant earlier because he wanted to test the strength of the demon race and see how confident they were. Yet now, the demon race's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, was even more confident and arrogant than him. So, this test had obviously failed. Not to mention that this Star-Lord Realm Elder of the Blood Dragon clan didn't have the authority to order the entire army to launch a volley of cannons. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't dare to take it seriously. He made such a decision. Just as he was in a dilemma and didn't know how to respond to Yi Xian's arrogant provocation, the cold voice of that region Lord Realm Elder of the Blood Dragon clan resounded in his ears. Didn't he want to hurt each other? Then just do as he wishes. It's a good opportunity to test the strength of those 5 war chariots. Give the order to launch an attack. Launch a volley of attacks with 1,000,000 warships. Target the 5 war chariots. The Star-Lord Realm commander of the Blood Dragon clan was shocked when he heard the order, but he didn't dare to ask too much. He immediately gave the order to launch a volley of attacks at the same time and lock onto the 5 war chariots thousands of kilometers away. very soon, more and more warships rushed out of the fleets of various species on the long and continuous battlefront. Most of them were small fortresses over 5,000 meters in diameter and 10,000 meters in diameter. There were also many small fortresses over 50,000 meters in diameter and large fortresses over 100,000 meters in diameter. As for the regular star-level warships that were 3,000 meters in diameter, their range couldn't reach 5 million kilometers at all. They could still be used in the melee battles later, but at the moment, they were just densely distributed in the void behind the enemy lines to boost their momentum. The million fortresses, large and small, were charging their main cannons as they moved out of the fleets of various species. They quickly gathered in the central area, waiting for the command of the blood-flood Dragon Clan commander to launch a volley of attacks. At the same time, Xian waved his hand and gave the order to the 5 million battleships of the first line of defense, which were divided into 5 square formations, to fully charge and activate the energy barrier. He didn't intend to let the 5 million warships behind him fire a single shot. If the 5 space chariots weren't enough to deter the enemy, the 5 million warships could just scatter and flee. But now, all of the battleships did not charge their cannons, but instead activated their energy shields with all their might. Their purpose was obviously to prevent stray bullets, and it was obvious that they were not prepared to attack. From one side, this also proved the authenticity of Xian's words, and represented his confidence. In a sense, the effect of these 5 million battleships not firing a single cannon was more practical than all of the battleships firing 10,000 cannons at the same time. After all, Xian only wanted to intimidate the other party. He didn't really have the strength to fight, apart from ordering the 5 million warships behind him to fully activate their energy shields. Xian also gave the order to attack the space chariots. Of course, 2 of the 5 space chariots were completely incapacitated at the moment. They were the void space chariots and the time chariots. The tens of millions of void weapons in the void space chariots had mostly been recovered. They would be able to launch another attack in a few days. As for the time chariots, they would need a dozen more days to recover. The space chariots that he could use were the Blood Mosquito space chariots, the Weeping Soul space chariots, and the Demon's Mental space chariots. However, Xian didn't intend to have the 3 space chariots fire at the same time, as that would be a leak. Why not have 5 space chariots if they were all firing at the same time? As soon as the order was issued, the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, who was in charge of the Blood Mosquito battle armor, replied. The content surprised Xian. Shui Ben was actually asking Xian which mode of attack to launch. In other words, it was as if this Blood Mosquito battle armor had more than one attack mode. This was obviously the truth, otherwise Shui Ben wouldn't have asked this question. Shui Ben's mind was indeed problematic, and he was bloodthirsty and crazy, but his intelligence wasn't weak. Otherwise, Xian wouldn't have been able to rest assured that he would be in charge of the Blood Mosquito battle. And Shui Ben did not let Xian down. After the battle armor was completed, Xian did not study it carefully, but he had already done this by taking charge of the Blood Mosquito battle armor. At the very least, he knew that the Blood Mosquito battle armor had more than 2 attack modes, but Xian did not know. After being stunned for a moment, Xian immediately felt awkward. He did not dare to delay any longer and immediately began to search the database of the Devouring system. In this regard, the Devouring system was indeed very convenient. All the artifacts, items, minerals, resources, and other things that Xian had come into contact with, if there was no information related to them in the system database before, then after Xian had come into contact with them, the system database would automatically update them once the data was updated. Perhaps the newly added information was not comprehensive and would be gradually improved in the future, but there would always be some basic information. As for the Blood Mosquito battle armor, as the forging system attached to the system, it was clearly very complete in all aspects of data and information related to it. Xian only needed to look through it for a moment before he completely understood. The Blood Mosquito battle armor had 2 attack modes, the normal mode and the array mode. Under the normal mode, the battle armor gathered the unique biological frequencies of 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts to form a powerful attack. It could cause all approaching attacks, including conventional physical attacks and unconventional energy attacks, to instantly retreat. Moreover, it was a backtracking under acceleration, as if it was hit by an invisible force. the shockwave seemed to be repelled. In the array mode, the kinetic energy was the same, and there would also be an invisible shockwave formed. However, this attack mode had the addition of nearly 10 million special alloy spikes on the front and side of the core beehive node. To put it bluntly, these special alloy spikes were unique to the biological frequencies of the ferocious mosquito beasts. The acceleration power of ordinary cannons was far more terrifying than the speed of ordinary cannons. Buzz. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, just as Xianxia had understood the situation, millions of battleships, and cannons, millions of energy beams, and beams. Among them, there were hundreds of black antimatter energy light pillars with diameters of 20 to 30,000 meters, and they were relatively concentrated, basically in the central area of the opposite side. Fortunately, although the energy beams of these battleships' main cannons were powerful and their firing speed was extremely fast, the two camps were separated by tens of millions of miles of void. It would take at least a few breaths of time to arrive. The blood ant battle armor under Xian's feet was ready to attack at any time. As long as Xian gave the order, within a second, its power would blast out, enveloping a large fan-shaped void in front of it. Among them, the hundreds of black antimatter energy beams that were shooting over were concentrated in front of them, so they were all within the huge fan-shaped void that the blood mosquito battle armor's power enveloped. However, Xian was not sure if the power of the blood mosquito battle armor's conventional attack mode would work against this black antimatter energy beam. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and he did not have time to think too much. Gritting his teeth, Xian immediately issued an order to Shui Ben, attack with all your strength, conventional mode. Buzz. The intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the mosquito beast flapping its wings instantly rang out. Moreover, this time, it was 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts flapping their wings at the same time. If it weren't for the instructions of the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, they would have restrained the power of this high-frequency vibration and gathered it together. The nest nodes gathered towards the core node of the ninth ring. Instead, if it were to spread out, this large expanse of space would most likely be disturbed to the point of trembling. Ruthless. In less than a second, Prince Shui Ben's sharp and angry roar had already sounded. An invisible shockwave rushed out from the mouth of the blood mosquito battle armor's huge horn. After being amplified by the battle armor's special form, when it left the battle armor's largest outer circle, this invisible shockwave had already blown away the void. Out of the wrinkles, its speed was extremely fast. When it shot out, a layer of invisible ripples that were similar to the fine fish scales on the water surface appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already millions of kilometers away. It faced the energy beams of the ship cannons from the opposite camp head-on. At this moment, Xian's heart jumped to his throat. To be honest, he was indeed worried that the conventional attack mode of the blood mosquito battle armor would be ineffective against the black antimatter energy beam shot out from the fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. After all, that was not an ordinary energy beam. Antimatter light energy still had its own special attributes. All of this worry was obviously unnecessary. The blood mosquito battle armor and the 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts did not disappoint Xian, even if it was only a conventional attack. Even if it was facing hundreds of black antimatter objects with a diameter of 20,000 to 30,000 meters among the millions of energy beams of the ship cannons. Antimatter energy beams. Whoosh. 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 An incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. As the void was pushed forward in the shape of a huge fan of fish scales, all of the energy beams of the ship cannons that came into contact with it suddenly stopped without exception. Then, as if they had been pushed back by some kind of stronger reverse thrust, they turned around and turned around. Instead, they all turned around and shot back in the opposite direction. Furthermore, it was returning in a state of continuous acceleration. It was at least twice as fast as when it had come. There was originally tens of millions of kilometers of void between the two camps that were facing each other across the void. However, the millions of beams of light that collided head-on with the dense folds of fish scales had already crossed a distance of 3 to 4 million kilometers of void. At this moment, they were pushed back and shot back at an even faster speed. In less than half a second, they had shot to the center. They shot out onto the large and small fortresses and fortresses. Boom. Boom. Rumble, huge explosions rang out in an instant, one after another, densely packed. Although not all of the millions of beams of light from the ship cannons were within the fan-shaped area of the blood mosquito battle armor, and only 600,000 to 700,000 of them were pushed back, it was enough for the opposing camp to drink a pot of wine. Bang! Rumble! Explosions that covered the heavens and the earth resounded as numerous enormous fireballs exploded. Even that corner of space was illuminated. It was like a large number of stars had exploded, and its might shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, 60% of the battleships had been struck by the energy beams of their own cannons. Moreover, these battleships hadn't set up any energy barriers at all. Coupled with the fact that the beams of light that shot back at them were too swift, and they were twice as fast as when they were shot out, they were caught off guard. It was such a horrifying outcome. As for the almost 400,000 beams of light that weren't within the area enveloped by the might of the blood mosquito battle Kara, they weren't affected at all, and they blasted towards the first line of defense behind the 5 battleships from both sides of the enormous fan-shaped area. Even though there would be a certain degree of damage because there were still 400,000 beams of light, and it was impossible to avoid all of them. However, all the battleships from the Devil territory were in a state where they'd given up on attacking and were fully supporting their energy barriers. Even if they were struck, it wouldn't cause the battleships to be destroyed, so Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the situation behind him at all. There was no need to, at this moment, as the almost 600,000 forts and fortresses in the distance had been blasted apart in a short period of half a breath of time, and some were completely destroyed while some were partially damaged. Numerous roars that carried shock and fury resounded from the allied forces of the Second Universe. Practically all of them were great figures of the Universe Realm and Starlord Realm, and there were supreme existences at the Region Lord Realm amongst the groups that participated in such a battle in the starry sky. So, no matter how unexpected the situation was, the experts below the Universe Realm didn't have the qualifications to exclaim with shock, and they would intentionally restrain themselves. How could this be possible? What sort of attack is this? Is it related to the energy of the laws? It's actually able to force back all the attacks and cause a complete backlash. Wait, it's different from the golden battleships from before. It doesn't carry the aura of the laws, and it's more like a unique type of energy with a frequency amplitude. It formed a terrifying shockwave that forcefully forced back all the beams of light. If the beam of light of the warship cannons in the form of energy is already so powerful, if we launch a physical attack with magical equipment, the impact of the blast will be multiplied. How are we going to deal with it? This is too shocking. The demon race has indeed produced a peerless monster. The technology he has mastered is comparable to young Master Ling Hu's star Skyblack technology. If 5 battle towers were to be fired at the same time, I can't imagine what would happen. What a bluff. It was definitely a bluff. Otherwise, why would only one war talisman be activated in the end? Moreover, it's a new war talisman. Not long ago, the other 4 war talismans were activated. Why isn't there any activity? That's right. Although this kind of war talisman is powerful, it's impossible for it to have no restrictions. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? If nothing unexpected happened, the 4 battle drums that had been activated not long ago could not be activated at all. The cooling period had not passed, and they were all activated together in the void. They were only used to scare people. They've already been activated. That should be it. The other 4 war talismans were activated before this, and this new war talisman has been activated as well. In this way, the other 5 war talismans in the void have been completely destroyed, and they're merely decorations. We'll know once we give it a try. Let's launch another round of attacks. At most, we'll just destroy another 1,000,000 battleships. We have an army of 10 million, so we can endure it. Along with numerous exclaims of surprise, the region lords in the Second Universe had clearly agreed to this. Numerous forts and battleships of various sizes charged out from the fleets of the various clans, and they converged in the void in front of the army. On the other hand, the battleships from before that had been completely destroyed by the explosion were dragged away, whereas, the battleships that hadn't been destroyed or weren't damaged at all retreated by themselves and opened up a large expanse of space. During the first round of attacks, the army of the Second Universe had paid the price of almost 600,000 forts and forts of various sizes that had suffered varying degrees of damage. However, it was obviously insignificant when compared to the entire army of 12 million soldiers. They hadn't given up at all, and they decided to dispatch another army of 1 million battleships to carry out the final round of attacks. After all 5 war talismans that lay across the void in front of them had been activated once. The earliest was the Black Spiritual War Talisman, and it had revealed itself during the first battle between the vanguard fleets of both sides. After that, it was the Grey Void Talisman, the Blood-Red Soulcry Talisman, and the Golden Time Talisman. These 3 war talismans had been activated even more recently. Yet now, these 4 war talismans just happened to remain silent, and only the Dark Red Blood Mosquito War Talisman that had revealed itself for the first time had been activated. So, they couldn't be blamed for making such guesses. Actually, this was the result of Xianxia's intentions. He wanted to create such a misunderstanding and make them think that the other 4 war talismans had been activated not too long ago, and they were merely putting on a show of strength now. The more certain they were of this notion and idea, the more they realized that the truth was completely different from their guess when the second wave of probing began. The other 4 war talismans that they had subconsciously thought had been activated not too long ago, and now they were definitely just decorations, were still able to be successfully activated, and they brought them another calamity. When they suffered a huge loss, the suspicion that was about to fade away enough to be ignored was instantly magnified to the extreme under the huge difference in reality. This was the principle of the higher one climbed, the harder one fell. Of course, in the face of the second round of probing by the Second Universe Alliance army, Xian couldn't let the other 4 war talismans fire at the same time. He couldn't do it either. Among the 5 war talismans, only the Demon Spiritual War Talisman and all the Weeping Soul Beast's life forms were still intact. The Weeping Soul War Talisman that had undergone a comprehensive evolution and was instantly revived with full health. In fact, Xian wasn't prepared to let the Demon Spiritual War Talisman attack this time. He had to leave some final precautions. In any case, just the successful activation of the Weeping Soul War Talisman once was enough to overthrow the confidence of the commanders of the various fleets of the opposing camp. After all, this time, the War Talisman was Weeping Soul again. Although it was the same war talisman that had just displayed its might, due to the overall increase in the life level of the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the war talisman, the power of this attack would definitely be far greater than before. This would obviously bring new doubts and suspicions to the opposing camp. If nothing unexpected happened, after this attack, not only would they accept the painful fact that the 5 war warriors still had the ability to continue fighting, but they would also be suspicious of the terrifying power that the Weeping Soul War warrior had suddenly displayed, which was far more terrifying than before. The demon race was still hiding their strength. You're right. My Starry Sky Battle Tower does have a cooldown period, but it's not so long that it needs a few days. The Blood Mosquito Battle Tower has been activated just now, and it's true that it can't be activated again. However, I still have 4 battle towers ready for battle. In the face of the exclamations and roars of the commanders of the Second Universe, Xian sneered again and again. He still had his hands behind his back, and with a completely indifferent expression, he said, "Don't you want to try again? Come on, just use one more. Even if there are only 3 left in the end, under the combined fire, this army can still be defeated. Tens of thousands of troops are half dead." As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. At the same time, he secretly used his spiritual power to activate the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal in the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul Battle Tower under his feet. This time, he did not intend to wait for the other side to fire before making a move. At this time, in the void thousands of miles ahead, the second wave of millions of battleships had basically been assembled. It was the best time to spy on them and launch a surprise attack. Seeing Xian wave his hand again as he spoke, the experts in the battleships of both sides felt their hearts in their throats. The demon experts in the demon camp at the back naturally hoped to see one of the battle towers being activated again, because in that case, the other party's words would become a joke, and the guess that after the 4 battle towers were activated, they would not be able to be used again in a short period of time would be ruined. In the camp of the Second Universe's 10 million troops, the hearts of the experts of the Second Universe's Federation instantly tightened. Yi Xian's words were too confident, which made them feel faintly uneasy. After all, the other 4 battle towers had been activated not long ago. If another battle tower was successfully activated now, then, in the face of the remaining 3 battle towers, who would dare to say anything, even if there were only 3 left, the other party could still shoot down 1 round, and this army of 10 million would still be short of arms and legs. It could be said that Yi Xian's gentle wave of his hand affected the hearts of countless experts in both camps. At this moment, the entire void was silent. Buzz. Buzz. As a result, some people were happy, while others were sad. As Yi Xian's right hand fell, the weeping soul battle drum beside him suddenly trembled, and a concentrated and weak high-frequency vibrating sound suddenly rang out. This was the sign that the weeping soul green apes and the thousands of beehive nodes of the weeping soul Wara had fully activated their innate ability, binding the frequency power of the weeping soul hell and gathering it together. At the same time, they were gathering towards the 9th core node of the Wara. A buzzing sound rang out, and the vast expanse of space became even quieter. After a brief moment of silence, the demon camp behind Yi Xian instantly erupted with cheers. It shocked the countless powerful beings in the Second Universe's allied forces, who were thousands of miles away, to the point where their hearts trembled. At that moment, countless people's faces turned pale, and their hearts sank. The senior commanders of the fleets who had been yelling confidently a moment ago were now exclaiming in panic. What? It was actually activated? How is this possible? Furthermore, it's not the Black Battle Talisman that was activated the earliest. Instead, it's this blood-colored battle talisman that was activated not long ago. This is clearly intentional. That brat is being ruthless. He intentionally activated the battle talisman that was only recently activated to prove himself. Furthermore, he even chose the blood-colored battle talisman. All the experts in the 10,000 warships will die. Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. It's too late. Screech. Without waiting for their cries of alarm to fall, the weeping soul battle drum under Yi Xian's feet suddenly shook violently, and let out an earth-shattering mournful howl. The entire void trembled slightly under this howl. As this terrifying howl that was sharp enough to tear the sky came out, countless powerful beings in the void far and near trembled violently. Even their mind and consciousness were in a trance at this moment. It seemed that they were about to be pulled out of their bodies by the howl. In the void in front of the Wara, an invisible tide like an ocean of stars burst out from the core node, and it continued to expand along the outer 9 rings of the Wara. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it enveloped the vast void facing the huge mouth of the Wara. There was no earth-shattering rumbling sound, there was no shocking scene of the void shattering inch by inch, there was also no void turbulence vortex like a black hole. It was just an indescribable mournful howl that reverberated in this corner of the void. Even the fine-scaled shockwave formed by the blood mosquito Wara didn't appear. This attack of the weeping soul battle drum didn't seem to have any substantial lethality at all. It couldn't shake everything in sight. Just hearing seemed to have suffered a great challenge. Everything was exactly the same as last time. However, at this moment, countless experts from both sides subconsciously held their breaths. They were incomparably nervous, because everyone knew what was going to happen next. That terrifying scene had clearly happened once not too long ago. Sure enough, the expected scene soon appeared. Miserable howls came one after another, and in half a breath, they were densely packed. In the void ahead, the millions of warships that were enveloped by the fan-shaped power area of the weeping soul battle drum rose and fell one after another, and the sound reverberated endlessly. But at this time only the sound could be heard, and no abnormality could be seen. All the warships, fortresses that were enveloped by this weeping soul battle drum sound wave remained motionless in the void. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the miserable howls had completely disappeared at this time. The entire void was silent, and the million fortresses that had just been assembled were like ghost ships, steadily stopping in place without any movement. Not a single figure rushed out of any of the warships. It was as if none of the millions of warships were alive at this time. After a short period of dead silence, in the millions of troops of the Second Universe ahead, the voices of the commanders of the various races had begun to tremble, revealing deep regret and resentment, and even more uneasiness. How is this possible? None of the millions of warships are alive. Heavens, under one attack, hundreds of millions of experts of various races have fallen. It's too terrifying. Such power, this is a real starry sky-killing weapon. This is not good. Our speculations have been overturned by the facts. The Devil Cultivator race's Starry Sky War does indeed have a cooldown period, but it is far from as long as we imagined. Even the blood-colored war that was activated not long ago can be activated again, then the other three, especially the Black War that was activated first, the first one that was activated first will definitely have the strength to attack. With a weeping soul hell, 1 million battleships were annihilated, even the countless demon experts in the 5 million battleships behind Xianxia were stunned by the scene. This included Demon Emperor Mo and Tian, Grand Elder Mo, and the other royal experts of the demon race. Although they knew that the newly formed Blood Mosquito War Talon in Xianxia's hand could be activated, they hadn't expected the Weeping Soul War Talon to be able to do the same. After all, it was the demon race who had created the War Talon in the first place. In the opening battle between the two camps' vanguard fleets, the demon race had mobilized tens of millions of demon experts to activate the Spirit War Talon. Now, those tens of millions of demon experts had only just recovered. In their view, the other 3 war talons in Xianxia's hand that had just been activated were nothing more than a bluff. Therefore, when the second probing fleet of the Second Universe's allied forces charged out, forming a million-strong army, the tens of millions of demon experts in the Spirit War Talon were almost ready to launch an all-out attack. Grand Elder Mo's heartstrings were pulled taut. He was just waiting for Xianxia's order to fully activate the Spirit War Talon. However, Xianxia had no such intention. He had chosen the Weeping Soul War Talon next to him, the one that had just been activated not long ago, and he had actually succeeded in activating it. This alone was shocking enough, but this Weeping Soul War Talon that shouldn't have been activated had not only been activated, but the power it displayed was even stronger than the last time it had been activated. Previously, it had only been able to instantly annihilate experts below the Genesis realm, but this time, even Genesis realm experts were killed. This was clearly a sign that he had hidden his strength last time. When they thought of this, everyone, including Grand Elder Mo and the other Star Lords of the demon race, was completely convinced. In the last situation, if it had been them, even if they had the 3 war talons in hand, they would have been afraid of not being powerful enough. How could they have dared to think about hiding their strength? A freak was indeed a freak. Even his way of thinking was different from others. Most importantly, not only did he succeed last time, his bold act of concealing his strength was even more intimidating this time. Not to mention the high-ranking commanders of the various races in the Second Universe's coalition army, who were now filled with doubts. Even Grandpa Mo and the other high-ranking members of the demon royal family in their own camp were now uncertain and unable to figure out what was going on. However, this was not the end. The second wave of troops sent by the enemy camp was annihilated, but only the countless great beings of the Second Universe in the million battleships died. Those millions of fortresses and strongholds were in perfect condition. To Xianxia, they were all spoils of war. Xianxia had not taken a single warship from the previous 2 great victories, giving them all to the demon race. This time, it was time for him to make a huge profit. Millions of battleships, and all of them were large and small fortresses and strongholds. If he could get his hands on them and hand them over to Triumph City, the strength of Xianxia's subordinates would instantly rise by a large level. This temptation was too strong for him to resist. In addition, he also had great use for the corpses of the great beings of the Second Universe who had died in the millions of battleships. If he collected them together, once an accident happened, he could wave his hand and summon them. Then, he could summon the Withered Blade Spirit, which had been promoted to the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure and was about to fully recover. Demon Blood Blade. And through this, he would attract the heavenly tribulation. At that time, it would definitely be enough to let the enemy camp's tens of millions of troops drink a pot of wine. Because of this, Xianxia waved his hand again without hesitation. In an instant, he summoned all the 10 great fortresses that he had prepared in his body and directly performed a space jump. After 2 flashes, he had already traversed 700 to 600 miles of the void and appeared in the center of the million ghost ship army. Immediately after, countless intelligent robots rushed out of these great fortresses and rushed towards the million ghost ships around them like a tide. This time, in order to get more battleships, Xian used the forging system again on his way from the Demon Emperor planet to this frontier battlefield. He made 9 copies of the great fortresses filled with intelligent robots in his body, including the intelligent robots in the fortresses. Therefore, at this time, he could summon 10 great fortresses filled with intelligent robots with a wave of his hand. Fortunately, this kind of ordinary great fortresses and intelligent robots, although it also consumed all kinds of resources and materials in Xian's undying world, it was still ordinary military equipment after all, so the consumption was not big. 9 great fortresses and all the intelligent robots were not even enough to make one. The consumption of a great war was very high. For Xian, it was completely bearable. However, this move was too illogical and out of everyone's expectations. 10 great fortresses filled with intelligent robots were summoned by Xian with a wave of his hand. Then, they performed a space jump and entered the million ghost ships in 2 flashes. In an instant, the experts of the second universe were shocked. They thought that he was going to launch a new attack method, because their hearts were in their throats. However, in the next moment, countless intelligent robots suddenly appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, they spread out and entered the ghost ships. Everyone finally understood Xian's intention. However, it was already too late. The million ghost ships had already begun to perform space jumps. One after another, they disappeared and jumped into their own camp behind Xian. In just a few breaths of time, a large portion of the million ghost ships were empty. At least 300,000 of them had successfully completed the space jump and appeared behind Xian. At this moment, angry roars sounded from the enemy camp. A large number of fortresses in the army of millions had begun to charge. This was clearly the rhythm of immediately rushing out to intercept. Xian's warning sounded at this moment. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not act rashly. I'm retrieving my spoils of war. If anyone dares to obstruct and destroy it, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, his figure flashed and he had already arrived above the Blood Mosquito War Raja on the other side of the Golden Age War Raja. Then, he said another sentence, which was a blatant threat: seizing someone's good fortune is no different from killing their parents. Do as you see fit. A large number of fortresses that were about to rush out from the army of millions were instantly silenced. The Golden Age War Raja was the most powerful killing weapon that could even kill a Star Lord in an instant. Who would dare to send themselves to death? After this pause, a few more breaths passed. During this process, the million ghost ships almost did not stop. Every moment, a large number of ghost ships activated space jumps and rushed back to their own camp behind Xian. In just a little more than a minute, Xian had decisively moved the million battleships back to the void behind his camp, and they were densely arranged in a large formation. All of this was like a dream. Not only were the higher-ups of the fleet commanders in the enemy camp unable to come back to their senses, but even the countless demon experts in their camp were all in a daze at this time. He didn't play his cards according to common sense. He was simply running amok, lawless and out of control. In the past tens of thousands of years, as the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan had fought many battles, big and small, with the Wanluo Federation. Basically, there would be a small battle every 100 years or so, a medium-sized battle every 1,000 years or so, and a plain-level battle like this one every 10,000 years or so. However, in those tens of thousands of years of battles, such a situation had never happened before. After destroying the enemy's million-strong army in front of them, they immediately rushed over to rob them before they could even catch their breath. How was this still a plain-level space battle? This was practically a space bandit invasion, burning, killing, and looting. It was precisely because of this that for a moment, the two camps that found it difficult to digest the scene that had just happened in front of them fell into a dead silence. Everyone's mind was in a daze. However, Xian did not care about this. He immediately ordered the intelligent robots in the million ghost battleships to completely shut down the communication systems of all the battleships, in order to prevent the other party from tampering with them through remote control. In this way, even if the other party had left a secret door in the central control system of these battleships, now that the space signal could not enter, everything was useless. At this point, the million battleships had basically fallen into the hands of Xian. After doing all this, the intelligent robots in the battleships began to do their best to modify the central control system of the million battleships. After all this was done, they could be considered to have complete control of the battleships. They could even be immediately sent to the battlefield to become their own battle force. In some of the battleships, fortresses behind the demon experts, a large number of demon experts rushed out after Xian secretly passed down an order with his spiritual power. Their mission was to collect all the corpses of the experts of the second universe in the million battleships and use storage magic treasures or small space boxes. Then, they would gather all the corpses and hand them over to Xian. That was a few 100 million corpses. He only had to toss out 100 million at most to fully awaken the slumbering withered blade spirits within the blood blade and draw down tribulation lightning from the heavens. At the same time, the remaining corpses might be able to improve the strength of the blood blade or withered blade spirits. In short, Xian had made a huge profit this time. Devil cultivator, you insist on going your own way. Are you seeking your own destruction? Don't force me to make a move, and I'll fight you to the death. Annihilating your entire clan will only hurt the tendons of my army at most. We can just buy some more time so that the rear can replenish the warships. It will not affect us in the end. Kong Jiao Kong, a region lord of the Blood Wyrm clan, who hadn't been paying attention to the battle, was finally alarmed by the repeated failures. The entire expanse of void once again fell into a deathly stillness. Now that the old monsters of area masters had spoken, even the universe masters and star masters in the enemy camp did not dare to utter a single word. It was even more so for the demons behind Xian. Even Grandpa Mo and the other top demons were frowning and on guard. Fear was written all over their faces. The other party's identity was obvious. As soon as he spoke, he reprimanded the entire demon race. He did not mention a specific person. This was clearly a hint for the demon race to stand up and make the decision, although the upper echelons of the demon royal family had basically handed over the overall command to Xian in this battle. With Xian's personality, it would probably be a bad thing to talk to the commander of the fleet and an old monster like the domain lord. That was why Grandpa Mo frowned slightly and was about to step out. That guy's words were obviously not as aggressive as before. He was hinting that they could talk, so Grandpa Mo had to show up. It was time for the good guy to show up after playing the bad guy. However, he was still one step too slow. Before Grandpa Mo could stand up, Xian had already spoken. He was still standing on the golden war chariot with his hands behind his back. He waved his hand and mocked coldly, "What do you mean we're going to do it alone? Didn't you launch 1,000,000 warships at the same time? Who are you trying to scare? We're just hurting each other." Who's afraid of who? What? Now you want to play the target after suffering a loss? Are all the races of the second universe so shameless? Can't you be a little more shameless? Silence, a deathly silence. This time even Grandpa Mo and the other star lords of the demon race sucked in a breath of cold air. They blankly stared at Xian, who was standing on the war of time with his hands behind his back, as their hearts thumped non-stop. That kid is more than just a devil incarnate. He's practically a pain in the ass. His cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Void Realm, the 12th realm, but he dared to directly attack a Star Lord in the previous battle. What made people even more speechless was that in the end, he actually succeeded in killing the Colored Python Clan's Star Lord in an instant. Everyone originally thought that this was practically his limit. Never had they imagined that he wouldn't stop until he shocked them to death, and he'd actually loudly reprimanded a region lord for being shameless in front of countless experts from both sides. They had seen bold people before, but they had never heard of such a bold person. After being stunned for a few seconds, Grandpa Mo and the other upper echelons of the demon race quickly changed their expressions. They all realized that the situation was not good. After all, the other party was a region lord and was far from a star lord. How could they be kind after being slapped in the face like this? Prince Xian's Time War talisman was indeed powerful, but it wasn't realistic to say that it could instantly kill an area lord old monster like the Star Lord old monster from before. However, the tide of time that represented the power of the war chariot could only last for 3 waves. If it couldn't instantly kill a region lord, the one who would suffer in the end would only be Prince Xian. Once the other party was truly enraged, the consequences would be uncontrollable. This was definitely going to be a bad situation. Thinking of this, Grandpa Mo and the others were anxious and immediately wanted to mediate the situation. What happened to the agreed negotiation? This kid was simply a barbaric donkey. Once he started acting crazy, he couldn't stop. It was also at this time that Yi Xian, who was standing on the golden war chariot, changed the topic and said in unison, "But then again, we demons have always loved peace. We hate this kind of fighting and killing the most. If this is a misunderstanding, everyone can talk things out." Although Yi Xian didn't say it explicitly, he had basically hinted to the other party about the demon's position. Moreover, what he said was indeed very reasonable. The first universe was not the first universe of the demonkin race. Currently, the Tianji race was temporarily in hiding. The vast territory of the first universe belonged to the slave races that lived in this plane. Before the tens of millions of troops of the second universe gathered at the front of the demon race, the demon royal family tried to contact several slave races around and proposed to resist the first universe's army. But the response he received was vague and perfunctory. It was precisely because of this that when the higher-ups of the demon royal family had no choice but to urgently discuss countermeasures, someone proposed the idea of giving up the demon emperor star and migrating. On the one hand, it was true that they couldn't beat the other party's army of tens of millions. On the other hand, it was also because they were angry and didn't want to be free cannon fodder for other slave races. If it weren't for Yi Xian's other suggestions later, maybe the demon race would have really migrated. At this moment, Yi Xian mentioned this point in front of countless masters of both camps. Behind him, countless demon race masters in millions of battleships of various types in his camp suddenly talked about it. All of them were filled with righteous indignation and resentment. On the other hand, the allied forces of the first universe, which were tens of thousands of miles away, fell into silence. Since the demon race didn't want to fight head-on, there was no need to continue this war. After all, the main purpose of the allied forces of the second universe to attack the first universe was to occupy the source of all evil star field. There was really no need to fight the powerful demon race at the edge of the first universe and arrive at the source of all evil with a tired body. That star field was also extremely dangerous. The main energy of the army of tens of millions should be focused on the source of all evil. If the demon race was weak and could be easily destroyed, it would be fine. But the current situation was obviously not so. The other party had 5 million troops in the first line of defense, plus 5 battleships in the sky. Even if the races of the second universe gathered tens of millions of battleships, they would still be suppressed. In the end, if they really fought head-on, they would only be able to injure the enemy and suffer 800 casualties. It was really unwise. Of course, the demonkin race was indeed hateful, especially that demonkin royal brother Mo Jinfeng who had just appeared out of nowhere. He was simply deranged and arrogant to the extreme. But now, this person's strength was like the sun in the sky in the entire demon race. This could be seen from the fact that no other expert of the same level appeared in the demon race after the old monster of the Blood Flood Dragon clan's domain lord had appeared. There was not even a single Star Lord old monster. He was the only one in charge of the situation. This clearly meant that this person's words could already represent the entire devil cultivator race. It was understandable that a peerless genius of the younger generation could be valued so highly. The crux of the matter was that the other party was too stubborn, and seemed to be a lunatic. If he really wanted to go head-to-head with him, he was afraid that he would flip the table on the spot just because of a few words of disagreement. This was exactly what the allied forces of the first universe did not want to see. At this moment, along with the temporary ceasefire between the two sides, the higher-ups of the various fleets within the army of the second universe started a video conference at the first possible moment to secretly discuss countermeasures. The video conference was hosted by the old monster of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Jiao Kong, and the old monster of the Colored Python clan, Du Jiding. The scale of the conference was extremely large, and the experts of the various fleets did not have the qualifications to participate. The figures that appeared on the holographic screen were all the old monsters of the various fleets, and there were almost 20 of them. 2 region lords and almost 20 star lords. Such a video conference was simply terrifying. The devil cultivators have already made their stand clear. They hinted that they can negotiate and give up the main channel of the first universe that they have cut off. Since it's like that, then tell us what you think. Jiao Kong's expression was calm. He was neither sad nor happy, and there was even a trace of laziness and casualness. His target was the source of all evil, the Devil Cultivator race. He really did not take them seriously. Even if the previous 2 probes had caused the allied forces of the various races to lose over 1 million battleships of various types, but 2 existences at the Region Lord realm, however, all of this really didn't have much meaning. After a short moment of silence, all the old monsters of the Star Lord spoke one after another. However, before they voiced their opinions, all of them carefully sized up the expression of the Region Lord of the Colored Python clan, Duzhiding. The Devil Cultivator race is clearly strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They do indeed have the means to injure our army, but at the same time, we also have the strength to annihilate their entire race. Mo Jinfeng intentionally showed weakness, which means that he understands this principle. Since he has made his stand clear, it means that the Devil Cultivators do not want to fight. Even I am afraid. That's right. Even though that kid is a pain in the ass, he still has the entire race behind him. When it's time to shrink back, he has no choice but to do so. Now it seems like the possibility of the Devil Cultivators continuing to block the main channel is not high. They made their stand clear and flexed their muscles at the same time just to ask for peace. In the end, they just want to raise their status as much as possible so that we won't attack them when our army passes through. Their despicable faces and petty ambitions are not worth mentioning. Before these old monsters of the various races could finish speaking, Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding's faces darkened. These guys were completely beating around the bush. After saying so much, it was all pure nonsense. There was no constructive suggestion at all. Of course, the reason for this was actually understandable. After all, the Devil Cultivator's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, was indeed too arrogant. He had already offended the 2 old monsters of the Region Lords in charge of the entire army. There was no need to say much about Du Zhiding of the Colored Python clan. The reason he had come was to capture and kill Mo Jinfeng. It was said that the old monster of the Colored Python clan that he had instantly killed had a deep relationship with Du Zhiding. As for Jiao Kong, as a Region Lord, he had been directly scolded by him in front of countless experts of the 2 planes. Because of this, even though all the old monsters of the various races present could not wait for Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding to immediately give the order to negotiate with the Devil Cultivators in private and peacefully pass through this damned Devil Cultivator star region. However, no one dared to say such a thing out loud. If that was really the case, it would be tantamount to saying that the 2 old monsters of the Devil Cultivator star region would have to swallow their blood and teeth. Who would have the guts to do so? Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding both knew what the old monsters of the various races were thinking. Therefore, even though they were dissatisfied with how sly they were, after exchanging glances with each other, they suppressed the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Everything was for the sake of the big picture. The reason the various clans of the second universe had invaded the first universe was because of the source of all evil. This was something that even the universe realm experts at the 15th level of the various clans didn't have the qualifications to know. However, the higher-ups at the Star-Lord realm were basically aware of it. However, even the Star-Lord realm experts merely knew that the source of all evil possessed some sort of fortune, and it was an important resource that even the bloodline primordial ancestor within the ancestral grounds of their clans cared about. However, they didn't have the qualifications to know exactly what it was. Only the supreme experts at the Region Lord realm and above were able to obtain some inside information from the bloodline primordial ancestor that had always been hibernating within the ancestral grounds. Of course, not all the clans of the second universe had a bloodline primordial ancestor that had survived until now. For example, the Yin Devil clan was one of them. The bloodline primordial ancestor of their clan had perished during the primordial era. However, the top 10 clans of the second universe basically all had a bloodline primordial ancestor from the primordial era. The Blood Wyrm clan and Colored Python clan were the same. So, the 2 Region Lord realm experts that had been dispatched by these 2 clans to assume the role of commander and vice-commander of an army of 10 million, Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding, basically knew a thing or two about the situation within the source of all evil. There was a starry sky refinement formation that the primordial era will of the Heaven Dao had personally set up after the incomparable battle all those years ago. The netherworld furnace at the core of the formation was able to condense a certain amount of liquid of all evil from the remains of a large number of primordial beings every year. Moreover, the universe realm was the starting point for the raw materials. Even the Sector Lord realm wasn't suitable. They would be treated as trash and discarded by the Netherworld furnace. That's right, after the Sector Lord realm was the universe realm. This was something that only the universe realm experts and above knew. Those below the 15th level of cultivation didn't have the means to come into contact with this information at all. Star Lord realm, Region Lord realm, Sector Lord realm, Universe realm. After the Region Lord realm was the Sector Lord realm, and after the Sector Lord realm was the Universe realm. Only the remains of primordial beings at the Universe realm could be considered as qualified raw materials. As for those at the Sector Lord realm, they were merely trash. Just this alone was enough to imagine how intense the shock in the hearts of ordinary Region Lords would be when they found out about this information. They had cultivated their entire lives and painstakingly reached the Domain Lord level, but they hadn't even reached the level of the Netherworld furnace's trash. From this, it was enough to show how supreme a cultivation resource the Nether Furnace and the Starry Sky Refinement Formation and the Evil Origin Elixir refined from universe-level beings of the primordial era was. Even the bloodline primordial progenitor, who had hibernated in their ancestral lands for countless years, could only get 1 or 2 drops a year. It could be said that even the universe-level existences among the old monsters of the various clans would not have the chance to obtain even half a drop of evil elixir in their entire lives if they did not have an unexpected opportunity, let alone a Domain Lord level existence. But this time it was different. The root of all evil star area had a sudden change. It was said that some of the bloodline original ancestors in the ancestral lands of the races in the second universe had been plotted against and killed. This incident had alerted all the bloodline original ancestors behind the races. They had issued an order to conquer the root of all evil star area in the first universe. He held it in his hand. Because of this, the invasion of the various races in the second universe had occurred. Otherwise, if it weren't for the bloodline primordial ancestors that were hibernating in the ancestral lands of the various clans secretly reaching a consensus and jointly issuing the order of conquest, just based on the call of a single clan, even if the leader of the Blood Wyrm clan, the head of the 10 Greats, personally came out, it might not have been possible to achieve such a scene today. Under such circumstances, Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding were the top experts overseeing the entire expedition army. If they could successfully take down the root of all evil star region, it was very likely that they would receive a drop or 2 of evil origin elixir as an exception when the time came to reward them. This opportunity could not be missed. It might be the only one in their lives. Therefore, to the 2 of them, the root of all evil star area was of utmost importance in this trip to the first universe. Once this army of 10 million was defeated, the various races in the second universe would send a second main fleet over. At that time, it would most likely be a universe-level being guarding the fleet. This would be tantamount to taking away their greatest contribution. Even if the evil elixir were to be rewarded in the future, it would not belong to the 2 of them. Fate. The bloodline original ancestors of the various races only had 1 or 2 drops of this thing every year. How could they give out a large amount of it? It would be good enough to give 1 or 2 drops of it to the greatest contributor of the expedition. None of the Star Lords were aware of any of that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had any concerns at all, and they could have simply voiced their thoughts openly. This was because, in the eyes of Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding, although their royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, and even the entire race of demons, were despicable and had to be killed, compared to the root of all evil, they were nothing, for the good fortune that the source of all evil represented, even if they were domain lords of the 17th Great Realm, even if the one who offended them was merely a void ant of the 12th Great Realm, Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding would still endure. The final result shocked the 20 or so Star Lords who participated in the video conference. After the Star Lords talked about everything like Tai Chi, Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding, the 2 Domain Lords, surprisingly calmly made a decision. They would contact Mo Jinfeng and start a peace negotiation. There was only one goal, which was to make him retreat as soon as possible and give up the main space route to the central region of the first universe. However, for this reason, they could make some concessions, such as war compensation. Hearing this, the dozen or so Star Lords were almost stunned on the spot. Although it was indeed the second universe's allied army that had invaded, and the 2 waves of 1,000,000 troops had taken the initiative to attack, the final result was that they had suffered heavy losses, and the other side had not only not suffered any losses, but also obtained 1,000,000 battleships for free. Under such circumstances, the two old monsters of the domain lords had actually put their bottom line so low and were willing to compensate. This was simply inconceivable. However, from another perspective, it also showed the importance of the Second Universe's alliance army conquering the First Universe and advancing towards the source of all evil. Even the old monsters of the domain lords were not willing to cause any trouble. Branches. With such a shock, the Blood Wyrm clan star lord, Jiao Hongtao, immediately shouted through the loudspeaker system of the warship under his feet toward the void thousands of kilometers away in an arrogant tone, "Demon, since you don't want to be used by others, then be cannon fodder and die. Then immediately retreat and give up the main space route to the central region of the First Universe." This old man promises in the name of the Second Universe's races that the entire army of 10 million will immediately pass through and will not attack the demons. Let your sister let you. Old man, I'm afraid you still don't understand the situation, right? Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian unceremoniously flew into a rage on the spot. We demons don't want to be used by others, but that doesn't mean that the demon domain is a place where anyone can come and go as they please. So what if you have an army of 10 million? Once you're in our territory, you have to follow our rules. Otherwise, it's not a big deal. Just flip the table and fight head-on. If you kill us, you'll be crippled. Pfft. The blood-flood dragon clan star lord old monster Jiao Hongtao spat out blood on the spot. The demon race's royal brother, Mo Feng, was too much. Just now, he deliberately showed weakness. Now that he heard that he was going with the flow, this brat immediately turned hostile. He was a typical example of reaching for a yard after taking an inch. He was simply shameless, however, even though he was infuriated, even though what Xianxia said wasn't pleasant to hear, it was the truth. Moreover, the two region lords that were in charge of the entire army had already made their decision, and it was even to the extent that they'd listed their bottom line. So, Xianxia didn't dare continue being entangled in this matter. With the temper of this demon race royal brother, Mo Feng, if he really talked to him for a long time, who knew when he would do something else? It was better to pinch his nose and admit his bad luck. He would settle this matter first. As for the other debts, he would slowly settle them with him later. Thinking like this, Jiao Hongtao held his breath for a while, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and gave in. He replied in a muffled voice, "We have an army of 10 million. We have no interest in entangling with a small demon race like you. Tell me, what are the rules?" That's right, you are the allied forces of the Second Universe, with more than 10 million battleships. Why would you care about our small demon race? Following the other party's words, Yi Xian grinned. Without waiting for Jiao Hongtao, who was faintly feeling uneasy, to come back to his senses, he changed the topic and directly stretched out his right hand. The rules are very simple. Although the First Universe is not our demon races, we can't control where you go or how you want to mess around. Yes. But the demon domain is the territory of our demon race. It's fine if it's 1 or 2 battleships, but now that you have tens of millions of battleships, the exhaust gases emitted by all the kinetic energy cabins along the way, as well as the noise produced, are a serious impact on our demon race's living environment. Under such circumstances, we should at least show some courtesy, don't you think so? Just treat it as a toll fee. Do as you see fit. As soon as he said this, the surrounding void was dead silent again. Whether it was his own camp behind Yi Xian or the allied forces of the various races of the Second Universe in the void thousands of miles away, all the experts looked at him with strange expressions on their faces. There was no one else who had the guts to do so. With 5 million battleships against a terrifying army of 10 million battleships, he actually dared to extort them so bluntly, demanding the so-called toll fee. This was no longer enough to describe him as a pain in the ass. He was truly speechless. What made them even more speechless was that the more arrogant and unyielding Yi Xian was, the more certain the two old domain lords in charge of this army of 10 million battleships were that the other 3 battleships beneath his feet were definitely still capable of one more attack. In the end, in order to not cause unnecessary trouble and affect the proper matters of the root of all evil star region, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding spoke out once more. Satisfy his request. Let the commanders of the various fleets send a batch of cultivation resources over. Gather them and hand them over. It doesn't matter if they give more. After all, no matter how much they give, they will only be temporarily kept in the hands of the demons. After we take down the root of all evil, there will be plenty of time to settle the score with them. Since the old domain lords had said so, Jiao Hongtao naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately passed down the two old domain lords' orders. Soon, the commanders of the various fleets sent over a small space box one after another. After gathering them together, Jiao Hongtao sent out a 10,000 meters large fortress to launch a space jump and arrive at the front of the 5 battleships to pay the toll fee. After receiving the small space box, Xian didn't even look at what was inside and how much there was inside. With a wave of his hand, the 5 million battleships of the demons behind him began to rapidly retreat, returning to the inner defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. This was clearly the rhythm of giving up the main route of the Demon Star region to the central region of the first universe. Everyone thought that Xian was extremely daring, but they didn't know that he was completely doing this on purpose. The reason why he asked for the toll fee at the last moment was not to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit, but to purposely show his strong confidence to dispel the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the other side and completely give up. This was to prevent this army of 10 million from suddenly going back on their word when they passed through the Demon Star region. In fact, the two old domain lords in charge of this army of 10 million did have this idea. They planned to suddenly make a move when the fleet passed through the Demon Star region, suppressing Xian and seizing the 5 battleships. But now, after confirming that Xian wasn't bluffing and was really confident, they finally gave up on this idea. Of course, the most important thing was that they were worried about affecting the proper business of the root of all evil star region. The passage of 10 million troops lasted for a long time, but Xian didn't stay with the 5 battleships at the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. After the flagship fortresses of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan were far away and out of sight, he waited for half a day. After that, he put away the 4 battleships and turned back to the Demon Emperor star. These 3 clans were the top 3 of the top 10 clans in the second universe. The old domain lords in charge of the command of the entire army of 10 million troops were sitting in the flagship fortress of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. It could be said that the fleets of these 3 clans were basically the backbone of the entire army of 10 million troops in the second universe. They had all passed through the main route of the Demon Emperor 3 stars and were far away. The last crisis that Xian was worried about could basically be eliminated. At this point, whether it was Xian or all the upper echelons of the royal family of the demon race, the hearts that had been hanging in the air were finally completely relieved. This time it could be said that there was no danger. Everything went quite smoothly. Not only did they resolve the imminent crisis, but Xian also obtained 1 million fortresses, as well as a large amount of cultivation resources and supplies. Xian didn't give the so-called toll fee that the second universe's allied forces paid to the royal family of the demon race. He had fought for it himself. The demon race had already obtained nearly 1 million battleships in the previous 2 wars. They couldn't take all the benefits for themselves. To Xian's surprise, this toll fee was still very sufficient. It was basically the same as the total amount of resources that Xian had consumed when he used the forging system to build the 4 battleships and the 9 large fortresses filled with intelligent robots. In the previous 2 battles, my demon race has already obtained nearly 1 million battleships. This time, the 1 million battleships are naturally yours. In the inner city of the Demon Imperial City, inside the Imperial Palace, hearing Xian mention the ownership of the 1 million battleships, Grandpa Mo waved his hand, and without hesitation, said with a smile, including the toll fee, "You worked hard to get it, so it's all yours. Don't forget, we are now close allies. Since it is an equal cooperation, my demon race naturally shouldn't be monopolized. These resources should be used in your Triumph City, allowing your subordinates to quickly grow. For my demon race, for our alliance, it is also beneficial to our cooperation. However, Triumph City is located in the Death Star field of the third universe. The distance is very far, and the army of 1 million battleships is huge. Sending these battleships over will be a very troublesome problem." This was indeed a problem. More than 1 million battleships were spread out in the void. Although Xian could keep them in his undying world, it would be very taxing. His cultivation was still a bit weak, and he couldn't keep thousands of battleships at the same time with a wave of his hand. To a certain extent. But if he could bring out the farmer god cauldron, and then send the demon race experts into the cauldron one by one, it would save a lot of effort. However, this couldn't be done in the void of the universe outside the demon Imperial 3 stars. If that happened, the farmer god cauldron would be exposed, and the trouble would be even bigger. Fortunately, although the cauldron was as big as a giant star, Xian had already refined it. He could control its size to be slightly bigger than a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This way, he could bring it out in the demon Imperial star. At that time, the million battleships would enter the demon Imperial star one by one, and enter the cauldron one by one. The space inside the farmer god cauldron was like a star. Although there were many battleships, it could still fit in easily. All this started very quickly, and it was carried out in the huge valley in the northern domain of the demon Imperial star. For this, the demon Imperial Guard commander Xianxia took the initiative to ask Ming to be in charge of the overall command, and he worked very hard. Xian saw all of this, and a dim light flashed across his eyes from time to time. For some reason, he felt that Xianxia seemed to be a little different from before when he met him again. However, he couldn't find anything when he looked at him carefully. In the end, he could only temporarily throw this matter to the back of his mind, but he was already secretly paying attention to it. Even if 1,000,000 warships were to be transported to the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron one after another, it would still take some time for all of them to be transported. When the time came, Xian would take the time to activate the plane-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and return directly to the Death Star vortex of Universe 3. From there, he would rush to Triumph City, deliver the battleship to Naples, and return to Universe 1 in the same way. However, it was obviously not realistic at the moment. Even though the demon race had survived this crisis, everything was only temporary. Xian already had a guess about the ultimate goal of the invasion of this army of millions of races from the second universe. In order to verify it, he would leave the Demon Emperor planet and secretly tail behind this army of millions. He wanted to see if they had really come to Universe 1 for the source of all evil as he had guessed. Before that, while Xianxia was commanding the 1,000,000 warships to be transported to the Xianxia cauldron, Xian decided to go into seclusion in the temporary cave residence deep in the valley to see if he could make another breakthrough. Before entering the temporary cave residence deep in the valley, Xian used the Xianxia cauldron to condense another 20 drops of middle-grade hell ant liquid. After he was done, he immediately entered the temporary cave residence, set up a restriction, and began his seclusion. With a wave of his hand, the 20 drops of hell ant liquid that had just been condensed appeared in front of Xian. They were suspended in the void, and their size before they were condensed had shrunk to the size of peanuts. Some of the impurities and dregs, as well as some substances that had an adverse effect on tempering the body, were gone. They had been completely melted. In order to ensure the success of his breakthrough, he gritted his teeth and took out another drop of all evil origin liquid after some hesitation. He swallowed it together with the 20 drops of middle-grade rare-grade hell ant liquid. After entering his stomach, they melted instantly and turned into a scorching energy that spread to his limbs, bones, and organs. In an instant, an intense stinging sensation came very quickly. He could even clearly hear the faint sound of his flesh and blood cells tearing apart. Vaguely, there seemed to be some mysterious sounds of chains rattling in his body. It was the sign that the potential shackles of his body were being shaken. Slowly, as the powerful effects of the 20 drops of middle-grade rare-grade hell ant liquid gradually appeared, Xian's entire body turned fiery red, and his 1.08 billion pores were all emitting auspicious light. A faint layer of dense mist even rose above his head, and he seemed to be sitting cross-legged in a cloud. It was magical and extraordinary. In the end, his consciousness entered an extremely mysterious state. He couldn't feel any pain at all, and even his body didn't seem to exist anymore. His entire body and mind seemed to have sunk into a kind of nothingness, as if they were sublimated. After an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A golden glow burst forth from his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, Void Level 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, Void Level 5. After all, this was only the second time he had used it. In addition to the 20 drops of middle-grade rare-grade hell ant liquid, Xian also swallowed a drop of all-evil origin liquid, which was even more precious. This allowed him to once again undergo a tempering baptism from his body to his heart, and he advanced by 2 small levels in one go. From then on, he entered the 12th major realm, middle stage void level. When he got up, Xian discovered that the surface of his body was still covered in a layer of hard scabs, but they were thinner than before. This was still the rhythm of the impurities in his body being discharged. After continuously using rare cultivation resources like middle-grade rare-grade hell ant liquid and all-evil origin liquid, his original body was rapidly becoming crystal clear. He was advancing into a pure and perfect state. At this moment, Xian discovered that only half a day had passed. The millions of battleships outside wouldn't be able to finish transferring so quickly. It would take about 2 more days. After pondering for a while, he decided not to come out of seclusion for the time being. He could make use of this time to refine the 3 shells of Di's clone, as well as the electronic consciousnesses of Sha Baofeng, Di Xiaofeng, and the other Yun Tianji clan descendants. According to Xian's original plan, he had planned to carefully examine the 3 bodies of Di's doppelganger. After making sure that there were no hidden doors or other traps, he would then use Sha Baofeng and the others' electronic consciousnesses to refine 3 expendable doppelgangers that would not be damaged. However, at this moment, after carefully examining the 3 bodies of Di's doppelganger and retrieving information related to the Tianji clan's electronic consciousnesses from the system's database, Xian suddenly changed his mind. It turned out that the Tianji clan's electronic consciousnesses could be merged. Through the doppelganger system attached to the devouring system, not only could it merge the electronic consciousnesses of Sha Baofeng, Di Xiaofeng, and the other heaven's favorites of the Tianji clan into one, but this newly merged electronic consciousnesses was extremely special. During this process, it needed to be like how Xian had refined the devouring doppelganger after obtaining the devouring treasure body. He had to separate a strand of his own primordial spirit to act as a seed or a catalyst to stimulate the creation. Therefore, after the successful merging, there would be no trace of Sha Baofeng, Di Xiaofeng, and the others. It was brand new and completely belonged to Xian. It was as if an intelligent robot had been born with spiritual intelligence and became Xian's doppelganger. Because it was an electronic consciousness doppelganger, it had a high degree of freedom. It could enter any intelligent robot and quietly move between any electronic devices. Of course, Xian currently had 3 bodies of Di's doppelganger. These were the doppelganger bodies of the Tianji clan leader. Needless to say, all 3 of them were of the highest grade. Xian planned to enter one of them after successfully merging his electronic consciousnesses. At that time, the electronic doppelganger would be born. In addition, this electronic consciousness doppelganger would have the terrifying ability to devour other electronic life forms. In other words, as long as Xian successfully merged with this electronic consciousness doppelganger, he would be able to use the electronic consciousness in this doppelganger when he fought against the Tianji clan in the future. It would be as if his soul had left his body and his primordial spirit had traveled, quietly entering his opponent's electronic system and devouring them. Once he succeeded, the Tianji clan experts targeted by Xian would die like the souls of human experts. Their bodies would remain, but their consciousnesses would disappear. And this was the only way for the electronic consciousness in Xian's electronic doppelganger to gradually grow stronger. In theory, if the electronic consciousness in this electronic doppelganger was like a cultivator's primordial spirit, it would have enough time to infiltrate the electronic intelligence system of the Tianji clan city and find a chance to devour the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan leader, De of the clan's clan leader, in one fell swoop after it had fully matured. After all, Xian had never heard of any Tianji clan experts possessing the terrifying ability to devour other electronic consciousnesses to strengthen themselves. Of course, this was only a theory. Even if it could really be realized, it would take a long time for this electronic consciousness doppelganger to grow. In addition, the Tianji clan might not really have the ability to devour other electronic consciousnesses. Perhaps they had hidden it and never announced it to the public. But even so, Xian still decided to give it a try. The temptation of having an electronic consciousness doppelganger that completely belonged to him was too strong. Once it was completed, he could even directly use this electronic consciousness doppelganger to invade any enemy's battleship system in the future. instead of using his personal space communication system to complete all of this, invading the enemy's battleship system through the space communication system was completely different from using his own electronic consciousness doppelganger to silently invade. No matter how intelligent the space communication system was, it still required a series of commands to complete everything. How could it compare to Yi Xian's flexibility and convenience? Soon, Yi Xian activated the doppelganger system that he had not used for a long time. The first step was to fuse the 9 electronic consciousnesses of Baofeng Sha, Di Xiaofeng, and the others into one. All of this was handed over to the doppelganger system to complete. During this process, the electronic memories of Baofeng Sha and the others were all removed and stored in the database of the Devouring system, so that Yi Xian could refer to them at any time in the future when he needed them. In addition, all the authority imprints related to the Tianji city in the 9 electronic consciousnesses were also removed and stored separately, so that they might be of use in the future. In the end, what was left were the 9 pure electronic consciousnesses. Compared to the fusion process, the entire process was not complicated. The doppelganger system had its own specialization, so it was completed very quickly. Because it was formed by fusing the 9 electronic consciousnesses into one, the final electronic consciousness obtained was extremely condensed, but it was only half complete. The second half needed to be like how Yi Xian had refined the devouring doppelganger. A strand of the original body's soul had to be separated and fused with the newly fused electronic consciousness. Once it was successful, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger would be considered complete. It did not have a physical body, but was a special one. It was refined using a strand of the original soul of a human cultivator as a guide and the condensed electronic consciousnesses of the Tianji clan. However, it was precisely because of the uniqueness of a cultivator's original soul that this electronic doppelganger had the ability to devour other electronic consciousnesses of the same kind. It could definitely be considered an extraordinary talent. In addition, because it did not have a physical body, it appeared to be even more unpredictable. It could silently survive in any electronic system for a long time, and it could also reside in any intelligent robot or the physical body of a member of the Tianji clan, realizing the physical appearance of a life form. Due to the fact that the second half required a strand of Yi Xian's primordial spirit to fuse with it, the time taken was slightly longer. During this process, Yi Xian once again endured the pain of his primordial spirit splitting apart, but a drop of all evil origin liquid was enough to make up for all of this, allowing his primordial spirit to fully recover. Half a day later, the process was completely completed. Yi Xian's electronic consciousness had been successfully refined. Just this electronic consciousness had already reached the 13th realm, the primordial first stage. Then, Yi Xian chose one of the 3D1 doppelganger shells and handed it to the doppelganger system for slight modification. In the end, the outer appearance of the shell was completely changed into Yi Xian's appearance. After Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger entered the shell of this doppelganger, the aura of the 13th realm, grand perfection of Genesis 9, rushed over. On the surface, its realm was much higher than Yi Xian's original body. However, in terms of actual comprehensive combat power, it was obviously far inferior. Yi Xian's original body had too many means and various top magical treasures. They were all one of the factors that made up his comprehensive strength. After the completion of this electronic doppelganger, only one day had passed. There was still one day until the million battleships outside finished migrating. Yi Xian turned his eyes to the remaining 2D1 doppelganger shells. Yi Xian sighed as he looked at the 2 bodies of Di's clones. This was definitely a good thing. Every inch of skin on the surface of the 2 clones was definitely made of the highest quality materials. After all, Di was the patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy clan, and with the foundation of the Heavenly Legacy clan, the patriarch's electronic consciousness, how could the doppelganger's body be inferior? Unfortunately, he could not think of a way to use these 2 doppelganger. Of course, Yi Xian could use the doppelganger system again like how he had refined the devouring doppelganger. He could split 2 strands of primordial spirit and refine 2 doppelganger. However, this was obviously only a thought and could not be put into practice. The doppelganger system attached to Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger system was still at the initial stage. In the initial stage, one could use a strand of primordial spirit as a primordial spirit seed to refine a doppelganger. There was only one slot available, and it had already been used by the devouring doppelganger. The previous refinement of the electronic doppelganger was not included because the method was different. In fact, even if there were still 2 slots available, Xian would not have made such a choice. Even if it was an auxiliary system, it was extremely difficult to upgrade it. The slots for refining doppelganger using the primordial spirit seed method were too precious. Xian had only chosen to use 1 slot to refine a perfect doppelganger because he had encountered a heaven-defying existence like the devouring treasured body. Although the 2 shells of De's electronic doppelganger were also top-grade goods, they were obviously not just a little bit inferior to the devouring treasured body. Just these 2 shells were not worth Xian using the doppelganger system's primordial spirit seed quota to refine a perfect doppelganger. After a period of depression, Xian could only put the 2 shells of De's doppelganger back into the undying world in his body. Then, after pondering for a while, Xian decided to use the last day to collect another 9-eyed golden crystal. He wanted to see what kind of ancient god he could get this time. Among the multi-eyed sense crystals, even the 8-eyed silver crystal was not perfect. Only the 9-eyed golden crystal contained the bloodline inheritance of the ancient creature that gave birth to this crystal. It could be a divine ability or a cultivation technique. Before this, Xian had obtained a total of 108 9-eyed golden crystals from the mysterious corpse pool in the ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor. He had already used 2 of them. Not only did the 2 9-eyed golden crystals allow Xian to absorb a large amount of pure mental energy from the crystals, they also allowed Xian to obtain 2 Supreme Ancients' bloodline abilities. They were the primordial Xianxia's heaven-falling bow and the Netherworld Emperor's Netherworld Claw. Since he had nothing to do now, Xian decided to take out the 3rd 9-eyed golden crystal and start collecting it. He still had a total of 106 9-eyed golden crystals in his hand, and they were more or less the same. Although there were subtle differences, he couldn't tell which supreme primordial existence each crystal corresponded to from these subtle differences. In other words, before he finished withdrawing, Xian had no way of knowing which ancient sovereign's bloodline inheritance he would obtain after he finished withdrawing. It would appear at random. Of course, even the worst bloodline inheritance or divine ability would not be that weak. After all, those who could still turn into corpse flowers and produce 9-eyed golden crystals after death were all supreme existences in the remote antiquity era. At the very least, they had to be in the remote antiquity era. Almighty! For an existence of this level, how could their bloodline talents and inherited divine abilities be of little value? After making his decision, Xian immediately took out a small spatial box from his undying world. Inside was a 9-eyed golden crystal. This item was too precious. Each one represented the bloodline inheritance of a supreme of the primordial era. It was definitely a rare resource that could only be found by chance. Therefore, Xian didn't dare to store them together. Each one was stored in a separate spatial box. He had only randomly picked one of the 106 small spatial boxes, which made Xian feel excited. Perhaps he had won the grand prize this time and obtained a 9-eyed golden crystal that contained an extremely powerful might that even surpassed the terrifying divine ability of the desolate ancient Xianxia's heaven-falling bow. This was also possible. With this kind of expectation, Xian quickly sat down cross-legged. After opening the small spatial box, he threw the 9-eyed golden crystal inside to the devouring system. He immediately ordered the devouring system to extract the pure mental energy contained in the 9-eyed golden crystal, and began to absorb it from all directions. However, this time, he didn't expect the mind source core in his sea of consciousness to undergo another metamorphosis and evolve into a level 9 source core. A similar surprise had occurred not too long ago after all. A mind source core's metamorphosis wasn't that easy, so 2 metamorphoses and evolutions in a short period of time were obviously not going to happen. It was impossible. However, the pure mind power contained within the 9-eyed golden crystal would allow his mind source core to become even more solid. This would lay a solid foundation for the next transformation and evolution. After all, the only thing Xian was looking forward to was the bloodline inheritance of a supreme of the primordial era or an almighty of the primordial era. The results were out very quickly. When all the pure mind power contained within the 9-eyed golden crystal was extracted by the system and channeled into the mind source core in Xian's sea of consciousness, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out clearly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient primordial era. The devil ape's true body is a bloodline inheritance of the primordial devil ape. It is a unique secret technique used to condense the devil ape's physical body. In the next moment, before Xian could recover from his shock, his original primordial spirit consciousness suddenly trembled and was forcefully pulled into an inheritance scene. The background of the image was very familiar. It was still the scene of the Great War that had taken place countless years ago. However, this time, the focus of the inheritance image wasn't on the primordial Xianxia or the golden divine dragon. Instead, it was on a humanoid creature that Xian found extremely familiar. It was a desolate ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. It even had 3 torsos, standing back to back as if the 3 heads were glued together. It was a few thousand feet tall and its aura was terrifying. It was not as strong as the golden divine dragon or the void giant tortoise, but it was stronger than the void ladle and the other desolate ancient demon apes. Its cultivation base was somewhere between the primordial era and the almighty of the primordial era. What was even more shocking was that the 3 bodies of the ancient devil ape were completely different. One of them was a body of flesh and blood. It was completely black and its fur flickered with a faint glow. It was obvious that it was extremely tough. The other one was a skeleton. Its entire body was grayish gold and exuded a metallic texture that gave off a sinister vibe. Xian had indeed seen the ancient demonic ape in the inheritance picture. To be more precise, he had seen an ancient demonic ape that looked very similar to the one in front of him. The ancient demonic ape wasn't a creature from the primordial era, it had been a descendant of the ancient demonic ape. Back when Xian had entered the core of the land of all evil, he had seen an ancient demonic ape among the corpses of many experts at the edge of the area. The ape was thousands of meters tall, but perhaps because it had died a long time ago, Xian couldn't see the remains of the ancient demonic ape. The aura he had sensed from the remains was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. It was much weaker than the real ancient demonic ape. Therefore, the remains of the ancient demonic ape should only be a descendant, not a real one. What Xian had seen in the inheritance picture of the 9-eyed golden crystal was the real ancient demonic ape, which had an extremely powerful aura. Also, the inheritance picture represented a bloodline inheritance of the ancient demonic ape. It wasn't a primordial technique like the fallen sky bow or the netherworld claw, but something similar to the Dongxi void realm. It was a secret technique. The difference was that it seemed to be a body-tempering technique called the true body of the demonic ape. It was a special bloodline secret technique that could condense the body of the ancient demonic ape. The inheritance picture soon ended. Xian also finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. As expected, his mind was completely silent, there were no system notifications. His spirit core had just evolved from a level 7 to a level 8 one, it couldn't have evolved again so quickly. However, Xian had gained a lot this time, because the method of condensing the true body of the demonic ape was very suitable for him at the moment. On the one hand, he happened to have 2 shells of De's clones, which were made of the most precious materials. He could melt them and put them to good use. On the other hand, according to Xian's guess, this time, the second universe's 10 million troops were most likely heading towards the source of all evil. Xian would definitely follow them, but he wasn't in a hurry right now. The source of all evil wasn't a good place, even if the second universe had an army of 10 million. For a while, they definitely wouldn't be able to get too far in. Xian was absolutely certain that they would not be able to get close to the netherworld cauldron due to its terrifying pressure. As for entering the netherworld cauldron, there was no need to even think about it. However, Xian was still worried. He had to go over and take a look. If he needed to take action, his identity as Mo Jufeng should not be exposed. In that case, if he could condense the devil ape true body before that, then everything would be fine. The core of the root of all evil was originally home to a large number of ancient ferocious star beasts. When Xian appeared in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape, no matter what he did, even if he turned the second universe's allied army upside down, he would not feel any pressure. In addition, the devil ape true body had 3 heads and 6 arms. It had never appeared in the outside world before, so the outside world had no idea what the abilities of the devil ape true body were. At that time, Xian would be able to use more divine powers and spells. For example, he could use the black fog body to use all kinds of secret spiritual skills and divine powers of the demons. As for the other 2 bodies of bones and flesh, they could use the netherworld claw and other divine powers respectively. Even if these divine powers and spells had been used by Yi Xian in several of his previous identities, now that they appeared in the ancient demon ape true body at the same time, it would not arouse any suspicion. After all, this kind of creature was too rare to be understood by the world. It even had 3 heads and 6 arms, so what was so strange about it knowing more divine powers and spells? Thinking of this, Yi Xian became excited. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled up the information related to condensing the devil ape true body from the system's database. Soon, he understood everything. At this time, he found that there was a small blood golden ball in his sea of consciousness. It was only the size of a longan. Obviously, it was the bloodline secret seed that he had obtained from the third nine-eyed golden crystal. It was related to the bloodline of the ancient demon ape true body. Only through this bloodline seed could the devil ape real body be successfully condensed. Otherwise, even if one knew the method to condense the devil ape real body, no matter how much resources one invested, it would be impossible to condense the real devil ape real body. After understanding everything, Yi Xian immediately took out the 2 bodies of the first Emperor avatar that he had just put into the undying world and directly threw them to the doppelganger system. Soon, the 2 bodies of the first Emperor avatar were completely melted and turned into a ball of light. All the materials were traced back to their original source. This method of condensing the doppelganger was different from the perfect doppelganger of the devouring treasure body. This was actually a kind of bloodline condensation, which was between the doppelganger and divine powers. The most important thing was the small blood golden ball in the sea of consciousness in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Without it, it would be impossible to succeed. This small blood golden ball was quickly taken out from the sea of consciousness by Yi Xian and also handed to the doppelganger system. It was immediately inserted into the ball of light formed by the melting of the first Emperor avatar's body and completely merged with it. It was a perfect fit. Immediately, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The devil ape true body has been condensed. Overjoyed, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly returned to his senses and entered the sea of consciousness in his mind. Sure enough, he saw a 3-inch tall ancient demon ape floating in the air above his sea of consciousness. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms, and had 3 different bodies. However, its eyes were tightly closed, and it was located between the black gold dragon scales and the ink. Between the small green claws. At this time, there were already 7 small objects that represented different meanings in the air in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Floating in the middle of the sea of consciousness was the Rai-D seal that contained the 9 thunder source balls. Floating around the Rai-D seal in a circle around the sea of consciousness were the other 6 objects. They were the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the fallen sky bow, the black golden dragon scales, the netherworld claw, and the devil ape true body that had just been successfully condensed. Yi Xian could no longer hold back and immediately withdrew his consciousness from the sea of consciousness. Then, with a thought, he activated the 3-inch devil ape that was floating in the air above the sea of consciousness. He wanted to test the power of the devil ape true body. After all, he would enter the root of all evil star field soon. If there were no accidents, he should appear in this form. Now, he needed to familiarize himself with it in advance. Buzz. A faint roar sounded from Yi Xian's body. This was the sign that all the blood and qi in his body had been mobilized in an instant and was circulating at full speed. At this moment, the 3-inch devil ape that was floating in the air above his sea of consciousness disappeared and turned into a mysterious force that merged into Yi Xian's body. It had a mysterious effect on all the blood and qi in his body. One of them was a skeleton that was entirely grayish-gold in color. It exuded a metallic texture and gave off an extremely cold feeling. The other was an illusory body made of black fog. Its aura was ethereal as if it did not exist at all. It was completely a black fog. Only its 2 eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of blazing red light. These 2 bodies were also 10 feet tall. They were connected to the back of Yi Xian's original body and formed the devil ape true body with 10 heads and 6 arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the blood qi realm. Current realm, void level 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the blood qi realm. Current realm, void level 7. Just as the devil ape's true body appeared, a familiar system prompt sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. His physical body's chi and blood realm actually broke through in one go, going from the previous void rank 5 to the current void rank 7. This was obviously the work of the devil ape true body. The 3-inch devil ape that floated above Xianxia's sea of consciousness was the ancient devil ape's bloodline secret seed. It had fused with the ball of energy formed from the body of De, which had been completely decomposed. Now, Xian had activated the devil ape true body for the first time. This directly led to some kind of transformation and evolution of his original body. The result was a breakthrough in the blood chi realm of his physical body. It had to be said that this was definitely a huge surprise. Xian did not expect this at all. What was even more unexpected was that the cultivation aura emitted by Xian, who was currently in the state of the devil ape's true body, actually far surpassed the true strength of his original body. In other words, he was only at the 7th level of the void realm, and had reached the terrifying 14th level of the cosmic light realm, a full 2 realms higher. This was understandable. After all, Xian was currently in an activated state of the devil ape's true body, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Among the 3 different forms of the devil ape, only the flesh and blood body was Xian's original body. However, due to the influence of the devil ape true body, its appearance was that of a black devil ape. However, if it was only this flesh and blood body, then the cultivation strength it displayed was the true state of Xian, which was the 7th rank void realm. But now, he had 3 heads and 6 arms. In addition, he had 2 skeletons and a black fog body. These 2 bodies were formed by the fusion of the shells of De's 2 doppelgangers. They were equally powerful. When the 3 bodies merged into one, the overall cultivation level displayed would naturally soar by a large margin. It was completely understandable that he had reached the 7th level of the cosmic light realm. Of course, this kind of cultivation level could only be possessed by the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body. Once Xian removed his devil ape true body and his 3-headed, 6-armed state would disappear. Then, his cultivation level would instantly return to his original level, which was at void level 7. The power and strength that belonged to De's 2 avatars retracted and transformed back into the 3-inch little devil ape, appearing above Xian's sea of consciousness. Xian was extremely satisfied with this devil ape true body. After a moment of delight, he started to consider the mystic abilities and abilities that the devil ape true body could display. The black fog body was the simplest. Xian tried to activate the mind source core in his original body's mind and successfully transferred it to the head of the black fog body. With this mind source core, the black fog body would be responsible for using all mind power techniques, mystic arts, and mystic abilities. Of course, once the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body was removed, the mind source core that had been temporarily transferred to the black fog body would instantly return to Xian's mind. As for the skeletal body, after some thought, Xian transferred the netherworld claw, which had been suspended above his mind's mind, to the depths of the skull of the blood gold skeletal body. In the future, this skeletal body would be responsible for using the netherworld claw. Of course, it would need to change its form a little. It couldn't be exactly the same as the real netherworld claw, but this wasn't difficult. Finally, as Xian's original body of flesh and blood, he could directly use his fists to attack. He could also use the withered demon blood blade to change its form. After all, this blade had been upgraded to a starry sky treasure not long ago. The demon blade in Ling Hu Young Master's hand was only a quasi-starry sky treasure. Changing the shape of the demon blade slightly wouldn't arouse suspicion. With that, everything was settled. Xian now had another identity that was suitable for roaming the star field, the source of all evil. It was perfect to the extreme. At this time an entire 3 days had passed since Xian went into seclusion. In the end, it took him a long time to absorb the 9-eyed golden crystal. Even the refinement of the devil ape's true body wasn't completed in a short period of time. After removing the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body, Xian returned to his imperial brother, Mo Jinfeng appearance. He waved his hand to remove the restriction and stepped out of the temporary cave residence. The depths of the valley outside the cave residence were quiet. The large and small fortresses and strongholds that had been moving in and out of the valley were no longer in sight. It was obvious that during these 3 days, the million warships had all been transferred into the farmer god cauldron. However, the permission that Xian had previously granted only allowed entry and not exit. Otherwise, if he wasn't present, It would be troublesome if the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru secretly sneaked out. It was not a big deal for the three of them to sneak out, but if they did something bad before they sneaked out and brought out something, it would be a real headache. In order to prevent this from happening, Yi Xian could only deal with it this way. In other words, all of the devil cultivator experts who had driven the 1,000,000 battleships into the Shenong cauldron were still waiting in the cauldron. They were probably all gathered in a single stronghold by now, waiting for Yi Xian to temporarily release his authority. This large stronghold full of devil cultivator experts would be able to drive out of the cauldron. Yi Xian sent a wisp of his consciousness into the farmer god cauldron. Originally, he wanted to inform Senez that he was about to grant him permission and let him prepare to take all the demon experts out of the farmer god cauldron through a stronghold. However, the scene that he saw made Yi Xian stunned for a moment. The wisp of consciousness that had just entered retreated in the blink of an eye. Damn, these three crazy girls are going to ascend to the heavens. After cursing, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. His figure quickly entered the cauldron through the endless 9-colored fog that shrouded the mouth of the cauldron and entered the cauldron space. Soon, his figure appeared in the sky of the cauldron space and landed directly on the vast plains to the north of the central domain volcano's crater. At this time, the area around the central domain volcano's crater was densely packed with fortresses and strongholds of all sizes. There were a total of millions of them. At a glance, it was indeed very shocking. But what was even more shocking was the scene on the northern plains. Tens of millions of demon experts were crowded together, all holding their heads with their hands and squatting on the ground, their faces full of anger. At this moment, Old Man Wenxing's heart was on the verge of breaking down, even though he was currently the second clone of the mechanical core and was far weaker than the first clone. He was at least at the cosmic light realm, which was the 14th realm. However, at this moment, he was being bullied by three girls who were merely at the mystic light realm. Not only were all of his cultivation resources and treasures taken away, but he was also being held captive and squatted on the ground with his hands on his head for 2 whole days. This was simply tragic beyond compare. If it weren't for the fact that he had to rely on his identity as Chanas to get close to Prince Xian and find a way to follow him around and slowly dig out his secrets, he would have simply wanted to immediately take action and slap these three crazy girls to death on the spot. You three crazy girls, if I don't take care of you for 3 days, then you will go and destroy the roof tiles. What are you up to this time? Just as he was feeling grief and indignation, a figure descended from the sky. It was Prince Xian, who had appeared as the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. Chana's expression turned bitter, and he immediately stood up to welcome him. With a sullen expression, he complained, Lord Sha. Lord Sha, you're finally here. If you didn't come, we really wouldn't have been able to endure this. We've already been squatting here for 2 days, but you insist that we are an enemy invasion. Enemy invasion? Ugh, Yi Xian immediately understood what had happened and immediately covered his face in pain. After all this time, these three girls had thought that the various forts and fortresses that were heading towards the Shenong cauldron were an enemy invasion. This was really ket up. Why didn't they think that if the enemy was really invading, they wouldn't have not fired a single cannon? In the end, the 1,000,000-strong army was still captured by these three girls. Who am I? The three girls from the Purplish Warbler also knew that it was a misunderstanding, and their faces were filled with embarrassment. With a flip of their hands, they each took out a small space box and threw it at the grief-filled Chanas. They didn't dare to dawdle with Yi Xian any longer and turned around to escape to the volcano in the central region. Alright, it's just a small misunderstanding. The three girls have already compensated, so let's end this matter here. Hurry up and board the ship. I'll give you permission to leave immediately. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and soared towards the mouth of the Shenong cauldron in the sky. He didn't have the time to deal with the three girls, he was still thinking about the matter of the Second Universe's alliance army. Behind him, Chanas grumbled bitterly, this is not compensation, this is returning the stolen goods. Tens of millions of Abyss Devils experts have all been plundered by them. Yi Xian's body trembled. He felt his vision darken, and he almost fell from the sky. These three crazy girls, after all this fuss, they actually learned the bad habit of looting a burning house. as soon as Xian rushed out of the Shenong cauldron, a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters followed behind him, directly rushing into the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet. After closing the access, Xian waved his hand and put the farmer god cauldron back into his body. After that, he flew into the sky and rushed towards the Demon Emperor city. After a short while, in the royal palace of the inner city of the Demon Emperor city, great-grandfather Mo, the current uncle Mo Qigong, the Demon Emperor Mo Wendian, and the other senior members of the royal family of the Abyss Devils were all present. They told Xian about the changes in the situation in the outside world in the past few days. At present, it has been confirmed that the allied army of the Second Universe suddenly launched a large-scale invasion of the First Universe. Their final target is the root of all evil star region, which is not far from the Tianji star region. That's right. Although the army of the Second Universe is still on the way, and it will take about 10 days for them to reach the root of all evil star region, 10 star lords have already left the main fleet and rushed to the front. Yesterday, they arrived at the root of all evil star region ahead of time. They are guarding it and forbidding any starship of the First Universe's slave races from approaching. Because of the sudden migration of the Tianji star region, the primary network of the First Universe's star network has been completely paralyzed. Right now, the First Universe no longer has a primary network signal that covers the entire universe. However, the ancestral land of every slave race has a secondary network, and the races in the lead can still communicate with each other. They can communicate with each other instantly. Therefore, when the specific information about the situation in the root of all evil star region was delivered to the Abyss Devils, it was basically a day later. In other words, the latest information we received was what happened a day ago. Right now, all the races in the First Universe are ready to make a move. After all the races in the First Universe thought that the allied army of the Second Universe suddenly invaded the First Universe for the Tianji star region, but now that the truth has been revealed, the races in the First Universe suddenly became suspicious and suspected that there must be something in the root of all evil star region. Otherwise, why would the races of the Second Universe's Federation mobilize so many people? Right now, the space rats and hell ants, which are also ranked in the top 3 among the slave races, have jointly issued a statement calling on the slave races of the First Universe to form an allied army again and rush to the root of all evil star region. Their slogan is also very direct. The root of all evil is the root of all evil of the First Universe. No matter what benefits there are, it shouldn't be the allied army of the Second Universe that comes to pick the fruits. In addition, this news should have already been received by the humans of the Third Universe. After all, the front of the Abyss Devil Star region is a plane-level large-scale wormhole that connects to the Third Universe. In that area, the human scouts of the Third Universe are still relatively active. This matter can't be hidden at all. Within 3 days at the latest, it will spread throughout the 3 universes. At that time, the 2 camps of the human race in the Third Universe will definitely make a move. If nothing unexpected happens, the battleship army of the Immortal Dynasty and the Starry Sky battleships of the Tenju Heavenly Palace will all arrive. Even the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation will not sit idly by. The races of the Second Universe's Federation had previously used the banner of a crusade against the Tianji clan, claiming that this was a grudge between the races of the Second Universe and the Tianji clan. It had nothing to do with the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation, but now the lie has been exposed. Even if it's just a matter of face, it's impossible for the Myriad Luo Federation to not make any moves. If things go wrong, the law enforcement department of the Myriad Luo Federation's Overwatch Council, which is the Sunlan Fleet, will be fully deployed. At this point, the upper echelons of the Demon Royal family stopped talking at the right time and did not continue to speak. However, their gazes all gathered and landed on Xian's face. Obviously, they were waiting for his response. They wanted to hear his thoughts and opinions on this matter. As expected, the ultimate goal of the allied army of the Second Universe is really there. Nodding thoughtfully, Xian turned to look at Grandpa Mo and replied unhurriedly, "I understand." Whether it's the battleship army of the Immortal Dynasty of the Third Universe's Science and Technology Camp, the Starry Sky battleships of the Cultivation Camp, or the Sunlan Fleet of the Myriad Luo Federation, after coming to the First Universe, all of them have to go to the Tianji Star region. Everyone who wants to go to the source of all evil has to pass through our demon territory. Do you mean, we should do a few more robberies and extort more money in the name of passing fees? Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 343, Greedy Wolves Howling at the Moon. It could be said that given Lang Lai's unyielding and monstrous level, he would definitely become a giant in the second universe when he matured. However, when he came to the third universe of the human race, he encountered young Master Ling who had already been publicly acknowledged as a peerless monstrous existence of the human race in every aspect. Previously, no one had thought that the young clan leaders from the second universe would end up being eaten alive by others. But now that the facts were in front of their eyes, and 2 of the young clan leaders from the top 10 clans had already fallen into such a state, they couldn't help but worry about it. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian's combined battle prowess wasn't as good as Lang Lai's, the difference wasn't that great. After all, they were both at the great perfection of the Origin 9th realm, and they were both young clan leaders from the top 10 clans in the second universe. The disparity in strength between them couldn't be as great as Tian Yuan's. If that was the case, Lang Lai wouldn't be ranked in the same range and circle as them. Therefore, when Lang Lai appeared in the huge silver light screen above the Shinnon cauldron, all the powerhouses outside the space trap formation tensed up immediately. There was naturally no need to mention the situation of the second universe's allied forces. Lang Lai was the most powerful existence among the 13 young geniuses from the second universe who had entered the cauldron, and he was also the third to encounter young Master Ling who. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was extremely crucial. It was said that things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Once it happened more than 3 times, one's psychological bottom line would collapse. Moreover, Lang Lai's position was the highest among the 13 people. If he couldn't escape the tragic fate of being eaten by young Master Ling who, would the remaining 10 existences still have any chance of survival? This meant that the 13 young masters from the second universe's allied forces who had entered the cauldron would all be eaten up and completely annihilated. Such a tragic outcome was definitely unprecedented in the history of the second universe's allied forces. The intensity of the chain reaction that would be triggered was simply unimaginable. Because of this, when Lang Lai's figure appeared in the silver light screen, the vast universe's void outside the space trap formation instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the 2 grieving elders of the Silver Ji clan and the Barbarian Bull clan no longer shouted angrily. They were also nervously watching the silver light screen within the space trap formation. At the same time, in the space within the Shinnon cauldron, after a short exchange of words, Yi Xian and Lang Lai, who'd just arrived, quickly started fighting. According to Yi Xian's original intention, he'd originally planned to mock them a few more times. In any case, he had nothing to do, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was rare for him to encounter such a good opportunity to anger those old ghosts outside, but they couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian didn't want to let go of this opportunity to solidify his notoriety. Only by making people completely afraid of him, with his identity as young Master Ling Hu and his current situation of being the enemy of the entire world, would he be able to minimize his troubles in the future. At the very least, there wouldn't be many annoying flies that would come. Even though it would be a big problem and a big crisis, Yi Xian had the ability to jump through the universe's coordinates, so he wasn't afraid at all. The only thing he wanted was to have fewer annoying cats and dogs that would delay him from collecting all sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures and rare minerals to concoct gene liquids, as well as preparing for the Shinnon cauldron to boil the great medicine of heaven and earth in the future. However, Lang Lai wasn't like that. He'd long since exploded with anger and wished for nothing more than to immediately kill Yi Xian. Moreover, he could tell that he wasn't a match for young Master Ling Hu at all. Thus, as soon as he arrived, he didn't say anything else. After reporting his identity, he immediately started fighting. Yi Xian continued to fight by himself, including Xianyuan Ziying, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war, who had successfully broken through to the 9th Great Realm of Origin, Xianyuan Ziying, Gong Wuxin, and the others. He didn't order them around, allowing them to fight on the ground as he soared into the sky. Awoo! In the air, 100-meter tall, silver-haired giant wolf suddenly raised its head and howled towards the sky. Although it wasn't the first time Yi Xian had heard the wolf howl from Lang Lai's mouth, this fellow had already howled many times before he even arrived. However, the howl of the wolf this time was clearly different. There was no anger, not the slightest bit of emotion, but it seemed even longer. There was a strange rhythm within it that caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble. but he couldn't say what kind of feeling it was. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Gang Lai's long howl resounded throughout the cauldron, a silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the space within the cauldron, right under the enormous silver screen of light formed by Gong Wuxin's crystal ball. When this scene entered their eyes, Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground all had their mouths wide open. Even Yi Xian was a bit absent-minded for a moment. This was clearly the inner space of the Shenong cauldron. Why would a bright moon appear? Without a doubt, this strange bright moon was related to the unyielding wolf. It was summoned by the mysterious wolf howl. It was as if it was summoned by this long howl, or rather, condensed out of it. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled and wanted to ask the devouring system for advice, Gong Wuxin's expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily, "Greedy wolf howling at the moon." This is the legendary greedy wolf howling at the moon. This is an ancient divine ability passed down in the greedy wolf clan's bloodline. Not every greedy wolf clan member can awaken it. Sometimes, it's normal for several generations of clansmen to not be able to awaken it. The bright moon in the sky is not a real entity, but a projection of a divine ability. It possesses a mysterious power, and it is said that wherever the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this strange divine ability, devoured and controlled at will. In this way, the clansmen of the greedy wolf clan, who have this kind of bloodline ability, are in an invincible position. He is like a real greedy wolf, able to replenish his energy endlessly in battle, greedily plundering all the energy under the bright moon, including his opponent. These words caused a wave of exclamations from the prisoners of war below. Even Yi Xian, who was high up in the sky, couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. To be able to continuously devour energy for his own use in battle was truly heaven-defying. However, he was only moved. If he were to say that he was envious, he definitely wasn't. Compared to his devouring clone, this divine ability was still a little lacking. The energy devoured by the devouring clone could be turned into his own cultivation and strength, and could be realized after refining it. However, from the analysis of the illusory moon in the sky, it was a projection of a divine ability. The energy it absorbed was most likely a one-time consumption attribute. Although it was not bad, it was not perfect and could not solve the fundamental problem. Moreover, it was still unknown whether this bright moon's power was as powerful as Gongwu Xian had described it to be. As for the specific power, he would know once he tried it. Who asked you to make a real war chariot? If that's the case, there won't be enough time. How long will it take to build 7 war chariots? Hearing Emochi Gong's words, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and woke him up. These 7 war chariots can only be shells, and they can't all be black spirit war chariots. I have to make one of the 4 war chariots in my hands, and you guys can do as you see fit with the other 3. Previously, even the 10 million troops of the Second Universe's Federation obediently paid the toll. In addition, I will stay here and wait for the myriad Luo Federation's Blue Fleet, the human race's universe battleship, and the technology faction's Immortal Dynasty's fleet to pass through before leaving. If nothing unexpected happens, the fleets of these 3 forces will also obediently pay the toll. After all, they rushed here for the good fortune of the source of all evil. Why would they bother with us here? At that time, even the fleets of these 3 forces will be like this. The rule of charging a toll in the demon domain will definitely spread. At that time, which small force would dare to take the lead? Wouldn't that be courting death? At this point, Yi Xian grinned. Of course, if one of the fleets of these 3 forces doesn't want to pay the toll, then that's fine. I'll use them as a sacrifice, and the effect will be even better. In any case, among the 4 war chariots in my hands, after a few days of recovery, 2 of them have been restored again. With the power of one strike, it's enough to give them a painful blow. The 2 war chariots that Yi Xian was talking about were the Time Chariot and the Void Chariot. These 2 war chariots had been activated once in the previous battle. When the 10 million troops of the Second Universe's various races passed through, they had almost recovered. Moreover, 4 days had passed, so they had recovered just in time. In the end, the upper echelons of the Demon Royal family discussed for a while and agreed with Yi Xian's suggestion. The order to build 7 empty war chariots was quickly given, and it was believed that it would be completed within a few days. In any case, it was just an empty shell of a huge war chariot, and it didn't even need to be suitable for spiritual power transmission and transmission. During the process, it was very convenient to use special materials that had amplification effects to forge them. In the end, Grandpa Mo told Xian that the dozen or so star lords of the demonkin race would stay on the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, but he would take the other 2 star lords to the root of all evil star zone. After all, even if the demon race did not participate in this battle, they could not completely stay out of it. Even if they went over to take a look, it was still necessary. He warned Xian that when the time came, the 3 of them would change their identities and not show their faces as devil cultivators. However, when Xian saw the 3 star lords together, he should know that it was them. Xian nodded and said, "Similarly, when you see someone with 3 heads and 6 arms, that's me." These words once again caused the upper echelons of the devil cultivator royal family to be dumbstruck. They didn't know if he was joking or if he was serious. 3 heads and 6 arms? What the hell is this? Xian's guess was correct. On the same day, the Demon Emperor planet received a message from the scouts in front. Battleships began to rush out of the large plane-level universe wormhole that connected to the third universe. The army of a certain force was rapidly gathering. In fact, the 3 observation fortresses from the third universe had already learned that the final target of the second universe's army was the root of all evil star zone 2 or 3 days before the demon race. These 3 10,000-meter-tall fortresses had been following behind the army of millions of soldiers from the various races of the second universe. The 3 major forces in the observation fortresses all had spies in the army of the second universe in front of them. However, the status of these spies in the various races of the second universe was not very high, at least not high enough to know in advance the final destination of this army of millions of soldiers. When they finally found out the news, the first universe secretly spread it out and was learned by the 3 observation fortresses that followed closely behind. The 3 observation fortresses made a prompt decision and did not continue to follow. This news must be reported to the third universe as soon as possible. Therefore, they followed for a while and then returned. They activated the concealment array and passed through the Devil Cultivator star zone, entering the large plane-level universe wormhole at the front of the Devil Cultivator star zone. At this time, the army that was gathering outside the wormhole that connected to the third universe was the Blue Fleet of the Wanluo Federation. In fact, the fleets of the Wanluo Federation, the Tenju Heavenly Palace, and the Immortal Dynasty had all gathered at the other end of the wormhole before the army of millions of soldiers from the second universe passed through the Devil Cultivator star zone. They had no choice but to prepare for such a large-scale planar war. Meow, the matter was too big. Because of this, after confirming that the ultimate purpose of the army of the second universe's invasion of the first universe was not to fight with the Tianji clan as they had said before, but to seize some kind of great fortune in the root of all evil star zone, the fleets of the 3 great forces immediately mobilized. They decided to go to the first universe. Among them, the Blue Fleet was the official law enforcement fleet of the Wanluo Federation after all. Under the banner of holding the army of the second universe accountable, the Immortal Army of the Immortal Dynasty and the Star Battleship Army of the Tenju Heavenly Palace were courteously allowed to enter the wormhole first and rush over. After learning this news, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen-Tian immediately ordered the 5 million battleships of the Devil Cultivator race to set off immediately and head to the outer defense line thousands of miles away from the Demon Emperor 3 stars. They cut off the main route to the central region of the first universe and waited patiently for the arrival of the Blue Fleet. A day later, Xian received a notice that the 5 million battleships of the Blue Fleet had been assembled and were heading towards the Demon Emperor 3 stars along the main route to the central region of the first universe. They would arrive in half a day. He immediately left the Demon Emperor planet and rushed to the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. When he arrived in the void in front of the 5 million battleships, he waved his hand and summoned the 4 starry sky war chariots in his body. They lined up with the spirit war chariots that had been waiting there. The 5 war chariots once again stretched across the void. Half a day later, the Blue Fleet arrived. The person in charge of commanding the entire fleet in the flagship fortress was Long Huai, the leader of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. He could be considered Prince Xian's uncle. This time, the Blue Fleet had mobilized nearly half of its forces to denounce the army of the second universe. Therefore, as the leader of the Overwatch Council, Long Huai personally led the fleet. "Old thing, are you crazy or are you still asleep? Why am I waiting here?" You still haven't figured out the situation, right? Without waiting for Long Huai to finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was standing on the golden battle armor, rolled his eyes and mocked bluntly, "Don't pretend to be confused here. I don't care what kind of Federation Council you are from. This is the territory of the demons. No matter who it is, if you want to pass, you have to pay the toll. Stop talking about those useless things. If you can't take it out, then go home as soon as possible. Why are you pretending to be rich? Scram." Pfft. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the Overwatch Council's Long Huai, who was in the flagship fortress of the Sunlan fleet, was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot. His identity was extremely extraordinary. He was an important member of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, the eldest brother of the current Immortal Emperor, and the dignified Overwatch Council of the Wanluo Federation. Now, he was actually robbed by a so-called royal brother of the demon race. Moreover, he was directly reprimanded as a pauper who pretended to be rich. He even told him to scram. This was simply intolerable. Why aren't you saying anything? You're dumbfounded now that I've seen through your dirty thoughts, aren't you? Humph, even the tens of millions of troops of the various races in the second universe obediently paid the toll. With your small fleet of 5 million troops, you want to get through? Not to mention a door, you don't even have a window. Although Yi Xian did not see Long Huai's expression, he could roughly guess what was going on with his imagination. At this moment, his entire body was comfortable. He had long disliked that old thing. Previously, when Yi Xian returned to the Immortal Star for the first time, he had been kidnapped from the Star Dock to the Federation's Overwatch Council before he had even arrived. It was very difficult. This time, he had finally avenged his great hatred. In front of countless experts, he ridiculed the dignified Overwatch Council's Overwatch Council. This feeling was extremely wonderful. It was so good that he was bubbling. Faced with his ridicule again, Long Huai wisely remained silent and did not respond. He frowned and began to think. If it were him, he would have immediately become enraged and annihilated the entire demon race. However, this time, the Federation's Overwatch Council, in order to be able to rush to the source of all evil at the earliest possible moment, only the 5 million Sun Blue fleet that had been gathered at the other end of the wormhole had been personally led by him. On the opposite side, the demon camp fleet that cut off the main route to the central region of the first universe also had a scale of 5 million battleships. In addition, there were also 5 Star Wars. Long Huai had personally witnessed the terrifying might of these 5 starry skies many times before this. He'd always been in the observation fort that the myriad Luo Federation had dispatched. In fact, under the deterrence of these 5 starry sky weapons, even the tens of millions of allied forces of the first universe had no choice but to submit, pinch their noses, and obediently pay the toll fee. He had seen it with his own eyes. It could be said that he was quite familiar with Mo Jinfeng's unruly nature. Normally, it would have been fine. He could not lose face by wasting time here to fight him head-on. Behind him, the immortal army of the Eternal Dynasty and the Starry Sky Warship Legion of the Tenju Celestial Palaces would complete their assembly in a few days and arrive one after another. If there was a need, the Federation's Overwatch Council could send a follow-up fleet to the first universe at any time. Even if the 5 starry skies in the hands of the demon race were at war, they were only a small race after all. There were only 6 to 7 million battleships of various types. They could be exhausted to death if they fought head-on, however, that was under normal circumstances. It was impossible now, although Long Huai had come to the first universe under the banner of the Federation's Overwatch Council questioning the allied forces of the second universe. In fact, his true purpose was to rush to the source of all evil and seize the good fortune there. He simply did not dare to imagine how shocking the benefits that could make all the races in the second universe be on such a large scale. At present, the allied forces of the second universe would be able to reach the source of all evil in about a week, but he had just arrived in the first universe and was already too far behind. He really could not delay any longer. He was even unwilling to see the Immortal Army and the Starry Sky Warship Legion, which were one step behind him, catch up. The strength of the 2 enormous fleets was also extremely extraordinary. They both had the scale of 5 million battleships. It was fine if it was the Immortal Army. After all, he was also a higher-up of the dynasty. He would just share it with the higher-ups of the dynasty and the elders equally. If the Starry Sky Warship Legion of the Tenju Celestial Palaces caught up and the benefits fell into the hands of the Cultivation Camp, then he would really be unwilling. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Long Huai gritted his teeth and finally decided to be like the allied forces of the Second Universe. He would first endure. The important matter was more important. They wanted a toll fee, so he would just give them a sum of resources. The entire fleet brought a large amount of supplies. A sum of cultivation resources was quickly put into a small space box and sent to Long Huai. You go and do it. I don't feel at ease if someone else does it. Remember, that Mo Chofeng brat is crazy. Don't talk to him too much. Otherwise, he'll go crazy again if you don't agree with him and add more variables. As he spoke, Long Huai handed the small space box in his hand to his deputy beside him. It was the deputy director of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Hongdo Lifeng, and asked him to take a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to pay the toll fee. After all, in order to maintain a safe distance, the two fleets were now more than 10 million kilometers apart in the cosmic void. Don't worry, Director. I will take care of this matter. No matter how unreasonable that brat is, I will just ignore him. Anyway, I'm just going over to pay the toll fee. Hong Doliefeng's eyelids twitched, but he did not take this matter to heart. He continued indifferently, after handing over the small space box, I will return immediately. I will definitely not make any mistakes. Soon, a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters drove out from the Sunlan fleet. Then, it performed a space jump. After 2 or 3 flashes, it arrived in the void that was only a few thousand kilometers away from the 5 space fortresses and stopped steadily. Hongdo Lifeng did not dare to bring his attendants. He stepped out of the fortress alone and crossed the void with his physical body. He arrived 100 kilometers in front of Yixian. Then, he waved his hand and threw the small space box at Yixian. Without saying anything, he turned around and returned the way he came. At this moment, his eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. He had a bad feeling and did not dare to delay any longer. Seeing this, Long Huai, who was in the main flagship fortress in the distance, nodded. Soon, Yixian reached out to take the small space box and used his divine sense to investigate. Compared to the Second Universe's alliance army, this Long Huai was really stingy. Coincidentally, when he saw that the person who came was his old enemy, Hongdo Lifeng, he could not hold it in anymore. Since the other party had given him a chance, there was no reason not to make good use of it. With this thought in mind, Yixian's expression immediately darkened. He raised his hand and smashed the small space box in his hand into the cosmic void opposite him. He roared angrily, F***CK, are you trying to send a beggar away? Since you guys are so insensible, I've changed my mind. The toll fee will be charged according to the number of fleets. As a punishment, the guy who came just now can forget about leaving. War of Time. Blast him. Following Yixian's roar, the War of Time under his feet instantly activated. Yixian had no intention of letting Hongdo Lifeng return alive, including the 100,000-meter-long fortress that sent him here. On one hand, he deliberately let the War of Time be activated again, proving once again that the War of Time in the hands of the demon race was not an existence that would be cooled down for a long time after one use. This was to lay the foundation for his departure soon. On the other hand, it was to set a warning for the fleets of the immortal dynasties and the Tenju celestial palaces that would arrive in the next few days. With the Second Universe's tens of millions of troops, as well as the powerful Federal Overwatch Council, these two behemoths had first suffered at the hands of the demon race in the Starry Sky War. Any subsequent forces that came would not be so unlucky. All of them would obediently pay the toll fee. Of course, this so-called toll fee originally had no standards. There were rules but no standards. This was obviously not right. Yixian took advantage of this opportunity to set the standards. All fleets that passed had to leave behind 1% of their battleships or equivalent cultivation resources. Take the Sunlan fleet in front of them as an example. 5 million battleships, 1% was 50,000 battleships or equivalent resources. This was definitely a huge war windfall. With a few more large fleets of ships, the demon race would make a huge profit. It made sense to make a windfall in troubled times, At the same time, this standard was set in anger by the demon race's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, because of the Sunlan fleet. This was no different from helping the Sunlan fleet and Long Hui draw hatred. It was likely that all the forces that paid the high toll fee in the future would secretly hate him. In short, one should not underestimate Yi Xian's simple roar. The effect and benefits were killing many birds with one stone. It was really too worth it. Of course, just exterminating Hong Dou's Lifeng and sending him over with a diameter of 100,000 meters wasn't worth the full force of the Time War. Therefore, as Yi Xian roared, he gave the order to the Qianquan slime that was overseeing the Time War beneath his feet. However, don't use all of your strength. Just use a small amount of the war horn's power. Even so, the scene after the activation of the Battle of Time was still extremely shocking. In an instant, countless experts from both sides were all stunned. Buzz. As an extremely soft buzzing sound rang out, a circle of formless ripples instantly spread out from the Cosmos Slime's body, entering the four walls of the core beehive node. Following the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the Time War Zone. At this moment, the tens of millions of golden slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled at the same time. The long golden thread under their abdomen blossomed with a dazzling radiance. Then, their entire bodies shone with golden light. Layers of golden screens overlapped with each other and converged together. In the end, the light gold turned into a rich golden color. As if it had a spirit, it rushed into the four walls of the beehive nodes and followed the pipes of the outer walls back. From all directions, it surged towards the core beehive node. All of this was completed in an instant. In the end, the dense golden light gathered from thousands of beehive nodes all converged and entered the core beehive node. The core beehive node in the central region of the ninth ring inside the huge mouth of the Zhanla suddenly lit up and completely turned into a golden light. The world. At the same time, waves of golden ripples spread out along the war horn like tides. In front of the huge horn, they evolved into a golden fan-shaped ripple and rapidly expanded forward. The first wave represented the power of tens of thousands of years of time. It turned into a huge golden fan shape and pushed forward mercilessly. Save me. No. At this moment, Hongdou Lifeng, who had turned around, finally understood why his eyelids kept twitching. It turned out that this simple matter of giving him a toll fee was actually a great calamity to him. A life and death calamity that seemed to have no vitality at all. Now, he was extremely regretful, and his intestines were green. If he had known that the guy behind him was crazy, he would have accepted this task with such certainty. He really died too unjustly. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. Just as he screamed in horror, the fan-shaped golden tide of time behind him, representing the power of 10,000 years of time, had already arrived. It instantly drowned his body. The power of 10,000 years of time was instantly added to his body. With Hongdou Lifeng's cultivation strength, he couldn't withstand it at all. His flesh and blood were instantly peeled off and turned into white bones. In the end, even the white bones decayed and turned into flying ashes. In the still flowing golden tide of time, they were completely annihilated. In the next moment, the fan-shaped golden tide of time covered the 100,000 meters in diameter starry sky fortress that had sent him here. Boom, there was a deafening boom, but there was no explosion. The starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters crumbled in the blink of an eye. Its dragon bones crumbled, and it turned into a pile of crumbled alloy garbage, floating in the void. A Star Lord might have been able to withstand the passage of 10,000 years of time, but it was completely different for the cold, lifeless warships. The entire fortress had been disintegrated after only one wave of time. All of this happened too quickly. In less than a breath of time, when the first fan-shaped golden tide of time faded away, the Hongdou Lifeng had completely vanished. That 100,000-meter-wide interstellar fortress had also turned into a pile of cosmic garbage. One wave of time was enough to solve everything. However, that was the only wave. 10,000 years of time was enough to finish off the target. Naturally, there was no need for a second wave. However, when the Battle of Time killed the Star Lord from the colorful Python clan in the second universe, 3 golden tides of time were unleashed. It meant that the Battle of Time could at least trigger 2 more golden tides of time of the same power. In fact, that was indeed the case. Yi Xian purposely only sent out one wave because he wanted to tell the other fleets that even if the power of the Starry Sky battle armor had a cooldown period, at the very least, the battle armor of time hadn't been fully activated and could be activated again at any time. As for the other battle of time, it was needless to say, they hadn't used them yet after such a long rest. In the end, Long Huai held back his fury and handed over 25,000 battleships, fortresses, and a large number of resources of the same value. He was only able to pass the deal after that. He led the Sunlan fleet through the main channel of the first universe to the source of all evil with a gloomy face. This time, he was really angry, but at the same time, he was also frightened. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the Time War Talisman twice in a row, and both times, the target had been destroyed. The first time, a total of 3 waves of golden tides were triggered. The first wave was 10,000 years, and the third wave was 30,000 years. In the end, even the Star Lord of the Second Universe's colored Python clan could not withstand it. In just 3 breaths, only half of his bones were left. The second time, a single golden tide in the shape of a fan was enough to completely destroy Hongdu's Lai Feng and the fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was definitely not a coincidence that both times were exactly the same. He thought of the other blood-colored Weeping Soul War Talisman, which had been activated twice. The first time, it could only destroy the souls of those below the Genesis realm, and the second time, not even a single Genesis realm expert could escape. The first time, it was obvious that it had been holding back, therefore, Long Huai strongly suspected that the Golden Time War Talisman was probably hiding its strength the same way. 3 golden tides couldn't have been its limit. It would be horrifying if it could trigger 5 or even 6 waves in a row. Instantly killing Star Lords would be child's play. Even a region lord would be severely injured if not killed. Long Huai was shocked by such speculations, just like when he heard that Linghu's fortress was full of antimatter death ray cannons. He couldn't believe it. Previously, young Master Linghu had mastered the shocking starry sky black technology, but he had been banished to the turbulent void, which was a pity. But now, the demon race also had the equally powerful starry sky black technology in their hands. For Long Kuei, he had suffered a great loss this time. He was humiliated, but he was secretly overjoyed. He had already decided that after settling the matter of the source of all evil star field and returning to the headquarters of the Federation, he would definitely do his best to accomplish one thing, and that was to send troops to the demon race in the first universe at all costs. Moreover, the commander-in-chief had to be in his hands. Only this kind of terrifying black technology of the Great War of the Starry Sky could not fall into the hands of outsiders. With such expectations and a belly full of resentment, Long Huai led the Sunblue fleet and quickly left the Devil Dweller Star region, heading swiftly in the direction of the First Universe's central region. At the same time, the immortal army of the Immortal Dynasty was gathering outside the large wormhole connected to the Third Universe at the front of the Demonkin starfield. 2 days later, an immortal army of the same scale of 5 million warships headed towards the Demonkin starfield. The one leading this immortal army was the Imperial Dynasty's Imperial Residence Elder, Long Ziwen. Previously, when this old fellow was overseeing the Death Starfield's Elder Sioux City, he had a dispute with Yi Xian. This time, when Yi Xian found out that the commander of this immortal army was him, he immediately sneered. Although he had the identity of Prince Xian after all, and it was not good for him to attack the immortal army, he could still make things difficult for this old fellow. At this moment, the 3 million warships sent by the demon race had already cut off the main starry sky route from the Demonkin starfield to the First Universe's central region. And in front of the 3 million warships, there were no longer 5 warships, but 8 warships. In the morning, another 3 warships arrived from the Demon Emperor planet behind them. At this moment, they were mixed in between the 5 real warships. That's right, these 3 new warships were fake. They only had shells and power systems that could travel in the starry sky. However, the thousands of node beehives were simply empty shells, and the transmission pipes were also fake. However, the surface of the 3 warships was all painted with a camouflage coating. No matter if one scanned with spiritual power, divine sense, or technology, they could not find any problems. The 3 fake warships were the fake Golden Time warship, the Blood-Red Weeping Soul warship, and the Grey Void warship. As for the other 4 fake warships, they were still working overtime on the Demon Emperor planet to build them. At this moment, The 5 million warships of the dynasty stopped in the void more than 10 million miles in front of the outer defense line of the demon Emperor 3 stars. Seeing the 8 warships lined up in a row across the void, the face of Imperial Elder Long Ziwen turned green. He sucked in a cold breath. This scared me to death. The demon race actually has 8 warships? What that brat Mo Jinfeng said 2 days ago was actually true. Although this immortal army had only finished gathering and arrived here 2 days later, when the Xingblue fleet led by Long Huai had finished gathering and set off from the vicinity of the wormhole 3 days ago, the flagship fortress of Imperial Elder Long Ziwen had actually already passed through the wormhole and was near the wormhole. It was waiting for the follow-up fleet to assemble in the void. The same was true for the flagship of the 5 million warship army that represented the human cultivation camp. The overall commander in charge of the warship army of the cultivation camp was also Gong Xingtian, the vice palace master of Diju Palace, who was in charge of the observation fortress. 2 days ago, when the Xingblue fleet set off, Long Ziwen and Gong Xingtian both sent a scout fortress and activated the concealment array to follow behind them. Therefore, they knew everything that happened 2 days ago. After the news was sent back, Long Ziwen did not take it seriously. He thought that Mo Jinfeng was just boasting, but now he had a deeper understanding of his craziness. The tragic death of Hongdou Lifeng made him very vigilant. He had already secretly decided that he absolutely could not provoke this guy to go crazy. Yes. It was only 1% of the toll fee. It was only 50,000 warships or equivalent resources. It was not like the Immortal Dynasty could not afford it. There was no need to create more problems. Besides, the Xingblue fleet did not want to pay this toll fee. What was the result? After jumping around for a while, didn't they pay it in the end? They also lost a large fortress and a general. Most importantly, they lost a lot of face. Because of this, Long Ziwen had already made a decision before the immortal army under his command was fully assembled. It was only 50,000 warships. He would pay this toll fee without hesitation. The key was that he could not provoke that madman Mo Jinfeng. He had already made this decision. At this moment, when he saw that the demon race really had 8 warships, and among the 3 extra warships, 2 of them were the most terrifying blood-colored Weeping Soul warship and the Golden Time warship. Yi Xian was already thinking about how to make things difficult for Long Ziwen, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cowardly. Before he could shout, 25,000 battleships had already arrived. After approaching, they threw down the battleships. A large number of Dynasty's immortal army experts were inside, but they didn't say a word. Riding on a large number of small ships, they returned home. After receiving it, there was a large amount of various resources inside. The total value was exactly equivalent to 25,000 battleships of various types. Very obedient, there was no need for him to shout. Such a result made Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, and the others beam with joy. In just 2 days, they had obtained 50,000 battleships of various types, fortresses, and strongholds, as well as an equivalent amount of various resources. The key was that they didn't spend a single soldier. Last time, there were more or less some twists and turns, but this time, they didn't even have to shout a word, and they got the things in their hands. It was simply too good. They seemed to have vaguely seen the day when the entire devil race was overflowing with oil. Blocking the road and robbing was indeed extraordinary. This was definitely a supreme way to make a fortune. On this side, the higher-ups of the devil race were overjoyed, but Yi Xian was very depressed. He had already suppressed a stomach full of evil tricks, and had already thought about how to make things difficult for Long Ziwen. He didn't expect this old guy to be so cowardly. It was simply disappointing. However, this was also good. At least it set a good example for the Tenju Heavenly Palace and the other fleets of large and small forces behind, playing a good role. Even the immortal army of the Immortal Dynasty didn't say anything and obediently paid the toll. What else did they have to be reluctant about? If nothing unexpected happened, the subsequent toll would most likely be collected smoothly. The higher-ups of the devil race seemed to have seen this scene, and all of them were overjoyed. Soon, Yi Xian waved his hand and made the 3 million devil race fleet behind him give way to the Starry Sky main route to the First Universe Central region. Although he was unhappy that he let Long Ziwen leave so easily, Long Ziwen had already paid the toll according to the rules and the standard he had set. Under these circumstances, if Yi Xian continued to make things difficult for them, then they would be breaking the rules and losing their integrity. If that happened, they would not be able to collect the toll fees in the future, which would add to their troubles. For the sake of the overall situation, he could only suppress the depression in his heart for the time being. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to find fault with that old man Long Ziwen later. Don't forget, after this matter in the demon domain came to an end, Yi Xian still had to rush to the source of all evil domain. In that star area, he would appear as the ancient demon ape, an indigenous space beast in the core area of the source of all evil. At that time, if he wanted to trouble Long Ziwen, he wouldn't feel any pressure at all. Soon, the immortal army of 5 million battleships led by Long Ziwen passed through the starry sky main route of the first universe central region of the demon domain and gradually went further away, rushing to the source of all evil near the central region. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Although the allied forces of the second universe and the blue fleet of the Wan Luo Federation, as well as the immortal army of the human race's science and technology camp had already passed by, there was still another super force behind them. It was the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the human race's cultivation camp. Right now, they were gathering at the front of the demon domain. The Tenju Heavenly Palace of the human race's cultivation camp was not to be trifled with. The supreme overlord of the cultivation camp had influence over half of the third universe, representing half of the entire human race's strength. They were also arrogant. The Starry Sky battleship army they had gathered was also 5 million battleships. They were extremely powerful, and their ambition and vision were relatively high. They were definitely a thorn in the side. When they encountered such a situation where they were blocked and robbed, they might not really give in and obediently pay the toll like that old coward Long Ziwen. Toll fees. Therefore, Yi Xian had to stay here and wait for the arrival of the Starry Sky battleship army of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. When this 5 million battleship army also sailed through the demon domain, he could basically put away the 4 battleships under his command and immediately set off for the source of all evil in the central region of the first universe. Although there were bound to be fleets of other forces coming later, such as the 3 empires under the control of the human race's science and technology camp's immortal army of the third universe, or some other small sects and alliances of the cultivation camp and so on. However, these small forces were not enough to cause any big waves. The few big heads at the front did not dare to act rashly. They themselves would think twice. Unless they had a screw loose in their heads, they would not dare to challenge the demonic Qi race. In fact, these small forces and sects might not even be able to gather a 5 million battleship army. Most of them were just a few million battleships. With this scale, the demon domain didn't need to rely on the terrifying power of the Starry Sky battleships to deter them. Just the 3 million battleship army behind the battleships was enough to make them obediently pay the toll fees. Soon, another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the immortal army of the dynasty, the 5 million Starry Sky battleship army of the human cultivation camp finally finished gathering near the wormhole at the front of the demon domain. They immediately set off for the demon domain. The Starry Sky battleships of the human cultivation camp were slightly different from the ordinary technological battleships. They came in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Basically, they were more focused on the refinement of cultivation equipment rather than technological power. However, in general, Starry Sky battleships and technological battleships of the same size were about the same in terms of comprehensive combat power. At this time, this 5 million Starry Sky battleship army made up of all kinds of strange-looking Starry Sky battleships set off from the wormhole domain and stopped in the void more than 10 million kilometers away from the Demon Emperor 3 Stars defense line. The commander of this Starry Sky battleship army, the Vice Palace Master of the Tenju Heavenly Palace, Xianxia, already knew everything that had happened before. Originally, he was not very willing to pay 1% of the Starry Sky battleships or other resources of the same value. However, the previous precedents were right there, so he couldn't be conflicted. In the end, after Yi Xian shouted a few words, 25,000 Starry Sky battleships of all kinds and a batch of resources of the same value were sent over and stopped in the void near the Demon Emperor 3 Stars defense line. Yi Xian didn't make things difficult for these guys and immediately let them go. After the entire Starry Sky battleship army passed through the demon domain and went far away, Yi Xian came to the 25,000 Starry Sky battleships in front of him and looked at them with interest. The root of all evil was a planar level space danger zone. In the first universe, it was known as the most dangerous place under the stars. The high-level commanders of the allied forces of the second universe had long been mentally prepared for its level of danger. They'd even found out about the basic situation of this star region, and they knew that all signals sent out by the supercomputers wouldn't be able to be transmitted once they entered this star region. At this moment, the 10 million-strong army of the various clans of the second universe had set up camp in the surrounding space outside the root of all evil. An army of over 10 million battleships stretched across the boundless space, and it was impossible to see the end of it. The higher-ups of the various clans were holding a meeting through the communication system of their respective flagship fortresses. The ones who presided over the meeting were still the two region lords who resided in the fleet, the Blood Wyrm clan's elder Jiao Kong and the Colored Python clan's elder Du Jiding. The root of all evil is extremely vast, and it's divided into the core, the outer region, and the buffer zone between these two regions. These three regions. The Colored Python clan's elder Du Jiding was explaining the situation of the root of all evil to all the other star lords and universe lords. There are only countless spatial rifts of various sizes in the outer region, and besides the spatial rifts in the buffer zone, some powerful ferocious beasts that are extremely rare in the outer universe have started to appear. As for the inner region, the ferocious beasts are even more powerful, and there are also some unknown dangers. It can be said that each of the three regions is more dangerous than the last. The scale of the 10 million battleships is enormous, and it's impossible for all of them to enter the root of all evil at the same time. Moreover, even the outer region of the star region is cut off from the outside world. The solution to this problem is for the two clans to send two fleets to guard the border between the two regions. They'll go and solve this problem. As for the communication between the battleships after entering the root of all evil, the communication between the battleships isn't affected. However, if special circumstances arise, the higher-ups of the various fleets can communicate with each other through their minds, and they can solve the problem. The biggest problem that's troubling us is the spatial rifts. There are no local ferocious beasts in the periphery, but there are a lot of mobile space rifts. An army of 10 million is too large. We have to build a safe and stable space channel. The plan will be carried out in 2 steps. First of all, the voracious wolf clan will send a fleet to explore the outer area of the origin of all evil and determine the best location to build a stable channel. Then, all the fortresses of the other clans will move together and activate the space closing device. They will slowly push forward and open a stable and safe channel to enter. The diameter of this passage is set to be around 1 million kilometers. After all the other fleets enter, they must leave behind 1 million ships to guard it, because there will definitely be fleets from other forces coming. Why should we allow them to enter freely when we opened up a stable passage? After that, the meeting ended. The greedy wolf race sent an exploration fleet consisting of 100 small fortresses, led by the race's universe master, Lang Feng, and rushed into the outer region of the root of all evil star region. Chi La. As the exploration fleet entered the outer region of the root of all evil star region, their line of sight instantly darkened. The light source dimmed, and their visibility was reduced by more than half. At the same time, a very ear-piercing sound burst out. A huge void rift appeared in front of a small fortress, and it was still moving. The huge void rift was like a black saber, and it was slashing towards the small fortress's hull. This scene was too dangerous. The spatial rift was simply unstoppable. If one was hit by this spatial rift, they would definitely be split in two. Even if it was a small fortress, under such a heavy blow, it could not be used in a short period of time. Seeing this scene, the hair on Lang Feng's back stood up, and his eyes widened. He was completely stunned. Although he had been mentally prepared after the previous meeting, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him at this moment. How was this a normal cosmic void? It was like a broken bag full of holes. Countless spatial rifts of different sizes were densely packed in the void, and 1 or 2 would appear every once in a while. Those spatial rifts were obviously not fixed, they were slowly moving in some unknown pattern. Fortunately, they were not moving very fast, or this place would become a forbidden space that could not be stepped into. Even the old monsters beyond the universe state would have a hard time coming here. At this moment, the 100 small fortresses that had just entered the outer region were hovering in the void. They seemed to be safe, but in fact, they were not. Whether they moved forward, backward, up, or down, they would soon encounter other spatial rifts of different sizes. Even if they stayed there without moving, they would not be able to do so. That was because the spatial rifts in the void were slowly moving. Even if the corner of the void where a small fortress was located was safe for now, some spatial rifts would definitely move there after a long time. At that time, if they did not avoid them, they would only end up being cut in half. It was simply terrifying. No wonder it can be called a planar level space danger zone. This is clearly a void turbulence zone. The entire star field is like this, full of large and small cracks, and they are still moving slowly. This is simply a star field level killing field. Any existence or matter that enters it, if they are not careful, they will be killed. They will be crushed to death. Lang Feng muttered to himself in a daze. After a long time, he came back to his senses. After pondering for a while, he issued orders to the other small exploration fortresses around him. All the ships spread out and maintained contact with each other. They advanced slowly all the way to complete this exploration mission as soon as possible and find a stable connection. The best location for the Tao. One day later, of the 100 small fortresses, there were only 87 left. However, they also spread out their lines of defense and slowly pushed all the way to the deepest part of the outer region. After crossing the front line, they would enter the central region buffer zone of the root of all evil star field. The order of the two old monsters was that after the exploration fleet reached here, they would enter the central region buffer zone and investigate the situation here before immediately retreating. Lang Feng was anxious to complete the mission, so he did not hesitate and immediately issued an order. All the remaining 87 small fortresses entered the buffer zone. Regardless of whether there was danger or not, they would stay for a short while and collect some images and data before immediately retreating, leaving the root of all evil star field. In the next moment, the visibility in his line of sight dimmed again. Immediately after, Lang Feng saw a scene that shocked him. As far as the eye could see, there were insects everywhere, densely packed insects. There were too many insects in their line of sight. Lang Feng and all the greedy wolf clan masters in the exploration team were stunned on the spot, although their numbers were not enough to fill up the entire void to the point where there was no space for battleships to enter. Their density was truly astonishing. In the entire buffer zone of the central region, there were not many large empty voids in the area where the insects were distributed. These insects were of different sizes. The small ones were hundreds of meters long, while the big ones were thousands of meters long. They were all beetles with hard shells, not soft-bodied reptiles. Its entire body was black, and its carapace was covered with a glossy luster. At first glance, it was obvious that it must be extremely hard. Moreover, its limbs and body had sharp barbs, as well as limb blades and so on. It belonged to the type of beetle that must have a very powerful combat strength. As for the aura, most of the black beetles were below the 8th realm, the black hole realm, but a few of them were above the black hole realm. Lang Feng's consciousness even caught a few black beetles in the 12th realm, the void realm, which were stronger than ordinary starry sky masters. This was a world of the insect race. Any human expert, even a universe realm master in the 15th realm, had to be careful. This was because this was only the edge of the buffer zone. If they entered the inner area, or even the depths of the entire root of all evil, there would be even more terrifying black beetles. There might even be universe realm insect kings and insect emperors. Fortunately, these black beetles did not seem to be very violent and aggressive. They should belong to a kind of insect race in the universe that was relatively inert. Otherwise, any creature that entered the root of all evil would have to face the beginning of a nightmare. In addition, all the insects basically did not move at all. Even if they moved, they only wandered around in a small area nearby. The dense and strange sound made people's scalp tingle. It was not the sound of eating or grinding teeth. Their limbs were crawling in the void and making some noise when they touched some cosmic dust. This meant that they did not have a high requirement for food, which happened to fit the characteristics of this kind of inert beetle. Damn the source of all evil, there are so many black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region. Although they are not very powerful, their numbers are too terrifying. I can't imagine what it will be like in the core region if I go further in. Linley muttered to himself. Muttering to himself, Lang Feng waved his hand and ordered, "Evacuate immediately. Our exploration mission has been completed." Now, the construction of a stable channel has nothing to do with us. During the evacuation, the exploration fleet sped up and rushed out of the outer area of the root of all evil in less than half a day. Then, Lang Yan reported the results of the exploration to the fleet commander and confirmed the best location to build a stable passage. The Spaceman device was different from the Space Oscillator device. It was more technologically advanced. The Space Oscillator was just a simple space oscillation effect. The greater the power, the wider the space it affected. Even a 3,000-meter fleet of regular stellar-level warships could be equipped with a small power oscillator. However, the space-mending device required a small stronghold with a diameter of at least 50,000 meters to be equipped, which showed how high the level of the device was. This kind of device was originally created to repair some extremely unstable starfield voids in the universe, or some man-made small black holes. With a large number of space-healing devices working together, even a small black hole could be slowly mended and gradually closed. The small star hole that Xian had created around the Heavenly River star in the Burial Star region was then slowly repaired by a fleet sent by the upper echelons to activate the space-healing device on the ship with a large number of strongholds. Otherwise, if it continued to expand, it would eventually devour a large part of the universe and fall into an irrecoverable situation. The reason why small and large strongholds were equipped with this kind of space-healing device was that in the process of interstellar travel, the fleet sometimes had to pass through some dangerous areas with void rifts. In such a situation, if the area of the rift was not large and there was not much time, there was no need to take the risk and rush in. They could activate the space-healing device to repair some void rifts and build a stable safe passage, then continue to move forward. Right now, this was exactly what the Allied forces of the Second Universe were doing. The entire army had more than 10 million battleships of various types. Although only the small strongholds with a diameter of 50,000 meters and the large strongholds with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with the space-healing device, the total number of these strongholds was close to 1 million, even though it was not yet 1 million. The nearly 1 million strongholds were arranged in several rows in a section of void with a diameter of 1 million miles. They were arranged in a high density and slowly moved into the domain of the source of all evil, leading the army of 10 million behind them to push forward. It could be seen that in front of these nearly 1 million strongholds, the void was trembling at an extremely high frequency. As the trembling continued, the spatial rifts of various sizes that were originally scattered throughout the void of the Milky Way began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the nearly 1 million strongholds were moving slowly, they did not stop and continued to move forward. Void rifts could be seen in front of them from time to time, but as long as they were moving through the void, the path behind them was smooth, and all the space rifts disappeared. This kind of small space rift did not consume much time and energy to repair. Behind the nearly 1 million strongholds, the tens of millions of battleships of various types easily entered. They no longer had to worry about the space rifts. In just half a day, this huge fleet of battleships had reached a total of more than 10 million. Except for the 1 million army composed of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan, which stayed outside the domain of the source of all evil to guard the entrance of the passage, the rest of the battleships were left behind. All the battleships had entered the peripheral area of this star field. Another day passed, and a smooth passage with a diameter of 1 million miles, from the entrance of the peripheral area to the boundary of the buffer zone in the depths, was finally completed. In this area with a diameter of 1 million miles, not even a single void rift could be seen. This corner of the peripheral area of the source of all evil, a planar level star field, had been completely transformed into a smooth passage. This was simply a miracle, but if it were not for the army of 10 million battleships or the army of 1 million strongholds, it would not have been possible to complete this task. In front of them was the boundary between the buffer zone and the peripheral area of the source of all evil star field. Rumble, boom. Xiao. The sound of explosions rang out in an instant, accompanied by the sharp sound of the energy light beams of the battleship cannons shooting out. They were as dense as rain, echoing endlessly in this void space. The 10 million battleship army of the Second Universe's various races had crossed the boundary between the outer area of the source of all evil star region and the buffer zone of the central region, entering this buffer zone filled with countless black beetles. In front of them were still the nearly 1 million large and small fortresses. They were still using the space compaction device, divided into several rows, spreading out on the star path with a diameter of 1 million miles, slowly advancing forward. While repairing and healing the void cracks in front of them, these nearly 1 million large and small fortresses also attacked from time to time, shooting out energy light beams of battleship cannons, sweeping away the black beetles in the void space ahead. Following closely behind these nearly 1 million large and small fortresses, the army of 10 million large and small troops fired indiscriminately. Countless cannon muzzles pointed at the left and right sides of this million-mile-wide path from different angles. Screech! Screech! The countless black beetles that were hibernating in the void space instantly became restless. A large number of black beetles' huge bodies were blasted apart by the energy light beams of the battleship cannons, and milky white body fluids with a hint of green sputtered endlessly. This entire vast void space was filled with a foul stench. A foul smell turned into the limitless ghost prison. Although the number of black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region was terrifying and uncountable, their strength was still too weak after all. The strongest was only the 12th realm, the Void Realm. In the face of such an army of 10 million battleships, there was no resistance at all. The army advanced all the way, almost unhindered, and all the black beetles that could be seen along the way were all eliminated. This entire void space was filled with countless black beetle corpses, and insect body fluid sputtered from these broken corpses. It was extremely disgusting. A day later, when the entire army of 10 million approached the boundary between the buffer zone of the central region and the core hinterland of the source of all evil, a sudden change occurred. At this point, there were very few black beetles, so the army of 10 million at the back had basically stopped attacking, and the void space had long quieted down. It was also at this time that a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the void in front of them, which was originally extremely quiet with only a few faint and dense rustling sounds. It continued without end, similar to the feeling after the space oscillator was activated. Ripples appeared in the void, causing one's scalp to tighten inexplicably, and a bad feeling arose in the bottom of their hearts. As this sudden buzzing sound rang out, the few black beetles in the void ahead suddenly charged forward, crossing the dividing line and entering the core of the root of all evil. The same thing was happening in the void on both sides. It was as if something was happening in the central hinterland that attracted all the black beetles in the buffer zone of the central domain. Seeing this scene, the commander of the fleet, the Blood Wyrm clan's elder, Jiao Kong, immediately ordered, "Build the tunnel at full speed and end the last part of the void as soon as possible. After that, the entire army will advance into the core area." After the order was given, the nearly 1 million fortresses in the front immediately turned the power of the space oscillator to the maximum, and they advanced much faster. The boundary between the core hinterland and this buffer zone could already be seen in the distance. At this moment, the entire army was advancing at full speed. In just 4 hours, the nearly 1 million fortresses in front were the first to enter the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Then, the army of 10 million followed closely behind. After entering the central hinterland, the number of void rifts decreased by more than half, and the black beetles that were densely packed had almost disappeared. Although the entire central hinterland was darker, it was much quieter and quieter. However, 1 or 2 strange auras that flashed by occasionally were clearly extremely powerful. They were at least at the 13th level of the Genesis realm or above. Even the auras of the 15th level of the Qianquan realm were not rare. At this moment, in a void about 4,000 to 5,000 miles ahead, there was a continuous but not very noisy buzzing sound coming from it. Along with a series of buzzing sounds, there seemed to be 5 extremely powerful auras mixed within. The buzzing was clearly the unique biological frequency of the Black Beetle clan. Right now, the invisible biological frequency radiated from the void ahead. The large number of black beetles in the surrounding void suddenly changed their lazy nature and all crawled in the void, gradually squeezing together. In the blink of an eye, the sea of black beetles gradually began to wriggle forward, like waves in the ocean, pushing forward. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled hundreds of miles. That direction was exactly where the nest of the Star-Lord Black Beetle Mother was located. At the same time, some other kinds of star beasts also began to appear in the void in front of them. At first, there were only 1 or 2 of them, but soon, more and more space beasts appeared in the void. Judging from their auras, they were all above the 13th level of the Genesis realm. However, they were just small fries who didn't dare to get too close, they simply observed from afar. The space beasts that dared to approach were all at least in the 15th level of the cosmos state. After only an hour or so, Xian had seen at least 100 of them. Among them was the inferior blood-horned dragon that Xian had seen the last time he came. The aura around its body had actually reached the late stage of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, and was incomparably powerful. Even the cosmos state beasts weren't the strongest among the local beasts. There were too many space beasts in different shapes and sizes, but all of them were extremely strong. In the distance to the right, there was clearly a star beast that looked somewhat similar to a qilin, but was entirely green in color. It was rumbling toward them. The ferocious beast wasn't very large, it was only 1,000 meters long, smaller than most universe-state ferocious beasts. It looked lazy, as if it were sleeping in the void, but it was actually moving at a high speed. It was releasing the aura of a mid-star lord. On the other side of the void, a human-shaped beast appeared. It was 10,000 meters tall and had mouths all over its body. It was exactly the many-mouthed beast that Xian had seen last time. It was also a star lord, and was in the advanced phase. After passing through the boundary between the central region's buffer zone and the core of the origin of all evil and entering the core area, the allied army of the second universe immediately stopped at the inner side of the boundary. The scene that was occurring in the space 5 million kilometers ahead was truly too strange. Moreover, not only were there many types of native ferocious beasts in the core area, their cultivations were extremely formidable as well. It was even to the extent that there were a few dozen star lords and great figures in the universe. There were over 100 of them. Even in the entire allied army of the second universe that had 10 million battleships, there were only a few dozen star lords. Even though there were a few more great figures in the universe, there were only a few hundred of them. Even though such a high-level combat force seemed to have surpassed the group of native ferocious beasts that could be seen from afar, this was merely the edge of the core area, and the area that could be seen was merely a corner of the core area. So many great figures had appeared in just a corner of space, so it was obvious how terrifying the overall strength of the native ferocious beasts in the core area was. Even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, who were region lords, didn't dare act rashly. So, they immediately gave the order for the entire fleet to stop temporarily and understand the situation up ahead. They wanted to see exactly what was happening there before making a decision. An army of 10 million battleships spread out on the inner side of the boundary, and they continued for a distance of 5 million kilometers. All of them lay dormant and didn't dare make any sudden movements. Inside the battleship, the elites from the various races of the second universe were even more nervous. This star area, the source of all evil, was indeed a planar danger zone. Along the way, everything they had seen had shocked them to the core. At this moment, only the few hundred almighty figures, a few dozen star lords, and the 2 region lords, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, had released their consciousnesses and carefully extended their consciousnesses towards the expanse of space that was 5,000 kilometers ahead of them to investigate everything that was occurring there. In next to no time, all the great figures and star lords revealed shocked expressions. Even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding had a wisp of astonishment flashed through their faces. The scene they saw from their investigation had really exceeded everyone's expectations. A bloody struggle between the higher-ups of the insect race was actually unfolding there. Outside of the nests where the insectoid queen resided, there were 5 powerful high-grade black beetles in 5 different directions in the void. Their cultivation bases were all at the peak of the universe realm level 9. This was originally nothing much, but at this moment, these 5 universe realm black beetle kings were clearly engaged in a bloody battle, devouring each other. The strange buzzing sound that had come from this core area had been emitted by these 5 black beetle kings. This was a special summoning signal of the black beetle race. Other than the black beetles that belonged to this race, the other ferocious beasts that lived in this core would also be summoned or invited to witness the birth of this race's new queen. That's right, this was a battle for supremacy. The black beetle queen from before had already fallen. The new queen would be born from the 5 black beetle kings with a cultivation base of Great Circle of Universe Realm 9. The battle between the 4 black beetle kings wasn't as simple as a winner. It was because the peak of the universe realm wasn't enough to become a queen. One had to reach the 16th level and become a star lord to be qualified. It was also because of this that this battle for supremacy was destined to be incomparably bloody. Because of this, the 5 black beetle kings with cultivation base at the pinnacle of universe rank 9 were fighting each other by devouring each other. There was only one outcome: the other 4 black beetle kings would be devoured, their flesh and cultivation would be turned into resources for the final black beetle king, which would help it make a breakthrough and become a star lord. As for the birth of a new generation of Supreme Queen Mother, only then would it be considered the birth of a new generation of Supreme Queen Mother. That was how all the previous black beetle queens were born. It was a life and death ordeal for any black beetle king that participated in the battle. The battle was sacred for the entire black beetle race. Even the black beetle king that was devoured in the end would still be a hero of the race. Therefore, every time the black beetle race competed in such a bloody way to become the new queen of the black beetle race, the black beetle kings that participated in the battle would send out unique biological frequencies to summon their race and invite the ferocious beasts of other races that were also living in the central area. The experts would all come to watch the battle. That was why no ferocious beasts paid any attention to the arrival of the coalition army of the second universe. That included the 5 black beetle kings, who were already aware that they were massacring countless black beetles in the central region's buffer zone. As a matter of fact, such a large scale of invaders wouldn't have been allowed to enter the central area at all. All the local ferocious beasts that lived in the central area would have resisted them until they were driven away. However, at that moment, all the local ferocious beasts except for the black beetle race had already noticed the enormous fleet of invaders, but none of them paid any attention to it for the time being. That was because the birth of the queen of any ferocious beast race in this galaxy was extremely sacred, especially the black beetle race. Because this race's reproductive ability was too shocking, and their numbers were terrifying, the central region's buffer zone outside the central area was left to countless low-level black beetle race to guard. Right now, the new queen of the black beetle race was about to be born, and the other local ferocious beasts had come to watch the battle out of respect. Naturally, they wouldn't act at such a time and start a massacre. That would be ignoring the queen of the race that was about to be born, and it was a great taboo in this galaxy. However, after the bloody battle of the queen of the bug race was over, other than the newly born black beetle queen, the other local ferocious beasts wouldn't just sit by and watch. All the ferocious beasts would charge toward the enormous fleet of invaders in the distant void. However, all this was only known to the local ferocious beasts. As for the powerhouses of the Second Universe's coalition army who were watching the battle of the queen of the bug race from a distance of more than 10 million miles in the void, they were completely unaware and didn't realize that a crisis was about to befall them. Just as the queen of the bug race was about to end. Screech! 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 For frenzied howls filled the entire void, filled with joy and grief. They were happy because the 4 black beetle kings had devoured a king of their own and obtained a lot of flesh and blood, which had significantly improved their strength. They were very close to the Star Lord state at the moment. They could definitely be considered half a Star Lord. As for grief, it was because the one that had been devoured was one of their own kind. It was even possible that they had been good friends before the war. That was why the 4 surviving black beetle kings were grieving over its death. This kind of grief could not help but lament about the final outcome that they might face in the future. This was because among them, not long after, there would be 3 who would meet the same end. They would be devoured, and in the end, only one would remain and become the queen mother of the clan. The 4 black beetle kings whose power had soared fought again amidst the shrieks. They didn't even use any of the unique bloodline techniques of their kind, because it was completely unnecessary. In this kind of battle between queen mothers, it was destined that only one bug king would remain. As for the others, they couldn't just admit defeat. They had to die and be devoured. Therefore, the battle between the insect kings was a bloody brawl from the beginning to the end. Moreover, during such a brawl, one could occasionally see an insect king opening its mouth and devouring the flesh and blood of its companions. It was like raising a cup. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds rang out as the 4 black beetle kings fought in pairs. 2 of them were careless and had one of their legs swallowed by the other. Gray-green body fluid splashed in the air. Amidst the clear chewing sounds that made one's scalp tingle, the 2 black beetle kings that had successfully bitten off a large chunk of their opponent's flesh instantly rushed out. They opened their wide mouths and extended their long red tongues, sucking in the grayish-green body fluids that splashed out from their opponent's body in the air. To them, these body fluids were extremely nutritious. In fact, even to the two injured black beetle kings, the grayish-green body fluid that splashed out from their bodies was extremely precious. Thus, an even more horrifying scene appeared. The two black beetle kings that were missing a part of their bodies actually rushed over after letting out a cry in unison. They fought over the grayish-green body fluid that had sputtered out of the void. The body fluid that had just gushed out from their bodies. Everything was for the sake of the clan's prosperity. In this kind of battle for supremacy among the queen mothers, any black beetle king would do their best. No matter how good their relationship was before the battle, they would not go easy. In the end, the clan would give birth to an unworthy queen mother. In order to prevent that from happening, the wounded black beetle kings could even devour their own flesh and blood and fight for the splashing gray and green body fluids. This scene shocked all the universe gods and star lords in the allied forces of the second universe. Even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the two old monsters who were domain lords, were a little moved. Among the large races of the second universe, the internal competition was also extremely tragic. These old monsters had seen too much and were already numb to it. Which of them hadn't stained their hands with the blood of their own race or even their peers, but all of that was really nothing when compared to the scene that was unfolding before his eyes. How many people would not hesitate to devour the flesh and blood that splashed from their own bodies in the midst of a battle for supremacy within their own race? Just for the sake of preserving their vitality and combat strength as much as possible so that this battle for supremacy would be as high as possible. Facing all of this, not only were the high-level experts of the second universe shocked, but even the large number of native ferocious beasts who were watching the battle in the void around the queen's nest gradually showed sorrow in their eyes. The aura emitted from their bodies became more and more dignified, cold, and iron-blooded. This coldness and iron-blooded was directed at the huge fleet of foreign invaders that was still watching in the distant void at this moment. For all the native ferocious beast clans that lived in this region of stars, they had always been lying dormant here for countless years, and they hadn't taken a single step out of the core of the root of all evil because the enormous netherworld furnace in the depths of this region of stars would occasionally emanate the aura of the source of their bloodlines. They were unwilling to leave and regarded this place as the source of their bloodline. In order to protect this place, every ferocious beast race didn't hesitate to use the cruelest methods to maintain the exuberant vitality and strong survival ability of their race. Only in this way could they guard this holy land and not be trampled by foreign forces. It could be said that the bloody battle for supremacy between the 5 universe realm insect kings of the black beetle race that was happening in front of them was actually the huge fleet of foreign invaders that was watching in the distant void not far away. This fleet might just be a representation of a crisis. But now, they had appeared at this moment, when the black beetle race had no choice but to launch a fierce battle for supremacy within their race in order to survive and protect the source of their bloodline. Then, they were destined to bear the wrath of the entire black beetle race and all the other native ferocious beasts that had come to watch the ceremony. Screech! Screech! 2 incomparably shrill cries rang out, and the battle near the Mother Queen's nest star entered a new stage. Of the 4 black beetle kings that were fighting in pairs, 2 finally lost their lives, their heads eaten by their opponents and swallowed into their stomachs. Now, out of the 5 black beetle kings, only 2 were left. However, these 2 black beetle kings didn't immediately start killing each other. As if they had a tacit understanding, they tacitly stopped fighting for supremacy and focused on devouring the remains of their respective opponents after their deaths. Even if the black beetle kings of the same size crazily devoured the corpses of the 2 gigantic black beetle kings that were 10,000 feet tall, it was obvious that they couldn't completely devour them in a short time. This lasted for a few minutes, and in the end, the corpses of the 2 defeated black beetle kings were completely devoured. As for the last 2 surviving black beetle kings, because they had obtained such a plentiful supply of flesh and blood, the cultivation aura in their bodies rapidly rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble, boom. An incomparably majestic energy aura surged endlessly, and the void around the 2 black beetle kings was stirred by this terrifying aura, causing a faint rumbling sound to be heard. Then, before all the powerhouses of the various races in the second universe and a large number of native ferocious beasts could recover from their shock, an even more powerful terrifying aura gushed out from the 2 black beetle kings at the same time, which could be said to be as vast as the sea. the aura of a Star-Lord old monster, a new black beetle queen was born. Hum. Hum, strange buzzing sounds echoed. All the black beetles watching the battle around the mother queen's nest star were so excited that they started to tremble. They cheered excitedly. There was only one standard for the contest, which was that all the black beetle kings would fight and devour each other until a Star-Lord black beetle queen emerged. That black beetle queen would be the new queen of the race. In the past Queen Mother Wars, new queen mothers were born, but there were also cases where the black beetle kings that participated in the war survived. More often than not, all the black beetle kings were consumed, and only one black beetle queen was left. Even when there was only one black beetle king left, the queen hadn't been born yet, because the last black beetle king hadn't reached the Star-Lord state yet. However, a situation like this, where two black beetle emperors appeared at the same time, had never happened before. To the entire race, it was no longer important which of the two black beetle queens would become the new queen mother, or both of them at the same time. What mattered was that the bloody conflicts within the race, which they had always disliked, could finally be stopped, because two new queens had been born. Screech! Screech! The two black beetle queens raised their heads and roared at the same time. The pure aura of the Star-Lord state surged out of their bodies, but they weren't directed at each other. They were both moving towards the edge of the core heartland, where the coalition army of the second universe was. All the native beasts around the mother's nest also turned their heads and looked at them. The new queen of the black beetles had been born, and the contest was over. It was time to expel the invaders. Screech! The many-mouthed beast, which had a humanoid shape and was tens of thousands of feet tall with mouths all over its body, raised its head and let out a furious roar. Black mist gushed out from the wide mouths that covered its entire body, and it rushed over in a flash, covering a distance of more than 100 miles in a single step. Besides that, the indigenous ferocious beast that looked similar to a chelan but was completely dark green followed closely behind. Blood-colored mist surged around its body, and lightning could faintly be seen exploding. Its aura was terrifying to the extreme as it charged over as well. Both of them were Star-Lords, and they weren't the only ones. There were dozens of native beasts with similar vibes. Behind the dozens of Star-Lords was a group of more than 100 grand experts. Among them, the 1,000-Zhonglong sub-blood dragon was in the lead and was roaring furiously. More than 100 universe grand cultivators and Star-Lords attacked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they formed a magnificent pressure that covered the sky and the earth. Behind them were a large number of native beasts that were below the universe realm. They formed an army of beasts, rolling toward the millions of battleships of the allied forces of the second universe. All of this happened too suddenly. All the native ferocious beasts had been quietly watching the battle of the black beetle race's queen mother in the void a moment ago, but now they had all rushed over at the same time in the blink of an eye. Everyone was caught unprepared. The countless experts of the various fleets in the army were all shocked. His expression changed. Humph. You're asking to be killed. Counterattack immediately. They're just a few dozen Star-Lords. How dare they be so arrogant? They don't know what's good for them. Since the native beasts here aren't friendly, there's no need to hesitate. Kill them all. The two old monsters who were commanding the entire army expressed their stance as soon as possible. Their tone was extremely cold, without the slightest hint of panic. Just a few dozen Star-Lords weren't enough to make them take them seriously. Any single region lord was capable of crushing a few dozen Star-Lord realm old geezers by themselves. Besides, there were dozens of Star-Lords in the army of the second universe, too. As for the universe realm experts, there were even more of them. This time, there were hundreds of universe realm experts following the army. They would be the backbone of the high-grade battle force. At this moment, all the universal experts and Star-Lords had basically rushed out of their respective flagship fortresses. They roared and activated their bloodline, manifesting their bloodline true forms, and roared at the countless native beasts that were lunging at them from the opposite side of the void. At the same time, the 10 million warships that had set up a defensive perimeter rumbled in unison and fired their cannons, locking onto the native ferals that were lunging at them. Beams after beams of cannons blanketed the world as they rained down. There was no doubt that the scales of victory had already tilted towards the coalition army of the second universe before the battle even began. Both sides of the battle had almost the same number of Star Lords, but in terms of grand experts, the coalition army of the Second Universe had an advantage. Below the grand experts, the coalition army of the Second Universe had 10 million warships. Although the native beasts in the opposite void were also huge, it was impossible to fight against 10 million. It was obviously a joke to fight against an army of warships. Even the two old monsters of the domain lords who were overseeing the coalition army of 10 million didn't intend to make a move. Because there was no need to do so at all. With just this level of power, there was no need for them to take action at all. A fierce battle soon appeared, and the void was dyed red with blood. The huge bodies of the indigenous ferocious beasts were either torn apart by the universe masters and star lords of the various races of the Second Universe, who had also revealed their bloodline true bodies, or by the cannons of the tens of thousands of battleships behind them. The energy beams were shattered, furious roars, miserable howls, and screams resounded in the void. In the blood-stained world, countless energy beams of various sizes were intertwined with each other, rendering the strange scene of blood and fire extremely dazzling. The battle continued. Every minute and every second, native beasts bled and died. Similarly, there were casualties on the side of the coalition army of the Second Universe. There were even some old monsters of the Star Lords who rushed to the defense line formed by the 10 million warships and used their bloodline divine abilities. Often, a huge energy claw slammed down. Immediately, a warship turned into a huge fireball that exploded. However, it wasn't of much use. The coalition army was too large. There were more than 10 million warships of all kinds. Even though some warships were damaged in the battle every moment, or even completely destroyed, exploding into a huge fireball, they died together with the experts of the Second Universe inside the warships. They were reduced to ashes. However, it didn't affect the overall situation at all. The steel defense line formed by the 10 million warships was unshakable. It didn't shake at all. Thousands of warships were attacking, and countless cannons were bombarding each other. The devastation of this battle had never been seen before in history, although the number of native ferocious beasts in the core of the origin of all evil was enormous, and after the great battle in the Black Armored Mother's star nest began, the native ferocious beasts from other directions also rushed over one after another. They had indeed organized several waves of attacks with astonishing might. In the meantime, the grand cultivators and star lords of various races in the Second Universe who had rushed out of their warships to fight were all forced to retreat. Later on, more than 20 grand cultivators and 4 star lords of various races had perished. However, in the end, the waves of attacks of the local ferocious beasts were all repelled by the bombardment of the Xianxia experts and the star lords in the front and the countless cannons of the warships behind. Not only had they been repelled, countless corpses had been left behind in that corner of the void. There were many native beasts, but they were no match for an army of 10 million warships. One of the 2 Black Beetle emperors that had just become emperors had already perished. The other one was heavily wounded and wouldn't be able to persist much longer. The advanced Star Lord humanoid monster, which was as large as a small planet, had one of its arms torn off by the 2 Star Lords of the Second Universe during the battle. Its other leg was then hit by an antimatter beam of light with a diameter of 30,000 meters. It fell. As for the unicorn, the beast that had been in the middle phase of the Star Lord state had already turned into a lifeless corpse. The lower half of its body had been completely blown apart. It was brutal. It couldn't have been more brutal. Such a fierce battle continued for another half a day. After a whole day and night, the edge of the root of all evil star field was finally cleared. The void was filled with the remains of the native beasts of this star field. They covered the sky and covered the earth, filling the line of sight. All of them had lost their life force, and not a single one was still alive. As for the last Black Beetle Emperor and the advanced Star Lord humanoid monster, they retreated to the core area with the last surviving native beasts. There had been more than 10 million native beasts in that area, but only 1 million had escaped. Among them, there were no more than 20 experts and no more than 10 Star Lords. At the same time, the army of the Second Universe suffered a lot of losses too. Thousands of warships exploded into fireballs and were completely annihilated. Some of the experts and Star Lords had perished too. It was safe to say that all the races of the Second Universe had suffered a great loss in that battle. Every expert and Star Lord was a precious treasure for any race. However, all the sacrifices were worth it for the sake of the good fortune in the source of all evil. It was also at this moment that when the core hinterland was completely wiped out, the cold and emotionless voices of the two domain lord old monsters, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, rang out at the right time. Let's regroup and move on. Our final destination is the deepest part of the core area up ahead. It's not far away. Hearing these words, the countless experts in the entire second universe's 10 million battleships trembled violently, and a fanatical expression appeared on their faces. Regarding this time, the higher-ups of various races in the second universe suddenly issued a war order to invade the first universe. In the entire army, except for the existence of Universe God, no one knew why. It was only when the army arrived at the root of all evil star domain that the middle and low-level experts of various races vaguely realized the true purpose of this expedition. It was probably not as simple as a crusade against the Heaven's Legacy race. Otherwise, they would not have gone to Heaven's Legacy City, but instead to the Heaven's Legacy star domain, which was known as the first universe's most dangerous star domain. Why would the source of all evil come here? When the army advanced all the way to the core area of the source of all evil and saw the countless powerful native beasts in that area, they basically understood the reason. There had to be some benefits in the depths of that area that could tempt the core leaders of the second universe. They were willing to launch a plane-level space war just to get what they wanted. However, it was just a guess after all. Nobody dared to ask. But now, when Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the two old monsters in charge of the army, personally said this, everyone was finally sure. Then, they were ecstatic. The races of the second universe were originally all kinds of ferocious beasts with primordial creatures flowing in their bodies. They were warlike and violent by nature. They might not be interested in a normal war, but this kind of war for the sake of seizing good fortune was the most delightful in the eyes of the experts of the second universe. Welcome. The higher-ups ate meat, and the lower-level experts could at least drink some soup. The good fortune in this source of all evil star field was so astonishing that it even attracted all the races in the second universe to gather an army of millions to fight for it. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, after confirming this point, the experts of the various races in the army of millions were all shouting excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The army of millions was quickly organized, and then they couldn't wait to move forward again. They didn't even have the mood to collect the flesh and blood materials and the corpses of the native beasts that filled the void. Compared to the good fortune in the depths of this star field, the corpses of these powerful native beasts had lost the attraction it should have had. Soon, the huge army of millions advanced all the way, crossing the border area and finally entering the depths of the core hinterland. In the void in front of them, there was also a large number of space beasts. It was the same scene as before. The only difference was that these space beasts were all dead, their bodies were huge, and they had all revealed their bloodline true bodies. They were just lying in the dark void in front of them, and most of them were incomplete. In the distance, one could even see an ancient demon ape. Its aura was powerful, and its bloodline true body was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, but at this moment, it was lying in the void. Among the three different ape bodies, the black body of flesh and blood had no head, and most of its body was incomplete. Golden ape blood still flowed, emitting a strong ancient aura. As for the other two bodies, the skeleton body was almost completely broken, and only the head still hung on its shoulder. As for the black mist-like illusory body, it had already dissipated. Further away, a silver dragon came into sight. Only the back half of its body was left. The front half, including the dragon's head, was all gone. Looking further ahead, one could even see a gigantic true phoenix. Although it had also fallen, its body was still burning with phoenix flames, and it also exuded a strong aura of desolation. After a brief moment of silence, this army of 10 million immediately burst into an uproar. Excited discussions rang out from the fleets of the various races in the second universe, reverberating endlessly. The entire void was boiling because of this. Heavens, what did I just see? That demon ape has 3 heads and 6 arms, and its bloodline true body is hundreds of thousands of feet long. Its aura is extremely powerful, like a small star. What kind of existence is that? Ancient demon ape. It must be the ancient demon ape. Legend has it that it went extinct long ago in the primordial era. In every generation of this race, only one demon ape is born. Bloodline inheritance is too difficult. What is this? Didn't you see the remains of that silver dragon? That is definitely a creature from the primordial era. Every drop of silver dragon blood, every inch of silver dragon flesh, is a supreme treasure. How many years has it been since it died? Half of its body is still shining with the light of treasures, and the blood of the silver dragon is still flowing. Just by collecting a little, today's trip was not in vain. And that giant flame bird that seems to be a true phoenix. Its aura seems to be even more powerful, and it lies even further away in the void. Even though it has died countless years ago, its body is still emitting mysterious flames. That must be the true phoenix fire. I'm afraid even a small wisp of it is a supreme treasure for refining weapons. We've really earned big this time. This core star field, the source of all evil, is actually an ancient battlefield that has been sealed since the primordial era until now. There are supreme treasures of blood and flesh that are hard to find in the world. Just what we can see now, once we collect them all, it will be enough to shock the world. Haven't you noticed? This is only the starting point of the core hinterland. There is an even deeper and more distant void ahead. The further the remains of the primordial era creatures are, the stronger their auras are, and the more precious their bloodlines are. That's right. There's no doubt about that. When we reach the true end, there will definitely be great fortunes that we can't even imagine. This time, our allied army of tens of millions is going to return with a full load. It's definitely a bountiful harvest that has never been seen before, as the mid-level and low-level experts in the various fleets exclaimed, the commanders of the various fleets, the existences above the universe realm, fell into silence. They seemed to be in low spirits and seemed to be worried. Without reaching this level, what one could see was only the surface. Only those whose cultivation base had reached the universe realm and above would be able to acutely capture the formless pressure in the depths of the hinterland in front of them through the distant void. Yes, the remains of the primordial creatures that could be seen in the distance were all supreme treasures. Even if it was only the remains of the silver dragon or the remains of the true phoenix that could be seen in the distance and brought back to the second universe, it would definitely mean a rare harvest for any race. The flesh and blood of this type of existence were too precious. Every drop of precious blood, every inch of precious flesh, were all supreme refinement treasures. Using them, one could refine heaven-defying great medicines. This was just the beginning of the core of the hinterland. There was no doubt that in the deeper void, there would be even more powerful remains of primordial creatures. Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the two old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Colored Python clan, even clearly knew that at the end of the void, there was a void refining array. The materials used to make that void refining array were all the remains of powerful primordial creatures, and the final product was the legendary all-evil origin liquid that was almost as effective as the chaos spiritual liquid. Even the bloodline ancestors of the various races in the second universe could only get 1 or 2 drops of it every year, compared to the void refining array and its final product. The remains of the silver dragon and the true phoenix that could be seen in their line of sight were not trash in the eyes of Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, but in fact, they were not that far from it. However, it was also because of this that the core higher-ups of the various races in the second universe, led by Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, were so worried. Their faces were full of unwillingness and worry. The feeling of seeing a treasure mountain but not being able to get it was torture. They could already feel the suffocating pressure from the remains of the silver dragons and true phoenixes. In the void in front of them, there were many remains of powerful primordial creatures, and each of them emitted a mysterious primordial aura. When gathered together, it was definitely a terrifying force. Just the void in front of them was already difficult for the army of 10 million battleships behind them to pass through. Facing the invisible and terrifying pressure in the void, all the battleships below the 10,000-meter-tall fortress would be destroyed. Only the battleships above the 10,000-meter-tall fortress could barely withstand it. However, this was just the beginning. The deeper they went, the more powerful the remains of primordial creatures in the void would be, and the more terrifying the invisible pressure they emitted would be. There was one thing that could be confirmed. That was, the battleships behind them would only be able to endure until they reached the deepest part and saw the enormous void refining array. Only a small portion of the nearly 1 million fortresses that had opened the path for the army of 10 million could see it. In other words, around 300,000 fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meter wide. Even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meter wide would absolutely be unable to endure until they reached the deepest part, and they would be destroyed on the way. Moreover, this was merely the battleships. If they didn't have the protection of the energy shields and the cabin pressure of the battleships, then the experts of the various clans of the second universe who'd come with the army would be even more fragile. Not to mention reaching the deepest part of the void refining array. Merely the void in front of them was something that existences below the 13th level of the Genesis realm would absolutely be unable to traverse with their bodies, and they would be crushed by the invisible pressure that suffused the void, causing them to explode and perish. Even Jiao Kong and Du Zhiding, who were region lords and commanded an army of 10 million, hadn't expected such a situation at all. They'd obtained some information about the void refining array from their clans, but they weren't aware that such a terrifying and invisible pressure would actually suffuse the path to the Grand Formation. If this problem wasn't resolved, then their objective of taking complete control of the void refining array would be nothing but empty talk. There's definitely some sort of special method to avoid the terrifying pressure that suffuses the void. Jiao Kong muttered with a gloomy expression on his face, and he continued unwillingly, otherwise, how could those native ferocious beasts who fled into the void ahead have passed through this area? They don't have the protection of the energy shields and cabin pressure of the battleships, so they traversed the void with their bodies. Some weaker existences would have exploded and perished a long time ago. Roar, roar. As soon as Jiao Kong finished speaking, two vicious howls with terrifying auras suddenly resounded from the void ahead. Whoosh! A weak light that was imperceptible to the naked eye flashed. Yi Xian's figure instantly appeared. He turned his head to look around and slightly frowned. It was exactly the second interstellar coordinate that he had marked in the first universe. It was at the edge of the buffer zone of the root of all evil. The reason why Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry and allowed the second universe's alliance army to leave for more than 10 days before setting off from the demon domain was precisely because of this interstellar coordinate. Yi Xian arrived there almost instantly after activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system's title, crossing the boundless void. The Blue Fleet, the Immortal Legion, and a fleet of space battleships from the 10 ultimate heavenly palaces had left the Diablo space zone a few days earlier than he had. They were at the back. It would take at least a week for them to arrive there. It seems that they're making good progress. The entire buffer zone has been cleared. Yi Xian looked around, only to see the remains of countless black beetles in the void. None of them were alive, they had all been annihilated. There was no doubt that the second universe's army had passed through that area and entered the core of the root of all evil. However, those guys should be stuck at the edge of the core. I wonder if the battle with the local beasts is over yet. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. Even if we've already annihilated the native beasts at the edge of the area, this army of 10 million can only stop at the entrance to the depths of the area. The pressure of the desolate ancient creatures' corpses in the air ahead is too terrifying, and it's impossible to get close to them. The Star-Lord local beasts are the real crisis. However, I have the true form of the devil ape. I should be able to go some distance even without the protection of the baby corpses. More importantly, apart from the presence of those who are beyond the Star-Lord state, we also detected some weak vibes when we passed through the territory under the protection of the baby corpses last time. They should be the clansmen of those realm lords. This is extremely illogical. Under such terrifying pressure, these indigenous ferocious beasts with ordinary cultivation would have no way of surviving at all. However, the facts cannot be denied. This means that they possess some sort of secret method that can resist the powerful pressure of those primordial beings in the void. The last time I entered that area, I saw the remains of 2 primordial ape demons. One of them was only a Star Lord, and the other was hundreds of thousands of meters long. It should have been a Sector Lord. Now that I can manifest the true form of the devil ape, I should be one of them in the eyes of the powerful aboriginals in the depths of the hinterland. In this way, I will naturally have the opportunity to investigate the secret technique they used to resist the terrifying pressure of the primordial era beings. Just based on this point alone, if I can get what I want, this trip to the source of all evil will not have been in vain. After all, there is a batch of the all-evil origin liquid in the huge nether furnace in the depths of the hinterland every year. I will definitely have to come here often in the future. The headless baby is too unreliable. I can't place all my hopes on him. It's more reliable to grasp the secret technique that can resist the pressure of the remains of the primordial beings. That way, I will be able to enter this area at any time. The share of the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the nether furnace will belong to me every year, not a single drop less. Besides, the secret technique that can resist the terrifying pressure of the primordial beings that the indigenous ferocious beasts living in the hinterland may be an unexpected surprise. As he muttered to himself, Xian tightly clenched his fists. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately activated the power of the 3-inch little devil ape that was floating above his sea of consciousness. The next moment, as a feeble rumble echoed inside Xian's body, all the blood and qi in his body was instantly mobilized and activated at full speed. At this moment, the 3-inch devil ape that was originally floating in the air above his sea of consciousness completely disappeared. It transformed into a mysterious power that merged into Xian's body and had a mysterious effect on all of the vital energy and blood in his body. Xian's body began to change very quickly. His physical appearance began to change, constantly expanding. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a black devil ape that was about 10 zhang tall. During this process, 2 other bodies grew out of his body. One was a skeleton that was entirely grayish gold and exuded a metallic texture that gave off an extremely cold feeling. The other was an illusory body of black fog. Its aura was extremely ethereal, as if it didn't exist at all. It was completely a black fog, and only its 2 eyes shone with a terrifying blazing red light. These 2 bodies were also about 10 zhang tall and were connected to the back of Xian's original body, forming the devil ape true body with 3 heads and 6 arms. At this moment, an incomparably dense primordial aura spread out from the devil ape true body. At this point, the devil ape true body was completely revealed. At this moment, no one could see Xian's original appearance anymore. Even the wretched mosquito butcher and the other mysterious old monsters who were familiar with him couldn't see the truth. They simply couldn't tell that this 3-headed, 6-armed ancient devil ape true body was Xian. Then, without hesitation, he activated the spirit source core in his original body's consciousness and successfully transferred it to the illusory head of the devil ape true body. With this spirit source core, the devil ape true body would be able to use all of Xian's mind power techniques, mystic arts, and divine abilities with great ease. However, this wasn't the end of it. He immediately transferred the netherworld claw that had been hovering above his sea of consciousness to the depths of the skull of the devil ape true body. The devil ape true body, which represented Xian's original body, would be able to use all of Xian's other divine abilities and techniques. At this point, the devil ape true body was completely revealed. Although the devil ape true body's aura was only at the 14th stage of the cosmic light realm, the rich, primordial aura was incomparably pure and eye-catching. The ancient devil ape true body, which had gone extinct in the distant primordial era, had once again descended on this star field. The source of all evil, after countless years, it was destined that there would be a storm of blood in this place. Everything begins now. From this moment on, my name is Desolate Primordial. Roar. Screech. Whoosh. As he muttered to himself, Xian casually gave his current identity a name. At the same time, the 3 sinister heads of the devil ape's true body raised their heads at the same time, emitting 3 different sounds. However, their ferocious auras were completely the same, angry roars and howls. Roar. Roar. As soon as Jiao Kong finished speaking, 2 roars that carried terrifying auras suddenly resounded from the space ahead. They were clearly 2 ferocious beasts at the region Lord Realm, and they'd been hiding in the depths of the core area of the root of evil. Earlier, they'd paid no attention to the horrifying battle that had been going on for an entire day. But at this moment, these 2 ferocious beasts at the region Lord Realm had finally made an appearance with the arrival of this army of 10 million warships. Moreover, it was 2 of them. This was no different from a signal, and it had 2 meanings. Firstly, it wasn't that this region didn't have existences that had surpassed the Star Lord Realm, and it was even to the extent that there might be some that had surpassed the region Lord Realm. Secondly, it was hinting that these existences at the region Lord Realm and above wouldn't participate in the low-level battles at the borders. They had their own mission, and it was to protect the spatial passageway that led to the depths of the core area. So, they wouldn't stand by idly if they were to invade this region. Jiao Kong and Du Jiding's expressions instantly changed when they realized this, and their hearts sank. They were the only two region lords in the entire army of the second universe, yet two ferocious beasts at the region lord realm had appeared as soon as they arrived at the depths of the core area of the root of evil. Moreover, their high-end combat strength wasn't inferior to their side at all. This caused Jiao Kong and Du Jiding to feel like they'd lost their advantage. They'd lost their sense of superiority and depression. You've overstepped your boundaries. Retreat immediately and leave the core area. Otherwise, we'll attack. Along with these two roars, a black and a green ray of light flashed through the expanse of space that was filled with the corpses of primordial beings, and then two colossi instantly appeared. Both of them were around 3 kilometers tall. Obviously, this wasn't the limit of their bloodline true bodies because both of them emanated the aura of region lords. Moreover, both of them were at the advanced stage of the region lord realm, and they were slightly stronger than Jiao Kong and Du Jiding. Both of them were merely at the 6th rank of the region lord realm, and they were at the peak of the intermediate stage of the region lord realm. They still needed to break through before they could be considered to have stepped into the late stage of the region lord realm. One of the two figures was a green-haired tortoise with long green hairs all over its body, which fluttered without wind. The other was a porcupine beast with a pitch-black body and glossy fur. With a single glance, one could tell that it was an existence with coarse skin and coarse flesh that was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, this porcupine beast had 2 long and narrow blood-colored fangs. It was certain to be extremely tough. With a casual flick of its fangs, even a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would be pierced through. When they appeared, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were in the void thousands of miles away. However, as soon as they appeared, they did not stay where they were. They immediately crossed the void and slowly approached. There was a large number of native ferocious beasts below the region lord realm behind them, and there were around 10 million of them. This included the humanoid talkative beasts that had fled into the space ahead and the lucky survivor, the black armored mother. Both of them had recovered from their injuries. However, there were clearly not that many indigenous ferocious beasts that had fled into the void ahead. Clearly, there were other indigenous ferocious beasts' lairs in this area. Not only had the native army recovered from their injuries, their numbers had been replenished as well. Now, they were slowly approaching under the lead of the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, and a final battle was about to erupt. This time, even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, who were region lords, felt extremely pressured. During the battle before this, the balance of the battle had been tilting towards the joint forces of the various races of the second universe since the beginning. Yet now, the situation seemed to have turned around. The high-end forces of the enemy were actually 2 terrifying existences at the advanced stage of the region lord realm, and even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding weren't confident in their ability to defeat them. So, the balance of the battle had tilted towards the native ferocious beasts. But even then, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding's eyes still flickered with a dark glow of excitement. Because they noticed that there were clearly some ferocious beasts at the grotto realm amongst the army of 10 million. It was utterly impossible for such cultivations to survive in this terrifying expanse of space that was filled with the pressure of countless primordial living beings. However, they hadn't exploded into pieces. This proved that these ferocious beasts really did possess some sort of secret technique that could resist the terrifying pressure that was being emanated from the corpses of countless primordial living beings in this expanse of space. So long as they were able to grasp this secret technique, then the army behind them would be able to enter safely. Moreover, even if they lost this battle, and in the end, the entire army of 10 million was forced to retreat, even if they had to withdraw from this core hinterland and retreat to the buffer zone of the central region outside, as long as the two of them could obtain this secret technique, then when the reinforcements of the second universe arrived, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding could still be considered to have contributed greatly. In the future, once they had taken over this star field, the source of all evil, and fully grasped the void refining formation deep within its core, they might still be able to receive a drop or two of evil origin elixir when they were rewarded for their contributions. Realizing this, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding's eyes immediately turned red. Their gazes were fixed on the slowly approaching army of ferocious beasts, especially the 2 primordial porcupines and the primordial tortoise at the front of the army. Their cold and ferocious voices immediately rang out. "It's not impossible for us to retreat temporarily, as long as you hand over the secret technique that can resist the pressure of the primordial living beings in the expanse of space." That's right, as long as we obtain the secret technique, the army can retreat. At that time, we will only send a small number of powerful experts in. If you have the ability, then just stop them. Screech. Do you think we are easy to bully? Before the two of them could finish speaking, the primordial porcupines and primordial tortoises in the expanse of space in front of them were enraged. They raised their heads and roared at the same time, especially the primordial porcupines, which let out a roar. He felt humiliated that the other party actually said such words. Did they think he was easy to fool because he had a pig brain? This was too much. Amidst the roars, the two long and narrow blood-colored fangs in the primordial porcupine's mouth, which had already reached its feet, suddenly lit up at this moment, emitting an intense blood-colored light that made people unable to look directly at it as it suddenly flicked forward. Whoosh! Rumble, boom! Black boar, do you want to die? How dare you sneak attack us? Attack! All the experts above the Genesis realm, attack immediately. Caught off guard, the primordial porcupine took action first and tore a space crack in the middle of the army, directly destroying thousands of battleships, fortresses. This scene infuriated Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, who immediately roared. Furthermore, he immediately gave the order to start the battle. Dense buzzing sounds came from the battleships and fortresses behind them. This was the rhythm of the battleships and fortresses charging at full power. The cannons on the battleships were about to be activated and fired. At the same time, a large number of experts of various races flew out from the battleships. Jiao Kong had already given the order. In the entire army, except for the higher-ups who were in charge of commanding the fleet, everyone above the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm, had to rush into the void to participate in the battle. In the entire army, there were dozens of Star Lords, hundreds of Universe Realm experts, tens of thousands of Cosmic Realm experts, and more than 1 million Genesis Realm experts. All of them surged out, activating their bloodlines and manifesting their bloodline true forms. They instantly transformed into enormous beasts and spread out in front of the army of 10 million battleships, roaring and roaring as they charged forward. At the same time, two figures rushed out from the flagship fortresses of the Blood Wyrm clan and the Colorful Python clan. They were the two old monsters of the fleet, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding. Whoosh! Screech! Jiao Kong and Du Jiding immediately activated the bloodline in their bodies and showed their bloodline true bodies as soon as they appeared. A blood-colored one-horned Wyrm appeared in the void and charged at the primordial porcupine. As for Du Jiding, his bloodline true body was also tens of thousands of feet long. He was a 7-colored python, and his tongue was thousands of feet long. His speed was extremely fast, and he rushed out like a blood-red bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had swept up 2 cosmic light realm savage beasts in the void in front of him and swallowed them into his mouth, chewing them in front of everyone. So ferocious, then, before anyone could react, this 7-colored python's eyes suddenly blazed. 2 beams of demonic light shot out of its eyes and turned into a ray of light that whistled out. After shooting out, its speed was extremely fast. There was even a strange sizzling sound in the void, as if boiling oil had been poured into ice and was melting quickly. It was the bloodline ability of the Colorful Python clan, Furious Python Rainbow. All those years ago, a genius from a top-rate clan in the technological faction of the human race had unintentionally flashed in front of the 2 beams of 7-colored light shot out from Medusa's Furious Python Rainbow. He was struck by these dazzling and resplendent beams of energy, and it caused his figure to suddenly stop moving. In an instant, he started to petrify at a visible speed, and he completely transformed into a gray stone statue. He didn't possess even a trace of vitality, and he fell to the ground below the battlefield before collapsing and perishing. Yet now, such a terrifying bloodline ability had been shot out from the eyes of a formidable multicolored python at the region Lord Realm, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, its speed was utterly unbelievable. The 2 multicolored and resplendent beams of light instantly shot into the army of native ferocious beasts behind the primeval turtle. Screech! Roar! Furious roars and shrill howls resounded in an instant, but it was extremely short, and it only lasted half a roar before it stopped. The 2 enormous beams of blazing multicolored light pushed forward, and all the native ferocious beasts that were struck along the way trembled violently before losing their vitality. They transformed into petrified gray stones that fell down from the sky. It was just a bloodline magical power, but it had killed at least thousands of indigenous beasts. Among them, the most powerful one was actually a universe master. The power of this attack was not weaker than the previous sneak attack of the primordial porcupine. Finally, they had won back some face. It made countless strong people of various races in the second universe and the millions of battleship army behind them feel refreshed. At the same time, Jiao Kong, who'd transformed into a ferocious blood Wyrm, smashed his fist forward as well. After that, a blood Wyrm of similar size roared as it shot out, and it instantly arrived before the primeval porcupine before swallowing it. Screech! The primeval porcupine raised its head and roared angrily. Its two long and narrow blood-colored claws suddenly shook, and a huge blood-colored shield appeared in front of the primeval porcupine. Its body instantly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already passed behind the blood Wyrm that Jiao Kong had blasted out with the blood Wyrm demon punch. Its huge body, which was thousands of feet long, had quietly completed the void teleportation. Caught off guard, it approached the blood Wyrm's abdomen. Its eyes flashed fiercely, and its fangs directly pierced toward the blood Wyrm's abdomen. Rip! The familiar sound of cloth tearing could be heard, and then a scarlet rain of blood fell from the sky. The blood Wyrm's body was too huge, and Jiao Kong didn't expect this primeval porcupine to have mastered some of the universe's void law. Such a close-distance void teleportation could be done without making a sound. Even he couldn't catch the slightest fluctuation. Caught off guard, the blood Wyrm got close to him. In the blink of an eye, a bloody wound that was 300 meters long appeared under its abdomen. It had suffered a great loss, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. While the monstrous battle was unfolding, in another void, the moment it rushed up, it suddenly launched a sneak attack. It ignored the primeval turtle and attacked the large number of native beasts behind it. It had successfully killed thousands of powerful native beasts, and at this moment, it had clearly angered the primeval turtle. Screech! An incomparably shrill and short howl rang out, and the green fur all over the primordial hairy tortoise's body instantly expanded. In just half a breath of time, the vast void space of 10,000 miles had already turned into a strange sea of green fur. At this moment, the original body of the primordial tortoise had disappeared, and its aura couldn't be sensed anymore. On the contrary, the huge body of the huge seven-colored serpent was shrouded in this weird sea of green hair. Roar! Swish! Shrill howls instantly resounded. The entire vast and powerful sea of green fur rose and fell incessantly, and it shook this expanse of space. Moreover, the shrill howls of the rainbow python frequently resounded from amidst the strange green fur that surged like waves. Obviously, it wasn't a match for the primeval turtle's strange bloodline ability, and it was trapped within the sea of green fur and was injured at the first possible moment. In the blink of an eye, the four region lords on both sides had fallen into a heated battle. However, the situation was clearly disadvantageous to the allied forces of the second universe. No matter if it was the blood Wyrm, Jiao Kong, or the rainbow python, Du Jiding, both of them weren't a match for their opponent as soon as they entered into battle, and they were injured in succession. Bang! Swish! Rumble! As soon as the battle began, the two supreme experts at the region Lord realm who resided within the army of the second universe had been injured by the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise respectively. The former's blood Wyrm had a huge hole opened up in its stomach by the blood-red fangs of the primeval porcupine, and a rain of blood sprayed down from it. Moreover, the latter's entire body was enveloped by the ocean of green fur formed by the primeval tortoise's body, and it was firmly restrained within this strange ocean that caused one's scalp to go numb. It was unable to struggle free, and only numerous unwilling howls and shrill howls could be heard from within the surging waves of green fur. All of this shocked the countless experts within the army of the second universe. The higher-ups of the various clans who were in charge of commanding the fleet were filled with terror and uneasiness, and they immediately gave the order to attack with all their might at the first possible moment after all the battleships were fully charged. The sound of air being torn apart and explosions resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Numerous beams of energy of various sizes shot out from within the army of battleships, and they interweaved into an enormous net that enveloped the battlefield. Only around 40% of the dense energy beams of the battleship cannons blasted towards the army of native ferocious beasts in the distance. On the other hand, around 60% of the remaining energy beams were split into two. One blasted towards the left of the battlefield, and its target was the primeval porcupine. The other wave blasted towards the right of the center of the battlefield, towards the sea of green hair that covered a distance of 5,000 kilometers and completely drowned the figure of the 100,000-foot-long Du Jiding, firmly restraining him. The commanders of the various clans had clearly noticed that the two region lords who resided within the army weren't a match for the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise at all. Jiao Kong and Du Jiding were the souls and mental pillars of the entire fleet. If they were to perish or suffer heavy injuries, then the entire army would be utterly defeated, and it would be utterly impossible for them to gain a foothold in this region that was the source of all evil. They would be like stray dogs that had been swiftly forced to flee. Go. It was for this reason that more than half of the countless beams of light fired by the tens of thousands of warships were split into two groups and blasted towards the sea of green hair transformed from the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise respectively. On one hand, they wanted to help the blood Wyrm heavily injure the primeval porcupine, and on the other hand, they wanted to tear apart the ocean of green fur that covered 5,000 kilometers in order to rescue Du Jiding. It was truly a good plan, but it was indeed the only thing that the higher-ups of the various clans in the second universe could do. Their cultivations were utterly unable to participate in such a battle between region lords. The only thing they could do was utilize the might of the battleship cannons of the battleship army and launch a dense barrage of attacks. Unfortunately, they'd overestimated the might of these cannons in the end. Or perhaps, they'd underestimated the ability of region lords. The first to launch an attack was the primeval porcupine who'd just made a huge hole in the blood Wyrm's stomach. Obviously, it had been hurt by the energy beams from the battleships. Even though the energy beams that covered the heavens and the earth were converged together, then even its 3 kilometers body would be completely enveloped by the energy beams of the battleship cannons. Even though it hadn't been able to tear apart its skin, red spots had been left on its body, and it caused the porcupine to suddenly howl violently. After that, its figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and it flashed to the center of the army of the second universe behind the central territory. Con long long, with a loud rumble, the primordial porcupine suddenly moved to the center of the battleship army. Its body, which was originally only about 1,000 meters tall, rapidly expanded at this moment. In just half a breath, it was already 10,000 meters tall, and the two blood-colored fangs in its mouth also reached 10,000 meters in length. It wasn't much smaller than a small fort with a diameter of 50 kilometers. In the next instant, true calamity descended. Ow! A crazy roar came from the mouth of the 10,000-foot-long porcupine. Immediately after, its 10,000-foot-long body rampaged through the army of millions of people in the second universe. A monstrous aura of madness raged through the entire expanse of space. The most terrifying thing about the porcupine was that it went berserk. Once it went berserk, then even world lords couldn't help but fear it. Such existences were truly too tough, and they were extremely difficult to kill. However, it just so happened that their vital blood energy was terrifying to the extreme. Those two fangs were simply nightmares. According to legend, during the primeval times, there was once a 30 kilometers tall primeval porcupine that was at the World Lord realm. It rampaged madly through the starry sky of the universe, and even the stars in space were directly slashed apart by its extremely sharp and terrifying fangs. Or they were smashed apart, and no one could stop it at all. And now, the various warships, fortresses of the second universe's 10 million-strong army were like the stars that had been ravaged by the Sector Lord primordial porcupine in the primordial age when it had gone mad. Wherever the 10,000 feet tall porcupine passed, there was no suspense, even if it was 100,000 meters in diameter. It was torn apart at the first instance. The primeval porcupine's 30 kilometers tall body charged left and right, rampaging through the army of millions. Its terrifying pair of bloody fangs were like a pair of harvesters, and all the battleships that blocked its path were all turned into paper paste, shattering into pieces, exploding into huge fireballs and falling into the void below. This scene happened too suddenly. Before the 100,000 feet blood-flood dragon, whose abdomen had been torn open by the ancient porcupine before it went crazy, could recover from its shock, countless terrifying explosions came from the battlefield behind it. In just a short span of 2 to 3 breaths, at least 1 million battleships were destroyed. The more severe ones were directly disintegrated, completely turning into fireballs, and were thus annihilated. Those that were slightly more lightly injured temporarily lost the ability to continue fighting. The battleships were damaged, and they no longer had the time to launch attacks. They hurriedly tried to repair themselves. Retreat. Immediately retreat. Retreat from the core hinterland, retreat to the buffer zone outside, immediately. Seeing this scene, Jiao Kong, who had transformed into a 30 kilometers tall blood-flood dragon, opened his eyes wide. The primeval porcupine's cultivation was originally stronger than his, reaching the late stage of the domain lord realm. Even if it hadn't gone crazy, he wasn't its match. Caught off guard, his abdomen was immediately cut open. A 300 m long gap. And now, the primeval porcupine had clearly gone berserk. Its body, which was originally only a few thousand feet, had directly expanded to 100,000 feet. Coupled with its pair of incomparably sharp bloody fangs, and its rough black skin that even the ship's cannons couldn't penetrate, this was simply fatal. It was definitely a genuine starry sky roller. The current Jiao Kong didn't even dare to approach. Although the army of millions was huge, it couldn't withstand the torment of this crazy primeval porcupine. If it plowed back and forth 7 or 8 more times, the entire army of millions would probably be completely destroyed. Boom. Rumble. Roar. In the void, endless rumbling sounds of explosions rose and fell, reverberating endlessly. From time to time, there would be a sky-shattering roar. The primordial porcupine was enraged. Of the countless large and small ship cannons that were bombarding it, except for the black antimatter energy beams that it had felt threatened by, which it had avoided, the rest of the normal ship cannons had all hit its body. Even though it wasn't able to tear apart the primordial porcupine's black hide, which was said to be more durable than the abyss tortoise's shell, it still left red spots of varying sizes on its body. Some of them were even slightly swollen. To be able to make the thick black skin of the immemorial porcupine show red spots and slight swelling, it was obvious how painful it was. This made it go berserk, and it had completely gone berserk. The immemorial porcupine was known for its resistance to beatings and daring to go berserk. Once it went berserk, even sector lords would have to retreat, not daring to face it head-on. At this moment, it was rampaging in this army of 10 million battleships. It was no different from a crazy black boar charging into a field of cabbages. The difference, fortunately, when Jiao Kong saw that the situation was not right, he made a prompt decision and ordered the entire fleet to retreat. In an instant, the scattered beams of light from the battleships completely disappeared. None of the battleships dared to stay in this terrifying void any longer. They all turned on their energy shields and ran at full speed, heading straight for the boundary line that led to the central region buffer zone of the root of all evil. The entire army of 10 million finally started to retreat after destroying 1 million battleships. At the same time, in the void in front of the battlefield, all the experts above the Genesis realm who were fighting with the army of 10 million native beasts were retreating as well. They didn't have the heart to fight anymore and just wanted to leave this crazy star field as quickly as possible. At the same time, after the blood dragon gave the order for the entire fleet to evacuate, it did not dare to rush to the rear and touch the head of the wild boar. Instead, it directly charged at the sea of green fur on the right side of the battlefield. Even if they were completely defeated, they had to rescue the region lord of the colored python clan, Du Jiding. Otherwise, the entire allied forces would collapse completely. The death of a region lord was sufficient to cause the fleets of the various clans to fall into a state of panic. Screech! Screech! At this moment, the sea of green hair that was thousands of kilometers away was still surging with green waves, and from time to time, extremely shrill and terrifying screams could be heard. Devouring, who had activated his bloodline true body and transformed into a colorful python, was clearly not in a good state. One could vaguely hear the terrible howls and screams coming from the rolling waves of green hair. A kind of shock and fear could be vaguely heard. Since it was able to make a supreme elder at the region lord realm let out shrill cries of terror and panic, this obviously showed how terrifying everything he was suffering right now was. Even the 10,000 feet long blood-flood dragon, which was gritting its teeth and charging toward the rolling sea of green hair, felt like it was going into battle. Its back was already cold. Earlier, when the Allied forces of the Second Universe launched their first volley of attacks, around 30% of the energy beams from their cannons had blasted towards the sea of green hair that was thousands of kilometers away. Not to mention the energy beams from ordinary star obliterator cannons that were unable to pose a threat to region lords at all, merely the energy beams from the antimatter deathlight cannons that were blasted out from the smaller forts with a diameter of 50,000 meters and the larger forts with a diameter of 100,000 meters were absolutely capable of dealing damage to this sea of green hair. The sea of green hair formed from the primeval turtle's body had caused material damage. This wasn't related to the primeval turtle's strength at all, and it was entirely a problem of its energy attribute. The antimatter deathlight cannons could melt all matter and energy of the positive attribute. Even though the sea of green hair formed from the primeval turtle's body was strange, it was a positive attribute substance in the end. Earlier, when a few thousand antimatter deathlight cannons had blasted over in unison, the sea of green hair was too vast. It covered an entire 5,000 kilometers of space, so it was utterly impossible for it to dodge like the primeval porcupine had done. The direct result of this was that the sea of green hair that was 5,000 kilometers away was instantly riddled with holes, and a few thousand holes that were around 20,000 kilometers wide had appeared within the sea of green hair. If it was any other living being, then such an attack would have probably perished on the spot. But to the primeval turtle, even though these few thousand holes that appeared within the sea of green hair had caused it to suffer a certain degree of injury, it couldn't be considered to be a minor injury. Even if it couldn't be considered to be a heavy injury, it wasn't far off. There were too many of them. But in reality, those terrifying holes had practically vanished in an instant. After all, it was a vast sea formed from countless strange green hairs. Those strange green hairs flowed like seawater, and they instantly filled up all the holes. Even if the primeval turtle's body had suffered injuries because of this, it was slowly recovering through some sort of special ability within the sea of green hair. If there was a ray of light that could pierce through the ceaselessly surging green hair and see the situation within the sea of green hair, then that person would notice to their astonishment that at the center of the sea of green hair was a 30 kilometers long rainbow python that had been blasted into two, and it was struggling incessantly with exhaustion. It was the bloodline true body that the region lord of the rainbow python clan, Devouring, had revealed. At this moment, its bloodline true body had been blasted into two, and around a third of its tail had been separated from its body. However, this wasn't caused by the primeval turtle, and it was the result of the numerous black pillars of antimatter energy that had left behind over 1,000 enormous holes in the sea of green hair. At that time, the rainbow python was within the sea of green hair, and its figure couldn't be seen at all. The commanders of the various fleets in the Second Universe had been dazed for a moment, and they'd forgotten that they might accidentally injure the rainbow python. So, they'd actually directly ordered around 30% of the energy pillars to be blasted towards the sea of green hair that was 5,000 kilometers away. Though several black antimatter energy beams that were 30,000 meters in diameter had pierced through the sea of green fur, leaving huge holes that were right next to each other, the entire body of the 10,000 feet long rainbow python that happened to be in those spots was hence split into two. Screech! Screech! In the sea of green fur 5,000 kilometers away, Devouring's miserable howls grew even more shrill and miserable. Not only did they reveal dense terror, it was even to the extent that a weak aura was swiftly becoming denser. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the main body that had been blasted apart. Tiny green hairs that were as dense as hair pierced into his flesh, immobilizing him. At the same time, these tiny green hairs that had pierced into the flesh and blood of his true body not only had the effect of binding his body, but also had an even more terrifying power. They were like tiny straws that were sucking the flesh and blood of his colored python true body. Previously, the sea of green hair that the primordial turtle had transformed into had been bombarded by countless energy beams from the ship's cannons, especially the thousands of black antimatter energy beams. Their power was too terrifying. Even a domain lord like the primordial turtle couldn't withstand them. Thousands of holes had been blasted into the sea of green hair thousands of kilometers away, causing the primordial turtle to suffer heavy injuries. However, these injuries were quickly healed. Although they hadn't completely healed, they were at least half healed. The energy used to heal the injuries came from the countless tiny green hairs that pierced into the flesh and blood of the colored python true body of Devouring, This was completely treating the colored python true body as a source of flesh and blood, and was about to suck it dry. It was precisely because of this that a dignified old monster like Du Jiding, in a situation where he couldn't break free no matter what, would reveal such a strong sense of fear even in his miserable hells. Even a domain lord couldn't resist the horror of being sucked dry alive. It was too cruel, and it made his hair stand on end. Roar. Old Du, you're still holding on at a time like this. Have you lost your mind? This sea of green hair is too strange and too flexible. Even I can't break it open. If you want to break free, you have to break free from the inside. Don't hesitate. Sever your own bloodline true body and escape with your life. Otherwise, when that berserk primordial porcupine regains its senses and rushes here, this old man can also retreat. At that time you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Roar. Jiao Kong's tens of thousands of meters long blood-flood dragon flew a circle around the sea of green hair. In the end, he was sure that he couldn't come up with a solution to break out of this sea of green hair in a short time. He could only grit his teeth and let out a furious roar, reminding Du Jiding, who was trapped in the sea of green hair, to destroy his bloodline true body and escape. These roars immediately alarmed the primordial porcupine that was wreaking havoc in the rear of the battlefield. At this time, the tens of millions of battleships of the allied forces of all races in the second universe had already left. In the void behind the battlefield, except for some damaged battleships that had been blown into huge fireballs, there were not many battleships left. A large area of empty space appeared. Disturbed by the roar of the tens of thousands of meters long blood-flood dragon, the primordial porcupine, which was still in a berserk state, immediately turned its head and looked over. Its huge eyes flashed with crazy bloody light. Without hesitation, it raised its head and roared, then immediately spread its four huge legs and rushed toward the sea of green hair. During this time, the pair of huge bloody fangs of the primordial porcupine fiercely flicked at the tens of thousands of meters long blood-flood dragon hovering above the sea of green hair from 1,000,000 miles away. Whoosh! Space split apart as an enormous spatial rift suddenly appeared in the space below the blood-flood dragon. A strand of terrifying suction force swept over, and it almost caused the blood-flood dragon to stagger and fall into the spatial rift. If that really happened, then with Jiao Kong's cultivation as a region lord, even if he didn't perish, he would still be able to struggle free and charge out of the spatial rift in the end. But at the very least, he would lose a layer of skin even if he survived. The primordial porcupine was too difficult to deal with. Not only was its skin thick, its blood-red fangs were a nightmare to deal with. Coupled with the fact that it possessed the laws of space, it wasn't just capable of silently teleporting through space, even a region lord wouldn't be able to catch a trace of its aura. Moreover, it even possessed such a long-range method of attacking with the laws of space. It was simply impossible to guard against. At the very least, Jiao Kong was terrified of it, and he didn't dare to rashly face it. When he saw the primordial porcupine charging towards him with a pair of bloodshot eyes, it was clear that it was still in a berserk state. His face immediately turned green with rage. Roar! Old fellow, that thick-skinned fellow is running madly over here. I don't want to go against him. If you hesitate any longer, then they'll surround you together. Forget it, I'll be leaving first. Take your time to think about it. The blood-flood dragon roared furiously once more, and he really didn't dare stay here any longer. His figure flashed as he charged towards the boundary that led to the central region. At the same time, Du Jiding, who was trapped within the ocean of green fur, seemed to have finally made up his mind at this moment. Roar! A sorrowful cry that was filled with unwillingness and monstrous rage resounded from within the ocean of green fur. After that, a ray of seven-colored light suddenly appeared amidst the ceaselessly surging waves of green fur. It flashed for a moment before it struggled free of the waves of green fur and charged into the sky above the waves. After that, it turned around and chased after the blood-flood dragon that had just turned around and left. It was only at this moment that the ray of seven-colored light revealed its true form, and it was actually a small colored python that was covered in injuries. Originally, as a region lord, Du Jiding's body could reach a height of 30 kilometers after he activated his bloodline and revealed his bloodline true essence. Yet now, Du Jiding had no choice but to sever his bloodline true essence in order to struggle free of the restraints of that damnable ocean of green fur. At this moment, only his main body had escaped from the ocean of green fur. Even though he was still in the form of a 7-colored python, his body had shrunk greatly and was only around 300 m long. The worst part was that he was covered in injuries. Only a large portion of his body remained, and a small portion of his tail had been completely destroyed. It would take a very long period of time to recover. As for his cultivation, it had even fallen from the 6th rank of the Region Lord realm to the 7th rank of the Star Lord realm. It was a drop of almost an entire realm. Even if he spared no expense to recover at full speed after escaping the core region, he would only be able to recover to the 1st rank of the Region Lord realm in a short period of time at most. If he wanted to possess the formidable combat strength of a mid-stage Region Lord once more, then he would probably have to wait until this expedition was over and he returned to the ancestral land of his race in the second universe. Roar! With grief in its heart, the 1,000-foot-long 7-colored giant python raised its head and roared angrily. Without any hesitation, it followed closely behind the 10,000-foot-long blood dragon. Like a tiny duck, it finally passed through the boundary of the core hinterland of the origin of all evil and escaped to the buffer zone of the central region outside. Screech! An extremely shrill howl resounded abruptly. After that, the Region Lord Du Zhidong of the Colored Python clan, who'd severed his bloodline true body and seemed extremely weak because he'd lost a portion of his tail, had passed through the core of the root of all evil. The boundary between the buffer zone and the central region had arrived at the central region. As far as the eye could see, the entire buffer zone was in chaos. The space was filled with the remains of black beetles that had been blasted apart. They were densely spread out, and there was even a large amount of grayish-green liquid floating in midair. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. Compared to the countless remains of black beetles, there were even more battleships, fortresses of the various races of the second universe that were in such chaos that even their formations couldn't be discerned. The allied forces of the various races of the second universe had won a great victory in this battle, and they'd cleared the periphery of the core of the root of all evil. A large amount of enormous corpses were floating in midair in that area. There were the corpses of the numerous native ferocious beasts in the core of the root of all evil, and there were also the bloodline true bodies of the various races of the second universe that had activated their bloodlines. But right after that, the entire fleet seized the opportunity to pursue the enemy and charge into the depths of the core of the root of all evil. Everything was reversed, and a nightmare had descended. Needless to say, the combat strength of the two native ferocious beasts at the Region Lord realm was truly shocking. They were already at the 7th rank of the Region Lord realm, which was the late stage of the Region Lord realm. However, it just so happened that their race was so obscure, and their bloodline talents were simply impossible to deal with. Jiao Kong and Du Zhidong, who were both Region Lords of the second universe who were slightly weaker than them in terms of cultivation, were completely suppressed. They were extremely furious. He was being completely suppressed. The primordial porcupine's combat strength was unparalleled, and its pair of peerlessly sharp blood-red fangs were simply a nightmare. It just so happened that its thick black skin was extremely tough, and even the energy beams of the super-star obliteration cannon from the 10,000-meter-tall fortress were only able to leave behind red spots on its skin. Not only was he unable to break through this layer of pigskin, he had instead stimulated its vicious nature, causing it to go completely berserk, turning into a 10,000 zhang long berserk porcupine. In such a state, even ordinary initial sector lords would have to retreat. This meant that the old monster Jiao Kong wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The other immemorial turtle wasn't as powerful as Ji Hao, but its bloodline talent, the Sea of Green Hair, was indeed creepy. Once it was used, the primordial hairy tortoise's entire body turned into a sea of green hairs that covered thousands of miles of the void. Once it trapped the enemy, countless hairs would pierce into the enemy's flesh and blood, binding them tightly. At the same time, the primordial hairy tortoise's entire body was constantly sucking through the green hairs. Obtain the power of blood, flesh, and chi and blood. However, such a boundless sea of countless tiny green hairs had a headache-inducing flexibility. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. A few waves would immediately dissolve it. Even if they used the black antimatter death ray cannons to attack, although they could cause damage, the holes they created could be filled up immediately. That feeling was like punching into the sea. Wherever the fist energy passed, it would create a passageway, but before the fist energy could reach the sea, it would create a passageway. When the fist was pulled out, the passageway would be filled up by the surrounding seawater. The primordial hairy tortoise's state was simply like an unkillable cockroach. Unless countless antimatter energy beams were used at once to completely wipe out the entire sea of green hairs, otherwise, as you attacked, it would pierce countless tiny green hairs into the enemy's body, sucking in the flesh and blood to repair itself. There was simply no solution. It could be said that the reason why the allied forces of the Second Universe had been defeated in this battle was entirely because of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. Not only were these two extremely rare ancient beings powerful to the point of making one's hair stand on end, their respective bloodline talents were also extremely unpopular, causing Jiao Kong and Du Jiding to be caught off guard. As soon as they came into contact with each other, they had already lost, and it was impossible to reverse the situation. That was why the entire army had been defeated in an instant. Otherwise, if Jiao Kong could resist the attacks of the primordial porcupine, and Du Jiding could resist the attacks of the primordial hairy tortoise, the huge army of native ferocious beasts led by the humanoid multi-mouthed monster, the black-armored Mother Empress, and the other native ferocious beasts might not have been able to resist the forces of the Second Universe. Tens of millions of battleships of the Allied forces were bombarding them. However, it was too late to say all of that now. A great defeat was a great defeat. Although the Allied forces of the Second Universe, which had more than 10 million battleships of all kinds, had left behind more than 9 million battleships of all kinds that had fled to the Central Region's buffer zone. Moreover, the two region lords, who were the top combatants of the entire fleet, had at least managed to escape alive even if they were injured. After some recovery, they could still maintain the strength of a region lord. This was especially so for Jiao Kong, who was a region lord of the Blood Wyrm clan. His injuries were almost negligible, and his combat strength wasn't affected much. However, a great defeat was a great defeat in the end. Moreover, this great defeat had descended in just half a day after the original complete victory. The impact on the morale of the entire Allied forces of the Second Universe was immeasurable. Now, as far as the eye could see, the nearly 10 million battleships of all kinds in the Central Region's buffer zone were in chaos. Even their battle formations were in chaos. All the battleships were giving off a gloomy and dejected aura. It was a complete mess. Under such circumstances, the Blood Wyrm clan's old monster, Jiao Kong, who was still in peak condition, immediately dispelled his bloodline true body state and disappeared from the void. He took human form and rushed into the flagship fortress of the Blood Wyrm clan's fleet. No matter what, he had to reorganize the entire Allied forces at the first possible moment and try his best to recover their morale as soon as possible. As for Du Jiding, who'd charged out from the dividing line right behind him, Jiao Kong couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to him. In any case, he'd noticed the situation of his pursuers when he'd charged out from the dividing line. The army of native ferocious beasts hadn't pursued him at all. It was even to the extent that they hadn't pursued him beyond the depths of the core region, and this included the primeval porcupine and tortoise that were in a berserk state. Under such circumstances, even though Du Jiding's cultivation had fallen by an entire realm and could be said to be extremely weak right now, it wouldn't be long before he charged back to the Colored Python clan's flagship fortress. Once he recovered at full strength, it wouldn't be long before he regained his strength as a region lord. There was no need for Jiao Kong to worry about him at all. At that moment, Du Jiding, the elder of the Colored Python clan, had not only fallen from the realm of a region lord to the Star Lord realm, but his original body was also covered in wounds. Coupled with the grief and indignation in his heart, he was caught off guard. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. After all, the withered demon Bloodblade was a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure and not a quasi-Starry Sky Supreme Treasure. Not only was the slash extremely powerful, but as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could even conceal his killing intent within the blade. The target would only notice it when the blade touched their skin. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation had far surpassed his original level in his true form of the demonic ape. He had reached the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm. As such, the final outcome was more or less decided. With just one slash, the head of the huge rainbow python was chopped off, and it died an unnatural death. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared and waved his hand, taking Du Jiding's headless body into his undying world. If the old man was in his human form, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to take his body because he would have a psychological barrier. It wouldn't be good to roast and eat it. However, it didn't matter if he was in his original form of the rainbow python. He wasn't afraid even if the rainbow python's body was highly toxic. The dual-colored flames of the Shinnon cauldron would expel all the toxins. Of course, the reason why the old man's head and body were still intact after being beheaded by the withered demon bloodblade was because Yixian had deliberately controlled the withered demon bloodblade so that it wouldn't absorb the essence of the old man's blood. On one hand, Yixian couldn't bear to let the withered demon bloodblade absorb such precious flesh. On the other hand, he was worried that the withered demon blade spirit inside the blade would fully recover if he did. If that happened, it would really trigger the so-called heavenly aura detection and cause the heavenly tribulation to descend. To Yixian, even if he had a way to avoid being detected by the heavenly aura detection, this was still an opportunity to secretly scheme against someone. How could he just let it go to waste? When he waved his hand and put away the remains of the python, his true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms was exposed. His concealment state was removed, and his figure appeared in the void. However, this didn't matter anymore. In front of them was the dividing line between the central region's buffer zone and the core region. Yixian could pass through it with a single leap. Although he did not know what had happened inside, he could see that the second universe's army was in such a bad state. They must have encountered a powerful native beast and been forced to leave. However, Yixian was not afraid. He was now in his 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true form. It had to be noted that the remains of 2 primordial ape demons had been found in the void deep inside the central hinterland. One of them was only a star lord, while the other was so strong that it was beyond the sector lord level. Judging from the remains of the 2 primordial ape demons, Yixian would definitely not be considered an intruder by the native beasts inside as soon as he appeared. Instead, they would probably consider him as one of their own. Of course, to ensure this effect, Yixian had taken other precautions, such as the colorful python's head that was twisted in the right hand of his true form of the devil ape. Even if the native beasts in the core hinterland had doubts about his origins, after all, although there were 2 corpses in the void within the remains of the ancient demon ape, Yixian, the one who was alive, had clearly appeared out of nowhere. Even if that was the case, the colorful python's head in his hand was enough to prove that he was a friend and not an enemy, which would resolve the native beast's doubts in the central hinterland. Using the head of a zone lord as a sign of allegiance was definitely enough, both in terms of weight and sincerity. In fact, Yixian had already planned everything. He had been thinking that it would be great if he could kill a Star Lord expert or a heavily wounded Star Lord expert in the Second Universe's coalition army with a sneak attack. Then, he would definitely be able to convince the natives in the central hinterland of the root of all evil if he presented his head to them. The ferocious beasts immediately accepted. He didn't expect that he would run into a heavily wounded Star Lord colorful python when he raised his head while he was still thinking about the idea. He immediately made a decision and killed the python. He was still holding the python's head in his hand, but Yixian didn't know that he had actually killed the python. It was a Zone Lord expert whose level had dropped. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attack. A man's reputation was like a tree's shadow, and a Zone Lord expert was famous for his ferocity. Even if he was heavily injured and his level had dropped, Yixian had to consider it carefully. And now, with the head in his hand, not only was his hidden body exposed, but his series of actions were also clearly seen by the powerhouses of the various races of the Second Universe in the chaotic battleships in the void behind him. The experts of the fleets of the Second Universe, who had fled to the buffer zone of the central region, had been paying close attention to the direction of the path behind them since they arrived. After all, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding were the pillars and souls of the entire fleet. If they didn't escape, the entire fleet wouldn't have a backbone. It was precisely because of this that when Jiao Kong and Du Jiding rushed out of the dividing line one after another and entered their sights, all the experts in the nearly 10 million battleships heaved a sigh of relief at the first moment. Then, Jiao Kong, the Zone Lord of the Blood Wyrm clan, deactivated his bloodline true form and returned to his human form. He flashed and entered the flagship fortress of the Blood Wyrm clan. Du Jiding, the Zone Lord of the Colored Python clan, was obviously heavily injured. His level had dropped, and he was only a Star Lord at the moment. However, it didn't matter. Zone Lords had extraordinary means. After he returned to the flagship fortress of the Colored Python clan, he would heal his wounds. Even if he couldn't immediately return to his peak strength, he would still be able to reach the early stage of the Zone Lord realm. Feeling uneasy, the commander of the Colored Python clan's fleet even immediately gave an order for the flagship fortress of the fleet to come forward and welcome the Zone Lord. However, at this moment, a black demonic blade silently extended from the void and cut off Du Zhiding's head with one slash. Then, a three-headed, six-armed ancient ape demons, which was obviously a ferocious native beast, but was extremely small, only about 30 meters tall. It should be a little demon ape cub. It waved its hand and put away the headless body of the colored python. Then, it carried the head of the colored python, turned around, and rushed to the boundary line ahead. A region lord old monster, an elder of the colored python clan, Xianxia was so scared that his body trembled and his legs almost went limp. Only now did he remember that the colored python that he beheaded seemed to have followed closely behind the Blood Flood Dragon clan's 10,000-foot-long Blood Flood Dragon and rushed out from the core area in front of him. If nothing unexpected happened, it was very possible that it was an elder of the colored python clan. It was just that it was heavily injured and its cultivation had dropped by a large realm. He had really hit the jackpot. He had actually killed an elder of the colored python clan in a moment of carelessness. No one would dare to believe this. Boom, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was in a state of shock, the densely packed and chaotic battleships behind him had already begun to bombard him. Beams of energy from the battleship's cannons shot towards Xianxia like a tidal wave, as if they didn't cost anything. One of the two area lords of the fleet had been assassinated. This matter was too serious, and there was no need for anyone to give the order. The powerhouses of the various fleets of the second universe almost subconsciously launched a volley of attacks at him. Roar! Little monkey, you deserve to die. An earth-shattering roar resounded as a figure rushed out from the flagship fortress of the Blood Wyrm clan. It was the elder of the Blood Wyrm clan who had just returned, the region lord old monster Jiao Kong. At this moment, Jiao Kong was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He had only relaxed after confirming that there were no pursuers behind him. He had deactivated his bloodline true body and rushed into the flagship fortress of the Blood Wyrm clan's fleet. This was also because he had seen the nearly 10 million allied fleets that had fled into the buffer zone in such a chaotic state. He was worried that the army would fall into chaos, so he was in a hurry to reorganize and calm them down. Who would have thought that those damned native ferocious beasts would actually set up an ambush here in advance without any pursuers? Moreover, the ambush was only a little cosmic realm devil ape, even though the bloodline of this little devil ape was extraordinary, and its true form of a devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms was extremely shocking, it still hadn't fully matured. It was merely at the cosmic realm, yet it had been able to kill a region lord from the allied army by underhanded means. If this matter were to spread, it would be a great humiliation. More importantly, Jiao Kong had no way of explaining this matter to the colored python clan. Their region lord old monster had been heavily injured, so he should have been responsible for protecting them. Moreover, the entire army originally had 2 region lords. As long as they reorganized and found a way to deal with the 2 primordial porcupines and primordial tortoises, they might have been able to fight. But now, everything was over, and he was the only domain lord left, so there was no way he could defeat the other party. He could only hole up in this buffer zone and guard the stable passageway that he had painstakingly opened up, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. In other words, Jiao Kong was basically useless in this battle. When he returned to the second universe, he would be questioned by the colored python clan. It was simply not worth it. Thinking of this, Jiao Kong even had the heart to die. With a furious roar, he immediately activated his bloodline true body. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying blood dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long soared through the sky and chased after Xianxia. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was so scared that his soul almost left his body. This was an old monster from the Domain Lord realm. With his current strength, although he had already reached the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, if he were to fight with the supreme power of the universe, he would really dare to fight head-on. However, if he were to face a Star-Lord old monster, even if he could hold on for a while, he would definitely have to flee while fighting. As for the old monsters of the Domain Lords, they would definitely die. There was no chance of survival. Fortunately, the dividing line to enter the core hinterland was only a few dozen kilometers away. Yi Xian only needed a flash to cross the dividing line and arrive at the core hinterland. After he entered the core hinterland, the scene before his eyes was a complete mess. Countless corpses floated in midair. There were the corpses of the experts of the various clans of the second universe and the native ferocious beasts of the core hinterland. Moreover, most of them belonged to the latter. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, so long as it was a bloodline true body, then he could store it within the farmer god cauldron and slowly enjoy it in the future. Unfortunately, he didn't have the mood to do that at all. There was a region lord old monster pursuing him from behind. As for the reinforcements he was looking forward to, it was the formidable native ferocious beast that had crushed the allied forces of the second universe to the point they fled in a sorry state. Obviously, it was impossible for it to be at the edge of the core hinterland. It should be at the depths of the core hinterland, which was filled with the corpses of primordial beings. If the blood-flood dragon caught up to him before he arrived there, then it would truly be a tragedy for him. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed as he immediately teleported through space. Moreover, he teleported incessantly. His devil ape true body flickered incessantly in space, and every single flicker would cross a distance of 500,000 kilometers. After a few such teleportations, a terrifying pressure assaulted him from the direction of the dividing line a few million kilometers behind him. The blood-flood dragon had really caught up to him, and it was rumbling over. Yi Xian was terrified to the point his scalp constricted, and he didn't dare turn around. His right hand held the 30 long 7-colored python head as he continued teleporting towards the depths of the core hinterland. After a few more teleportations, Yi Xian raised his head and saw two native ferocious beasts appear in space ahead of him. One was a completely pitch-black porcupine that was around 300 m long, and the other was actually a turtle that was around 3 m long. Its entire body was covered in green fur, and it was furry like a green ball of fur. When Yi Xian saw them, the porcupine and turtle noticed Yi Xian as well. Their expressions were clearly stunned, and they stared fixedly at him as if they'd seen a ghost. Yi Xian teleported once more, and his figure flashed before the black porcupine that was around 300 m long. He stomped his right foot forcefully on the porcupine and immediately cursed. "What are you standing there for? Quickly take me to see your king. Didn't you see that I cut off the head of a region lord? Do you believe that I'll kill you if you continue to stand there?" Before he finished speaking, the green-furred turtle that was around 3 m long had already landed on the head of Yi Xian's body. It stretched out its furry green claws and patted him twice. Then, it directly climbed up his neck to the golden skull of the other skeleton, and patted it a few times as it did before. It even muttered, "Really? It's really the devil ape real? But, isn't this cultivation too weak? Where did it come from?" When he heard that this little turtle actually thought that his cultivation was too weak, Yi Xian was immediately displeased. What made him even more displeased was the turtle's actions and the color of its dense fur. Yi Xian was truly anxious. There was a region lord blood serpent chasing after him, but it just so happened that he didn't run into any powerful local ferocious beasts even though he was deep in the core of the source of all evil. Instead, he ran into a black porcupine that was over 300 meters long and a green hairy tortoise. In his anxiety, not only did he stomp on the porcupine, he even pulled the tortoise in front of him and threatened to kill the two of them. The scene was so shocking that the blood serpent that was chasing after him was dumbfounded. It suddenly stopped thousands of kilometers away and didn't dare to move forward. A guy who could stomp on the porcupine and pull the primordial tortoise in front of him like a pet wasn't someone he could afford to offend. If nothing unexpected happened, then this little devil ape probably had a backer. That old man's cultivation was absolutely not merely at the region lord realm, and it was at least at the world lord realm. The blood serpent immediately lost confidence when he thought of that. At this point, he had basically figured out the nature of the local ferocious beasts in the source of all evil. These guys obviously knew that the void formation in the depths of the core hinterland was a great fortune. Therefore, the closer they were to the core, the more powerful the local ferocious beasts would be. Furthermore, as long as you didn't disturb them or jump into their territory to make a scene, they could do whatever they wanted in the periphery. They would basically ignore them. For example, the army of the second universe had cleared the periphery of the core and killed countless local ferocious beasts, but there was no movement deep in the core. Nobody paid attention to them. It wasn't until the last 10 million soldiers charged into the depths of the core hinterland that the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise appeared. They led the remnants of the army that had escaped and charged over. Then, the army of 10 million fled in disorder. One of the two region lords had severed his bloodline true body and dropped to the Star Lord state. It should have been the best opportunity to hunt them down. However, the porcupine and the tortoise didn't have that intention at all. From this, it could be seen that as long as they did not provoke them, staying in the buffer zone outside of the central region would not cause any trouble. It was precisely because of this that Jiao Kong had chased after them in a fit of rage. In his opinion, it was only a little devil ape cub that was only at the cosmic light realm. He could just turn around and leave after capturing it. It wouldn't attract any trouble at all. But now, it seemed that things weren't like that. This little devil ape's origins aren't small, and the backing behind it is at least at the World Lord realm. Otherwise, why would it act so casually towards region lords like the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle? It was no wonder that it dared to hide in the buffer zone of the central region and cut off the head of an old monster with a single slash. As expected, he was extremely daring. He was used to running amok in this star field, the source of all evil. Now that Jiao Kong had chased him away, what if he was pissed off and complained to the emperor? At that time, the ancient ape demons, who might be hiding somewhere in the core of the central region and was too lazy to care about the outside world, would definitely be in trouble. Even if that realm lord wasn't alarmed, the little devil would only scold the porcupine and the tortoise and ask them to chase after him. Then, it would be difficult to settle this matter peacefully. More importantly, through this little devil ape cub that dared to stomp on an immemorial boar and hold an immemorial tortoise in front of him, Jiao Kong could basically confirm that there was a sector lord level immemorial ape hibernating in the depths of the core region ahead of them. In this way, even if Du Jiding didn't die, he would never dare to go to the central region again. The only thing he could do was to retreat immediately to the outer region of the source of all evil. At the same time, he sent out a fleet of scouts to report the information back to the bases of the races in the second universe as soon as possible. He asked the old fellows of his race to urgently discuss countermeasures. In short, he would absolutely not dare to go any further before the reinforcements arrived. He would at most guard the stable passageway that traversed the outer region of the source of all evil. As for the region lord of the colored python race, Du Jiding, he had perished in any case. Moreover, it was because of his own carelessness. Could it be that he had no choice but to be buried with him? Not to mention that they weren't from the same race. Even if they were from the same race and were related by blood, it would absolutely not be to such an extent. When he thought up to this point, Jiao Kong immediately removed his bloodline true body, and the blood wyrm that lay across space vanished to reveal his human form. Moreover, there was even a smile on his face. However, his smile was truly quite terrifying, and it was simply uglier than crying. He cupped his fists and shouted at Yixian and the other two region lords from afar, "Fellow Taoist porcupine, fellow Taoist tortoise, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. It's just that it's too dangerous for this young fellow cultivator to be alone outside. I've escorted him all the way here. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Please don't send me off." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Jiao Kong's figure flashed, and he fled without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through the dividing line, disappearing from the core of the source of all evil, and escaping to the buffer zone of the central region. At the same time, a huge army of native beasts finally appeared in the depths of the central region. They were clearly led by a few top-level beasts who were emitting the aura of Star Lords. They included the humanoid talkative monster that Yixian had seen last time, the queen of the black beetles that had just advanced, and some Star Lords that he had never seen before. Behind those Star Lords was a group of native beasts that were as strong as Universe Lords. Behind them were the Cosmic State, the Genesis State. What caused Yixian to be a little dazed was that when the entire enormous army of savage beasts reached the void tens of thousands of kilometers away, they all stopped. All of their eyes were filled with reverence as their gazes converged in this direction. These gazes were basically focused on the black porcupine beneath his feet and the green tortoise that he was still holding in his hand. However, a portion of them would occasionally sweep their gazes over Yixian's body with deep curiosity and doubt. Well, Yixian suddenly felt that his blood was freezing. Even though he was slow, he realized what was going on at that moment. Regardless of whether it was the words and reaction of that region lord from the Blood Wyrm clan or the expressions and reactions of the countless native ferocious beasts in the enormous army of native ferocious beasts before them, all of them undoubtedly proved a problem. That was the black porcupine and green tortoise that he was currently stepping on and gripping in his hand. They were not as weak as he thought they were at all. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be at least 2 old monsters in the Domain Lord realm. The 2 of them were the ones who had forced the Second Universe's allied forces to flee in a sorry state. Little brat, where are you from? That's right. There are only 2 corpses of ancient ape demons in the root of all evil, and neither of them are females. Don't try to fool me. You don't belong here. Before Xian could say anything, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise that he was holding in his hand had questioned him. Even though they weren't reprimanding him, there was still a wisp of fierceness in their tone. This was because Xian was indeed a pure-blooded ancient ape demon, and he was holding the head of a region lord from the invader's side in his other hand. Of course, another reason was that the bloodline inheritance of the ancient demon ape was extremely extraordinary. Even in this star field, the source of all evil, it was ranked at the top. As a matter of fact, the Star Lord primordial ape demon in the core of the root of all evil was a close friend of the 2 primordial porcupines and the primordial tortoise. However, it had failed to become a region lord and had died ever since. So, both the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise felt a sense of closeness towards Xian, who had suddenly appeared in the form of a 3-headed and 6-armed ancient ape demon. Otherwise, why would they allow him to step on the primordial porcupine's back, hold the region lord primordial tortoise in his hand, and threaten them? In short, when they saw this little devil ape, the primeval porcupine and tortoise recalled their old friend that had fallen while charging into the ranks of region lords all those years ago, and they instinctively took him to be in existence like a junior or a nephew of the younger generation. Even then, since he was an outsider from outside the root of all evil, they had to find out his background in the end. It would be bad if there was a problem. That was why the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise had asked that question. Actually, they had faintly made a decision in their hearts. If there was no problem with this little ape's origins, then what harm was there in allowing it to stay? I'm from the outer realms, and I was born in a desolate canyon on a star. I followed the guidance of the bloodline in my body to come here. Xian slowly understood the situation. In order to become familiar with this group of indigenous ferocious beasts, he had no choice but to pretend to be a charlatan. A holy look appeared on his face as he said that he was following the guidance of the bloodline. Then, he added, this star field gives me a sense of familiarity. I can feel the aura of my blood relatives in the depths ahead. As he spoke, he pointed towards the core of the root of all evil ahead. In any case, it was an indisputable fact that there were the remains of 2 ancient demon apes there. One of them was even tens of thousands of feet long, and it had been dead for an unknown number of years. Who knew if it had left behind any bloodline outside? No one dared to jump to conclusions on this matter. And when Xian said that he had sensed the aura of a blood relative, it just happened to fit the facts. Basically, he could get away with it. Who would have thought that the reason Xian was able to say such words was because he'd been here in his human form before, and it was even deeper than that. What if he had entered the netherworld cauldron? At that time, there was the intimidating aura of the headless infant corpse, and it just so happened that the black bug queen was looking for a mate. Almost all of the native beasts in this core hinterland hid and didn't dare to show their faces. They didn't want to be targeted by the black bug queen, who was like a crazy woman in heat and suffer a great calamity. Therefore, even though Xian had been there before, none of the indigenous ferocious beasts in the core of the root of all evil had seen him. At this moment, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise were more or less reassured after hearing his words. The last trace of doubt in their eyes was gone. Since he had said that the aura of a blood relative was up ahead, it was basically certain that the little ape was indeed related to the 2 ancient demon apes that had been reduced to corpses. Even if it wasn't an old friend of theirs, it could only be a descendant of the ancient demon ape that was a star lord, or a bloodline left behind by another ancient demon ape that was even stronger. Even though that ancient demon ape had perished countless years ago, it had been a corpse since the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had gained consciousness, and it had lost all signs of life a long time ago. However, even though it was a corpse, they had been living together for so many years, and they'd long since regarded each other as neighbors and companions. Since it was a bloodline descendant of the ancient demon ape that he'd left behind who had followed the guidance of the bloodline in his body to this place, then there was naturally no reason to drive him away. With that thought in mind, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise immediately released a friendly aura and consoled Xian. "Welcome home, little brat. Don't be afraid, those fellows outside won't dare to come in rashly. At most, they'll be hiding in the buffer zone outside. There's no need to pay any attention to them." Even these two region lords who were the strongest amongst them had acknowledged Xian's identity as one of their own, so the entire army of native ferocious beasts that resided in space in the distance naturally didn't dare to object. The last trace of vigilance in the eyes of all the indigenous ferocious beasts had dispersed, and they'd completely accepted Xian. They'd taken this little devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms to be their companion. At this point, Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and he was completely at ease. However, even though this group of indigenous ferocious beasts had accepted him, Xian still had to pass through the depths of the core area every single year to obtain fortune from the nether furnace. What if the headless corpse of an infant didn't respond to him? Then he would be utterly unable to pass through that terrifying area that was filled with the pressure of countless primordial beings. So, Xian had to form a good relationship with this group of indigenous ferocious beasts and obtain their trust so that he could find out about their secret technique to avoid the terrifying pressure of the primordial beings. When he thought in this way, he immediately raised his right hand that held the multicolored python's head, and he said in a slightly flattering tone, "Great kings, I presume you're hungry after that fierce battle just now, right? I just happened to cut off a snake's head on the way here, and it should be quite delicious after I roast it. Take it as a meeting gift." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian immediately drew out a strand of the Shinnon dual-colored flames from the farmer god cauldron within his body, and he roasted this region lord's head on the spot. Originally, under the circumstances that he hadn't utilized the farmer god cauldron, Xian was unable to directly draw the Shinnon dual-colored flames from within his body out of his body. However, since the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru frequently utilized the Shinnon dual-colored flames, it had advanced into dual-colored flames. The flame's agility had clearly improved as well. Presently, Xian was already able to draw it out of his body with ease. Yet now, as he drew out a strand of the Shinnon dual-colored flames from within his body with a wave of his hand, he roasted that region lord's head on the spot. The primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise were clearly stunned. "Where's the fire? Where's the fire just now? Little featherhead, hurry up and get it out. Stinking brat, are you deliberately tantalizing this old man's appetite? I just smelled a little fragrance and extinguished the fire before it was cooked." As the wisp of Shinnong's dual-colored flame was extinguished, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise became anxious on the spot. The latter jumped onto Xian's head again and dug around between his 3 heads, as if Xian would hide the dual-colored flame that he had just drawn out between the 3 heads. It was as if it was sandwiched between the cracks. This was not the end. The primordial porcupine, which was 100 feet tall, also stretched its huge head over and wanted to rummage through Xian's body. The huge breath made Xian stagger and almost fall to the ground. Only now did he realize that he had misunderstood. Just now, when he suddenly saw the eyes of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise burst out with a burning green light, Xian thought that the moment he mentioned that he was hungry, these 2 fellows would be interested in him and want to eat him in one bite. After all this time, it turned out that they had seen the extraordinariness of the Shinnon dual-colored flame. They knew that not only was the food roasted by this kind of fire incomparably delicious, but it was also very beneficial to the body. It was simply like the effect of boiling great medicine. That was why their eyes were emitting a green light, and now they were acting so impatient. Realizing this, Xian's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed that this group of native beasts were all a group of foodies. Since they were foodies, then what was the problem? Among all the native beasts, only he had the Shinnon dual-colored flame in his hands. What did this mean? It meant that from now on, he would be able to control the stomachs of these fellows. For a foodie, what could make him submit better than controlling his stomach? With this thought, Xian immediately became spirited. He made up his mind. Not only would he grill a feast of Shinnon unusual flame for these 2 native ferocious beast kings, he would also grill the millions of native ferocious beasts behind them. As long as they could provide him with ingredients, he would draw out a wisp of dual-colored unusual flame and grill them for them. In any case, the dual-colored flame in the Xianxia cauldron was inexhaustible. The exotic flame had its roots in the depths of the volcanoes in the central region of the cauldron. As long as the Xianxia cauldron was not destroyed, the Xianxia exotic flame that had been ignited by Yixian's core fire would never run out. In addition, after the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru messed around and inadvertently turned the original orange-red flame into the current dual-colored flame, Yixian also understood one thing. That was, if he wanted to upgrade the Xianxia heavenly flame, he had to use it frequently. So, helping these native ferocious beasts to grill a feast was absolutely a good thing for Yixian. Since it was like that, then why not? Grandpa Pig, Grandpa Turtle, your gazes from before terrified me. Isn't it just grilling meat? I'll be right back. Also, Master Tortoise, can you not climb on top of my head in the future with your original color? Yixian calmly changed the way he addressed it, and their relationship became slightly closer. As he spoke, he waved his hand and immediately drew out another strand of dual-colored flames from within the Xianxia cauldron, and he continued grilling it. As he grilled it, he continued. However, this region Lord Realm Python head isn't really enough. It's only 30 m long, and it's probably only enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Before Yixian could finish speaking, the primeval turtle had turned around and vanished with a swish. A few breaths of time later, 2 pieces of the 7-colored python's remains were dragged over by it. The primeval turtle was still around 3 m long, but a few strands of its green hair had extended out and wrapped around the 2 pieces of the python's remains, and it was dragging them over at extreme speed. It was absolutely a perfect portrayal of an ant dragging an elephant, and it stunned Yixian. Even more shocking to him was that the 2 pieces of the python's corpse that he was dragging over clearly emanated the terrifying aura of a region lord. The head was over 2 kilometers long while the tail was over 3 kilometers long. It was clearly a multicolored python that was at the region lord realm, yet it had been blasted into pieces by Xianxia. It had been torn apart. Yixian was stunned for a moment before he came to a sudden realization. No wonder that region lord of the Rainbow Python clan had fallen to the Star Lord realm in the end. Moreover, his 30 kilometers long body had shrunk to only 300 m long, and Yixian had beheaded him with a single strike of his blade. After all this time, his bloodline true body had already severed itself and remained in the depths of this core region. What had escaped was just the pure-colored python true body. Since that was the case, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise would definitely have enough food. Even if the roasted python meat melted in their mouths, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise wouldn't be able to finish it in one meal. Presumably, the human-shaped talkative monster and the new star lords like the black-armored Mother Empress in the void far away would be able to get a share of the pie too. It's a little too extravagant to eat these 2 big chunks in one meal. I'll leave the 3,000 zhang long chunk for the next meal, Yixian pondered in his heart. If he could roast the bloodline true body of a region lord in front of the Second Universe's allied army, it would definitely be a rather awesome thing. He naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. So, he casually found an excuse as he spoke, and with a wave of his hand, he placed the 3,000 zhang long chunk of the python tail into the space within the farmer god cauldron within him. Of course, he directly tossed it into the storage cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Otherwise, it would definitely benefit the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. The might of the farmer god dual-colored flames far surpassed the single-colored orange flames. Not only was the roasted meat even more fragrant and delicious, the miraculous medicinal effects of the roasted meat were even stronger. Even the speed at which it was roasted was extraordinarily swift. While Yixian was speaking, the 30 m long head of the python before him had been completely roasted. It was originally 30 m long, but now, it had shrunk to around 20 m long, and all the impurities had been removed. At this moment, the entire head was golden and flowed with oil while a strange fragrance drifted through the surroundings. After all, it was the head of a region lord's main body, and it had even just been severed. So, the vital blood essence contained within its flesh and blood was too dense. It wasn't just the primeval porcupine and tortoise that were staring blankly and drooling, it was even to the extent that the myriad of native ferocious beasts in space in the distance had clearly smelled this strange fragrance that assaulted their nostrils, And all of them were staring blankly at the golden python head before Xian. Saliva flowed from their mouths. Needless to say, this scene was extremely magnificent. A myriad of ferocious beasts of various races and sizes were staring at a golden python head that had been roasted, and they were silently drooling in unison. It was obvious how magnificent it was. However, perhaps it was because they'd considered that this python head was roasted by Xian, but when they noticed that he didn't make a move or make a sound, not to mention those native ferocious beasts in space in the distance, even the nearby primeval porcupine and tortoise didn't hold back at all no matter how much drool flowed from their mouths. After all, they'd taken Xian to be one of their own, so they had to be polite. The primeval porcupine and tortoise didn't pay any attention to the change in the way they addressed Xian. At this moment, all their attention was drawn over by the golden python head that was merely around 20 m long. After all, it was roasted from the head of a region lord realm multicolored python. Even though the primeval porcupine and tortoise were region lords as well, even they hadn't tasted the flesh of existences at the same level as them, especially when it was roasted well and was even roasted with Shinong's dual-colored flames. Even though this golden python head was only around 20 m long, it was roasted from the head of a region lord realm multicolored python in the end, and the flesh and blood essence contained within it was extremely dense. Even if it was to the primeval porcupine and tortoise at the same realm of cultivation, it was extremely beneficial to them. Even though they hadn't tasted it yet, they were region lords after all, and they'd discerned it a long time ago. Actually, the primeval porcupine and tortoise were fine with such a feast, and even the human-form multi-mouthed monsters and the new black-armored mother and the other stellar lord realm experts who were far away in space could eat to their heart's content as well. However, the native ferocious beasts at the universe realm couldn't eat too much, otherwise, it would be too nourishing. It would probably only harm them and not benefit them. As for Xian, it was even more impossible for him to eat as he pleased like he did when roasting such precious flesh and blood. Yes, he'd even roasted the flesh and blood of that golden crow at the World Lord realm. But that was completely different. That golden crow was at the World Lord realm indeed, but it had perished countless years ago in the end. Even though a portion of its vital energy and blood essence still remained within its flesh and blood, and it was even to the extent that its blood hadn't dried up, too much of its flesh and blood essence had been lost imperceptibly, and it had spread throughout the universe outside the corpse. On the other hand, even though this multicolored python was only at the region lord realm, it had just perished. It was even to the extent that it hadn't perished when Xian severed its head with a single strike of his saber, so its flesh and blood essence was still preserved to the greatest extent within its corpse. If it was really mentioned, then the violent energy within the flesh and blood of this region lord realm multicolored python even far surpassed the corpse of that golden crow at the world lord realm that had perished a long time ago. This was also the reason why Xian did not plan to eat too much. As far as he was concerned, eating 100 feet of golden python meat would be his limit. Any more and it would be useless. The violent energy in the python meat would damage the foundation of Xian's fleshly body. Soon after, as Xian spoke, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise turned to look at each other. Then, the latter leaped up and pounced onto the golden head of the python that was roasted to the point of dripping with oil. The immemorial hairy tortoise's body had shrunk to the size of about 10 feet. It was eating the head of the python that had shrunk to about 70 feet. It didn't plan to swallow such a good thing in one gulp. At this moment, it was lying on its stomach with a happy and intoxicated expression on its face. It planned to slowly savor and enjoy it. As the pieces of boa meat entered his mouth, they melted as soon as they entered his mouth, turning into a pure and warm energy that spread throughout his body. The immemorial hairy turtle's green fur instantly lit up. This was the rhythm of the precious body giving off a bright light. Countless native fierce beasts thousands of miles away looked at it with shining eyes, but none of them dared to come over. The primordial porcupine beside it was already drooling. At this moment, its mouth was even more saliva, and it was almost flowing into a river. However, no matter how much it shrunk, it could only reach its current size of about 1,000 feet. Its bloodline was different, so it couldn't compare to the immemorial hairy tortoise. This python head was only 70 feet long. If the primordial porcupine ate it now, it would probably swallow it in one gulp. Because of this, he negotiated with the immemorial hairy tortoise. The primordial porcupine would eat the python head while the primordial porcupine would wait for the 70,000 feet long giant python bloodline true body. After roasting it, they would eat heartily. In fact, Xian didn't make him wait for long. While the immemorial hairy tortoise was lying on the 70 feet long python head and savoring the delicious food, Xian had already started roasting the 70,000 feet long colorful python bloodline true body. The Xianxia unusual flame could be more or less, big or small. After all, when the Xianxia cauldron transformed into its true form, it was a terrifying cauldron comparable to a giant star. The central region volcano, which took up a third of the space inside the giant cauldron, contained the Xianxia unusual flame. From this, one could imagine how majestic the Xianxia unusual flame was. Previously, when he was roasting the python head that was only 100 feet long, Xian only drew out a small wisp of the dual-colored flame from the Xianxia cauldron. However, now that he was roasting the 70,000 feet long colorful python bloodline true body, he naturally couldn't do the same as before. With a wave of his hand, Xian drew out a two-colored flame that was nearly 3,000 meters in diameter. It carried an extremely strong spirituality, and like a two-colored dragon, it stretched across the air and directly wrapped around the python's true body, roasting it at full speed. This scene was too big. Not only was the entire army of indigenous ferocious beasts thousands of miles away in the void shocked, even the nearby primordial porcupine trembled slightly. When it came back to its senses, it had already narrowed its eyes and quietly sized up Xian from head to toe. After showing such a skill, there was probably no one in the core hinterland of the root of all evil who would look down on Xian's little primordial demonic ape who was only 100 feet tall. At least, the dual-colored flame was already extraordinary. Being able to refine a wisp of it in one's body was already an extraordinary fortune. However, Xian had summoned a fire dragon with a diameter of 1,000 feet with a wave of his hand, and it didn't seem to be his limit. That alone was enough to make people ponder. At that moment, he probably hadn't noticed that the 20 or so Star Lord level indigenous ferocious beasts leading the charge in the void thousands of miles away were looking at him as if he were a Star Lord expert of the same level. As for the universe realm indigenous ferocious beasts behind the 20 or so Star Lords, there was even more fear in their eyes because the dual-colored fire dragon made them feel a strong sense of crisis. Even the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were looking at him with a lot of solemnity. In just a few minutes, the colorful python bloodline true body was finally completely roasted. All the impurities were removed, and it shrank to a size of 50,000 feet. Such a volume was still extremely terrifying. As it floated in the air, it continuously emitted a strange fragrance that assailed the nostrils. There was even golden oil flowing around it. Even Xian couldn't hold it in anymore. Oh, the primordial porcupine was the first one who couldn't hold it in anymore. It howled in joy and directly jumped over. Its entire body was hanging on the 50,000-foot-long golden python bloodline true body. It squinted its eyes as it ate, intoxicated. Oh! Roar! As soon as Xian's words fell, the 10 million native beasts in the void immediately flared up. In truth, they didn't expect to get a share of the pie at all. After all, no matter how large the rainbow python's bloodline true form was, it was only a few thousand meters long. If they really wanted to divide it, none of the native beasts would get a single bite. Not to mention, the cultivation bases of many of them were indeed rather low. While this golden feast made from the plump flesh and blood of a recently fallen region lord was indeed delicious, it might not be the best food for them to replenish their energy. However, these native beasts were quite knowledgeable. They had long seen the extraordinariness of the Xianxia flames that Xian had summoned with a wave of his hand. Although there were some native beasts among them who were proficient in fire arts and could roast their own meat, the effects of the Xianxia flames weren't inferior. How could they compare to Xian's Xianxia flames? It could be said that after roasting the Xianxia flames, even ordinary flesh would have the medicinal effect of a great flesh medicine. It was definitely a continuous improvement in quality. However, Xian was only one person after all. Moreover, he was only 30 meters tall and seemed to still be in his infancy. How could so many native beasts be shameless enough to pester him to use the Xianxia flames to roast their meat? Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be so shameless as to ask. However, it was different now. This newcomer was very likable. He actually waved his hand and promised that as long as they could find ingredients, they would roast as much as they could. He wouldn't refuse any of them. To these native beasts, there was no better news than this. Therefore, they cheered and jumped for joy. It was as if they were celebrating a festival. All of them roared in excitement to the extreme. After a few howls, almost all of the native beasts charged out. Some turned around and charged into the void behind them, while others charged directly into the core region behind Yixian. The two battles with the Second Universe's army had taken place in these two regions. There were still many remnants of the invaders in these two regions that hadn't been cleaned up yet. These were all ingredients, after all. Of course, there were also a large number of corpses of the origin of all evil, but they obviously wouldn't be dragged over for Yixian to roast. Although they were both space beasts, they couldn't overcome this hurdle in their hearts. Although the native beasts of the root of all evil were of different races, they all treated this region as their home and were very united. They definitely wouldn't eat the remains of their own faction. For example, the remnants of the primordial life forms in the depths of the core region that they had all poured their emotions into. Otherwise, they would have been eaten clean over the years. How could they still be left floating in the void until now? Although there were less than 10 million remnants of the powerhouses of the Second Universe left in these two battlefields, there wasn't much difference. Even if all the native beasts couldn't share a bloodline true body, it was still possible for 2 or 3 of them to share a bloodline true body. As the army of nearly 10 million native beasts dispersed, the void in front of them, which was originally crowded with native beasts, instantly emptied out. There were more than 100 native beasts at the level of Old Monster Qian and Old Monster Star-Lord, who were rushing toward the 50,000-foot-long golden python meat, along with the primordial porcupine and Old Monster Qian. The primordial porcupine and Old Turtle shared a 50,000-foot-long colorful python bloodline true body. Yixian didn't stop. While the 100 or so native beasts at the level of Universe Realm and above were eating together, he was also eating heartily. After a while, he wouldn't have the leisure time. All the remnants of the powerhouses of the Second Universe on the two battlefields would be dragged over. They would probably be piled up into several small mountains. Even if Yixian were to roast them one by one, it would probably take a while. While he still had the leisure time, he had to first swallow the 100-foot-long colorful python meat that he had estimated before. Perhaps he could use the powerful chi and blood essence energy contained in the 100-foot-long colorful python meat to break through 1 or 2 minor realms in one fell swoop before the piles of corpses were dragged over. Now, his original body was already at Void Realm level 7. If he broke through 2 more minor realms, he would reach Void Realm level 9. When he had time later, he would take a tube of level 13 liquid that he had already prepared, and he would be able to advance to the 13th Great Realm, the Primordial Realm. As for the state of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body, Yixian was currently at the 7th level of the Cosmic Light Realm. If his original body broke through 2 small levels, then the cultivation he displayed in the devil ape's true body would most likely rise from the 7th level of the Cosmic Light Realm to the 9th level of the Cosmic Light Realm. He was only 1 minor realm away from the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm. As long as his original body consumed the level 13 liquid and successfully advanced to the 13th Great Realm, the Primordial Realm, then Yixian was confident that the cultivation strength he displayed in the Devil Ape True Body state would officially step into the Universe Realm. At that time, he would finally be able to display the battle strength of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm. It would definitely be a completely different scene. At this time, a large piece of roasted golden flesh from the head of a domain lord fell into Yixian's mouth. After being vigorously chewed a few times, it instantly turned into a boiling hot stream that flowed down his throat. This pure flesh and blood essence energy was too majestic, and the level of this energy was too high. Even though Yixian was currently in his 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state, he actually felt that every inch of his flesh and blood, every single cell, inside and outside of his body was instantly filled with pain as if they were being torn apart. Although it was said to be painful, there was clearly a kind of incomparable numbness and itchiness. Moreover, he also felt that his entire body was warm, as if his entire body had become much lighter, as if he was about to ascend to immortality. At this moment, the 1.08 billion pores on his body were simultaneously spewing out 9-colored auspicious clouds. Vaguely, one could even hear the strange clanking sounds of mysterious chains being shaken. This was the sign that the potential shackles of Xian's physical body were being pulled, and were about to be torn apart. This feeling was both painful and joyful. It was not the first time that Xian had experienced this, and he felt a kind of pain and pleasure that he was familiar with. Although there was a strange phenomenon happening in his body, the movements of his hands did not stop because of this. The 5,000-meter-long piece of golden python meat in front of him was constantly being reduced. At the same time, there were too many foodies eating at the same time. Xian originally thought that his original plan was only to eat about 10 feet of python meat, so there was no need to fight for it. But now it seemed that if he were to imitate the primordial turtle and slowly eat, he would only be able to eat about 40 to 50 feet of python meat in the end. The difference was too big. Xian immediately increased his speed and wolfed down the meat. After an unknown amount of time, Xian's original body, which was the primordial devil ape true body, finally heard the familiar sound of the system's notification in his mind. It made him feel refreshed and excited. The essence contained in the colorful python's meat was too rich. It came from the bloodline true body of a colorful python that had just been cut down. It had also been roasted by the dual-colored flames of the Xianxia cauldron, which removed all the impurities, leaving only the essence behind. Xian had only eaten about 8 to 9 meters of python meat when the sound of chains came out from his body. His potential shackles were torn apart several times, and his body was once again refined. His chi and blood realm was raised, and he advanced by 2 small realms. Today, his physical body and chi realm had increased from the previous void rank 7 to the current void rank 9 great perfection. Xian had refined the level 13 liquid in advance and was ready to take it when he had the time. If he succeeded, Xian's chi and blood level would reach the beginning and end domains, which were the 13th major realms. He would be one step closer to the 15th major realm, which was the universe realm. In fact, at the same time that his original body's chi and blood realm improved, the cultivation strength of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape real body that he was displaying now also improved, and it just so happened that it was also 2 small realms. In other words, Xian was at the peak of the 9th rank, which was the 14th major realm, when he was in the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape. He was only one minor realm away from the universe realm. Once Xian took the level 13 liquid and broke through to the Genesis realm, which was the 13th major realm, he would be able to reach the 15th major realm when he was in the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape. He would become a universe realm expert. Xian was excited when he thought of that. He had finally reached the universe realm. Even though he could only achieve it when he was in the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape, he would soon be able to feel the power of that realm. While Xian's cultivation had improved, the primordial porcupine, the primordial tortoise, and over 100 star lords and universe realm native beasts were still eating heartily. All of them had extremely intoxicated expressions on their faces. Obviously, they really enjoyed such delicious food. No, it wasn't just delicious. All the universe realm experts and star lords were emanating auspicious light from their bodies after they'd eaten a large amount of region lord realm golden python meat. Even the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were the same. Even though they were region lords as well, the medicinal effects of the multicolored python meat that was roasted by the dual-colored flames of the farmer god cauldron were truly too formidable. It was simply like being refined into a medicinal pill, and even region lords like them who were at the same realm of cultivation as them had obtained a great deal of benefits from it. Xian didn't dare to continue eating. His physical body had just been tempered, and his chi blood had advanced by 2 minor realms in one go. He had broken through some of the shackles of his potential, and it was time for him to slowly nourish himself. He should take some precious medicines with gentler effects, such as the netherworld furnace lotion. He shouldn't take such a violent medicine, or it wouldn't be beneficial to his physical body at all. That was why he hadn't taken a tube of level 13 liquid right away to break through to the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In fact, more than half of the 50,000-meter-long golden python meat had been eaten. After all, there were 2 region lords eating it, and they didn't have any scruples. There wouldn't be any hidden dangers no matter how they ate it. In addition, there were over 100 star lords and universe realm native beasts eating heartily. The remaining golden python meat probably wouldn't last for long and would be gone soon. It was also at this moment that the native beasts below the universe realm, who had left in a hubbub, returned one after another. Some of them came alone, some in groups of 3 or 5, dragging the bloodline true bodies of the experts of the second universe, which were relatively large. Those guys knew that Xian couldn't roast the meat for them one by one, it would take too long, and he would probably die of exhaustion. Therefore, after all the native beasts dragged the meat they found into the void, they didn't say anything and directly threw it into the void. Then, they obediently retreated into the distance, drooling as they waited quietly. A hill of meat ingredients was slowly formed, followed by a second one. After a while, 5 hills of meat ingredients were piled up in the void. It was quite a spectacular sight. At this moment, almost all the native beasts that had left had returned. Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He waved his hand and summoned an enormous dual-colored flame from the space inside the Shenong cauldron. He started roasting the first hill of meat ingredients, a rich aroma instantly spread out. Under the roasting of the enormous Shenong dual-colored flames, a mountain of meat ingredients quickly turned golden and dripped with oil. This time, the entire core area was filled with a rich aroma. Although the freshly roasted meat wasn't as good as the golden python meat of the Genesis realm, it was the best nourishment for the native beasts who were relatively weak. After all, the Shenong cauldron flames were extraordinary. Even regular meat ingredients could be roasted with them. Some of the native beasts quickly pounced on the food and ate heartily. Xian, however, didn't stop there. He waved his hand, and the enormous Shenong cauldron flames swept out again, covering the second hill of meat ingredients. Just like that, the 5 mountains of meat ingredients were all roasted in less than the time it took to eat a meal. When Xian waved his hand and stored the Shenong dual-colored flames into the Shenong cauldron within his body, the last group of native beasts that had been waiting anxiously all howled as they charged towards the last mountain of golden flesh. This scene was too shocking. As far as the eye could see, there were 5 golden mountains of flesh in the void. The first one was full of native ferocious beasts, and all the ferocious beasts in this corner of the void were eating wantonly. Their bodies were emitting eye-catching multicolored lights, and the intense fragrance in the void was so thick that it almost didn't disperse. It was as if one would be intoxicated with just a deep breath. Not long after, 5 enormous hills of bones were left in the void. Not a single piece of meat could be found on each skeleton. It was as if a dog had licked it clean. Some of the native beasts began to break through on the spot. This time, all of them had benefited, and they looked at Xian with gratitude. At the same time, some of them were burning with passion, because some of the gluttonous fellows hadn't had enough and were already looking forward to the next feast. The primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and the Star-Lord old monsters also stopped. The 50,000 zhang long golden python meat had been reduced to white bones. They completely approved of Xian and pulled him into the depths of the core area. However, Xian stopped halfway with a frown. The pressure from the bodies of the primordial creatures in the void was too strong, and it made him stop. The protection of the netherworld furnace? Xian's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the critical moment had arrived. It was no wonder these native beasts were able to move unhindered through the core of the origin of all evil, practically ignoring the terrifying pressure from the remains of powerful primordial creatures in the void. After all this time, it turned out that they had obtained the protection of that enormous netherworld furnace in the depths of the core. Without a doubt, that mysterious netherworld furnace was definitely a primordial treasure that was no weaker than the farmer god cauldron. It was just that they each had different functions. The farmer god cauldron was primarily used for refining medicine. Of course, it was also used to store items and nurture various medicinal herbs and flesh materials. The cauldron contained a vast space. Around the central region volcano were a series of mountains, where rare medicinal herbs that were hard to find in the outside world were planted. There were also some spiritual birds and spiritual beasts that possessed extraordinary medicinal effects inhabiting the cauldron. However, they had all yet to mature, still in their growth phase. Compared to the farmer god cauldron, the netherworld furnace's effects were more violent. If the farmer god cauldron's effects were more constructive, then the netherworld furnace's effects were more destructive. Inside was an enormous and mysterious millstone of profound power. All the remains of primordial creatures could be thrown into the millstone, where they would be ground into meat paste. The impurities would be removed and the essences would be refined in the end. Of course, the current netherworld furnace might have been adjusted to a higher level of refinement. This was because the refined product was the all-evil origin elixir that was effective for the recovery of primordial experts and even primordial supremes. As a result, it had very high requirements for the raw materials. However, the level of refinement could clearly be adjusted. For example, if the standard of refinement was lowered, the grade of the raw materials that the mysterious millstone could accept would decrease. Similarly, the final product refined would also decrease in grade. It would no longer be the all-evil origin elixir. Instead, it would be a product with a slightly weaker effect. However, no matter how weak it was still a good thing. After all, the grade of the netherworld furnace was still there. Even if the standard of refinement was lowered, the flesh materials thrown into the millstone would not be too bad. In Xian's view, the so-called protection of the netherworld furnace might have something to do with this. There was absolutely no need for it to protect these native beasts in the core of the origin of all evil for no reason at all. They would not be affected by the terrifying pressure from the remains of primordial creatures in the surrounding void. According to Xian's guess, if nothing unexpected happened, the native beasts that lived in this core area were actually all flesh and blood materials raised by the netherworld furnace. One day in the future, they might be used and thrown into the netherworld furnace to be ground into meat paste to refine some kind of netherworld furnace product. It was the same for the remains of the primordial era creatures around the netherworld cauldron, which it had spat out as unqualified raw materials. In the future, they would all be used together. They would be thrown into the netherworld furnace together with all the native ferocious beasts that lived in this core hinterland. They would be ground into meat paste by that huge mysterious millstone and condensed into some kind of product. When he thought of this, Xian immediately felt a chill in his heart. The methods of the Eye of the Heavens were truly extraordinary. It was just too vicious. While it was using the flesh of supreme primordial creatures to refine the all-evil origin elixir, this one had already begun raising the flesh materials needed to refine another product of the netherworld furnace in the future. It was a pity that the primordial porcupines and primordial tortoises, native beasts that had been raised like pigs and sheep, had completely failed to realize this. It was truly lamentable. Little Featherhead, get me a drop of devil ape true blood. You're still under the protection of the netherworld furnace, so you can't cross over. I'll help you do this. Just as Xian was muttering to himself, the immemorial tortoise, whose entire body was filled with forgiveness, climbed onto Xian's head once again and asked for a drop of devil ape true blood. From the sound of it, it seemed that it was going to throw it into the netherworld furnace, similar to registering a household register. From then on, Xian would be protected by the netherworld furnace. Yes. He was able to walk freely in this void without fear of the terrifying pressure emanating from the remains of the powerful primordial beings in the void. Xian sneered inwardly. The netherworld furnace was clearly registering the future flesh materials. He immediately hesitated. He did have devil ape true blood. After all, he had already condensed the devil ape true body. He only needed to squeeze out a drop from the 3-inch devil ape that was suspended above Xian's sea of consciousness, which represented the devil ape true body. That would be the so-called devil ape true blood. But the problem was that the 3-inch devil ape wasn't just obtained from the 9-eyed golden crystal that represented the primordial devil ape bloodline. Xian had also separated a strand of his primordial spirit and fused it with it. Now, they had completely fused together, and there was no distinction between them. In other words, if Xian squeezed out a drop of devil ape true blood from the 3-inch devil ape, then this drop of devil ape true blood would more or less contain a strand of Xian's primordial spirit's aura. If that was the case, it was hard to say whether the netherworld furnace would be able to detect any clues. Moreover, this drop of devil ape true blood contained a strand of Xian's primordial spirit's aura. This was something that Xian wasn't too reassured. If the netherworld furnace wanted this drop of devil ape true blood, it wouldn't just be to register the future materials in advance and create a roster. It would also have other uses and purposes. In that case, wouldn't Xian be restrained? The primordial spirit of the primordial spirit was no joke. Even if this drop of devil ape true blood was only an extremely weak strand, Xian didn't dare to be careless with the grade of the netherworld furnace and the work of the primeval heaven's eye. Perhaps this strand of primordial spirit's aura would be enough to scheme against Xian. Just as he was hesitating, Xian's primordial spirit suddenly felt a burning sensation on the left side of the chest of the devil ape's body. That was where the corpse lantern tattoo of the headless infant's corpse was located. However, Xianxia's primordial spirit was currently in the form of a devil ape. His outer appearance was that of a black ape covered in black fur, so the corpse lantern tattoo couldn't be seen at all. However, the sudden reaction of the headless infant's corpse at this time, could it be because of this drop of devil ape true blood? If the headless infant's corpse took action, Xian naturally wouldn't have to worry about that drop of devil ape true blood. Even if there was a strand of Xian's primordial spirit's aura, it wouldn't be a problem. Perhaps the headless infant's corpse would mix in something else. It was a terrifying existence on the same level as the Heaven's Eye. With it taking action, how could the netherworld furnace scheme against Xian? Although the left side of Xian's chest was slightly hot, there was no other reaction immediately. However, he could clearly feel that a drop of devil ape blood had condensed in his body. Moreover, it was mixed with a mysterious aura that Xian himself could barely detect. There was no doubt that this was the trick that the headless infant corpse had secretly arranged in this drop of devil ape blood. With it taking action, Xian naturally had nothing to worry about. He immediately waved his hand and summoned this drop of so-called devil ape blood that the headless infant corpse had added something special to, suspending it in the void in front of him. The immemorial turtle immediately flew out and wrapped this drop of devil ape blood with a wisp of aura. Following behind it, it rapidly moved towards the deepest part of the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Xian didn't know how it did it, but it shouldn't be too complicated. If nothing unexpected happened, this drop of devil ape blood should have been directly thrown into the netherworld furnace, and then directly accepted by it. From then on, this three-headed, six-armed devil ape blood would also be registered as one of the future flesh materials by the netherworld furnace. However, in the end, who was scheming who, Xian already knew in his heart. Although he still didn't know and couldn't guess what the headless infant corpse's trick was, with the infant corpse's temperament, it would definitely make a big move once it made a move. This time, there was a good show to watch. The only regret was that this good show might have to wait for a while. Obviously, there was no hope for it at present. While muttering to himself, Xian suddenly felt that from the deepest part of the core hinterland, a wisp of invisible majestic aura suddenly descended upon him, causing Xian's body to stiffen and then completely dissipate. In the next moment, the strong sense of pressure that Xian had been feeling from the surrounding void completely disappeared. He knew that from this moment on, even without the protection of the thin film created by the headless infant's corpse, he would be able to freely walk in this core hinterland like the other native vicious beasts. He could even approach the netherworld furnace. Of course, if he wanted to enter the interior of the netherworld cauldron, he would not be able to do so. This also meant that he had been acknowledged by the netherworld furnace and the origin of all evil star region. After all, the origin of all evil star region existed for the netherworld furnace. At the same time, it also meant that Xian's true form as a three-headed, six-armed demon ape had completely integrated into the circle of native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland. He had been completely accepted as one of them. The root of all evil star region, the buffer zone of the central region. Now, a day had passed. The Second Universe Coalition Army, which had retreated from the core hinterland in front of them to the buffer zone of the central region, had already finished reorganizing. Now, order had been restored. Many of the 12 million troops had been lost in the demon domain. By the time they arrived at the source of all evil domain, only 10 million remained. In the battle before the army retreated from the core hinterland, nearly 2 million battleships, fortresses were destroyed. Therefore, there were less than 9 million soldiers left in the second universe. The loss of these battleships was actually nothing much. What really caused the morale of the entire fleet to plummet was the death of that old monster from the Colored Python clan. Because of Du Zhiding's death, the entire army had been shrouded in dark clouds. The various fleets were not in a good mood, especially the Colored Python clan. The old monster from the Colored Python clan's fleet was so angry that he was about to go crazy. This time, when the Second Universe Coalition Army invaded the First Universe, the Colored Python clan was simply unlucky. It was as if they had not checked the imperial calendar before leaving the house. Previously, when they were in the demon domain, the only old monster from the various fleets who had died was from the Colored Python clan. Now, in the origin of all evil star region, the only old monster who had died was from the Colored Python clan. This was simply F***ed by a dog. No, even if they were ked by a dog, they might not be able to feel so indignant. The only old monster in the entire army, the Blood Wyrm clan's elder Jiao Kong, immediately ordered the entire fleet to rest and reorganize indefinitely after chasing after the little demon ape that killed Du Zhiding. No one, no ship, was allowed to enter the origin of all evil star region without permission. In the core hinterland of the star field, they would wait until reinforcements arrived. Immediately after, a scout fleet left. Their mission was to return to the second universe as soon as possible through wormholes. They would report everything that had happened here to the second universe so that the higher-ups of the various races could discuss and come up with a follow-up plan. At the same time, Jiao Kong also separated a fleet of 3 to 4 million from the nearly 9 million troops left in the central region's buffer zone. They followed the previously constructed stable passage through the outer region of the origin of all evil and arrived at the entrance of the passage to guard it. This stable passage was constructed by the Second Universe Coalition Army. There was no reason for other forces to casually pass through. The mission of this guarding fleet was to prevent any other forces from entering, including the incoming Wanluo Federation's Overwatch Council Sunlan fleet. No matter who it was, if they wanted to enter, they could. They could build a stable passage from another direction. Hardly had the army of almost 5 million warships been put in place when the first fleet that ran over eagerly to take a share of the pie arrived unstoppably. It was the Sunlan fleet of the Overwatch Council that represented the Wanluo Federation. Other than the Federation's Overwatch Council's Long Huai, who had personally led the army to question them, there was also a Star Lord level elder from the Wanluo Federation's Senate. The Senate was the concentration camp of the Wanluo Federation's high-end combat power. As everyone knew, the Wanluo Federation was actually a front alliance formed by the humans of the First Universe and the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. Their only enemy was the Tianji clan. Although it was the only force in the three universes that could contend against the Tianji clan and could be considered a colossus, in reality, the Wanluo Federation did not have its own territory. Even the headquarters of the Federation was built on a large piece of land rented by the Immortal Dynasty on the Immortal Planet. Of course, from another point of view, the Wanluo Federation could be considered to have an infinite territory. The entire Third Universe and the entire Second Universe where the human race was located were both territories of the Federation. However, that was only in name. In reality, these two universes were still managed by the various races themselves. However, basically, every race would have an existence above the Star Lord level who would enter the Federation's Senate. Generally, those who were sent to the Wanluo Federation and entered the Federation's Senate were existences that were not very popular in their respective races. And they could obtain far more in the Senate than they could in their respective races. They could obtain cultivation resources. It could be said that the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation had spent a lot of effort to rope in these Star Lords and even Domain Lords from various races. The Star Lord Federation elder who had arrived with Long Huai in the blue fleet of the Federation's Overwatch Council was named Du Shifeng. Coincidentally, he was not only from the Second Universe, but also from the Colorful Python clan. However, Du Shifeng wasn't a Star Lord when he left the Colorful Python clan. He had joined the Council of Elders of the Federation with his master. His master wasn't well liked in the Colorful Python clan back then. He had competed with the current chief of the Colorful Python clan for the position of chief of the clan, but failed. He was later suppressed, and it just so happened that the Council of Elders of the Federation extended an olive branch to him, so he left the Colorful Python clan in anger. He took Du Shifeng with him. However, the master and disciple were treated with great respect when they arrived at the Council of Elders of the Federation. After 1,000 years, his master had broken through from the Star Lord state to the Region Lord state, and was already one of the Region Lords in the Council of Elders of the Federation. Even Du Shifeng, who had only been in the peak of the 9th level of the Cosmic State back then, had broken through to the Cosmos State and the Star Lord state after 1,000 years. He was no longer a burden to his master. Once he became a Star Lord, Du Shifeng had also become an official elder of the Federation, but he was still a Star Lord, which was one level lower than his master's level, which was that of a Region Lord. It was safe to say that everything Du Shifeng had was given to him by the Thousand Luo Federation and the Council of Elders of the Federation. He didn't have anything to do with the Colorful Python clan, but it wasn't much different. Even to this day, Du Shifeng still remembered how the master and disciple had been suppressed and ostracized after his master failed in the competition for the position of chief. To put it bluntly, not only did he not feel a sense of belonging to the colorful Python clan, he even resented them. If not for this, the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation would not have sent Du Shifeng to the Sunlan fleet this time. Even more coincidentally, the Star Lord who was guarding the channel of 5 million warships in the second universe happened to be from the colored Python clan too. His name was Du Wei, and he was a direct descendant of the current leader of the colored Python clan. To put it bluntly, the colored Python clan was the enemy of Du Shifeng and his master. Of course, this kind of enmity referred to competition within the clan. However, as a matter of fact, as the current chief of the colored Python clan suppressed and ostracized Du Shifeng and his disciple after taking office, and as a result, they eventually left the clan and joined the Council of Elders of the Federation. The relationship that was originally just a competition within the clan had developed to a point where it was no different from real hostility. Because of this, when Senlan's fleet arrived, Long Huai and Du Shifeng, in the name of the Federation's headquarters, the Overwatch Council, and the Senate, ordered the guarding fleet blocking outside the stable passageway to make way. The two fleets almost erupted into conflict on the spot. The old Star Lord, Du Wei, who was guarding the fleet, was in a fit of anger. This time, the colored Python clan was at a disadvantage. They had lost Star Lords and Domain Lords one after another. For the entire clan, it was a heavy loss. Under such circumstances, he happened to run into an old rival who reprimanded him in the name of the Wan Luo Federation. How could he be kind? In the end, while the garrison fleet and the blue fleet that had come to ask for answers restrained each other and did not fight on the spot, the two Star Lords from the colored Pythons, who had a grudge against each other in the void beyond the domain of the root of all evil, began to fight each other. This battle lasted for 2 days. The two old Star Lords fought with all their might. From time to time, there would be small abandoned stars in the void that were destroyed by the aura of the battle and directly exploded. A large area of the void thousands of miles away had become a battlefield. The aura was chaotic, and the battle raged endlessly. Without waiting for the shocking battle between the two old Star Lords to end, the other two fleets of the human clan, which followed closely behind the Overwatch Council of the Federation, finally arrived one after another. The Immortal Legion, which represented the eternal dynasty of the human clan, and the fleet of space battleships, which represented the 10 ultimate heavenly palaces. Apart from Long Ziwen, the cosmic state Long Ziwen, the commander of the Immortal Legion was also a Star Lord of the Imperial Dynasty. The fleet of space battleships of the 10 ultimate heavenly palaces was led by Gong Xingtian, the vice palace master of the Diju Palace. He was an advanced Star Lord himself, who was extremely strong. The 3 fleets arrived at the same time. Jiao Kong, the old Blood Dragon clan leader who was in charge of the main army of the second universe in the buffer zone of the source of all evil, finally showed up. Boom! Amidst a world-shaking boom, an energy claw the size of a mountain rushed out from the outskirts of the root of all evil star field. With a single swipe, it knocked away the two old Star Lords, Du Shifeng and Du Wei, who had been fighting for 2 days and nights in the void ahead. Immediately after, a figure with his hands behind his back walked out from the outer region. He seemed to be walking slowly, but in just 2 or 3 steps, he had already traversed millions of miles of space and arrived before the 3 fleets that were lined up in front of him in a triangle formation. It was Jiao Kong, the old realm master. The 1000-net Federation, the Eternal Dynasty, the 10 ultimate heavenly palaces, you're all here. If the heavenly fate race had brought a few more fleets of slave races, the top forces of the 3 universes would have gathered here today. Standing in the void, as the only old realm master present, Jiao Kong's face was full of pride. He glanced at the fleets of the 3 forces that were lined up in the void in front of him. Then, his face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Humph, as I said before, this is a secret alliance formed by the races of the second universe to launch a punitive expedition. I said that there was no need for the Federation and the human race to interfere. You sent a fleet with such fanfare. Do you think the races of the second universe can be bullied? The higher-ups of the fleets of the 3 forces all remained silent. Since the old monster didn't admit it, there was no point in blaming him. After all, the fleets that the 3 forces had sent first didn't have any old realm masters. Now that they were weak, they could only endure for now. Otherwise, if they offended this old realm master from the Blood Dragon clan, they would only be asking for trouble. Humph, don't blame me for not warning you. With just your 3 fleets, you'd better go back to where you came from. The source of all evil isn't a place you can touch. Now, the Colored Python clan has already lost a realm master. If you don't want to give up, think about it yourselves. If it weren't for the fact that we're all part of the Federation, I wouldn't have bothered to mention these words. After that, Jiao Kong flicked his sleeves and flew toward the periphery of the source of all evil. That's all I have to say. Think about where you want to go. A region lord from the multicolored Python clan has perished. This news was simply like a huge bomb, and it stunned all the experts of the 3 fleets that were arranged in a triangle formation. After a short moment of silence, exclaims of shock instantly erupted and resounded through space. My God! What exactly has happened? A region lord from the multicolored Python clan has actually perished? This is simply sensational news. It's too difficult to accept. There is no doubt that in this star system, the source of all evil, there is some kind of shocking horror. No wonder the Second Universe's allied army left a fleet of 5 million ships to guard the passage they built. It is clear that they have stopped the momentum of advancing, Feng Luo said. That's right. It's said that the root of all evil star zone is divided into 3 regions, the outer region, the central region buffer zone, and the central region. If I'm not mistaken, the Second Universe Alliance army must have encountered a setback after entering the central region. What exactly is there? It's actually capable of causing a region lord to perish. How many days has it been? He clearly perished in battle. Could it be that a world lord is obstructing the path ahead? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, that region lord from the Blood Wyrm clan would have probably retreated a long time ago. It's impossible for him to still be there. They clearly intend to wait for reinforcements. The allied forces of the Second Universe should have retreated to the central area, but they still haven't given up. Since it's able to make practically all the races in an entire universe not hesitate to mobilize such forces to seize it, and even after a region lord perished, they still refuse to give up and guard the passageway to prevent us from entering, looks like the fortune of this root of all evil is absolutely extremely shocking. Along with the exclamations of surprise from the experts of the fleets, the higher-ups of the 3 fleets fell into deep thought as well. They'd expected that the plans of the clans of the Second Universe were extremely great, but the news they'd just obtained upon arriving here still caught them off guard. Since even a region lord had perished, then there were at least region lords native to this region up ahead, and there would definitely be more than a single one. Otherwise, there were 2 region lords amongst the allied forces of the Second Universe, so it was impossible for a region lord to perish after a battle. It was even to the extent that it was very likely that terrifying existences at the World Lord realm existed within this region of space. However, such a possibility wasn't very high. Otherwise, Jiao Kong would have probably retreated a long time ago. Based on the current situation, the strength of our fleet is probably far from sufficient to seize the fortune within this region of space. Long Hui from the Federation's Overwatch Council had a worried expression on his face. It's still insufficient even if we join forces with the Eternal Dynasty's undying army. We need at least 2 region lords to be confident in our success. In that case, we can only report the situation back to the Federation and request the Council of Elders to dispatch region lords. On the side, Star-Lord Elder Du Shifeng nodded with a hint of unwillingness on his face. To be able to make old Ghost Jiao Kong like this, it's definitely extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, the Alliance army of the Second Universe should have just sent a small team of light armored scouts back to report and request for help. Reinforcements. There isn't a huge difference in time between us, and the only difference is our grasp of information. When he spoke up to this point, Du Shifeng paused for a moment and frowned before he continued. Don't waste any more time. Give the order right away to build a stable passageway and advance all the way to the central region's buffer zone. The army will set up camp there, and then dispatch a small group of scouts to enter the core area and scout as much as possible. After that, immediately report the situation to the Federation and request reinforcements. In next to no time, Long Hui gave the order, and the Sunlan fleet chose a breakthrough point at another direction. Over 300,000 forts of various sizes activated the spatial compaction device and advanced all the way towards the outer area of the region of space. Almost 5 million battleships of various types followed closely behind them, and they moved incessantly towards the depths of the central region's buffer zone. Similar orders were issued successively to the Eternal Dynasty's Undying Army and the 10 Extremity Celestial Palace's Stellar Battleship Army. The three enormous fleets chose different directions, and they built stable passageways at the same time as they advanced forward. At the same time, some comparatively smaller fleets started to arrive at the region of space. Some were from races like the Een Demon race in the Second Universe that did not join the Myriad Net Federation and preferred to be alone. Some were fleets from the slave races in the First Universe. There were also fleets privately sent by the three great human empires in the Third Universe, or secret forces of some large and small countries, as well as stellar battleship fleets sent by some small sects in the human cultivation camp. There were even some scattered rogue cultivators who came alone or in groups of 3 to 5. This time, the movements of the various races in the Second Universe's federation were too big. At the beginning, almost all the forces in the three dimensions took it seriously and thought that the spearhead was directed at the Tianji race. However, today, the Tianji race had migrated and was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, this army of 10 million gathered by the various races in the Second Universe had strangely arrived at the star region of the source of all evil. Their targeting and purpose were too obvious. Almost all the forces in the three dimensions were keenly aware of some problems. Like cats and kittens that had smelled blood, they all flocked to the star region. Obviously, these forces who came through the two large wormholes that connected the two dimensions of the Second Universe and the Third Universe at the front of the Demonkin star region must have paid a toll when they passed through the star region of the Demonkin star region. Except for some rogue cultivators who came alone because they were too small of a target and could avoid the toll by activating the concealment array, the fleets of the other forces, big or small, had to pay a price if they wanted to pass through the star region of the Demonkin star region. It could be said that as to what the fortune in the star region of the source of all evil was, except for the allied forces of the various races in the Second Universe who had arrived first, all the other forces, including the rogue cultivators who had come after hearing the news, knew nothing about it. However, the Demonkin race had already made a fortune before the truth of the fortune in the star region of the source of all evil was revealed. At this moment, when countless forces in the three dimensions of the universe were converging on the star region of the source of all evil in the central region of the First Universe, the upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family in the Demonkin Emperor planet were all raising their glasses and celebrating. Now, the Demonkin Emperor Mo Wendian and the upper echelons of the Demonkin race, who had truly tasted the benefits of being a ferryman, were completely convinced by this young Prince Xian. When Grandpa Mo and the other two passed through the outer area of the source of all evil and entered the buffer zone of the central region, the star zone of the buffer zone was already bustling with people. Even before the countless low-level black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region were completely wiped out by the Second Universe's coalition army, this star zone had never been so lively. Although the central region buffer zone was called a buffer zone, it was actually an extremely vast star field. It was just that there were too many fleets stationed here. Although it did not appear too crowded, as far as the eye could see, this void was extremely lively, and there was no kind of one to be seen at all. Large areas of the starry river were completely empty. The Second Universe's coalition army occupied a large part of the void. The Blue Fleet of the Myriad Net Federation, the Immortal Army of the Human Race's Science and Technology Camp, and the Starry Battleship Army of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palaces of the Cultivation Camp also occupied a large part of the void. These were the 4 camps, and each camp had more than 5 million battleships of all kinds. They were spread out in the void. In addition to these 4 camps, there were also a large number of small fleets and teams formed by rogue cultivators who had gathered and temporarily formed alliances with each other. In short, the entire buffer zone of the central region was like a starry night market, clamorous to the extreme. What's going on? It's a bit noisy. After passing through the outer area that was full of cracks in the void with great difficulty, Grandpa Mo was shocked by the bustling scene in front of him as soon as he arrived at the bustling central region's buffer zone. While looking around in bewilderment, he extended his mental power to search for some details and muttered to himself, "Is this still the source of all evil? Isn't this the most dangerous place in the First Universe's planar universe? Look at how lively it is now. Why do I have the guts to come to the starry sky? Is this the feeling of a market? It was no wonder that he had such an illusion. The scene in front of him was too smoky. Not only were there countless battleships in the void, but there were also a large number of starry sky powerhouses in the void outside the battleships, flowing endlessly. Basically, some small forces, small tribes, and a large number of powerhouses in the fleets of the rogue cultivators were taking this opportunity to communicate with each other. On one hand, they were gathering information from each other. On the other hand, they were taking advantage of this opportunity to exchange information and cultivation resources. From a certain point of view, the buffer zone of the root of all evil was indeed more like a temporary starry sky market. How could it still look like a plain-level starry sky danger zone? Of course, no matter what those factions and itinerant cultivators did, they could only stay in the relatively safe buffer zone of the central domain, where the countless low-level black beetles had been wiped out. As for the demarcation line in the void that connected to the core hinterland of the root of all evil, not to mention the other small forces and the rogue cultivator alliance, even the 4 major camps led by the allied forces of the various races of the second universe didn't dare to cross the demarcation line. Of course, the myriad Net Federation's Blue Fleet, the Immortal Army of the Immortal Dynasty, and the Starry Sky Battleship Army of the 10 Extremities Celestial Palace had all sent out small teams of scouts in the past 2 days and quietly entered the core hinterland ahead. Although they had lost more than half of their scouts, at least the general situation of the core hinterland was known to the 3 top forces that followed closely behind the allied forces of the various races of the second universe. Although they still didn't know that in the depths of the core hinterland ahead, there was a large void refining array that could steadily produce the root of all evil. But at least they knew that in the core hinterland ahead, there were a large number of ancient starry sky ferocious beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world. They were suspected to be guarding something, and this should be the ultimate goal of the allied forces of the various races of the second universe. Regarding this information, the 3 top forces had already sent out small teams of scouts to quietly return to the Demonkin Star Zone. They would report to the headquarters of the various forces in the third universe and ask for reinforcements. However, it would take at least a month for the reinforcements to arrive. Even if they tried their best to jump through wormholes, it would still take a long time for them to go and return. Xianxia was well aware of this. In fact, he was extremely well aware of the current situation in the Central Region's buffer zone. During these past 2 days, he'd practically wandered through the entire core hinterland. Besides not entering the netherworld furnace again, he'd practically explored every nook and cranny of the core hinterland. During this entire process, Xianxia had seized the opportunity when no one was paying attention to put away the remains of many primordial beings that lay across space within the farmer god cauldron. There was no lack of the terrifying remains of some world lords amongst them. It could be said that up until now, merely Xianxia's gains in this aspect could absolutely be considered shocking. The remains of these primordial beings at the Region Lord Realm and even the World Lord Realm would be the best raw materials for him to refine his medicine with the farmer god cauldron in the future. However, to Xianxia, he had only obtained a few of the remains of the ancient creatures that lay in the void of the core. For him, the benefits were far from enough. Xianxia could be considered to have expended a great deal of effort to come to the root of all evil. Not only had he racked his brains to obtain a devil-ape true body with 3 heads and 6 arms, he hadn't even hesitated to sell his labor and become a barbecue worker for the sake of getting along well with the native beasts in the core hinterland. Moreover, it was obvious that this wouldn't be the only time. So long as a battle broke out between the native beasts in the core hinterland and the fleets of the various powers in the central region, and the former obtained a huge amount of ingredients after the battle, then Xianxia would be able to obtain a huge amount of ingredients. He would definitely continue to barbecue. Since he'd put in so much effort, then his plans were naturally not small. Now that he'd obtained the acknowledgement of all the native beasts in the core hinterland, the netherworld furnace, and the entire root of all evil, he would be able to enter the core hinterland at will and approach the netherworld furnace without the protection of the headless infant's corpse. This was merely a benefit that came along the way. Besides that, Xianxia had an official plan and the benefits within it that were waiting to be realized and obtained. Not to mention anything else, just seizing this opportunity to make a huge fortune like he was a ferryman in the midst of a gold mining frenzy was absolutely impossible. On one hand, he had a premonition that the secret of his true identity would probably be exposed in the near future. So, before that happened, he had to do his best to obtain a huge amount of warships and resources in order to prepare to return victorious. During these 2 days, Yi Xian had gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation of the native beasts in the core area of the root of all evil. That day, he'd entered the core area for the first time in his true form as the three-headed six-armed devil ape, and he'd seen an army of 10 million native beasts. Even though it wasn't the entire army, it was almost there. At that time, the army of the second universe's various races had invaded the depths of the core hinterland. Under the summons of the two old monsters, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, the entire core hinterland, with the exception of a few native dire beasts that were in the midst of breaking through, the rest that could be drawn out had already left their nests. In short, even though there were more than 10 million native beasts in the core area of the root of all evil, there were less than 20 million native beasts, and there were around 15 to 16 million native beasts, over 100 Star Lord Realm old monsters, over 1,000 Universe Realm experts. The rest were all indigenous ferocious beasts with cultivation bases below the Universe Realm. As for those above the Star Lord Realm, besides the rare Region Lord Realm old monsters like the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, there were 2 more Region Lord Realm old monsters in the core area. However, they were at the peak of the 9th level of the Region Lord Realm, and they were charging into the Sector Lord Realm now. They hadn't shown themselves for many years. As for true Sector Lord Realm native beasts, there weren't any in the core area of the root of all evil. There had been one in the past, and it was a nether blood black dragon whose seniority far surpassed the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the only overlord of the core area of the root of all evil. Because that nether blood black dragon had been at the peak of the 9th level of the Sector Lord Realm for tens of thousands of years. At that time, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise had just broken through to the Region Lord Realm. Not long after that, the nether blood black dragon had successfully broken through to the Universe Realm after close to 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation. After that, he'd entered the nether furnace for the sake of exploring its secrets. Because the higher-ups of the native beasts in the core area of the root of all evil had tried many times, even Sector Lord Realm experts could only approach the entrance of the nether furnace, and they weren't able to go deep. In order to truly enter the nether furnace, one had to break through to the Universe Realm. What they didn't expect was that the dark blood black dragon, who carried the hope of all the indigenous fierce beasts in the core hinterland, entered the interior of the dark furnace. However, after that, they completely lost contact with it and never came out again. Originally, the primordial porcupine, primordial tortoise, and all the other native ferocious beasts in the core of the root of all evil were extremely curious about this enormous nether furnace that was as large as a planet. They could clearly feel a sense of familiarity from the netherworld furnace, but they didn't know what it was used for, let alone the actual situation inside. The only thing that could be seen was that the remains of primordial beings at the Region Lord Realm and even the World Lord Realm would occasionally be sprayed out from within the nether furnace. Ever since the infernal blood black dragon disappeared into the netherworld cauldron, the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the other 2 primordial beasts were the only ones left in this core of the root of all evil. Their only wish was to break through to the Universe Realm as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to enter the nether furnace just like the infernal blood black dragon and explore its ultimate realm. Unfortunately, this was obviously still very far away. The primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle were only at the 7th level of the Region Lord Realm. Even though the other 2 native ferocious beast kings were already at the 9th level of the Region Lord Realm and had both entered seclusion to break through, they were still only at the 1st level of the Region Lord Realm. But even if they succeeded in breaking through, they would only be at the 1st level of the Sector Lord Realm. They were still an entire realm away from the minimum requirement to enter the netherworld furnace. After understanding the situation clearly, Yi Xian was so angry that he almost cursed on the spot. Of course, he was cursing that infernal blood black dragon that had sent itself to its death. He had entered the nether furnace before, so he knew the situation inside. Now, he could vaguely guess the standards and requirements of the raw materials used to refine the all-evil liquid in the nether furnace. The Universe Realm was obviously the bottom line. This wasn't difficult to guess because even the remains of primordial beings at the Sector Lord Realm had been treated as trash by the nether furnace and spat out. That pitiful infernal blood-black dragon had finally reached such a height on the path of life evolution and become a terrifying universe realm powerhouse. However, in the end, it had ended up in such a state. It had crawled into the nether furnace and was ground into a 9-colored pulp by that enormous millstone and the remains of primordial beings. What was even more infuriating was that the other native ferocious beast kings, including the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the other 2 domain lord realm ferocious beast kings, had actually been thinking about following in the footsteps of that infernal blood-black dragon. This was simply unbearably stupid. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything about this, so this made Xian feel extremely stifled and resentful. Fortunately, these 4 native ferocious beast kings were still a long way from reaching the universe realm. Even though Xian was indignant, at least he didn't have to worry about them foolishly sending themselves to their deaths like that infernal blood-black dragon for the time being. The outside world has been extraordinarily lively these past 2 days. After casting aside these thoughts, Xian turned to look at the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. I secretly went out to take a look. In addition to the fleet formed by the allied forces of the various races of the second universe, the native races of the first universe have also arrived, as well as the human race of the third universe. In the past 2 days, while Xian had been understanding the situation in the core of the source of all evil from the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, who were already brothers with him, had also understood the situation outside the source of all evil from Xian. They had almost never left the root of all evil star domain, nor had they come into contact with beings from the outside world. There was also no such thing as the Starry Sky Network, so they were completely unaware of all this. It was even to the extent that they didn't know that there were actually 3 known large-scale stable universes in the current world, and the root of all evil star domain was merely a small piece of the central region of the first universe. Of course, that was only in the past. Now, after Xian's explanation, they'd gained a rough understanding of the outside world, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, and even those 100+ old fellows at the Star-Lord realm within the core hinterland of the first universe. According to my knowledge, besides the humans from the third universe that aren't tasty and have smelly meat, there are also the hellhole ants and some other special races out there. Because they don't have any meat at all, they're unable to eat. The others are all top-rate ingredients. For example, one of the 3 great native races of the first universe, the spatial rats. TSK, TSK, TSK. Their meat is really tender. After they're cleaned and roasted, it's absolutely a supreme delicacy. As he spoke, even Xian started to drool while the eyes of the primordial porcupine and primordial turtle lit up. They hadn't even heard this little brat praise the corpse of the region lord realm multicolored python like this. Could it be that these spatial rats are really that delicious? End of chapter 37:21. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.